At the age of 18, inadvertently ensnared in a harrowing game, Qin Nuo harnessed his ability to manipulate spirits, earning rewards from the system as he ascended within the realm of the game, ultimately rising to prominence as a formidable figure in the ghostly domain. Chapter 1. The thrilling game, the bus plunges into the river. Yesterday, in the latest round of the thrilling game, the player Qin Nuo successfully completed 10 level tasks and 2 clever tasks, surpassing expectations and finishing the game that he acquired 3 horrific grade ghostly artifacts and was promptly recruited by the state, joining the ranks of the Ghost Tamers. As of now, it has been 2 years since the global horror games commenced, marking the 13th individual from Long Nation to be directly recruited by the state as a first-tier Ghost Tamer after completing the game. Within the stifling confines of the school bus, Qin Nuo shut his eyes, listening to the news broadcast with increasing impatience. Could you please turn it off? No one paid him any heed. The classmates inside the bus were engaged in lively conversation, the discussions predominantly revolving around the news report. I truly envy those individuals. How could they possibly complete their tasks in such a terrifying environment? If it were me, I doubt I could even muster the courage to stand up with trembling legs. They're all psychologically resilient to an extreme degree, driven by the allure of rewards, valuing wealth over life. How can we even compare ourselves to them? But we are approaching that milestone soon, right? Once we turn 18, we must enter the thrilling game at least once. The thought of it terrifies me. What's there to fear? Last year, a newcomer who turned 18 completed 3 level tasks and received rewards. Upon emerging, wealthy individuals fought to purchase the artifacts he possessed, and it said he sold one for 100 million. He'll never have to worry for the rest of his life. Let's put forth our best effort. Perhaps we too can secure a worry-free existence for the latter half of our lives. One classmate exclaimed with enthusiasm. Fool if you think that. Wei do not expect to return alive. During that harrowing game, over 50 students participated, yet only a little more than 20 managed to come back, and more than 10 suffered from heart attacks due to sheer fright. The sole individual rewarded was merely fortunate, having drawn the simplest of tasks. For those entering for the first time, do not think of anything else. Merely surviving is the greatest achievement, remarked the boy with a middle parting, leaning against the window with a cold demeanor. His words sent a chill through many students. The counselor quickly reassured. Do not be afraid. The horror game a year ago indeed had a high fatality rate. But now, with government involvement, the difficulty has been considerably reduced. Especially for first-time players, there exists a protective mechanism as long as one meets the criteria. Even if they perish within the game, they can safely return to the real world. This statement provided some comfort to the group. Indeed, last month, 2 groups of newcomers entered the game, and most return alive. Moreover, several even completed their tasks. However, there were still casualties. Qin Nuo, after this trip, let's find a time to register. Otherwise, if we're forcibly entered into the horror game later, it could spell disaster. That a bespectacled boy, who appeared rather mild-mannered, spoke up. Tang Ming could be considered the only close friend of the otherwise inconspicuous Qin Nuo in class. Registering online to participate in the horror game is distinctly different from being coerced into it. The former option allows for the establishment of a protective mechanism under state intervention. As long as one meets the criteria of this mechanism, should you fall victim to a specter in the game, you shall return to reality unscathed. Essentially, it is akin to mere elimination. The latter, however, speaks of compulsion, which clarifies everything. Players who are forcibly entered into the game find themselves devoid of any protective measures from the state. And regardless of whether one is a novice or a seasoned player, all are treated equally. Put simply, a bronze-ranked player could very well find themselves matched against a king-level opponent. What are you so flustered about? Once I finish my errands, they'll sign up with you. Qin Nuo yawned. Are you referring to the matter of locating your parents? Have there been any leads? Tang Ming inquired. Qin Nuo nodded that a year prior, his parents mysteriously vanished. Qin Nuo harbored suspicions that they had been forcibly drawn into a horrifying game. However, the police investigation yielded no evidence suggesting that his parents had entered such a terrifying realm. Over the past year, Qin Nuo's academic pursuits had largely fallen by the wayside as he sought to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. Were it not for his elder sister's insistence, he would have long since abandoned his studies. After a year without any clues, Qin Nuo felt a profound sense of despair. Even if his parents had indeed entered that grim game, a year without any sign of return suggested. Tang Ming grew concerned that Qin Nuo's relentless investigation might lead to trouble, so he enrolled him in a travel group to help him unwind. Qin Nuo, lost in thought, failed to notice the peculiar expression that crossed Tang Ming's face after he spoke. Suddenly, the school bus veered off its path, nearly colliding with a roadside barrier. But thankfully, the driver managed to regain control just in time. The sudden jolt startled everyone, causing two classmates to tumble to the ground. "Driver, what on earth is happening?" The students were utterly terrified. The master clutched his heart, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing, my heart just ached for a moment." No sooner had he spoken than the driver suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the steering wheel. Before anyone could react, the bus veered off course once more, crashing through the concrete barrier and plummeting from the overpass into the river below. On the overpass, everyone stood in stunned silence. "Hello, is this 110? There's been an accident at Jinza Bridge. A bus has fallen into the river." Many gathered at the bridge's edge, frantically making phone calls. There were dozens of lives aboard that bus. Rescue teams swiftly arrived, descending into the river to save lives and retrieve the vehicle. Before long, the bus was hoisted from the water, but strangely, it was entirely empty. The search boats roamed the river for hours, eventually recovering the bodies of the driver and the counselor. Yet, the 45 students aboard the bus had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in another realm, the air was thick with the putrid stench of blood and decay. Qin Nuo and his classmates groggily awoke to find themselves in a sealed room. "Welcome, players, to your inaugural experience of the horror game. Allow me to briefly explain the rules. According to the theme of the game, you will be transported to corresponding locations where you must cater to the needs of your clients based on your respective professions. A warning: the customer is akin to a deity. Do not show disdain towards them, for they may take something from you such as your eyes, your tongue, or even your very life. The duration of the game extends over 7 days, during which harmonious coexistence with fellow participants is paramount. While fulfilling your tasks, do strive to survive as well. Upon the conclusion of the game, rewards will be assessed based on the tasks accomplished and the performance exhibited throughout the tenure. This thrilling game is themed around the eerie spring restaurant. A mysterious voice echoed within the room, igniting the nerves of all the students. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Qin Nuo's expression was one of astonishment. They had been forcibly thrust into a terrifying game. Chapter 2. The Inquan restaurant officially opens then. I wish you all good fortune. The cold voice echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as the scene before them blurred. Suddenly, Qin Nuo found herself in a resplendent hall, with her classmates nowhere in sight. The grand chandelier, made of enormous diamonds, the staircase adorned with a plush red carpet, and the exquisite European decor all signified that this was indeed a high-end restaurant. The establishment was spacious, and Qin Nuo's position was merely a corner. Her classmates were likely scattered throughout this lavish venue. Notification: in 15 minutes, the restaurant will commence operations. Please proceed to the storage room to find a suitable uniform. It is imperative to maintain a neat appearance while working. Otherwise, a disheveled server might tarnish the restaurant's reputation in the eyes of discerning patrons. Warning: unless one possesses unwavering mental resilience and sufficient capability, it is advised to refrain from venturing above the second floor of the restaurant. The clientele there is notoriously difficult to please. Failure to meet their expectations may result in them seeking sustenance outside the restaurant. Notification: the restaurant adheres to the principle that the customer is king. However, one may inevitably encounter some unreasonable patrons who could damage the establishment's reputation. Players are encouraged to administer appropriate reprimands. Reprimands? Is this not courting danger? The clientele of a horror-themed establishment could be nothing short of terrifying. Safeguarding the restaurant's reputation is hardly worth risking one's life. In such circumstances, Qin Nuo's remarkable composure stemmed not from an extraordinary ability to withstand pressure, but rather from her extensive experience in psychological counseling tailored for horror-themed scenarios. While her classmates may have been frightened, they too should be able to steady themselves to complete their tasks. To fear is to await demise. with utmost sincerity and diligence. One must fulfill their duties to survive. The sense of immersion is palpable. I have already assumed the role of server. Qin Nuo murmured to herself as she hurried towards the innermost storage room. The surroundings were eerily empty, yet impeccably tidy, as if they had just undergone a thorough cleaning. Upon reaching the storage room, a wave of stifling heat enveloped her as she opened the door. Inside lay a haphazard assortment of items. Lifting a panel revealed a tangled mass of hair, smeared with blood, accompanied by a gruesome patch of scalp. Qin Nuo suppressed her revulsion as she retrieved a server's uniform from the chaos. It was a standard restaurant suit. It was marred by a nauseating stench and large bloodstains. Wearing this for a day might induce a bout of acid reflux. However, there was no alternative. Duty called, and the restaurant's reputation was paramount. She accessed her information panel. Donning the suit and enduring its sticky texture, Qin Nuo spoke aloud. Each player entering the game possessed their own information panel, detailing not only their physical attributes but also their quests. Player: Qin Nuo. Strength: 20. Speed: 30. Ghost power: 0. Ghost items: none. Skills: Demon SI, Angel's Kiss, Eye of Analysis. Level: 110. Setting aside the ghost power and ghost items, why do I possess skills and a level? Qin Nuo was taken aback. During her previous orientation, it appeared that none of the other participants had these two attributes. Has the information panel been upgraded? Qin Nuo clicked on the Eye of the Demon, revealing detailed insights. The Eye of the Demon. By absorbing the negative emotions of others, such as anger, one can receive random rewards, the magnitude of which corresponds to the intensity of the negative emotions. Provided in the Novice Gift Package, the Kiss of the Angel. By absorbing the positive emotions of others, such as affection, one can receive random rewards, the magnitude of which corresponds to the intensity of the positive emotions. Provided in the Novice Gift Package, the Eye of Analysis. By concentrating one's gaze, one can discern hidden thoughts and analyze the utility of spirits. Provided in the Novice Gift Package, in essence, this means that my influence on the emotions of the spirits could yield random rewards. Qin Nuo suddenly realized that this might be his unique advantage. These two abilities felt somewhat like cheats in a horror game, did they not? Without dwelling too much on it, Qin Nuo turned and exited the stifling storage room. Only 5 minutes remained. As he returned to the corridor of the hall, Qin Nuo spotted a familiar figure, Li Si Ruo, the English class representative. He was about to greet her, but she, upon noticing him, hastily averted her gaze, her expression tense as she pushed a food cart forward. Now clad in the restaurant uniform. What does this mean? Qin Nuo was perplexed. As Li Si Ruo turned the corner, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed a shadowy figure closely trailing behind her. Has she already encountered a spirit? Despite his curiosity, Qin Nuo lacked the inclination to worry about others, and quickly he made his way back to the entrance of dining room number 3. Upon returning to the hall, he found two individuals waiting for him. Wang Yang and Lu Jieqi exchanged glances upon seeing Qin Nuo, a hint of surprise evident in their expressions. It appeared we had all been assigned to Hall 3. Qin Nuo inquired whether the other students were also serving as waitstaff. This was indeed the third dining area, comprising a total of 9 rooms, which illustrated the vastness of the restaurant. Moreover, they were merely responsible for the dining services on the first floor. The establishment had various roles, including waitstaff, hosts, cashiers, cleaners, and chefs, which were distributed among our entire class. The 3 of us were designated as waitstaff, tasked with delivering menus and dishes. Lu Jieqi, arms crossed and visibly anxious, glanced around while explaining to Qin Nuo. Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nuo, remaining silent and subtly distancing himself from the newcomer. He sensed that this naive and oblivious individual was bound to encounter trouble, and preferred to avoid entanglement that might drag him down. Lu Jieqi, in her foolishness, seemed to believe that kindness would be repaid. She was under the impression that by offering explanations, Qin Nuo would inevitably seek her assistance in times of difficulty. By then, regret would come too late. Wang Yang said silently. Silence, he believed, was indeed golden. It also spared him from unnecessary troubles. Ding ding, the bell at the door chimed, and the trio instantly perked up. It was time. The Inquan restaurant was officially open for business. The glass doors slid open, allowing a biting cold wind from the inky blackness outside to surge in. The three of them shivered, their skin prickling with goosebumps. Outside, shadowy figures loomed, and eerie, chilling sounds echoed in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. It felt as though something was perched upon her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear, weeping. The restaurant was bustling with activity. As soon as the doors opened, a throng of patrons lined up outside. Qin Nuo glanced at those entities, uneasily curling her lips into a half-smile, making a half-hearted jest. Chapter 3. The enigmatic brain of the Gu Master and the reward of the Crimson Dragon. Qin Nuo's words seemed intended to alleviate the tension. Yet the on-edge Wang Yang and Lu Jieqi paid him no heed. Guests entered from outside, their indistinct silhouettes taking seats at the dining table. They appeared less menacing than anticipated, prompting a subtle sigh of relief from both Wang Yang and Lu Jieqi. A rat obstructed their path. A heavy voice emanated from behind, causing their hair to stand on end. Lu Jieqi turned to look and nearly fainted. Before them stood a figure that seemed to be a grotesque assemblage of dismembered parts, crudely stitched together. Two human heads were sewn onto its neck, one with its skin flayed, a gory mess, and the other missing half of its skull. Its brain exposed to the air, the intricate web of blood vessels visible. The trio instinctively stepped aside, their hearts racing. The term rat was a derogatory reference used by these entities towards humans, likening them to a despised existence that everyone wished to eradicate. Following this, even more terrifying apparitions entered. Some had their abdomens hollowed out, intestines dangling outside, while others bore faces devoid of features, replaced entirely by gaping mouths. You have been assigned to Table 4 for service. Fulfill the client's needs, achieve an average rating, and complete 3-dish deliveries to accomplish an F-level task. In the game, tasks are categorized into 5 tiers: B, C, D, and F. Upon completion, one may receive one of 5 evaluations: terrible, dissatisfied, average, satisfied, or extremely satisfied. Achieving satisfactory or extremely satisfactory ratings will yield random rewards, while receiving a terrible or dissatisfied evaluation will result in punishment. Upon observing the distracted expressions of Wang Yang and Lu Jieqi, Qin Nuo realized they too had received their assignments. Wang Yang remarked, "I have been assigned to Table 10. Lu Jieqi added, "I have been assigned to Table 6. Qin Nuo rubbed his nose and stated, "Table 4 for me. I wish everyone good fortune." Arriving at the corner table, he found only a solitary guest, their body entirely wrapped in bandages, dark blood seeping through. On the table lay a bouquet of roses, and an empty seat opposite held tea, seemingly awaiting another patron. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you require?" Qin Nuo approached, inquiring politely. The putrid attire of the restaurant staff, though filthy and foul-smelling, served as a protective garb. Donning it signified one's status as an employee, and under normal circumstances, spirits would refrain from harming them. The bandaged specter remained silent, sliding the menu towards him, which bore its selected dish: steamed human brain. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Qin Nuo acknowledged with a slight nod and departed. At the adjacent table, Lu Jieqi was taken aback by Qin Nuo's demeanor, her eyes widening in shock. Her own guest was a ghastly entity, its chest grotesquely split open, ribs protruding like the jaws of a chasm, revealing the pulsating organs within, rendering her pale as a specter. Following the designated path, Qin Nuo made his way to the kitchen. Rather than a kitchen, it resembled a slaughterhouse. Bloodied corpses lay discarded upon the cutting boards, the sound of meat being cleaved sending shivers down his spine. "Approaching chef." Qin Nuo presented the menu. A patron at Table 4 requests a serving of steamed human brain. The chef bore a grotesque visage, his features twisted like a pretzel. He scrutinized the menu before locking his gaze onto Qin Nuo, uttering a sinister remark: "Without a human brain, I'll take yours." Qin Nuo maintained an unruffled demeanor. Surprised by Qin Nuo's lack of fear, the chef seized the menu with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Although Qin Nuo appeared calm, his heart raced with anxiety. In the restaurant, other spectral employees harbored animosity towards the temporary human workers, yet due to the establishment's regulations, they were forbidden from physically harming them, resorting instead to intimidation for their amusement. This reaction only served to aggravate the chef. Qin Nuo reminded himself that as long as he diligently performed his duties, he would remain unharmed. The dish was soon prepared. The black earthen pot was placed on the counter, and Qin Nuo promptly lifted it to depart, wishing to avoid further provocation from the chef. However, midway through, he cautiously opened the pot, suppressing his nausea to inspect its contents. Ding! The skill Eye of Analysis was activated. Eye of Analysis. Tragically, he did not survive to see his girlfriend return, instead meeting a gruesome fate as he was systematically disemboweled by assailants, dying in agony. Human skin, the very essence of his deepest loathing, evoked those painful memories. Why were slices of human skin added to the mix? Was it to enhance the flavor, or was there a more sinister motive? Upon reading the analysis prompt, Qin Nuo's expression darkened. The chef's intentions were indeed malevolent. He had infused the dish with human skin, aiming to frame Qin Nuo. What could he possibly do now? Upon sending the message, the bandage-clad specter, upon seeing human skin, would undoubtedly tear itself apart. Conversely, should I refrain from sending it, I would not stand a chance against the chef ghost. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo decisively covered the earthenware pot and retraced her steps. Is there something else concealed within the dish? In the kitchen, Qin Nuo returned the pot to its original place. The chef lifted his gaze, his visage contorted into a terrifying grimace. Pitiful rodent, do you dare question the dishes I prepare? Have you grown weary of life? I may be humble, yet upon seeing the dish, the guest was infuriated, declaring that this is your final opportunity. Should you fail to produce a satisfactory meal, you shall surely face dire consequences. Observing the chef's already ghastly demeanor, Qin Nuo continued, that esteemed bandage lord is personally attended to by the manager. Can you afford to offend such a figure? The chef was taken aback. Why was the blame cast upon him? Shouldn't the rodent be devoured first? Yet he dared not ponder further. In this realm of horror, while it appeared to have various rules and mechanisms, resembling a civilized nation of law, in the presence of truly formidable spirits, these regulations were as fragile as paper. In a restaurant, a meal that failed to please had led to the ghost consuming every specter within. Should the bandage ghost desire to devour him, the manager would not intervene, for the fault lay with his dish. Waiting, the chef retrieved the pot and swiftly returned with another dish. Qin Nuo held it in her hands, coldly admonishing, "You wretched fool, should this happen again, I shall place you upon the dining table." What did you say? The chef's expression twisted to the point of near inversion, wishing to swallow Qin Nuo whole and savor her within his maw. These are also the words of the bandaged one. With that remark, Qin Nuo departed. The chef trembled uncontrollably, yet he dared not advance. He was uncertain whether the words belonged to Qin Nuo or to that spectral entity, the bandaged ghost. How exhilarating it was to have cursed a ghost. On his way back, Qin Nuo's heart raced incessantly. That final statement had been uttered to vent his frustration, but in retrospect, it seemed rather reckless. What if it could no longer restrain itself and lunged at him to consume him? Eye of the Demon activated. You have successfully enraged the chef ghost, earning the item Red Dragon X3. So this is how the Eye of the Demon works. Qin Nuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was unaware of what the Red Dragon entailed, but it certainly sounded formidable. He extracted the item Red Dragon. A warm object fell into his palm, heavy and substantial. Upon looking down, he nearly vomited in disgust. What a nightmare. It turned out to be a sanitary pad, and a bloodied one at that. Truly revolting. Chapter 4. Task completed. Selling dark goods? Is this useful to ghosts? Qin Nuo pondered briefly before placing it in the toolbar, then returned to the dining table with the dishes. Sir, your meal. Please enjoy. Qin Nuo carefully set the food down and lifted the lid. The bandaged ghost, upon seeing the contents, reached out and stuffed it into its mouth. Halfway through, the ghost's body quivered slightly, and it lifted its head. Despite its eyes being obscured by bandages, Qin Nuo could sense its gaze, filled with confusion and sorrow. Though it was dead, it still awaited that girl to come find him. A paper bill was slid towards him. It resembled neither currency nor ghost money, but rather ghost coins, the currency of this chilling game. As the saying goes, money can make ghosts grind their mill. Ghost coins serve myriad purposes and act as a bridge for transactions and banter with the spirits, especially beneficial for players. Of course, the pursuit of wealth can also lead to calamity. Qin Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Is this a tip for him? He nodded and accepted the coin. Thank you. Dear guest, please take your time. Once he stepped back, he took out the ghost coin, discovering its value was an impressive 100. Quite a generous tip indeed. Now the ghost is no marvelet. Congratulations on completing your first food delivery task. Customer rating, satisfied. For the second task, please proceed to table number 2 to fulfill the customer's request. With 2 more tasks remaining, you'll complete today as duties. Stay strong. Qin Nuo mused as he walked to the side. Passing through the corridor, he coincidentally encountered Lu Jieqi, who was holding a dish in her hands. Observing the expression on the girl's face, it was evident that she had been quite frightened. Qin Nuo, have you completed your first order? Lu Jieqi exclaimed, both astonished and envious. She wished she possessed such formidable psychological resilience. All right, now proceed to the second table. And what about you? I'm fine. Thought I'd make a few mistakes due to nerves. Fortunately, the guests were very understanding and did not hold it against me. Lu Jieqi responded, still feeling a lingering unease. However, Wang Yang was not well acquainted with him, and had previously attempted to bully the somewhat inconspicuous Qin Nuo in class. Now, upon hearing this news, Qin Nuo felt an unusual calmness within. By the way, where's Tang Ming? I'm not sure, but I ran into Lu Lingling, and she mentioned he seems to be a cleaner, responsible for the western area. Moreover, I've heard that the position of a cleaner can be more perilous than that of a waiter. Sin no nodded understood. You should attend to your duties. Lu Jieqi, carrying the dishes, hurried into the dining area, her delicate face still displaying signs of trepidation. Qin Nuo, pondering the situation, realized that rather than worrying about Tang Ming, it would be more prudent to focus on completing his own tasks first. The second table consisted of a couple who sat across from each other, their faces devoid of expression, their gazes resembling that of lifeless fish eyes, their pallid skin seeming to writhe as if infested with maggots. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Qin Nuo collected the dishes and made his way to the kitchen. The chef had changed. This one displayed none of the previous malice and swiftly prepared the dishes, sending them out. The reviews were mediocre. Qin Nuo was indifferent. As long as there were no negative remarks, he was content. The reason so many individuals receive unfavorable reviews is due to the overwhelming tension they experience when confronted with apparitions, leading to frequent mistakes. A poor review is trivial. Losing one's life is a far greater loss. Qin Nuo was unaware of his extraordinary psychological resilience. Perhaps it was an innate trait. However, he had entirely forgotten his childhood memories, only knowing he had parents and an elder sister currently attending university. With an increasingly adept service demeanor, he swiftly completed the meal for the third table. Subsequently, Qin Nuo awaited the outcome in the hall. As he passed by various specters, many gazed at him with avaricious glints in their eyes. Yet upon noticing his uniform, they were compelled to retract their predatory stares, akin to seeing a crab marked for sale, already purchased. Before long, a bell resonated throughout the restaurant. The apparitions left one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the establishment returned to its eerie stillness. Lu Jieqi and Wang Yang also arrived at the restaurant. Lu Jieqi appeared reborn, on the verge of tears from excitement. In contrast, Wang Yang bore a sullen expression, tinged with a hint of trepidation. His right hand was missing, the severed arm stump cleanly cut, devoid of any bandaging or bleeding. It resembled a puppet's limb, disassembled from its body. It took my hand. Wang Yang's throat erupted with a roar of anguish and fury. On the bright side, at least it was a painless amputation. Otherwise, in a place like this, the agony would have been unbearable. Qin Nuo cast a sidelong glance at him. Seeing Qin Nuo unscathed and even maintaining an optimistic demeanor, Wang Yang's face was filled with resentment. Why are you completely fine? I am sufficiently exceptional, Qin Nuo replied, his calmness aggravating Wang Yang further, causing his face to flush with indignation. A tattered Pinocchio puppet approached, producing a creaking sound as it moved. I'm the supervisor at the east gate of the Inquan restaurant. All three of you performed admirably today. At the very least, you have survived. Employee 3697 exhibited the best performance, receiving 2 satisfactory ratings and 1 average, thus earning the title of Outstanding Employee for the day, along with this reward. A stack of ghost coins appeared in Qin Nuo's hand. 300 ghost coins. Lu Jieqi and Wang Yang also received their share of ghost coins, amounting to 120 respectively. In this game, they too would experience hunger and fatigue, and ghost coins would enable them to procure food, although it was not the sole method. After a hard day's work, please proceed to your dormitory to rest as instructed. Tomorrow is a new day. Let's strive diligently once more. With that, the Pinocchio puppet creaked away. I'm so hungry. Let us find something to eat, Lu Jieqi said, clutching her stomach with longing. I remember there's a vending machine around the corner. Let us go. Qin Nuo evwali famisiet. Felt as though he had toiled all day despite merely running back and forth 3 times to deliver dishes. In the corridor, the vending machine bore a grotesque face, revealing the food items and their prices within. Beef jerky, compressed biscuits, cola. Could it be that such things actually existed? Lu Jieqi's mouth nearly watered at the sight of something normal in this horrifying world. Qin Nuo purchased a pack of beef jerky priced at 50 ghost coins, while Lu Jieqi opted for a dish of sauerkraut fish costing 80. Only the pitiful Wang Yang, with just 20 coins to his name, could afford a single compressed biscuit. However, when the food was dispensed, all 3 were left dumbfounded. The beef jerky resembled a moldy piece of rotten meat the size of a palm. The sauerkraut fish appeared in a murky green-black broth, with an unidentifiable fish and menacing fangs. The compressed biscuit, though the most normal of the lot, was a mere half-palm size, having shrunk significantly. Why only 20? Qin Nuo's expression darkened. He had inserted 100 ghost coins, yet only 20 were returned, with 30 swallowed whole. Lu Jieqi also lost 20. Not only was the product not as described, but they were also being cheated, with 1 hand missing. Wang Yang's mood was already dismal. Now, seeing the measly compressed biscuit, his frustration boiled over. He charged at the vending machine, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, shouting, "You scoundrel! Dare to swindle me? I'll dismantle you! Do you believe it?" In the next moment, the vending machine sprang to life, its ghastly face writhing, revealing terrifying bloodshot eyes that glared menacingly at Qin Nuo and his companions. "You insignificant rodents! Dare you to yell at me?" Chapter 5. The Midnight Hand. The red dragon apparatus, the suddenly animated vending machine, petrified Wang Yang, leaving him speechless, its menacing visage vanishing in an instant. In retrospect, it was hardly surprising. In a world steeped in horror, anything could harbor malevolence. A vending machine that provided sustenance for humanity. How could it be deemed ordinary? The machine bared its teeth, yet refrained from lunging at them. Stealing his nerves, Qin Nuo spoke up. "We are employees of the restaurant, and the money is rightfully ours. Why the disparity in treatment? Having food is a luxury, after all. The rodents that came here before even begged me for scraps. What more could a filthy rat desire?" "Begone," Lu Jieqi murmured. "Should we converse with that Pinocchio? It would be futile. Let us depart," Qin Nuo replied, choosing not to argue. The vending machine's ghost was correct. In this terrifying realm, humanity was the most wretched of beings, and survival took precedence. Of course, this was only until they acquired strength. Once empowered, Qin Nuo would compel this machine to yield his rightful share of provisions in abundance. Next time, bring more money. Otherwise, you shall subsist on decayed rodents. This statement made the intent clear. The ghost intended to siphon profits from them in the days to come. Although the trio felt a surge of frustration, they were powerless against the specter and had no choice but to leave. Following the directions, they arrived at the so-called dormitory, a foreboding edifice shrouded in darkness. In the lobby, a faceless ghost sat at the front desk, its visage marred by a singular mouth that bore a sinister grin. "We are employees of the restaurant." The faceless specter extended a key, its ethereal voice whispering in the air. "Do not venture outside after midnight. Should you open the door and encounter any misfortune, I shall bear no responsibility." Qin Nuo accepted the key with a nod. The dormitory building had been neglected for a considerable time, bearing the marks of decay. The long corridor was deserted, its end shrouded in darkness akin to an abyss. The entire structure appeared to house over 100 rooms. Other students were presumably present, yet the whereabouts of Tang Ming remained a mystery. Their room was on the 4th floor, room 404. As Qin Nuo turned the rusted doorknob, a musty odor engulfed the space. The room contained merely a single bed, which rendered the sole female, Lu Jieqi, rather uncomfortable. 3 individuals could barely squeeze onto the bed. Naturally, if one adhered to the notion of propriety between the sexes, the floor would serve as a resting place. Qin Nuo turned to Lu Jieqi and remarked. Lu Jieqi was momentarily taken aback, wondering if the words had been misphrased. Wang Yang paid little heed to such matters and promptly reclined beside the bed. Qin Nuo followed suit. In a world fraught with terror, one's life was precarious enough without worrying about gentlemanly decorum. The floor was damp, a breeding ground for illness, not to mention the lurking, unknown insects. Lying down for a day might not bring death, but it could jeopardize the following day's endeavors, leaving no room for regret. Lu Jieqi surveyed the floor and reluctantly acquiesced. However, she did not rush to lie down. Instead, she entered the washroom, intending to freshen up. Wang Yang retrieved a half-piece of compressed biscuit and began to satiate his hunger. Qin also produced beef jerky, starting to chew. As he gazed at the palm-sized piece of jerky, Wang Yang found the biscuit lodged in his throat to be utterly tasteless. Give me a piece, and I'll return it to you tomorrow. Wang Yang spoke directly, his tone tinged with a hint of command. I don't have enough to eat, Qin Nuo replied. Yet she secretly pocketed a substantial portion. We're classmates. Can't we help each other out? She continued. If it were you, would you share? I'm no saint. Foolish enough to relinquish my life-saving food to others. Qin Nuo accepted. Wang Yang, infuriated, retorted, don't be ungrateful. With one hand incapacitated, don't overestimate your capabilities. Be wary of losing the other. Observing Qin Nuo's cold smirk, Wang Yang's face twitched slightly. He suddenly realized that this seemingly wooden fool, who had been a dullard for 2 semesters, was not someone to be easily bullied. Suppressing his anger, he turned away and attempted to sleep. In the bathroom, Lu Jieqi could no longer tolerate the itchiness and foul odor. The conditions were equally dreadful, and after a hasty wipe down, she emerged. On the bed, Qin Nuo and Wang Yang were already snoring deeply, lost in slumber, having filled her stomach with the so-called pickled fish. Lu Jieqi wrapped herself in a thin blanket and lay down beside Qin Nuo. In the dead of night, a chilly breeze swept through. Qin Nuo, in a daze, seemed to hear some sounds. Suddenly, she felt a hand resting on her leg. Gradually, that hand began to wander, moving upward. Qin Nuo's eyes flew open. To her left, Wang Yang was still sound asleep, snoring rhythmically. Was it Lu Jieqi's hand? What was that girl doing, not sleeping and groping around? Qin Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that, under such circumstances, this girl still harbored such interests? Her hands grew increasingly audacious, directly wandering to his hip. Startled, Qin Nuo abruptly sat up, causing the bed to creak under his sudden movement. Wang Yang, roused from his slumber, glared at the sitting Qin Nuo, exclaiming in irritation, "Are you sleepwalking, or what?" Lu Jieqi, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and inquired, "What's the matter?" Observing Lu Jieqi's disheveled appearance upon waking, Qin Nuo asked, "What did you just do?" "I did nothing. Just slept the whole time," she replied. As Qin Nuo scrutinized Lu Jieqi's hands, he suddenly believed her words, as one hand was still buried beneath the blankets, caressing him. "What the hell? Do you have such a peculiar penchant? Instead of touching Lu Jieqi, you choose to touch me? Get lost." At that moment, Wang Yang abruptly emerged from the covers, his expression fierce as he glared at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo met his gaze and extended both of his hands. Lu Jieqi looked from Qin Nuo's hands to the pale hand that Wang Yang held, her pupils trembling as she tightly covered her mouth. Wang Yang's face drained a color, caught in a dilemma of whether to discard the hand or not. Gently, he lifted a corner of the blanket, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a skull cleaved open, a kitchen knife still embedded in the cranium. What on earth? Wang Yang swiftly rejoiled, kicking the blanket off the bed, the severed hand flung away. The head rolled out, grinning at the three of them. How could there be a ghost in the room? Suddenly, Qin Nuo recalled the words of the faceless dormitory supervisor and turned to the others, asking, "Did you two open the door?" Lu Jiechi raised her hand and softly said, "I. After finishing the fish soup, I left the trash at the door and cracked it open." "You foolish woman. Has a donkey kicked your brain?" Wang Yang shouted vehemently. Lu Jiechi, with reddened eyes, repeatedly apologized while shrinking into the corner. "Hee, weren't you the ones who invited me in? It seems I'm not very welcome. Then I shall devour all of you." The headless ghost extended its extraordinarily long tongue, wrapping it around Wang Yang's leg, causing him to cry out in despair. Suddenly, Qin Nuo interjected, "I have something far more delicious. Would you care for it?" "What?" Qin Nuo abruptly drew a red dragon from her inventory, flinging it onto the ghost's face. The bloodied sanitary pad, akin to a treasured artifact, emitted a copious amount of white smoke. The headless ghost let out a piercing wail before gradually melting away, instantly transforming into a pool of thick, bloody liquid. Both Wang Yang and Lu Jiechi stood in stunned silence. Was that a sanitary pad? This person actually carries a bloodied one with them? Qin Nuo, unfazed by their incredulous glares, flopped down and declared, "I'm going back to sleep." The sanitary pad has such an effect. Lu Jiechi, do you have any left? Wang Yang asked with delight. What are you joking about? It's not mine to give. Lu Jiechi retorted, both embarrassed and enraged. If you have any, save one for me. Get lost, disgusting pervert. Chapter 6. Taking initiative, the half-demon girl the following day. As the biting cold wind enveloped her, Qin Nuo awakened, devoid of any lingering irritability. The eerie laughter of ghostly dolls echoed throughout the room, sending chills down one's spine. This was their alarm clock. The restaurant commenced operations at 6 o'clock, granting them a mere 6 hours of slumber. Clad in the putrid work uniform, Qin Nuo suppressed her discomfort as she tidied her clothes in preparation for departure. Lu Jiechi and Wang Yang had also risen early. Wang Yang, one hand struggling to don his attire, muttered incessantly, likely haunted by the previous day's missteps. Lu Jiechi clutched a necklace, fervently praying that she would return home to sleep that night. Frankly, Qin Nuo admired her resilience. A young woman enduring thus far, without succumbing to despair, exhibited a commendable mindset. Before long, the trio ventured out, arriving at the restaurant. Pinocchio slumped in a chair, his posture languid and his head tilted. To the untrained eye, one might mistake him for a forsaken puppet. Subsequently, the day's tasks were announced. Due to insufficient manpower, the three of them were tasked with completing 6 orders of food delivery before they could clock out and rest. Upon hearing the number 6, the expressions of all 3 turned grim. The issue was not merely the physical exertion. The possibility of encountering irritable, hard-to-please customers posed a significant risk. 6 orders only heightened that probability. Why was there a shortage of staff? The 3 of them understood all too well. It could not be due to resignations. The only plausible explanation was that they had either been consumed or slain by the patrons. The Inquan restaurant opened its doors for business once more, with customers continuing to stream in incessantly. Phantom figures flitted about the restaurant as patrons settled into their seats, their expressions vacant, awaiting the arrival of the servers. Qin Nuo approached the first table, where sat a ghost, its face grotesquely marred by severe burns. Lifting its head, it could easily cause a woman to faint on the spot. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" Qin Nuo inquired with calm courtesy. The burnt ghost slid the selected menu towards him. Upon glancing at it, Qin Nuo was taken aback. Sweet and sour ribs? This was surprisingly a conventional dish. Do ghosts partake in such cuisine? Please hold on, Qin Nuo replied, taking the menu with him. Upon entering the kitchen, the chef cast a disdainful glance at the menu, emitting a scoff of derision before commencing the preparation. In no time, the dish was ready. As Qin Nuo collected the meal, the chef coldly warned, "If you dare to pilfer, I shall slice your tongue and use it for cooking." He was well aware of the distinction between a hearty meal and mere sustenance. Carrying the dish, Qin Nuo hesitated in the corridor before activating his analytical vision. Analytical vision. In the final moments of an explosion, he had pushed the girl to safety, sacrificing himself to the flames. Even in death, He recalled her fondness for preparing sweet and sour ribs for him, and the tequila cocktails they had shared on the day they met. It dawned on him that what he consumed was not food, but rather memories. Enlightened, Qin Nuo gazed at the plate before him, suddenly inspired with an idea. After navigating a couple of corners, he arrived not at the restaurant, but at a vending machine. Human food, with its repugnant taste. The bloodshot eyes of the vending machine's ghastly visage opened wide, glaring menacingly at Qin Nuo. The little mouse, feeling a hunger pang, spoke. "Bring me a bottle of tequila." 80 ghost coins, came the reply, though the machine displayed a mere 50. The vending machine smirked. "If you don't buy, then leave. I will sell nothing to you. You shall starve." Understand who is the master and who is the servant? Qin Nuo remained silent, depositing the 80 ghost coins into the gaping maw of the machine, which then spat out a bottle of tequila. "Go drink in the corner." The mocking tone of the vending machine echoed in Qin Nuo's mind as he departed with his dish. Soon, he returned to the dining area, the timing impeccable, much to the satisfaction of the burning ghost. "Enjoy your meal, dear guest." Qin Nuo placed the dish before the burning ghost, with a deliberate pace. The creature began to eat, unlike the other specters who devoured their meals with wild abandon, creating a mess of repulsive slop. Instead, it savored each morsel, chewing slowly as if in search of something elusive. Before long, the burning ghost's body trembled slightly, emitting peculiar sounds. Observing this, Qin Nuo seized the moment to pour a glass of tequila and slid it across the table. "Might I suggest you try this drink?" The ghost's horrific visage quivered as it regarded the glass. "Is this drink the chef's suggestion or yours?" Such presumptuousness could easily offend a guest, inviting dire consequences. Yet undaunted, Qin Nuo nodded. "It is my suggestion." The burning ghost grasped the stem of the goblet, and the terrifying flames danced upon its charred and blackened skin. "Should this cup of wine sway my emotions, then the flame shall reduce Qin Nuo to mere ashes. As my lips part, the liquid glides down my throat. The refreshing, sweet and sour flavor spreads from my tongue to my gullet. The burning ghost reacts intensely, its horrifying visage contorting in response. It is not the exquisite taste that invokes such a response, but rather the long-forgotten essence, a familiar flavor that it has desperately sought, alongside a vague memory that resurfaces with startling clarity. Ah! The burning ghost emits a wretched sound. The surrounding patrons remain oblivious to its reaction. The waiter observes Qin Nuo with an air of peculiarity, as though convinced of his impending demise. After a moment, the burning ghost lifts its head once more, its raspy, distorted voice resounding. "Indeed, this is what you deserve." A ghost coin of 500 denomination slides forward. The nearby waitstaff gaze in astonishment at this spectacle. Particularly, some specters, upon beholding the generous tip, find their eyes ablaze with hunger. Qin Nuo accepts it with a smile, bowing at a respectful angle. "Thank you." Concurrently, a voice echoes in his mind. "Angel's kiss. You have gained a favorability of 3 from the burning ghost Lu Kai. Reward, bloodstained bone hammer. The ghostly artifact, imbued with spectral energy, can be wielded against spirits, though its potency varies." Not rushing to unveil it, Qin Nuo tidies up and prepares to approach the next table. Ding ding ding. "Welcome." The door swings open abruptly, revealing a newcomer, a girl with twin ponytails, her complexion fair, appearing as an ordinary girl. However, the surrounding patrons regarded her with a hint of trepidation, unlike the disdain they exhibited towards Qin Nuo and his companions. A half-ghost, as the term suggests, embodies a fusion of human and spirit. A being once human, now inhabited by ghost, exists as a more enigmatic and fearsome entity than a mere ghost. Due to their half-human nature, they harbor little animosity towards humans, provided one does not provoke them. She settled at a table by the window, her legs, encased in white lace-trimmed stockings, swaying gracefully beneath her floral dress. Attending to her was an experienced ghostly staff member, who approached with a smile to inquire about her order. Qin Nuo refrained from lingering on the scene, glancing at the time as he moved to the second table. 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo successfully completed his second order, receiving a commendable review that filled him with quiet joy. Assisting the burning ghost in reclaiming its lost memories had undoubtedly resulted in an exceedingly favorable evaluation for his first order. If this trend continued, his daily earnings would likely double compared to the previous day. At that moment, a commotion arose within the restaurant, capturing the attention of numerous patrons and spirits alike. By the window, the girl's meal was served, a home-style dish accompanied by an afternoon treat, a tiramisu. The girl picked up her spoon and took a bite, savoring it thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked with a slight pout, "However, it lacks an essential element, and I do not favor overly sweet flavors." The ghostly employee, exuding confidence, responded, "This is our restaurant's signature dessert, known as Bloodstone, offered complimentary to our guests. Should you find it to your liking, we would be delighted to welcome you again." The ghostly employee hastily remarked, "It's no trouble. I shall prepare another serving for you." "No need," the girl replied, shaking her head, as she extended her delicate hand and clenched it in midair. This gesture suddenly transformed the expression of the ghostly employee into one of grotesque horror, and in an instant, its uniform burst apart, revealing a monstrous mass of flesh. It recoiled, desperate to flee, yet was constricted by an unseen force, morphing into a grotesque orb of flesh. With a swift motion of her hand, the girl caused the orb to explode, showering the restaurant in a spray of blood and viscera. The patrons looked up, some casting fearful glances at the girl, before resuming their meals with feigned indifference. A ghost had been slain before their very eyes. As Qin Nuo's complexion paled, she noticed, seemingly out of nowhere, a tattered teddy bear beside her, its two black bean-like eyes fixated intently on the girl. Customer. Chapter 7. Leisure Time. The ghost of the wall, the patchwork bear, marred by a gash from a sharp instrument, revealed a generous portion of its stuffing. Qin Nuo had a faint recollection of the teddy bear. The head waiter of the restaurant held a position of greater authority than that of the wooden puppet, Pinocchio. The girl gazed at the teddy bear and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter?" Her expression was one of innocent curiosity, seemingly harmless. Despite having just vanquished a ghost moments ago, Qin Nuo anticipated a more terrifying conflict to erupt within the restaurant. Yet the teddy bear spoke, "Dear guest, to express my apologies, today's meal is complimentary. In the future, should you choose to patronize this establishment, you will enjoy a 50% discount. Is that so? I shall return tomorrow, and I sincerely hope the chef can satisfy my palate," the girl replied, gracefully descending from her chair before making her way out of the restaurant. Such occurrences were commonplace in this chilling realm. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they became the architect of their own rules. Several plates from neighboring tables had been sullied, yet the patrons dared not utter a word, silently observing the girl's departure. Qin Nuo was unaware of the extent of her terrifying nature. For now, he resolved to focus on his work with diligence. Daylight in this eerie world was perpetually shrouded in somber hues, devoid of sunlight, blurring the distinction between morning and afternoon. After an indeterminate period, Qin Nuo completed 6 orders. Stretching his limbs, he exhaled deeply, pondering the well-being of Lu Jieqi and her companion. Though he harbored no fondness for Wang Yang, as fellow students in this merciless world, he could not help but wish him well in his heart. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up behind him, as if a pair of eyes were pressed against the back of his head. As Qin Nuo turned around, he noticed Pinocchio quietly materializing at his feet. "I have finished my work," Qin Nuo explained. "You have performed commendably. The next 2 hours are yours to enjoy, yet your freedom is confined to the restaurant. You are not permitted to leave." With that, Pinocchio departed. Qin Nuo pondered the implications. As long as he remained within the restaurant, he could wander anywhere. He turned and made his way toward the rear door. 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo found himself in front of a building designated for the cleaning staff. "Tangming should be here, right?" he muttered to himself as he pushed the door open. Inside the hall, an elderly lady, hunched over, was rummaging about on the floor, her hands searching for something. "Grandma, what are you looking for?" Qin Nuo ventured to ask, noting her attire suggested she was the caretaker of this establishment. The old woman seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing her frantic search. Could she be looking for her reading glasses? Qin Nuo thought, contemplating assisting her. Just as he lifted his foot, he noticed a round object at his feet, an eyeball. A grimace crossed his face as he picked it up and handed it to the elderly lady. Grandma, is this what you were looking for? The old woman took the eyeball and placed it into her dark eye socket. Although the eyeball had returned to its rightful place, the sight remained unsettling. A faint smile finally graced her lips. Thank you, dear child. You're welcome, Grandma. Am I free to wander about? Sin no inquired, he added. I'm a server from the front restaurant. The old woman waved her hand dismissively, rubbing her back as she made her way into the room. This place was not one to wander about aimlessly, for it was all too easy to lose one's way. Qin Nuo watched her enter the room before proceeding upstairs. The corridor on the second floor was long, lined with various rooms, and the passage was cluttered with refuse, while the restroom emitted a foul stench. Qin Nuo ventured further down the corridor, hoping to encounter a familiar classmate. However, he soon realized that no matter which way he turned, darkness enveloped him. An endless void without conclusion. What in the world? Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. This was not merely an expression. He truly sensed a spectral presence tormenting him. In the midst of his confusion, a pair of ghastly white hands suddenly emerged from the wall, clutching his shoulder, intent on dragging him into the abyss. What kind of filthy creature are you? Delivering me a meal. Hands, pale and numerous, ensnared Qin Nuo from all directions. I'm a server from the restaurant. Sin no shotet. This territory is under my jurisdiction. The spirits within the walls remained unfazed by his threats. Damn it, Zin no Tsur said, pulling out a bone-crushing hammer and striking it forcefully against the wall. Blood from the hammer seemed to possess a peculiar magic. With that blow, a deep indentation formed, and dark blood oozed forth. A chilling scream echoed. Where on earth did you acquire such a wretched spirit? The wall-dwelling specter appeared to harbor a deep-seated fear of the bone-crushing hammer. With this strike, Qin Nuo deduced that this ghost held a low rank and lacked formidable power. He scoffed coldly, saying, Do I look like someone who would dare venture into such a place without some measure of strength? Do not dare to touch a single hair on my body, or I shall crush you. Do you believe me? The wall specter fell silent. Qin Nuo understood that it was afraid. The voice of the system echoed. You have intimidated the spirit within the wall and acquired a bone nail. Hearing this, Qin Nuo's demeanor transformed into one of calm ferocity. Answer my questions one by one, and I shall spare you. In this building, how many humans reside? The spirit had lingered within the walls and undoubtedly possessed considerable knowledge. Yesterday, 20 arrived, for perished. Have you seen one wearing a hood? Tang Ming was quite fond of basketball. Perhaps it was for show, or perhaps to garner the favor of others. He almost always wore a hood on his forehead. Tall and slender, dressed in red? Qin Nuo's eyes sparkled. Yes, where is he? He is responsible for cleaning the bathrooms on this floor. But I suspect he has met his demise. Before Qin Nuo could inquire further, the wall specter spoke first. If you wish to know the reason, simply look in the restroom at the end of the corridor. Qin Nuo turned and beheld the abyss-like darkness of the corridor. The ghostly aura dissipated, revealing clarity. He did not rush forward, but instead retrieved the bone nail and struck the wall with the bone hammer forcefully. Like a branding iron meeting cheese, the bone nail was instantly embedded within the wall. Following this, the voice of the wall specter trembled in fear. What are you doing? In order to prevent any treachery on your part, I shall leave this nail within. If I return safely, I will extract it for you, Qin Nuo declared. The ghostly presence in the corridor sensed the agonizing pain of bones embedded within its form, as if injected with a venomous serum, inducing a wave of terror. You wretched rodent! The furious voice echoed throughout the hallway. Qin Nuo, unfazed by the outburst, continued his stride toward the opposite end of the corridor. At the terminus, he beheld the restroom. The door was securely locked, and a dense aura of malevolence emanated from within, resembling a gateway to the abyss. Even from a distance of 10 meters, Qin Nuo felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being trembling with cold. What is the matter with this restroom? Qin Nuo pondered in astonishment. Creak! At that moment, a nearby door unexpectedly swung open, and a pair of eyes cautiously peered out. Qin Nuo instinctively grasped his bone-crushing hammer, pivoting to deliver a mighty blow. Please, don't strike me, the shadowy figure implored, trembling in fear. As Qin Nuo recognized the silhouette, he momentarily paused. Xiao Yuexin? Chapter 8. Understanding and seeking help for grandson. Your position is that of a janitor? Upon seeing Xiao Yuexin, Qin Nuo felt little surprise, for all the living souls here were his classmates, and it was inevitable they would cross paths while wandering about. Yes, I am responsible for cleaning this room, Xiao Yuexin replied, gripping a broom and gesturing toward the assortment of cardboard boxes stacked on the shelves behind her, all while anxiously glancing outside. This was a storeroom, and the various sizes of boxes appeared to be filled with documents. Why is everyone hiding? Clad in work attire and performing his duties, he deemed it unlikely that any spirit would harm them. Yet Xiao Yuexin exhibited a demeanor of palpable fear and unease. There's a ghost in the corridor. As long as we linger in the hallway, it leads us in circles, Xiao Yuexin explained, recounting how many classmates had been tormented by the ghost in the corridor yesterday, leaving them in a state of disarray. Despite the protective work attire, the malevolent spirit harbored an ill will towards humans. It may not physically harm one, yet would delight in causing mischief and torment. Thus, she had brought Qin Nuo in, aware that she referred to the spirit residing within the walls. Qin Nuo reassured her, "Rest assured, I have dealt with it, and it will not dare to cause trouble anymore." Regardless of whether she believed him or not, he continued, "Is Tang Ming responsible for that restroom area?" "Yes. He shares a dormitory with me, but he did not return last night. You must have seen that ominous door. He has been trapped inside since yesterday and has yet to emerge. It seems he may have offended the ghost in the restroom and possibly." Understanding the relationship between Qin Nuo and Tang Ming, Xiao Yuexin refrained from completing her thought. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. "Is it possible to enter? The door is firmly locked, and the key resides with the matron in the lobby." In a moment of camaraderie, Xiao Yuexin considered beseeching the matron to rescue Tang Ming, who was trapped in the restroom. However, upon witnessing the ghastly voids where the matron's eyes should be, she found herself lacking the courage to proceed. "All right, thank you." Qin Nuo nodded. Xiao Yuexin, aware of Qin Nuo's intention to retrieve the key, cautioned, "Tang Ming has been inside for nearly 48 hours now. The chances of him still being alive are exceedingly slim. Although you may take offense at this, the matron is quite terrifying. If you provoke her, escaping this building will be impossible." "Nonsense. Spirits are often quite reasonable. One merely needs to engage her in a rational discourse." "Reasonable?" Xiao Yuexin gazed at Qin Nuo with a look of incredulity. Qin Nuo waved his hand, preparing to depart. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave." "Wait," Xiao Yuexin called out, her expression a mixture of desperation and fear. "What is it?" Qin Nuo inquired. Xiao Yuexin stepped aside, pointing to a disheveled shelf in the corner. "I have been unable to tidy that shelf. Every time I attempt to organize it, it topples over. With time running short, if the matron arrives and finds it in disarray, my life will surely be forfeit." Her eyes reddened with urgency. She was uncertain whether Qin Nuo would lend a hand. Despite their shared status as classmates, their interactions had been minimal. Besides, who would willingly provoke a spirit? Qin Nuo picked up a box of tape and placed it on the second shelf. But in the next moment, the box was sent flying. Simultaneously, the entire shelf began to twist, emitting a sinister laughter. A pair of hands reached out from the shelf, grasping the goods and hurling them about in a frenzied chaos. It was evident that Xiao Yuexin had become the target of a shelf spirit. As a mere human, she felt utterly helpless, crying in fear while desperately attempting to gather and replace the scattered items. However, after 2 full hours, the scene remained in disarray, as the shelf spirit was resolutely intent on tormenting her. Overwhelmed with despair, Xiao Yuexin broke down in tears and finally pleaded with Qin Nuo for assistance. The eerie laughter echoed throughout the room, filled with a sense of triumph. Qin Nuo paused for a moment, then remarked with a grin, "This is quite manageable." With that, he drew forth a bone-crushing hammer and human bone nails, driving one nail into the shelf with a single blow. A plume of white smoke erupted, and the spirit within the shelf emitted a wretched cry. "Human, how dare you pierce me?" The shelf shook violently, as if it intended to transform into a gaping maw to devour Qin Nuo. Without uttering a word, he swung the hammer again, driving the nail and further. "I shall tear you apart," was met with another blow of the hammer. With a surge of dark smoke, the shelf began to ooze black blood, becoming increasingly indistinct. At this moment, it finally recognized that its opponent was a formidable individual who spoke little and hastily begged for mercy. "Big brother, please, let us speak amicably. If you strike again, I shall be reduced to ashes." Its voice trembled with fear. The initial arrogance and ferocity had vanished without a trace. Only then did Qin Nuo smile slightly. "If you had spoken like this from the beginning, we could have had a pleasant conversation. I'm quite easy to get along with." Ghost on the shelf. "How many minutes do you have left?" Qin Nuo turned to Xiao Yuexin and inquired. 5 minutes, Xiao Yuexin replied, her gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. Qin Nuo addressed the ghost on the shelf, saying, "In 5 minutes, tidy this room thoroughly. If there is even a hint of disorder, my friend will face consequences, and you shall not escape unscathed." The ghost on the shelf dared not resist. It had long been tainted by ghostly energy, taking shape as a sentient entity, not even a true ghost, merely preying on newcomers. When faced with someone formidable, it would immediately cower. "It will be spotless, rest assured, my friend." With that, the chaotic items on the floor seemed to sprout legs, leaping onto the shelves and returning to their rightful places. Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yuexin. "Ghosts are much like us. They bully the weak and fear the strong. If you are fiercer than it will quickly back down." Xiao Yuexin was left speechless, thinking that it required someone of Qin Nuo's caliber to accomplish such a feat. "The problem is resolved. I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuexin, Qin Nuo returned to the hall on the first floor. The ghostly matron was emerging from a room, dragging 2 dismembered corpses, which she unceremoniously tossed into a meat grinder. Qin Nuo approached politely, greeting her. "Matron, I have returned." The ghostly matron continued her work, ignoring him. "Matron, may I borrow the key to the second-floor restroom? I need to relieve myself," Qin Nuo stated directly. The matron remained silent, as if she had not heard him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nuo proposed, "I can offer you a deal." As she spoke, she produced several ghostly coins. The old ghost woman suddenly lifted her head, her eye sockets shrouded in darkness. "Devoid of eyeballs, do you wish to rescue the boy in the restroom?" Qin Nuo nodded. "Help me locate my mischievous grandson, and I shall provide you with the key." Qin Nuo's expression brightened with surprise. The fact that the old ghost woman uttered these words indicated that Tang Ming was still alive. "Very well. May I ask where your grandson might be?" "He is quite the rascal, often wandering about. He could be in the basement, on the rooftop, or hidden in some corner. You must seek him out yourself." "Understood. I shall return shortly, dear lady." This implied that he would only be within this building, thus not too difficult to find. Qin Nuo turned to leave. The old ghost woman suddenly called out to him, adding, "Oh, and please help me find my eyeballs." Chapter 9. Using my head as a ball, gaining ghostly power. What a coincidence. I have returned once more. In the corridor on the second floor, Qin Nuo made his reappearance. The peeling walls trembled, and an irate voice echoed throughout the hallway. "Remove that nail. Do not rush. My affairs are not yet concluded. The grandson of that ghostly old woman from the first floor is running amok in this building. Do you know where he has gone?" "No idea." "Farewell." Qin Nuo turned on his heel and departed. "The little ghost has headed to the 3rd floor. Is it now possible to extract it? Be patient. Once I have completed my task, I will surely assist you in removing it. I am a person of my word, unlike you spirits. Get lost." Qin Nuo had no time to engage in verbal sparring. He hastened towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was shrouded in deeper shadows, and even with windows present, the light from outside seemed to be obstructed, failing to permeate the space. The only sound resonating in the corridor was that of Qin Nuo's footsteps, echoing clearly. Qin Nuo felt an urge to shout, yet the eerie atmosphere stifled his words in his throat. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a sound akin to something striking the ground resonated ahead, growing ever closer. Qin Nuo's grip tightened discreetly around the handle of his bone-crushing hammer. A filthy ball rolled towards him, only to be picked up by a boy of 4 or 5 years. The boy looked up, his large, pitch-black eyes devoid of any whites, presenting a disturbingly eerie sight. "Brother, are you here to play soccer with me? What is your name?" Qin Nuo crouched down, and although the child's appearance was rather intimidating, he still wore a friendly expression filled with affection for the little one. I am Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, be good. Your grandmother is looking everywhere for you. Let me take you downstairs, and then we can play a game, shall we? The boy pouted and shook his head. No, I want to play a game. After a moment's pause, he added, unless you give me a new ball. This one is too dirty. With that, he tossed the rubber ball into the darkness. Qin Nuo surveyed the empty surroundings and thought to himself, where could he possibly find a ball at this moment? He deflected. Let's go downstairs first. Your brother will help you find a new ball. I don't want that. I want a new ball. The boy began to cry and suddenly pointed at Qin Nuo's head, innocently saying, can you take your head off so I can kick it? Grandma used to let me play with other people's heads. Qin Nuo's hair stood on end. Good heavens, a mischievous child was one thing, but such a perilous notion was another. Were it not for the fear of the old lady, Qin Nuo would have seriously contemplated delivering a swift blow. Brother's head isn't fun. How about this? You stay right here and don't move, and I'll go down and see if I can find a new ball for you. No, I want a new ball right now. If I don't get a new ball, I'm going to kick your head. Qin Nuo felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the little brat for the first time. The boy was tugging at his hands, seemingly determined to take Qin Nuo's head for a kick. Maintaining his composure, Qin Nuo suddenly caught sight of something and exclaimed, Xiao Xian, be good. Look, your brother has found a ball for you. Is that so? Where is it? The little boy turned his head, and in that fleeting moment, Qin Nuo swiftly seized an axe from a nearby fire hydrant and ruthlessly struck the boy's neck. The head severed cleanly. Contrary to expectations, there was no gushing fountain of blood. The boy's head rolled on the ground, his eyes wide open, curiously gazing at Qin Nuo. With a faint smile, Qin Nuo remarked, look, now you have a ball to kick. He then took a quick step forward, sending the head flying into the darkness with a swift kick. The headless body suddenly began to flail about, dashing into the shadows. Soon, joyful laughter echoed from the darkness. The headless figure returned, clutching its own head. The boy's head displayed a satisfied grin. Yay, little Xian has a new ball to kick. Isn't it convenient? Whenever you want to play, just take your head off to kick it, and when you tire, simply put it back on. No worries about dirt or losing it. Thank you, big brother. With that, he tossed his head onto the ground and gleefully began to kick it. Observing the boy's delight, Qin Nuo felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He could only hope that this innocent child remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Once they had played sufficiently, Qin Nuo led the boy downstairs, reminding him to place his head back on his neck and only remove it when playing. Upon descending, the meat grinder was nowhere to be seen. The old witch appeared to have just finished some task, stretching her back. The little boy joyfully rushed into her embrace. Grandma, this big brother is so nice. He let little Xian take his head off to play ball together. The young boy pointed at Qin Nuo, seemingly praising him. Yet, those words made Qin Nuo's back damp with anxiety. Innocent words from a child, innocent words indeed. Fortunately, the old witch did not press further. Instead, gazing at Qin Nuo, he extended a hand, saying, Your grandson has been found, and here is your eye. He carefully placed the eye back into its socket, and the old witch's lips curled into what seemed to be a smile. Very well. Remember to return the key. Just place it on the table. A heavenly kiss. You have gained 3 affection points from the old witch and received 10 points of ghostly power. Ghostly power, akin to strength in the ghost realm, is more formidable with increasing values. Qin Nuo was astonished to discover that as a human, he could possess ghostly power. He glanced at the detailed panel of his ghostly power, realizing it matched human physical capabilities, implying that as ghostly power increased, so too would his strength and speed. Furthermore, the higher the ghostly power, the more fearsome the manifestation of ghostly abilities. Thank you, grandmother, Qin Nuo expressed his gratitude, seizing the key and hastening upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he swiftly made his way to the restroom at the end of the corridor. Time for free activities was rapidly dwindling. He needed to act with urgency. However, Qin Nuo soon found the corridor seemingly endless, shrouded in lingering black mist. Coming to a halt, he coldly admonished, What? Do you wish for me to grant you a nail? It was, of course, the wall ghost playing tricks. You wish to enter that restroom? The wall ghost inquired. Is there a problem? There is a ghost inside that has ensnared your friend, and it is not easy to deal with. Are you more formidable than me? Qin Nuo inquired, his expression wavering. Although he possessed 4 human bone nails, they would be as useless as toys against a powerful ghost. For instance, the half-ghost little girl. Not by much, the wall ghost replied. Then I can rest easy. The wall ghost felt a surge of indignation, sensing he had been slighted. He had hanged himself in the bathroom, which was his territory. The ghostly objects in Qin Nuo's possession could harm him, but not to the extent that he felt threatened. A mere hammer and a few nails won't save your friend. You might end up sacrificing yourself. Qin Nuo asked, Are you suggesting you have a solution? Simply lure it into this corridor, and I shall assist you, the wall ghost stated. Qin Nuo squinted slightly, a smile playing upon his lips. What scheme are you concocting, my young friend? A ghost aiding a human is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Certainly not with good intentions. The wall ghost was unfazed by Qin Nuo's reaction and calmly replied, My existence is solely to eliminate that being. Chapter 10. The Hang Ghost. Seeking solace in the restroom, do you harbor a grudge against that individual? Qin Nuo inquired. The wretch who occupied the restroom was a murderer, with the blood of countless lives staining his hands. My girlfriend fell victim to his heinous act, and I suffered the fate of being dismembered and concealed within the very walls, filled with steel and concrete. Ultimately, the truth unraveled, and he found himself cornered by the police within this very building, choosing to end his own life by hanging in the restroom. The echoes in the corridor trembled with palpable hatred, resonating with an authenticity that was hard to dismiss. After a moment of silence, Qin Nuo posed a question. Can you contend with him? Once I enter this corridor, I am invincible. Then why is it that you cannot overcome me? Qin Nuo's piercing remark left the wall ghost momentarily speechless. It, too, was perplexed. How could such a humble human being possess the ability to subdue it within this corridor? Perhaps it was the bone nail, or perhaps the blood upon the bone hammer that countered its essence. In any case, had Qin Nuo not brandished that bone nail, it might have faced utter obliteration. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. While Qin Nuo verbally expressed his belief, his hands deftly grasped the hammer and the nail, driving another into the wall with precision. You, the wall ghost seethed with indignation. Fear not. This is merely a precaution. Should your words prove true, I shall assist you in extracting it later. Though the wall ghost seethed with rage, it was powerless to dissipate the malevolent aura at the corridor's end. Qin Nuo proceeded to the door, shrouded in ghostly energy, inserting the key and turning it. With a creak, the door swung open, releasing an even more chilling gust of air. Qin Nuo shivered as he stepped inside. The restroom was exceptionally clean, every corner appearing as though it had just been meticulously polished. However, water was pooled everywhere, accompanied by the distinct sound of dripping water echoing in the air. Despite the restroom's modest size, Qin Nuo felt as if the solitary toilet extended infinitely down a seemingly endless corridor. Tang Ming, she called out, her voice reverberating like a distant echo in a valley. Desperation led her to kick open one restroom door after another, indifferent to whether anyone or anything was lurking within. Bang! As she forced open the first door, she was met with a chaotic tangle of black hair clogging the toilet. The hair began to writhe, slowly rising to reveal a pair of lifeless eyes, staring intently at Qin Nuo. My apologies, I must have knocked on the wrong door. Please continue with your business. She swiftly moved on to the second door, then the third, followed by the fourth. With each door she opened, she encountered a myriad of terrifying apparitions lurking within. After pushing open a dozen doors, she discerned some murmuring sounds. Following the source of the noise, she entered one particular restroom and forcefully kicked the door open to find Tang Ming inside, fervently scrubbing the toilet with a toilet brush. He muttered incessantly, Almost done. Almost done. The supervisor said we can leave once it's clean. Keep it up, let us go. Why are you making this so difficult to find? What time is it? Stop cleaning the toilet and come with me. Qin Nuo exclaimed, reaching out to pull Tang Ming away. Yet he remained steadfast, his scrubbing undeterred, and his mutterings continued. So dirty, so filthy. How did it get this messy again? A dark footprint was etched beneath Qin Nuo's foot. prompting Tang Ming to rush over and fervently scrub it away until not a trace of dirt remained. His vigorous efforts threatened to wear the floor down to its very essence. Could this fellow be possessed by some delusion? Qin Nuo pondered. No matter how much he tugged, Tang Ming steadfastly clung to his task, even shoving Qin Nuo aside with remarkable strength. Qin Nuo contemplated whether he should deliver a sharp blow to his head. After a brief silence, he suddenly swung his hand and struck Tang Ming across the face. "Idiot, snap out of it. Do you still wish to escape?" Remarkably, the slap seemed to jolt Tang Ming into stillness. He then lifted his gaze, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Eventually, his eyes settled on Qin Nuo. Old Qin? Had that slap truly roused him from his stupor? Qin Nuo was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Could it be that his meager strength had dispelled Tang Ming's enchantment? "Old Qin, you finally arrived. I was on the brink of collapse." Tang Ming threw himself onto Qin Nuo, weeping uncontrollably. "You have no idea. There is no time for your lamentations. Let South leave this place first," Qin Nuo urged, pulling Tang Ming out of the restroom stall. However, the air within the bathroom hung thick with malevolence. Forget about locating the exit. He could not even discern the cardinal directions. A shadow materialized ahead. The specter responsible for overseeing the cleanliness of the restroom. "Is the toilet spotless?" it demanded. "It clearly isn't. Get back to work, or I shall tear your flesh piece by piece." The apparition revealed itself, a face marred by grotesque scars, dripping with crimson. A conspicuous bruise encircled the neck, stretching a full meter, while the head bobbed erratically as if on a tether. Clearly, this was the deranged murderer spoken of by the ghost, now transformed into a specter of the hanged. I. Tang Ming's complexion turned ashen, his words faltering, overshadowed by the haunting presence of the hanged spirit. "This restroom seems interminable. You intend to confine him here until exhaustion claims him," Qin Nuo stated with calm resolve. "Another rodent has appeared. Splendid. You two shall keep each other company." The hanged ghost displayed a sickly grin, its head suddenly lunging toward them. Qin Nuo swiftly hurled a bone nail, swinging with precision. It shot forth like a bullet. The bone nail pierced the ghost's brow with deadly accuracy, fissures rapidly spreading across its head. Following this, a bloodied sanitary napkin was forcefully flung onto the ghost. Instantly, the hanged spirit was rendered a pitiful sight, howling in madness. "Good heavens, Lao Qin, you are truly twisted." Tang Ming stared at the napkin, his expression one of utter disbelief. Ahead, the ghostly mist began to dissipate, revealing an exit. "Run!" Without hesitation, Qin Nuo seized Tang Ming and sprinted forward. "There's no escape. No matter where we flee, this ghost will always find me." Tang Ming et Golim. Qin Nuo remained silent, and as they burst forth from the restroom, the ghost's enraged voice echoed behind them. Tang Ming turned, only to behold the flying head, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in sheer terror. At that moment, Qin Nuo abruptly halted at the staircase, turning to gaze at the approaching hanged ghost in the distance. The distraught Tang Ming was about to inquire about the sudden stop when the floor trembled violently, causing the plaster of the corridor walls to flake away. A torrent of black blood oozed from various corners of the walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire corridor transformed into a ghastly tableau of crimson despair. The hanged ghost suddenly paused, sensing something amiss, its expression shifting to one of terror as it attempted to flee back to the restroom. However, upon looking back, it realized the path had vanished. "Friends, they are all ghosts, and you choose to aid humanity?" Observing Qin Nuo from afar, the hanged ghost comprehended something, its voice dripping with chilling malice. "What? Do you no longer recognize me?" The voice, imbued with a palpable intent to kill, echoed forth as the walls on either side distorted and countless pale hands emerged, grasping at the hanged ghost. The ghost's face turned suddenly pale with fear. "You are that cursed." Before it could finish its sentence, the hanged ghost was violently pulled into the wall, followed by an engulfing mist of spirits. Piercing shrieks emanated continuously, sending shivers down the spines of Qin Nuo and Tang Ming. Moments later, tranquility returned. The ghostly mist dissipated, and the corridor reverted to its normal state. Qin Nuo murmured to himself, "Did we perish together? It is dead." No sooner had he uttered those words than the indifferent voice of the wall ghost resounded. Chapter 11. The Six-Eyed Demon and Wang Yang's Fate. It should be reduced to ashes, the wall ghost added. Qin Nuo was secretly astonished. In less than a minute, the wall ghost had dealt with the hanged spirit. How could this fellow be so formidable, yet still fear a few of his nails? The wall ghost said little more, solemnly stating, "Now that the task is complete, could you assist me in removing those 2 nails?" Qin Nuo, honoring his word, swiftly extracted the 2 bone nails from the wall. At this moment, Tang Ming began to comprehend the situation, his whole being rendered in a daze. His good brother had actually allied with a ghost to confront another ghost. How on earth had this been accomplished? "Good brother, my friend here, Ascent the sharpest. If any troubles arise in the coming days, I would appreciate your kind assistance," Qin Nuo remarked. The wall ghost retorted, "You are hardly a paragon yourself. Don't be so petty. I've always considered us friends. Begone." Thus, the act of removing nails was devoid of sentiment, and they took their leave. "How did you provoke that hanged spirit?" During their descent, Qin Nuo inquired, reasoning that if one worked diligently, spirits would not dare harm employees. "Enough. That hanged spirit is exceedingly malevolent. On my first day at work, I lacked experience and faced its relentless torment. Ultimately, I made a minor mistake, and it seized upon my misstep, trapping me in the restroom. In one of the stalls, I encountered several pieces of human skin and hair. They likely belonged to previous employees. That vengeful spirit has undoubtedly caused the demise of countless newcomers like myself," Tang Ming remarked, a tremor of fear evident in his voice. The spirit, in life, was a murderer who held the lives of many in his grasp, and in death, he remained consumed by malevolence, fixated on causing harm. Thus, he took pleasure in creating obstacles for the new employees, waiting for them to falter, so he could relish in their torment, a sadistic indulgence that lay within the bounds of his spectral existence. "Well, there's still 5 days left. Do take care of yourself. I cannot always be your savior," Qin Nuo said, patting Tang Ming on the shoulder. Tang Ming nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, those skills of yours were impressive. You had those 2 spirits completely subdued." Qin Nuo chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and after bidding farewell to Tang Ming, she descended the stairs. In the hall, the ghostly matriarch and the small boy were absent, yet the sounds of the boy echoed from an adjacent room. "Grandma, this is delicious. I want more. If you wish to eat, indulge yourself. I have plenty," came the matriarch's affectionate voice. Qin Nuo did not dwell on what the ghostly duo consumed. It was certainly not of human fare. Hanging the keys on the wall at the front desk, she hurriedly made her way back to the dining area, with only 5 minutes remaining until the end of her shift. As she contemplated whether Lu Jieqi and her companion had completed their tasks, she encountered a visibly flustered Wang Yang in the corridor. Balancing a tray of dishes, he appeared utterly discombobulated, and upon spotting Qin Nuo, he looked as though he had found a lifeline. "Qin Nuo, you are my only hope right now. I implore you to assist me. Is there something wrong with your dish?" Qin Nuo inquired. "I have completed 5 orders, yet 4 of them received unsatisfactory reviews. If the final one does not meet at least a satisfactory rating, I am utterly doomed. That Pinocchio will ensure I do not see the sun tomorrow. As classmates, you must assist me. How can we make this dish satisfactory for the guests?" In his hands was a pot of soup, the contents unknown, with the meat overcooked and emitting a peculiar odor. Observing his demeanor, Qin Nuo hesitated momentarily, but then, with a discerning gaze, identified the dish's shortcomings. "Go to the kitchen and find a bottle of cooking wine. Pour in half a tablespoon. Remember, it must be white wine," Qin Nuo instructed. "Should I return? Or why don't you help me to the end and take it to add it yourself?" Wang Yang continued to plead. "Wang Yang, I've already exhausted my kindness. I cannot assist you further. Your fate is in your own hands," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head with indifference. He was no fool. In this ruthless world, where human nature is tested, accepting that soup could easily lead to blame falling upon him. Excessive kindness only leads to one's own detriment. Upon seeing Qin Nuo's resolute refusal, A flicker of resentment flashed in Wang Yang's eyes, quickly masked as he hurriedly said, "All right, I will go at it immediately." With that, he dashed away. Back in the restaurant, Lu Jiechi returned from the kitchen, appearing as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Have you finished?" Qin Nuo asked. Lu Jiechi nodded. "What about you?" "I completed my task 2 hours ago and took a casual stroll over to Tang Ming's place." Lu Jiechi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was only the second day, yet he wandered about as if it were his own backyard. She suddenly felt as though she and Qin Nuo were not playing the same game. While she was apprehensive, fearing she might offend a guest and lose her life, he appeared to approach the situation with the nonchalance of clocking in for work. It seemed that Wang Yang was encountering some difficulties. He had lost a hand, which greatly affected him, and today he had already received 4 negative reviews. Lu Jiechi remarked. Hence, the evaluation from this 6th customer was of utmost importance, nearly determining his fate. I offered him a bit of guidance, but whether he could manage the rest was entirely up to him. Just as Qin Nuo finished speaking, Wang Yang emerged, pushing the food cart. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face a portrait of anxiety, and his distress showed no signs of abating. "See, customer, your dish has arrived," Wang Yang stammered, trembling as he placed the dish on the table. The customer at the table was a 6-eyed specter, devoid of a mouth, with a gaping maw torn open in the center of its chest. After a moment of silence, the 6-eyed specter, observing the soup, poured all the contents from the porcelain pot into its monstrous mouth. The chilling sound of its chewing echoed, causing Wang Yang's legs to quiver uncontrollably. Soon, after finishing the meal, the 6-eyed specter looked up at Wang Yang and calmly inquired, "What did you add to this soup?" Noticing that the specter exhibited no dissatisfaction or rage, Wang Yang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly replied, "Customer, I added cooking wine." "Cooking wine? What is the meaning of a chef? Or perhaps your meaning?" "It is I who demanded this to be included." Wang Yang hurriedly sought credit, fearing that his accomplishments might be usurped by another. "Is that so? Due to your cooking wine, you have utterly ruined my pot of soup." The 6-eyed demon, with its 6 serpent-like eyes, turned a fiery red, and a terrifying aura surged forth from its cavernous maw. The table trembled violently, fracturing inch by inch, shards scattering across the ground. Wang Yang stood frozen in place. The self-satisfied rat had not only destroyed the soup, but also shattered his spirits. As punishment, "You shall be my slave." A massive hand seized him, leaving Wang Yang utterly defenseless, like an ant clasped within a palm. Caw-caw! Pinocchio appeared, fixated on the 6-eyed demon. Wang Yang, seeing a glimmer of hope, cried out in desperation, "Supervisor, save me. I beg you." "You are the supervisor?" The 6 terrifying crimson eyes turned in unison towards Pinocchio. "Indeed, I apologize profusely. Due to the folly of this employee, the dining experience of our esteemed guests has been compromised. As compensation, this rat is now yours, and for your next visit, the customer shall enjoy a membership discount at the restaurant." Pinocchio's words sent Wang Yang's heart plummeting into despair. He glared with bloodshot eyes at Qin Nuo in the distance, screaming in a fit of rage, "Qin Nuo, you have set me up. I will not let you escape. Even if I become a ghost, I shall return to seek you out." Now that sounds more appropriate. Pinocchio's statement elicited a nod of satisfaction from the 6-eyed demon, who then departed the restaurant, dragging the wailing Wang Yang along with him. The guests fell silent, parting ways in trepidation. It was evident that this 6-eyed specter was no ordinary foe. After Wang Yang was taken away, the restaurant returned to a hushed stillness. Pinocchio cast a glance at Qin Nuo and Lu Jiechi, muttering to himself as he departed, "Another pair of hands lost? What a conundrum." Chapter 12. Bullying the weak and extorting the wicked spirits, both of you performed admirably today. Here is your remuneration. With a flourish of his wooden arm, Pinocchio bestowed several ghostly coins into the hands of Qin Nuo and Lu Jiechi. Furthermore, 3697 remains the finest employee among today's staff, and this is your additional reward. With that, a badge appeared in Qin Nuo's hand, a skull-shaped insignia. By donning this badge, one acquires certain privileges, such as access to the 2nd floor of the dining hall and the authority to intervene in the kitchen. Having spoken, Pinocchio turned and departed. Qin Nuo sensed the avaricious glances of the surrounding ghostly employees as he clutched the badge. It was indeed a coveted item, and he smiled as he tucked it away. Qin Nuo, what he said about Wang Yang. Lu Jieqi gazed at Qin Nuo with trepidation. Could it be that Qin Nuo had deliberately ensnared Wang Yang? Without uttering a word, Qin Nuo approached a nearby table, dipped his finger into the remaining broth, and activated his analytical vision. After a moment, while wiping his finger with a napkin, he remarked, "I instructed him to add cooking wine." There was absolutely no issue with that. However, it must be cooking wine made from white liquor, not from pale ale. Though both are considered cooking wine, pale ale possesses a lower purity and excessively masks the original flavors of the broth with its overpowering aroma. Perhaps Wang Yang, in his folly, sought to cut corners, believing all cooking wines to be alike. Yet, it is this very detail that led to his downfall. Qin Nuo had specified white liquor. If he failed to heed that warning, then he has no one to blame but himself. Lu Jieqi felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions upon hearing the analysis. After all, they were classmates, and witnessing one of their own being taken by a ghost cast a heavy shadow on her heart. Rather than worrying about Wang Yang, perhaps it would be wiser to ponder her own survival for the morrow. "I am going to buy something to eat. Would you care to join me?" Noticing Lu Jieqi's distracted demeanor, Qin Nuo said little more and turned to leave. "Wait for me." In the hallway, Qin Nuo ordered a bowl of snail noodles for 30 ghost coins, inserting a 100-value ghost coin into the machine. Soon, the vending machine trembled and the noodles tumbled out. As for the change, only 20 ghost coins were returned, predictably swallowing another 50 ghost coins in the process. Yet this time, Qin Nuo chose not to accept his misfortune silently. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "The count is incorrect. Stop the nonsense. If you keep rattling, I will reclaim this box of noodles." The raspy voice of the vending machine echoed. Qin Nuo remained silent, fastening the badge onto his chest. "What? Do you think this trinket can intimidate me?" The vending machine ghost mocked with a sneer. "I did not intend to use this to frighten you. Rather, it serves a more practical purpose." Qin Nuo brandished a bone-crushing hammer, bringing it down forcefully upon the glass of the machine. In an instant, the glass shattered. Lu Jieqi, who had hurried back, gasped in horror, covering her mouth. Was Qin Nuo truly going to confront the vending machine ghost? "You seek your own demise." The vending machine ghost bellowed furiously, its ghastly visage contorting as rows of sharp teeth emerged from its gaping maw, as if poised to devour Qin Nuo in the next heartbeat. The eye of the demon. You have acquired an anger value of 3 from the vending machine ghost and obtained the chainsaw of the butcher. A chainsaw? This is splendid. Qin Nuo's expression brightened. Over there, the vending machine ghost, with claws bared, was about to erupt, but was forcefully kicked back against the wall by Qin Nuo. Is this ghostly power? The vending machine ghost was astonished. This mere mouse possessed ghostly strength. What shocked it even more was that Qin Nuo unexpectedly produced a chainsaw, caked with dried blood. With a vigorous pull on the cord, the chainsaw roared to life, releasing a pungent scent of blood into the air. From Lu Jieqi's perspective, a flicker of fear ignited, as if witnessing an illusion. At that moment, Qin Nuo resembled a deranged killer clad in a raincoat, wielding a chainsaw on a rainy night. The vending machine ghost sensed the unusual aura of the chainsaw and suddenly realized it was a ghostly artifact. Before it could react, Qin Nuo had already begun to saw at it. The chainsaw blade tore through the surface of the vending machine, spewing forth not sparks, but a torrent of thick, black blood. The vending machine, filled with shock and terror, was predominantly consumed by rage. How could it be oppressed by a mere mouse? A pair of bloodied hands emerged from behind the vending machine, reaching out to grasp Qin Nuo, intent on tearing him apart. Yet in the next moment, as if jolted by electricity, the bloodied hands swiftly retreated. According to the restaurant's rules, as long as employees diligently performed their duties and met their targets, they must not harm one another. Moreover, in addition to his work uniform, Qin Nuo proudly displayed the badge of Best Employee on his chest. The vending machine ghost could not harm Qin Nuo, no matter the circumstances. Qin Nuo, resembling a dedicated lumberjack, remained oblivious to the world around him, fiercely wielding his chainsaw. As the chainsaw roared to life, fragments fell to the ground, and dark blood pooled across the floor. The vending machine ghost finally recognized the tenacity of Qin Nuo and hastily exclaimed, "Wait. Stop. I will return your money. Every last cent." 2 ghost coins ejected from its slot. "What about yesterday's?" Qin Nuo inquired. "All of yesterday's will be returned to you. And what about my friends?" "Yes. Everything will be returned." The vending machine ghost had completely capitulated. Only then did Qin Nuo cease his actions, withdrawing the chainsaw, and the torrent of black blood abruptly halted. He picked up the stack of ghost coins, counted them, and then looked up with a smile. Said, "Isn't there a discrepancy? How could that be? I calculated it accurately." The ghost retorted. Qin Nuo nonchalantly replied, "What I just gave you was a ghost coin valued at 1,000. "Nonsense. What you gave was clearly worth 100. The vending machine ghost shouted in anger. "You must be mistaken." Qin Nuo reached for the chainsaw once more, tugging at the pull cord. The sound of the chainsaw echoed, striking at the very depths of the vending machine ghost's soul. Infuriated by Qin Nuo's shameless extortion, the ghost was pushed to the brink of rage. Despite the overwhelming fury, the vending machine ghost ultimately relented, gritting its teeth and conceding, "I must have misremembered. 1,000 it is. I will give it to you. Soon." A thick stack of ghost coins appeared in Qin Nuo's hand, precisely 970 coins, neither more nor less. "Look, I am a reasonable person. If you didn't know any better, you might think I was extorting you," Qin Nuo chuckled. The vending machine spirit remarked, "If it were a human, it might have already spat blood in anger. For the next few days, don't miscalculate. My math isn't great, and I might make mistakes too," Qin Nuo declared, stowing away his chainsaw and addressing the battered vending machine. Qin Nuo signaled Lu Jieqi, who approached with trepidation and timidly requested, "I would like a serving of clay pot rice." The vending machine remained silent, as if malfunctioning. Qin Nuo brandished a hammer, weighing it in his hand, and immediately the vending machine dispensed a clay pot rice, along with a bottle of drink and utensils. Though no words were exchanged, the vending machine had clearly expressed its stance. Surrender accepted. As Qin Nuo and Lu Jieqi returned to their dormitory, she let out a long sigh of relief, still shaken by the earlier encounter. That was far too thrilling. It was a ghost. "Aren't you afraid of its retaliation?" Lu Jieqi exclaimed. "First, it intimidates, and now it resorts to extortion," she added, utterly astonished by Qin Nuo's audacity. "What of the ghost? It behaves just like humans. It preys on the weak and fears the strong. The more you submit, the more arrogant it becomes. And if it were to fight back, oino sorugit non talantly." Chapter 13. Transition of position. A girl's preference, all right. Finish your meal, and then retire for the night. Exhausted from a long day, Qin Nuo yearned to collapse onto his bed. Yet 2 days without a bath had left him with an unbearable stench and itchiness. Perhaps a shower would be prudent, he mused, not out of slovenliness, but because bearing himself entirely during a bath rendered him quite vulnerable. Upon entering the bathroom, he was abruptly confronted with the unwelcome surprise of a dry faucet, while the drain was obstructed by a tangled mass of hair. Glancing at Lu Jieqi by the door, he quipped, "You seem to be experiencing significant hair loss." "No, that's not my hair," Lu Jieqi replied, her face paling. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. "Is there a ghost lurking about?" The faucet sputtered as if struggling to clear its throat, then erupted, spewing forth a repugnant pool of thick, black liquid, accompanied by unidentifiable decaying flesh. Even Qin Nuo found this spectacle intolerable. "I had no issues while showering yesterday," Lu Jieqi remarked. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated against the door. Qin Nuo gestured for silence to Lu Jieqi before gripping a makeshift weapon and cautiously opening the door. Standing outside was a woman in white, her hair cascading down to her waist, obscuring her face, reminiscent of a ghostly figure. 3697. A voice, devoid of any human emotion, emanated from behind the veil of hair. "It's me. What do you want?" Although he sensed no malice from the stranger, Qin Nuo's grip on the weapon remained steadfast. The ethereal woman thrust a box into his hands. Upon opening the box, she discovered it was filled with pristine daily necessities. "The issue with the water has been resolved," the ghostly woman in white remarked. Qin Nuo suddenly realized that the tangled mass of hair in the bathroom belonged to her. Who was this specter? A dormitory supervisor? An amiable young lady? Qin Nuo gazed at the ghost in confusion. The ghost offered no reply, but cast her eyes upon the badge on Qin Nuo's chest. Understanding dawned upon Qin Nuo. The reward for being an exemplary employee had been orchestrated by that puppet master, Pinocchio. Do not open the door while you sleep tonight, she reiterated before departing. Qin Nuo, what is her role? Lu Jieqi whispered from the bathroom, her voice barely audible. She brings warmth. Qin Nuo replied as she handed Lu Jieqi the cardboard box, retrieving towels and shampoo from within, guiding the girl into the bathroom for a scrub. The faucet soon returned to normal. After 2 harrowing days in this eerie realm, Qin Nuo finally indulged in a blissful bath. Cleanser, face masks, shower gel, and bath towels. Oh my heavens! Once Qin Nuo finished bathing, Lu Jieqi was still rummaging through the box, her excitement palpable as if she had unearthed a treasure. In such an environment, these items were indeed precious to a cleanliness-loving girl, more vital than life-sustaining provisions. Take your time exploring. I shall retire for the night. Remember, do not open the door recklessly again. I have no desire to wake in the middle of the night to find a hand groping me. With that, Qin Nuo nestled into her slumber. Lu Jieqi nodded sheepishly before seizing a few bathing essentials and dashing into the bathroom. In silence through the night, the following day, Qin Nuo and Lu Jieqi arrived early at the restaurant. Pinocchio had been waiting for quite some time on his puppet stand. Today, employee 3699 retained the role of food runner, tasked with delivering 7 orders to meet the standard. Meanwhile, employee 3697 was assigned the position of apprentice chef, required to personally prepare 2 dishes as requested by the guests, achieving at least an average rating to complete the task. Chef? Qin Nuo was taken aback. Lu Jieqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. Was this a deliberate targeting of him? Just yesterday, he had been awarded an excellent employee badge. The mortality rate of chefs was undoubtedly higher than that of food runners, suddenly thrusting Qin Nuo into the role of chef for 2 dishes, both of which could not receive negative reviews, was not merely a matter of pressure. It felt like bullying. Pinocchio, indifferent to Qin Nuo's thoughts, simply remarked, "The rewards are substantial." With that, he departed. Qin Nuo and Lu Jieqi exchanged worried glances. Qin Nuo maintained a calm demeanor. "It's just cooking. I can manage. Don't fret about me. Focus on your own tasks." After Lu Jieqi left, Qin Nuo proceeded to the storage room to change from his staff uniform into a chef's attire. It fit reasonably well, though it remained as persistently soiled as ever. "You have been assigned to table 2. Please proceed there and prepare the dishes as per the guest's requests." Without further contemplation, Qin Nuo rose and exited the room. Upon reaching the restaurant and seeing the guests at table 2, his countenance instantly soured. At table number 2, a little girl clad in a rose-patterned dress was idly swaying her legs, adorned with lace-trimmed socks, while savoring a lollipop. Wasn't she the same impish girl from yesterday? The mere thought of her sweetness made Qin Nuo break into a cold sweat, recalling how the chef had met his untimely demise. Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate? "Human, why do you keep staring at me?" The little girl suddenly tilted her head, fixing her gaze upon Qin Nuo. Steeling himself, Qin Nuo replied, "I am the chef preparing your meal today." "Oh, so you are quite brave, aren't you? A mere human in charge of the kitchen. Did you witness what happened to the chef yesterday?" the girl asked, resting her chin on her hands, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Qin Nuo felt a flush of embarrassment. He wanted to retort that he was indeed very brave, but the innocence radiating from her smile made him tremble inwardly, prompting him to suppress the urge for jest. "This is my menu. Can you prepare it?" Qin Nuo took the menu, glancing at it to find a simple caramel milk tea, an utterly ordinary afternoon treat. Yet he was baffled, unable to fathom why the chef had faltered over this very dish the previous day. Something was amiss, undoubtedly. Raising his gaze, he focused on the little girl and activated his analytical vision. Analytical vision. When I was a child, my mother made me caramel milk tea. My mischievous sister secretly snipped her hair and sprinkled it onto the tea. After I drank it, my stomach felt as if it were being pierced by countless needles, leaving me in agony throughout the night. However, I later discovered that I had developed a peculiar affinity for this pain. A twisted penchant that compelled me to secretly snip off strands of my hair and sprinkle them atop my milk tea. The excruciating discomfort left me tossing and turning in bed, yet simultaneously fulfilled a certain psychological craving for excitement. After my mother vanished, the only remnant of her that lingered in my memory was the caramel milk tea. How peculiar it was to drink milk tea garnished with hair. Qin Nuo may not have been well-read, but she certainly understood the sensation of consuming hair fragments. This seemingly innocent little girl harbored such a bizarre inclination. It is likely that the chef, oblivious to the implications, never fathomed that this seemingly simple cup of milk tea was not meant to be delectable, but rather designed to inflict suffering upon her. Such an unjust fate. Am I pretty, big brother? The little girl suddenly inquired with a smile. Qin Nuo's expression shifted slightly. Please wait a moment. She exited the restaurant and swiftly made her way to the kitchen. The chefs were already engrossed in their tasks, paying no heed to Qin Nuo as they busily prepared a variety of robustly flavored ingredients. Beverages like milk tea were fairly easy to locate in the kitchen. The preparation of milk tea required no particular skill. One merely needed to combine the ingredients, heat them, or add ice. Once she deemed it ready, Qin Nuo snipped a tuft of her bangs, finally shredding them, and mixed them into the milk tea. A nearby chef, witnessing this inhumane act, displayed a look of astonishment. Are you serious, human? Qin Nuo ignored him, scooped the dish onto a plate, and carried it out. In the restaurant, many patrons had begun to take notice of the little girl's table. After all, the scene from yesterday remains vividly etched in their minds. Lu Jieqi is also paying attention, silently offering prayers for Qin Nuo. The dishes were soon served, and upon seeing the humans, many guests displayed excited smiles. Unlike yesterday, what they cherished most was the splattering of human blood in the restaurant. The fresh scent of blood heightened their appetite. Please enjoy your meal. Qin Nuo gestured politely. The little girl perched on her chair, curiously surveying the milk tea before her, reminiscent of an inquisitive kitten, remarked, Your dish looks even worse than yesterday's. Qin Nuo remained composed, replying, Appearance means little. The true essence lies in the taste. The little girl tilted her head, gazing at Qin Nuo with unexpected surprise. You are quite confident. With that, she popped the lollipop from her cherry-red lips, lifted the porcelain bowl, and took a sip. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent, as if all the patrons were awaiting the little girl's verdict. Excitement mingled with anxiety. Chapter 14. The half-face burned ghost and the terrifying girl with a playful raise of her lovely brows. The little girl puckered her cherubic lips slightly. Suddenly, as if she had uncovered a delightful secret, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly lifted the porcelain bowl and drank with great gusto. Her expression was one of pure elation. Upon finishing, she extended her tongue to savor every last drop, meticulously licking the bowl clean of its milk tea. The patrons around her were left in a state of astonishment. How delectable could it be? The sharp pang in her belly caused the little girl to display an expression of blissful satisfaction as she murmured, This is the flavor. Upon opening her eyes, she looked at Qin Nuo with a hint of surprise, asking, How did you come up with this? She was, of course, referring to the fragmented hair. Qin Nuo cleared her throat softly and replied, Actually, I share this peculiar affinity. The little girl's face lit up with joy, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and she exclaimed, Then allow me to treat you to a portion as well. Qin Nuo chuckled awkwardly. No need, I've already sampled in the kitchen. Their hushed exchange felt akin to sharing intimate secrets, leaving the surrounding guests utterly bewildered. Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the half-ghost little girl, earning a ghostly raincoat of the rainy night murderer. Murderer's raincoat. When donned, it conceals the human presence, allowing one to blend in with the spirits, relieving one's mother from worry about walking with trepidation. Note, the concealment effect is limited to ordinary ghosts. It is ineffective against higher-level spirits. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 ghost power points. Indeed, being half-ghost yields double the rewards. Well done. I am thoroughly pleased with your refreshments. This is your tip. A young girl tossed a ghost coin valued at 500 into Qin Nuo's hands. This little girl, despite her tender age, exuded the aura of a wealthy heiress. The surrounding patrons, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of astonishment on their terrified faces. How could this human remain unperturbed? Lu Jieqi let out a sigh of relief. Qin Nuo was her sole pillar of support, and if he were to perish, she felt she would not endure much longer. Respecting the young girl's meal, Qin Nuo stepped back, redirecting his attention to the patrons at the second table. At table 7, he approached a corner where a guest, a half-burned ghost, sat. The other half of his body, however, bore the essence of humanity. A half-ghost. Qin Nuo paused momentarily, his entire being suddenly tensing inexplicably. The ghost with a scorched visage had a drool-laden smirk, his sickly gaze fixated on Qin Nuo, radiating a certain frenzied excitement. What was wrong with this half-ghost? Qin Nuo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a faint unease creeping within. What do you desire, patron? Qin Nuo inquired, striving to quell his inner turmoil. This is my dish. Prepare it well, or you shall become my meal. The half-faced ghost slid the menu towards him, that morbid gaze never wavering, persistently fixated on Qin Nuo. As Qin Nuo picked up the menu, his brow furrowed uncontrollably. Infant goose soup, he read aloud. I apologize, but the restaurant does not possess such ingredients. Not to worry, I have brought the ingredients myself, the half-faced ghost declared, performing a flourish with his hand, causing an infant to materialize upon the table. It is a female infant, plump and fair, resembling a porcelain doll. At this moment, she gazes with her large, sparkling eyes, her tiny hands flailing in the air, cooing and smiling at Qin Nuo. Let's begin. The half-faced specter casts a mocking glance at Qin Nuo. As she cradles the infant, a wave of heaviness washes over her heart, as if laden with lead, upon seeing the babe's desperate need for nourishment. Qin Nuo diverts her gaze to the half-faced specter, activating her eye of analysis. He was born a demon, responsible for the demise of 18 infants. When this deranged cannibal faced retribution, he inadvertently found himself in a horrifying realm, where he forged a pact with a ghost. Transformed into a half-ghost, his perverse desires escalated, indulging in both human and ghostly flesh as his newfound hobbies. Qin Nuo's expression hardened, akin to ice. The glint in the half-faced specter's eyes suggested a hunger that extended beyond the infant she held. It was directed at her as well. I will not comply. Qin Nuo promptly shook her head. Then come with me. The half-faced specter was unfazed, merely seeking an excuse to procure additional sustenance. After all, in this terrifying world, humans were a rare delicacy. As the half-faced specter rose, Qin Nuo held the infant tightly with one arm while gripping her bone-crushing hammer with the other. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Supervisor Pinocchio appeared beside her, regarding the half-faced specter and stating, "Guest, we do not serve human infants in this establishment." The half-faced specter paused, seemingly taken aback that a superior ghost would advocate for a human. Qin Nuo was equally astonished. After all, when Wang Yang was taken away, Pinocchio did not even speak in his defense, but instead offered a membership discount. Was it merely due to his own commendable performance that he chose to assist? The absence of a menu does not imply that a dish cannot be created, does it? The half-faced ghost had no intention of sparing Qin Nuo, grinning malevolently. Dear guest, please do not trouble our employee. Pinocchio, perceiving the ulterior motive of the half-faced ghost, did not compel Qin Nuo to prepare the dish and continued speaking. Suddenly, one half of the half-faced ghost's face ignited, a dense aura of malevolence surging forth like a flood. I am acquainted with the ghost on the second floor of your restaurant. Shall I summon it to discuss matters with you? The half-faced ghost regarded Pinocchio with a sly curiosity. The mention of the ghost on the second floor left Qin Nuo momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, Pinocchio fell into silence. After a brief pause, he spoke. It appears you are a friend of the second floor. Esteemed guest, please forgive my earlier indiscretion. This human is at your disposal. With that, he turned and vanished from sight. Qin Nuo was left dumbfounded. Wow, Pinocchio is exceedingly pragmatic. The nascent fondness he had just begun to feel for Pinocchio evaporated in an instant. No one can save you. Come with me. The faceless ghost's enormous hand reached out toward Qin Nuo. Stepping back with a frown, Qin Nuo was about to draw his shattering bone hammer when he suddenly noticed the infant girl in his hand had vanished. Wow, how adorable. Human babies are just like little kittens, utterly charming. The infant, for reasons unknown, found itself in the hands of the little girl in the red dress, who was simultaneously smiling and teasing the child. The half-ghost, with a half-hidden face, squinted in surprise, yet remained unfazed. My dear, has your mother instructed you that meddling with someone else's food is quite impolite? The little girl, however, was entirely focused on the infant in her embrace, not even glancing at the half-ghost. This is mine now. In an instant, the atmosphere in the restaurant became frozen. All the patrons gazed at the two half-ghosts, discreetly choosing silence. The half-faced ghost, however, appeared unusually exhilarated. How intriguing, quite audacious indeed. I must confess, I have yet to savor the flavor of a half-human, half-ghost. Its grotesque visage twisted, eyes gleaming with a mad, insatiable greed, as its long tongue flicked like a serpent over its split lips. You certainly have a lot to say, the little girl remarked, her eyelids fluttering slightly. In a heartbeat, the half-faced ghost's head was sent flying. Almost immediately, its body seemed to suffer the assault of some horrific blade, revealing a myriad of deep gashes. In an instant, it transformed into a heap of flesh, strewn across the ground. This bizarre scene plunged the restaurant into an even deeper silence. Neither human nor ghost could comprehend the unfolding chaos. As Qin Nuo stood in shock, he noticed that, despite the absence of wind, the little girl's hair danced as if caught in a tempest. Fixated on the fluttering strands, he suddenly perceived the little girl's visage morphing into that of a terrifying woman, reminiscent of Medusa. Chapter 15. The ghost on the second floor in need of release. The half-faced specter, with only a severed head remaining, could not discern what had transpired. The head rolled across the ground, catching sight of a shattered body. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on the little girl, its voice nearly a roar. You shall surely meet your demise today, yellow-haired girl. With a thunderous crash, the dining room was suddenly engulfed in chaos. The ceiling began to tremble, and countless fissures appeared, with plaster cascading down. The patrons, faces etched with terror, hastily rose to flee the restaurant. The guests from the second floor were descending. The half-faced ghost was not jesting. It indeed recognized the visitors from above, and their status was exceedingly formidable. As the staircase leading to the second floor became enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence, the banister visibly deteriorated at an alarming pace, indicating that something terrifying was about to descend. Qin Nuo stood frozen in shock. What manner of creatures were the guests on the second floor? Was such a grand spectacle necessary for merely descending the stairs? Huang Liang, I merely wish to dine, yet you have summoned an unspeakable trouble upon me. The voice echoed within the dining room. I simply ordered a dish. Who could have anticipated that this wretched rodent would refuse to serve? That this yellow-haired girl would seize my ingredients and ruin my body? The faceless specter appeared profoundly fearful of the entities from the second floor, speaking in a tone of desperation, striving to exude innocence. A palpable silence enveloped the corridor, shrouded in darkness. In the restaurant, every guest held their breath, afraid to exhale. They gazed upon the dark mass with expressions filled with dread and subservience. This gaze, Qin Nuo recognized. It mirrored the way Wang Yang had looked at them in times past. In a swift moment, the specter from the second floor seemed to have gauged the situation, rasping, "This is the last time I will intervene on your behalf. There will be no next." As the words echoed, a gnarled hand lunged toward the little girl. With a cacophony, chairs and tables around her were sent flying. Almost every patron witnessed the horrifying scene of the girl being crushed into a mere pulp. Yet in the blink of an eye, that hand recoiled as if struck by lightning. Before the girl stood an enigmatic figure, whose entire being, including the face, was swathed in bandages, clad in a suit. "Imanating en Irioha. Are you all right, miss?" inquired the suited specter. The second floor ghost suddenly grasped something, its voice deepening with a tinge of trepidation. "Who are you truly?" The little girl, disregarding the inquiry, cradled a baby and cheerfully remarked, "From now on, I'll call you little one. Shall we go home with sister? There's also a big sister waiting for us." The blatant disregard for her presence only intensified the second-floor ghost's apprehension. It continued, "I shall not interfere in your affairs any longer. For the offense earlier, I sincerely apologize. I shall take my leave." With that, the dark mist rapidly dissipated, and the specter fled back to the second floor. The little girl gestured to the suited specter, who then ascended the stairs to the second floor. "Goodbye for now, big brother." The little girl winked at Qin Nuo. Only a severed head of a faceless specter remained on the ground, gazing anxiously at the little girl. Before it could utter a word, the girl raised her foot and stomped down, causing the head to explode like a rotten watermelon, fragments scattering in all directions. "Welcome to visit again," she said. After the girl departed, the atmosphere in the restaurant remained tense. The patrons all turned their gazes towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Soon, a specter in a suit and bandages descended the stairs, holding a bloodied and lifeless head that refused to close its eyes, evidently the ghost from the second floor. As it walked down, its footsteps echoed in the restaurant, and the guests kept their distance. When it passed by Qin Nuo, the specter suddenly halted and handed her a card. "Miss," it said, "should you require anything, feel free to come here." Qin Nuo accepted the card, which bore an image of a black golden rose, alluring yet sinister. Below was an address, and nothing more. When she looked up again, the specter had vanished without a trace. The patrons seemed unperturbed by such occurrences, quickly resuming their normal activities, enjoying their meals as if nothing had transpired. "Qin Nuo, are you all right?" Lu Jiechi hurried over, grasping Qin Nuo's arm with concern. "It was just a minor scene. Did you see me panicking? But your pants are wet." Lu pointed out, "That's just some soup I accidentally splashed." Before long, the closing bell rang. One by one, the restaurant's patrons began to rise and exit. Once the establishment grew quiet, Pinocchio clattered into the restaurant. It initially assessed Lu Jiechi's performance today, subsequently bestowing 2 ghost coins rated at 100. Then, turning to Qin Nuo, it remarked, "Your performance today has been abysmal. Thus, your reward has been forfeited. Furthermore, due to your actions, the restaurant has incurred significant losses, and you shall face appropriate repercussions." Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo's expression darkened. The loss of the reward was one thing, but a punishment as well? "The first table of guests was satisfied with the dishes I prepared," Qin Nuo retorted coldly. "However, your performance at the second table was dismal," Pinocchio countered. "That ghost had no intention of tasting my dishes. It sought to devour me instead. Therefore, regardless of the quality of my cooking, it would remain unsatisfied. Qin Nuo accepted. Nevertheless, you have caused the restaurant to suffer losses. Tomorrow, I shall announce your punishment. Now, go home and rest well," Pinocchio concluded before departing. Upon reaching the corner, he left one last remark. "Moreover, you are an employee of the restaurant, but also a mouse. Recognize your true identity." The latter statement was clearly laden with warning. Qin Nuo, maintaining a composed facade, refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet internally he was seething with frustration. "Damn it! One day, when I have the means, I shall purchase this restaurant and use you, Pinocchio, as firewood." Lu Jiechi, attempting to uplift Qin Nuo's spirits, offered, "Cheer up. Today, I shall treat you to a meal. Choose anything you desire." Holding the 2 ghost coins, she hoped to bring him some joy. Qin Nuo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for your generosity. Someone else will treat me." Lu Jiechi was perplexed. Aside from the 2 of us, who else could there possibly be? Qin Nuo exited the restaurant and proceeded directly to the vending machine in the corridor. The last encounter had left him battered and bruised. Yet now, after some patching up, there were hardly any visible scars. However, as Qin Nuo approached, he uttered not a single word, instead drawing forth a bone-crushing hammer and unleashing a frenzied assault. Bang! 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 The glass shattered, metal crumpled, and shards scattered everywhere. The vending machine, personified in its fury, exclaimed, "What on earth have I done to provoke you? What is it that has gone awry in your mind? You haven't wronged me. It is merely my own discontent that seeks an outlet," Qin Nuo replied, continuing his relentless barrage, liberating the pent-up frustrations within him. "I thank you for your cooperation. Thank your grandmother. Your mood has nothing to do with me," the vending machine retorted. "You little rascal, Do not presume that I am easy to bully. Should you persist, I shall respond accordingly. The vending machine, now incensed, attempted to retaliate, only to be forcefully kicked back into the corner, enduring further punishment. This human, it realized with dread, had grown in strength. The vending machine was aghast to find itself utterly outmatched by Qin Nuo. In the face of Qin Nuo's relentless assault, the vending machine felt a mix of anger and humiliation. Just a few days prior, the tables had turned, and who could have foreseen that it had once toyed with Qin Nuo as if he were a mere mouse? After a brief moment, having vented his frustrations, Qin Nuo felt significantly more at ease. He sheathed the bone-crushing hammer, seated himself upon the floor, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Patting the battered vending machine, he remarked, "My hands are sore from the smashing. Bring me a bottle of water, for my throat is parched." The vending machine is driving the ghost nearly insane. This is truly too much for the spirit to endure. Chapter 16. Ingredient number 8. Dining out after the vending machine had treated them. Qin Nuo returned home early and fell asleep. The puppet master indicated that the punishment would be revealed the following day, and it was presumed to be related to their work. Regardless, it would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Bearing the worst in mind, Qin Nuo drifted into slumber. The next morning, the chilling sound of the alarm clock roused Qin Nuo from sleep. Upon awakening, she noticed that Lu Jiaqing was already up, albeit looking somewhat fatigued. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Qin Nuo inquired. "I didn't sleep soundly. I had a nightmare. I dreamt that you and T returned today, and I would be left alone in the dormitory," Lu Jiaqing confessed, hugging her knees. It was not that she had developed feelings for Qin Nuo. Rather, in this desolate and terrifying world, Qin Nuo had become her sole source of support and emotional anchor. "You must have had trouble sleeping as well, given that today the puppet master will impose a punishment upon you," Lu Jiaqing remarked. It was akin to the final night of a death row inmate. "Who could possibly find rest?" "Not at all. I slept quite soundly," Qin Nuo replied, stretching languidly. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Qin Nuo rose to answer it, but found no one outside. Lowering her gaze, she was surprised to discover the puppet master standing there. "Let us go." "Where to?" "You need only follow me." The puppet master was exceedingly direct, turning on his heel and departing. Lu Jiaqing lingered behind, hesitating to speak. Qin Nuo nodded at her, refraining from saying more, and followed along. Her heart was also filled with trepidation. The events of yesterday, indeed, escalated significantly, yet the principal conflict did not revolve around him. It was only then that Qin Nuo comprehended the situation. They merely required a scapegoat. This scapegoat, apart from the humble human he was, seemed to be no one else. Following Pinocchio, he soon arrived at a kitchen chamber. Pinocchio handed him a slip of paper. Upon receiving it, Qin Nuo unfolded the note, which contained only an address and a mention of an ingredient labeled as ingredient number 8. What could this possibly signify? "Signo ponderet." This is your punishment, as well as your task for today. You must leave the restaurant, locate the supermarket indicated by the address, and procure the ingredient known as No. 8 to bring back to the restaurant. In doing so, you shall atone for your misdeeds and earn a substantial reward, Pinocchio elucidated. "Purchase the ingredient," Qin Nuo inquired, lifting his gaze. "Am I to go alone?" "Indeed, you shall go alone." Pinocchio nodded his wooden head. Qin Nuo suddenly chuckled coldly. "Let's be honest. Just how perilous is this endeavor?" Among the previous employees, those who caused the restaurant to incur losses were mandated to retrieve ingredients to offset the damages. You are the 55th, and of the 54 who preceded you, only 5 return alive. A survival rate of less than 10%. "And what would happen if I refuse?" "Immediate eradication," Pinocchio replied. "I strongly advise you to choose the former option. If you rely on your meager, ghostly powers to resist, your chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Adhering to our restaurant's regulations offers you at least a glimmer of hope for returning alive. The 8th ingredient holds great significance for us. It is an essential component of a recipe for a distinguished guest on the 2nd floor. Should you manage to procure it, your tenure as an employee may conclude prematurely, and you could ascend to a position of authority above that of a supervisor, thus securing the restaurant as protection. This reward is indeed tempting, yet the greater the allure, the more it signifies the perilous and arduous nature of the task. What recourse do I have but to wholeheartedly consent? Qin Nuo. To refuse now would mean certain death, while acquiescing feels akin to a gradual demise. Bang! Just as those words left his lips, the door swung open. It was still before the designated opening hours, and the outside world was shrouded in a gloomy haze, with a biting wind surging in. Let's begin. Qin Nuo. Clutching the note. It states that I can take the bus to my destination, but the restaurant will not reimburse the fare. Pinocchio remained silent. Well then, I suppose the fare is on me. Draped in a thin shirt, Qin Nuo stepped out through the back door of the restaurant. The moment he exited, the door slammed shut behind him. Qin Nuo looked up at the overcast sky. Come to think of it, he had never witnessed the terrifying world with his own eyes. Had he? It was still quite early. Having exited through the back, he did not attract much attention from the spirits. However, to ensure his safety, Qin Nuo donned a killer-esque raincoat in a secluded alleyway. The scent of humanity was masked, transforming him into a member of the terrifying realm. To depart from the restaurant in his human guise would be akin to a rat crossing the street. He would likely perish before even boarding the bus. The murderer clad in a raincoat serves as Qin Nuo's greatest safeguard. As he emerged from the alley and stepped onto the main road, he finally beheld the visage of this so-called terrifying world. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, indistinguishable from those in the human realm. However, the desolate streets and thoroughfares were littered with the wreckage of abandoned vehicles, while putrid piles of decaying flesh emitted a foul stench. A multitude of crows and vultures circled ominously in the sky, and along the roadside, many feasted upon the rotting corpses. It was a vivid tableau of a post-apocalyptic world. As Qin Nuo walked along the edge of the road, he encountered not only vague, shadowy figures approaching him, but also the shambling remnants of humanity. Upon noticing Qin Nuo, their eyes reflected a hint of confusion, yet upon detecting the ghastly aura surrounding him, they averted their gazes and moved on. Had it not been for this attire, would I have already been torn asunder? Qin Nuo pondered silently. Following the guidance of the street signs, Qin Nuo located the bus stop leading to his destination. He settled onto a bench. Beside him sat an elderly man who appeared to be waiting for the bus as well. The man leaned on his cane, teetering on the brink of slumber. Externally, there was not a trace of the supernatural about him. Yet, Qin Nuo was acutely aware that this old man was certainly not human. Perhaps he, too, was a half-spirit, much like the little girl. Speaking of the girl, Qin Nuo entertained thoughts of seeking her assistance. However, glancing at the address she had left behind, he realized it would require over 20 bus stops to reach her. A journey 7 stops longer than his current destination, a considerable distance. To avoid revealing his true nature, Qin Nuo refrained from engaging the seemingly normal old man in conversation. Soon, another woman and child approached, the latter cradling an infant and the former grasping a bag of vegetables. The infant's skin was a dull gray, playfully toying with a human skull, giggling softly. The bag of vegetables the woman carried contained dismembered limbs, one finger still adorned with a ring. Suddenly, Qin Nuo realized that this macabre world might not differ significantly from the realm of humanity. Even the spirits had their own lives, their own occupations. The distinction lay in the fact that what was chopped on the cutting board and sold in the market was not poultry, but rather human flesh. Clang, clang. The bus had arrived. The 404 was the one Qin Nuo waited. He quickly rose, followed by the elderly man and the woman with the child. As they were all passengers on the same bus, the ghost village has arrived. Passengers, please disembark from the rear door. The next stop is the Blood Vengeance Cemetery. Those needing to alight, please prepare. The elderly man and the woman with the child boarded, depositing ghost coins into the fare box. Qin Nuo steadied his racing heart as he followed suit, casting his prearranged ghost coins into the box. Just as he was about to leave, the ghostly driver called out in an eerie tone, "Wait." Chapter 17. Sheep entering the wolf's den. Bus conflict. Qin Nuo halted his steps, turning rigidly to face the driver. The driver's ashen face was fixed upon Qin Nuo, and with a cracked smile, he rasped out a few words. "You inserted too much money." Qin Nuo let out a silent sigh of relief and replied calmly, "It's all right. I have plenty of money." The driver said little more, closed the bus door, and set the vehicle in motion. The bus was sparsely populated. Apart from the elderly and children who boarded with Qin Nuo, there were 4 other passengers, 2 ethereal specters and 2 corporeal beings. One of the corporeal beings bore a horrific seam running down the center of his face, his head punctuated with an array of nails, large and small. Clearly, he was a ghost. The other, clad in a suit, possessed a fit physique, a square jaw, and slick-back hair, gazing nonchalantly out at the passing scenery. Qin Nuo observed him, his heart racing. A human presence. Unlike a half-ghost, this suited man was undeniably alive. With his ghostly powers, Qin Nuo could discern the essence of beings around him. What emboldened the other players in different regions? Why did he dare to ride this ghostly bus alone? Qin Nuo was filled with horror and confusion. The elderly and children who had just boarded the bus also noticed the presence of a human. They scrutinized the suited man, and upon discovering something, their expressions shifted to one of wariness, averting their gaze. "Mama, I want that." The ghostly infant in the arms of one of the women fixated on the suited man, as if he were an enticing curiosity, stretching out its tiny hands in an attempt to reach him. The woman pressed the infant's hand, cradling it in her arms, and turned away, denying it the chance to fuss. In this realm of horror, there surely existed gameplay unknown to me, or perhaps certain rules I had yet to encounter. Zinno ponderet silently. After all, this was his inaugural venture into the world of terror, a veritable novice in the game. While on Earth, Qin Nuo had often come across news reports about seasoned players from various nations who could effortlessly enter horror games, complete quests, and reap rewards. For these experienced individuals, the horror game was not a nightmare, but rather a dreamscape that perpetually offered them benefits. Meanwhile, we fledgling players were preoccupied with the mere thought of surviving each day, filled with trepidation. The veterans had long since grasped the essence of this gaming experience, seamlessly navigating between the realms of horror and reality. With a quiet sigh, Qin Nuo noted that the bus had arrived at its destination. Blood Vengeance Cemetery has arrived. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion. The next stop is the Hotel of the Underworld. Those alighting, please prepare. A man in a suit stood up, and, as he passed Qin Nuo, he cast a glance down at him, smiled, and exited through the rear door. He had noticed me. Qin Nuo managed a wry smile, though it did not come as a surprise. This raincoat, being of a low spectral grade, could easily be disregarded by more formidable spirits and humans alike, revealing Qin Nuo's true identity. In the subsequent stops, the passengers on the bus changed gradually. Fortunately, none of the spirits detected Qin Nuo's identity as they passed by him. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at the hood of his raincoat. Qin Nuo swiftly adjusted his raincoat hood and turned to see the ghostly infant of the woman and child, its gaze filled with curious intrigue towards his raincoat. It even reached out to tug at it. "Xiao Ying, behave." The woman gently caressed the ghostly infant's forehead, showing no intention of stopping it. Qin Nuo drew out his bone-crushing hammer, dark blood dripping onto the seat. "Control your child." He spoke in a low, menacing tone, infused with malice and ferocity. The woman paused, seemingly realizing that Qin Nuo was not to be trifled with, and hurriedly restrained the ghostly infant, retreating to her seat. Qin Nuo secretly exhaled in relief. That was close. He nearly gave himself away. He glanced at the bus stop. Only 2 more stops until his destination. Anxiousness brewed within him, his unease escalating. The bus was becoming increasingly crowded, signifying that his situation was growing perilous. The next stop arrived. Suddenly, a large number of passengers disembarked, transforming the once crowded bus into a desolate space. Qin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. The next stop was where he would alight. He was almost safe. Only 1 passenger boarded, their hair drenched and trailing on the floor, their pallid complexion startling. A torrent of water dripped from their body, instantly saturating the bus floor. The ghostly driver paid no heed, shutting the door and starting the vehicle. A water ghost. Qin Nuo fixated on this apparition, surmising that it was likely a victim of drowning. The water ghost did not hastily seek a seat, but instead inhaled deeply, its terrifying face emerging from beneath the wet hair, revealing a chilling grin. "I smell a rat." Qin Nuo's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly raising his head, Qin Nuo found the ghostly figure's eyes fixed intently upon him. A sinister grin split its face, revealing an insatiable greed, while a blood-red tongue dripped with saliva. Discovered. Qin Nuo tensed his body. However, the ghost did not expose him. Instead, it found a spot to settle down, yet its avaricious gaze remained locked on Qin Nuo, as if fearing its prey might escape. 5 minutes later, the bus came to a halt. Qin Nuo immediately stood up, preparing to disembark. The ghost abruptly obstructed his path. Grinning wickedly, "Sit back down." Qin Nuo met its gaze with icy resolve. "I have reached my stop." I said, "Sit back down, little mouse. Do you not comprehend my words?" The term little mouse drew the attention of the other passengers, who raised their heads, their eyes landing on Qin Nuo. His expression darkened. It was evident that the ghost intended to harass him. Beneath the raincoat, his fingers tightened around the makeshift weapon. He was not afraid of the ghost, but striking against it on the bus would undoubtedly reveal his identity. The ghostly driver also turned to observe the standoff, then closed the rear door it had just opened. Several passengers began to fidget, their suspicions brewing. A mouse had infiltrated the bus. Trouble was brewing, as the sheep wandered into the wolf's den. As the atmosphere within the bus grew increasingly tense, Qin Nuo's expression shifted to one of deepening concern. The ghost stared ominously at Qin Nuo. "Mouse, I shall repeat myself. Sit back down." Qin Nuo remained motionless, returning to his seat, not only having missed his intended stop, but also dreading the unknown consequences that lay ahead. At a critical moment, the water ghost felt a tap on its shoulder and turned to confront the shadow behind it. "It belongs to me," the shadow declared, its expression inscrutable. "Yours? What proof?" The water ghost scoffed, yet before it could finish its retort, the shadow abruptly raised a hand, fingers digging into the water ghost's face. Sharp nails pierced through flesh, causing dark blood to spatter. Before the water ghost could resist, the water surrounding it evaporated rapidly, releasing a thick cloud of steam. Subsequently, terrifying flames engulfed its form, the pallid flesh charring at an alarming rate. Amidst a horrifying cacophony of screams, the water ghost was reduced to a charred corpse. The shadow crushed the water ghost's skull, leaving the headless body crumpled on the ground, shattered and burnt to fragments of blackened charcoal. The shadow then turned to the ghostly driver, coldly commanding, "Open the door." The ghostly driver, sensing a hint of trepidation, complied and opened the rear door of the bus. Without granting Qin Nuo a moment to speak, the shadow seized him and descended from the bus. Chapter 18. Passive Tasks. The quirky couple, it was only after the bus vanished at the end of the road that Qin Nuo discerned the identity of the shadow. It was a guest from the restaurant the following day, the one who, after receiving a complimentary shot of tequila, had regained his memories. The burning ghost. "You possess quite the audacity," the burning ghost remarked coldly, shedding his terrifying aura. Qin Nuo understood perfectly what he meant and offered a wry smile. "Under the eaves, one cannot help but submit. I erred and was punished by the restaurant to procure ingredients. Failure to complete the task would result in dire consequences." Despite his words, Qin Nuo was still in shock. The earlier confrontation on the bus had witnessed the burning ghost effortlessly crush the water ghost with a single hand, silencing the spirits aboard. The water ghost, who could see through Qin Nuo's disguise and surely possessed formidable power, had been utterly obliterated before the burning ghost, with no chance of resistance. The extent of the burning ghost's strength was beyond Qin Nuo's imagination. "Regardless, I am sincerely grateful." Qin Nuo expressed his heartfelt thanks. The burning ghost remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "What do you need to purchase?" Qin Nuo promptly handed over the note. After glancing at it, the burning ghost narrowed his eyes slightly. "What is it?" Qin Nuo asked. "The ingredient number 8 is only available at the Wraith supermarket. That is my destination. The proprietor there is rather difficult to deal with, and ingredient number 8 is no ordinary item. If you rely solely on ghost coins, you may find it difficult to procure it from him," the burning ghost cautioned. "If ghost coins won't suffice, then what should I use?" Qin Nuo was taken aback. The burning ghost shook his head slightly. "That will depend on you." He stepped aside, gesturing toward the street behind him. "Walk 100 meters down this street, and at the corner, you will find the Wraith supermarket." Qin Nuo understood that the burning ghost could not assist much with procuring ingredients. Nonetheless, the help he had provided to extricate him from his predicament was indeed invaluable. Therefore, Qin Nuo expressed his gratitude once more. That glass of tequila you owe me is of great significance, and I have an aversion to being indebted to others, especially to humans, the burning ghost remarked coolly. Oinos miled, feindly, atknobledging understood. Angel's kiss. You have gained a favor level of 10 from the burning ghost and received 2 pieces of ghostly tai sui meat. Tai sui meat, a delicacy irresistible to spirits, often leading to fierce disputes over even a small morsel. Qin Nuo recalled having encountered this item before, also known as meat ganoderma, a rare and costly substance typically collected by humans as if it were an antique. In truth, the tai sui meat available on the market is predominantly counterfeit. The existence of pure, wild tai sui remains unverified in the biological realm. Legend has it that the elixir of immortality sought by Emperor Qin Shi Huang was none other than the fabled wild tai sui meat, its mythical connotations rendering it elusive and uncertain. I wonder if the piece I hold is genuine or merely a fabrication. Qin Nuo pondered. After the burning ghost departed, he refrained from dwelling on the tai sui meat any further. He gathered his thoughts and proceeded into the street. Approximately 5 minutes later, upon rounding the corner, he indeed discovered a large supermarket. The desolate street was littered with newspapers swirling in the air. All the shops are closed, leaving only this supermarket open. Inside the supermarket, a sense of desolation permeates the air. The dim atmosphere sends shivers down one's spine, making one hesitant to enter. However, Qin Nuo strides forward with composure. Yet, the moment he steps inside, a voice resonates in his mind. Ding. Passive task activated. The system has detected the host's current location, revealing hidden specters to be fused. The host must merge these entities within 24 hours. The system has automatically granted the host the ability to fuse specters, acquiring the yin-yang nightmare physique. Up to 3 grade A or lower specters can be fused. Upon completion, a random treasure chest of varying levels may be obtained. Categories include bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and obsidian. Failure to complete the task incurs a penalty. Confiscation of all specters. Can passive tasks be triggered? Qin Nuo is taken aback. Before he has even fully entered the supermarket, he has been assigned a mandatory task. The penalty entails the confiscation of all specters, which, for Qin Nuo, who has lost the sanctuary of the restaurant, is akin to being stripped of all his means of survival. Nevertheless, the arrow is already knocked. It matters little now. Resolutely, Qin Nuo steps further into the supermarket. The business appears rather poor, significantly worse than the Inquan restaurant, with a plethora of goods piled high on the shelves, swarming with flies. At the front desk, a middle-aged man reclines in a wicker chair, clutching a bottle of alcohol, intoxicated. Is he a human or a ghost? Qin Nuo cannot discern the man's true identity. Boss, I would like to purchase an ingredient, he inquires. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced at Qin Nuo, and suddenly bellowed, "Filthy rat, shed your grotesque disguise and leave my shop." Qin Nuo forced a smile, suddenly realizing that this murderous raincoat was rather shoddy. However, having come this far, why would he depart so easily? He removed the raincoat and continued, "Boss, I merely wish to purchase something and then take my leave." Noticing the vacant space on the shelf, he added, "If you utter another word, your head will adorn that spot." Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. It was no wonder the burning ghost had warned him about the boss's temperament. This was more than just an unpleasant demeanor. It felt akin to encountering a sworn enemy. With such a customer service attitude, it was a miracle that anyone dared to patronize the place. Qin Nuo remained unfazed. Suddenly, the boss stood up. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, seizing a fruit knife from the table and plunging it directly into the boss's neck. He collapsed to the ground, his head tilted. Qin Nuo was startled. What on earth? Such explosive violence, what grudge could this be? My apologies, I'm the proprietress here. This old fool has frightened away countless customers with his inability to communicate. In our establishment, we do not discriminate between human and ghost. Once you enter, you are our guest. The proprietress appeared to be in her 30s, her demeanor warm and inviting. Of course, had it not been for that earlier act of violence, Qin Nuo would have assumed she was simply an ordinary person. What do you wish to purchase? Just as Qin Nuo opened his mouth to respond, the boss abruptly stood, withdrawing the fruit knife from his neck. Then, with a fierce thrust, the knife plunged into the crown of the proprietress's head. Unfazed, she maintained a radiant smile upon her face. "You insolent woman, are you rebelling?" The boss cursed vehemently. The proprietress turned, seized the boss, and tossed him into the dark room. Subsequently, from beneath the front desk, she grasped an axe and followed him into the shadows. For considerable time, the room echoed with the sounds of a fierce struggle, accompanied by horrific tearing noises that sent chills down one's spine. After approximately 2 minutes, the proprietress emerged, her body drenched in blood, yet she remained courteous. "I apologize for letting you witness the family's disgrace. It was proven that unless a man is dealt with harshly, he shall never comprehend who truly reigns as the head of the household." Qin Nuo's lips twitched slightly as he concurred. "You speak wisely. Now, let us discuss the items you wish to purchase." Qin Nuo presented the note. Upon seeing the 8th ingredient, the proprietress's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 19. The Supermarket Thief. "Is there no protective mechanism?" Qin Nuo observed the proprietress's expression and inquired, "What purpose would a mere human have for this item?" The proprietress returned the note with a retort. "What need could you possibly have for it? In truth, I am an employee of the Qin restaurant. They have sent me to procure these ingredients," Qin Nuo replied. The proprietress chuckled. "That is akin to sentencing you to death." "What do you mean? Even if I were to provide you with ingredient number 8, you, as a human, would be unable to transport it safely and could very well lose your life in the process." She settled into a chair and poured herself a glass of water. "Such ingredients are exceedingly perilous. They're difficult for humans to manage and may even turn against you." Qin Nuo's face paled. "What on earth is this ingredient? A culinary delight or a monstrous entity? This is far too frightening. Moreover, I will not sell it to you." "Why not?" "It is far too precious. The individuals at Qin restaurant dispatch an employee periodically to acquire ingredients number 1 through 8. These items cannot be procured with mere ghost currency," the proprietress stated nonchalantly. "If your sole aim is to purchase such items, then you may as well return." A pained expression crossed Qin Nuo's face. "Returning is tantamount to death for me. Is there no alternative means of payment besides ghost currency?" The proprietress cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nuo's physique and smiled mischievously. "While your figure is quite commendable, I have no interest in that regard. Furthermore, human flesh holds little value here." Qin Nuo fell silent, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. The most arduous aspect of this task lies not in the mere act of surviving to reach the Wraith supermarket, but rather in the fact that they are utterly unwilling to sell the coveted ingredient number 8. Perhaps that rascal Pinocchio never harbored any hopes that Qin Nuo could procure it. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the supermarket. Qin Nuo witnessed a chaotic flurry of goods soaring through the air as shelves collapsed, rendering that section a complete disaster. Bang! The door to the dark room was forcefully flung open, and the injured proprietor burst forth, brandishing a cleaver with a countenance full of rage, exclaiming, once again, "It's that damned thief. I shall cleave them to pieces." With that, he charged into the aisle of shelves wielding the cleaver. Before long, he returned, disheveled and covered in dust, gripping the knife and gritting his teeth in fury. "Fool! Don't make this store even more chaotic. If you possess such prowess, you should have captured that thief by now. What are you floundering about for?" The proprietress tugged at her husband's ear, berating him incessantly. In a fit of temper, the husband retaliated with a slash of the knife across his wife's arm, his own temper flaring. "You always blame me. Why don't you go and catch them?" The proprietress refrained from further argument, making her way to the shelves, where soon an angry scream pierced the air. "They've stolen 8 more items. That totals to 500 ghost coins." Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo began to piece together the situation. A thief had infiltrated such a supermarket. Moreover, from the sounds of it, this was not their first transgression. They were a seasoned criminal. "Could you possibly share more details? Perhaps I could offer some assistance." "You? Get out of the way and don't hinder me." The boss expressed his disdain for Qin Nuo, or rather, for humanity as a whole. The boss's wife approached, pushing him aside, and fixed her gaze on Qin Nuo. suddenly smiling with a hint of profundity. Thus, if you can assist us in capturing that thief, regarding the eighth ingredient, I shall sell it to you. A deal was struck without a moment's hesitation from Qin Nuo. What other choice did he have but to agree? The boss scoffed derisively, but remained silent. "Boss, bring me 2 servings of donkey skin," shouted a passerby. "Can't your mother fetch it herself? Does she lack hands or feet?" The boss retorted angrily. "Damn, conducting business so harshly, what a shoddy establishment." The irate customer grumbled as he walked away. The boss's wife jabbed him sharply in the back, her eyes fierce enough to split. "Do you intend to keep the shop open or not?" Ignoring the quarreling couple, Qin Nuo ventured towards the shelves. This supermarket was quite expansive. The arrangement of goods alone numbered over 100. Yet as Qin Nuo walked deeper, he noticed that the items were either coated in dust or strewn haphazardly across the floor. In essence, it appeared woefully unkempt, as if it had never been organized. Suddenly, Qin Nuo heard some commotion. He quickly pinpointed the source of the sound, retrieving his bone-crushing hammer and turning to strike. "Bro, calm down," a figure exclaimed hastily. "A person?" Qin Nuo froze, sensing the unmistakable presence of humanity emanating from the figure. "Indeed, I am but a mere player here, designated as a stock clerk, known as Qin Yuan. Like you, I have been thrust into this harrowing game," the man chuckled. "A stock clerk." Qin Nuo gazed at the disarrayed shelves, clutter strewn about. "Is this the extent of your organization? Given the proprietor's volatile temperament, one would expect you to have been utterly dismantled by now upon witnessing such chaos. How have you managed to survive thus far with such a lackadaisical work ethic?" "Ah, but there exists a protective mechanism enforced by the state." Qin Yuan replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "The boss and his wife only come to inspect once a week. I can afford 5 days of slacking and 2 days of tidying up." Qin Nuo was taken aback. "So this is the state's intervention, an involuntary safeguard? The oversight is astonishingly lax. No wonder that irate couple disregards the disarray. Their ire solely directed at the thief who has disturbed their wares." Reflecting on his own recent experiences at the Yinquan restaurant, where he endured the chef's harassment, ghostly encounters during his sleep, and the lecherous gaze of a deranged patron, Qin Nuo mused that had it not been for his sharp wit and a stroke of fortune, he might have already lost his life. A moment's inattention, a lack of diligence towards the guests, sluggish service, or even a mere slip of the tongue could spell disaster, potentially costing one their very existence. In stark contrast to the tribulations Qin Nuo faced, Qin Yuan's position seemed akin to that of a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. This comparison left Qin Nuo feeling exceedingly disheartened. "I was compelled into this predicament," Qin Nuo remarked, his expression darkening. "My sincerest sympathies," Qin Yuan responded, gazing at Qin Nuo with pity. He participated in the thrilling game, albeit only twice. Yet he was acutely aware that being forcibly brought in meant there was no national protection mechanism in place. The danger was high, and a mortality rate significant. Those who managed to return alive were surely blessed by their ancestors. Qin Yuan gazed at the arguing boss outside and quietly remarked, "I overheard your conversation with the boss lady. You should just return whence you came. That thief you cannot capture. And do not be misled by the boss lady's amiable demeanor. Even if you did manage to catch that specter, she would certainly not provide you with the 8th ingredient." Qin Nuo's expression darkened. "Why not? Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" Qin Yuan appraised Qin Nuo from head to toe. "You, a mere human, wish to negotiate with a ghost. To be frank, your superior at Yinquan restaurant has previously deceived our boss lady, and she harbors a deep resentment towards your kind. Even if she were to sell it, she would never sell to you." Qin Nuo's countenance grew increasingly grave. Those deceitful Pinocchios had not mentioned this to him, and sending him to the Miao Liang supermarket was clearly a trap. He closed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he opened them and declared, "Tell me about the thief in your establishment. Were you not listening to a word I said?" Qin Yuan was taken aback. Qin Nuo replied, "In any case, I cannot return empty-handed. I have my own methods." Chapter 20. The Gluttonous Ghost. Some reasoning seeing Qin Nuo's stubbornness, Qin Yuan shook his head and began to speak. "Approximately a week ago, this thief appeared, exclusively pilfering the more expensive items. To date, the goods consumed by this ghost have exceeded a value of 8, 000 ghost coins. If this continues, it won't be long before the shop will inevitably close its doors. Despite his words, there was no trace of despair on Qin Nuo's face. He had merely 2 days left to complete this scenario. Once he exited, he would claim his rewards. And whether the Wraith supermarket remained open or not was of little consequence to him. Can't the owner and his wife catch it? Qin Nuo inquired, noting that the couple did not appear to be particularly feeble spirits. The thief's aggression is minimal, yet it possesses a certain cunning. Each time the owner and his wife attempt to apprehend it, they seem to fall into a trance, allowing the thief to escape, only to return to the front desk in a daze. After a while, they eventually come to their senses. This thief likely possesses some ability to disorient spirits. Moreover, it seems to have sustained injuries, as its appetite has been growing increasingly voracious in recent days. After consuming its meal, it hides in a corner of the supermarket, waiting until hunger strikes again before it emerges to steal, Qin Nuo explained. Initially, the thief would disrupt his merchandise, and he contemplated capturing it. However, he later relinquished that thought, realizing that the thief bore him no malice and thus allowed it to be. From this, Qin Nuo could ascertain one thing. The ghost mentioned by the system that could merge was most likely this very thief. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nuo conceived a plan that could potentially satisfy all parties involved, provided he could apprehend the thieving specter. When does it typically emerge to pilfer food? Its appetite has been voracious of late, venturing out at least thrice daily to pilfer sustenance. I surmise it will undoubtedly reappear tonight, Qin Nuo asserted. Very well. We shall lie in wait for its emergence this evening, Qin Nuo declared. He had an entire day at his disposal, and as long as he returned to the restaurant with ingredient number 8 before 6 a.m., he would have accomplished the task. Essentially, tonight presented the sole opportunity. There's no need to lie in wait. It will saunter out brazenly, Qin Nuo remarked. Initially, it exhibited some timidity, but upon realizing its invulnerability, its audacity grew exponentially. Now, whenever hunger pangs strike, it strides out unashamedly to feed, treating the supermarket as its personal domain. Qin Nuo nodded in comprehension, refraining from further inquiries, and departed from the shelf area. Near the front desk, the proprietor and his wife had seemingly exhausted their quarrel and finally quieted down. The proprietress, withdrawing the dagger that had pierced her heart, smiled at Qin Nuo and inquired, "Well, did you catch a glimpse of the petty thief?" "Not yet, but your employee, Qin Nuo, divulged some information about the culprit. I shall take action tonight." "Ah, Xiao Shen. He is indeed a rare and dutiful employee. Every time I inspect, he ensures the shelves are meticulously arranged and orderly." The proprietress chuckled, expressing her deep satisfaction with Qin Nuo. If you were to witness him consuming instant noodles and engrossed in a video game amidst the shelves, your perception might shift. Nevertheless, Qin Nuo couldn't help but feel envious. Players navigating horror games under the aegis of a protective mechanism enjoyed unparalleled comfort. The irascible proprietor had undergone a sudden attitudinal shift towards Qin Nuo, declaring, "If you apprehend that wretched thief, we'll furnish you with any ingredient you desire. Nay, we'll bestow them upon you gratis." Aware of their ulterior motives, Qin Nuo feigned unwavering belief, responding, "I shall endeavor to the utmost." As dusk descended with celerity, the thoroughfares were engulfed in tenebrosity, exuding an atmosphere of desolate tranquility, yet imbued with an aura of latent peril. The roller shutters were drawn, signaling the closure of the werewolf supermarket. The proprietors were nowhere to be seen. It was at this juncture that Qin Nuo emerged from the shelving area, proceeding with practiced ease to the front desk, where he procured an assortment of delectable comestibles and produced a bottle of yellow beer from an undisclosed location. Qin Nuo exclaimed with contentment. Finally, a sumptuous repast after subsisting on instant noodles all day. "Why did you refrain from emerging during daylight hours?" "Those are my designated working hours. Unauthorized departure from my assigned area would constitute a breach of the protective mechanism. Devoid of such protection, I would undoubtedly be torn asunder by the proprietors," Qin Nuo elucidated. Although the protective mechanism is instituted for the benefit of players, it is governed by inviolable regulations. Infringement thereof would compromise the mechanism, rendering it ineffectual. Hence, regardless of the oppressive heat within the shelving area or the pangs of hunger, Qin Yuan was compelled to remain confined therein. Qin Nuo abruptly realized his knowledge of horror games was fundamentally inadequate. This Qin Yuan, though seemingly simple-minded, had a firm grasp on the protection mechanism. Perhaps this was why he had managed to survive until now. Bang! A shelf in the darkness suddenly collapsed, sending merchandise flying and creating a loud commotion. Qin Yuan took a swig of his yellow beer, remarking, "Look, the gluttonous ghoul is out. Aren't you coming to catch it with me?" Qin Nuo observed Qin Yuan's indifference. Qin Yuan put down the duck rack he was eating and said, "You won't catch it. It can vanish in the blink of an eye. And even if you did catch it, the ghost could possess you, leaving you disoriented before escaping. Do you think I haven't been keeping count of how many times the boss and his wife have failed? As long as it doesn't bother me, I won't actively provoke that troublesome creature." Qin Yuan peeled a roasted sausage and ate it as he spoke. Qin Nuo said nothing and walked towards the shelf area. Hearing footsteps, the thieving ghost vanished into the array of shelves. Qin Nuo surveyed the ground, littered with torn packaging and merchandise. Good heavens, it was quite the gourmand, exclusively devouring the expensive items. "Hey, buddy, I have some delicious treats here. Come out for a bit. How about we become friends?" Qin Nuo called out. "Outside?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan rolled his eyes. "If that can lure out the ghost, I'll eat shit upside down." Seeing no movement, Qin Nuo smiled and retrieved the Tai Sui flesh from his inventory, placing it on the ground. Qin Nuo couldn't discern anything enticing about the Tai Sui flesh, but since the system suggested it, he still wanted to give it a try. Unbeknownst to him, as the Tai Sui meat lay exposed to the air, an invisible scent, irresistible and maddening to spirits, began to permeate the surroundings. In the darkness, the gluttonous ghost's eyes sparkled with intensity, its body involuntarily drawn toward the source. Hearing a disturbance, Qin Nuo turned to see a shadow slowly materializing from the depths of the darkness. It was an ethereal specter, marked by the singular trait of being covered in blood-red eyes, creating a rather terrifying visage. "Sino David amitsabli greeting hello." The ghost cast a glance at Qin Nuo, and in the next moment, the piece of Tai Sui meat had found its way into the specter as possession. Without a moment's hesitation, it devoured the morsel in a single bite, its 9 eerie crimson eyes narrowing slightly as it displayed a look of indulgence. "You've consumed my offering. Surely we can be friends now?" Qin Nuo proposed. "Foolish." To his surprise, the gluttonous ghost articulated a scathing retort, dripping with sarcasm, before turning to depart. "Alas, I merely wish to make a friend, but I seem to possess so much Tai Sui meat and have no idea whom to share it with." Tinno Siget, adopting a demeanor of regret and solitude. The gluttonous ghost paused, inquiring, "You have more?" "Indeed, I have plenty. Would you care to befriend someone as affluent as I? The kind who can guarantee satisfaction?" Qin Nuo responded cheerfully. The gluttonous ghost was unimpressed, scoffing, "You humans are the most cunning. Do not mistake me for a fool. Friendship? You intend to capture me, do you not? If you possess delectable treats, I could simply seize them without engaging in this lengthy dialogue." Qin Nuo's expression froze in astonishment. It seems there may be some truth to it. Chapter 21. Formulating Contracts. Achieving successful integration upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Qin Nuo's face. The gluttonous spirit swelled with pride and lunged towards him. "Be careful, Dodge," Qin Yuan exclaimed as he rushed over, sensing the commotion. The gluttonous spirit could control its own kind, let alone a human. Yet it was too late. Qin Nuo's body stiffened as the spirit directly possessed him, seizing control of his physical form. "Let me see where you have hidden the delicacies." The gluttonous spirit licked its lips, excitement radiating from its voice. The taste of the meat from the Tai Sui left it longing for more. It had never savored anything so exquisite in its lifetime. However, it soon realized something was amiss. It could not manipulate this body. To its astonishment, it found itself trapped, as if ensnared within a cage. "What is happening?" The gluttonous spirit pondered in confusion. "Hey, are you okay? Do you still have consciousness?" Qin Yuan waved his hand before Qin Nuo's eyes. Qin Nuo touched his face and replied with a smile, "I'm perfectly fine." "That shouldn't be the case." Qin Yuan scratched his head in perplexity. Within Qin Nuo's body, the gluttonous spirit struggled desperately, attempting to escape, but was met with insurmountable barriers. Suddenly, it recalled something and gasped in horror. Human, is there something wrong with your body? Feigning innocence, Qin Nuo responded with a puzzled expression. I have no idea. I thought I was doomed. The gluttonous spirit's countenance darkened dramatically. Being trapped within a body was one thing, but lacking the power to control, it was driving the spirit to the brink of madness. The occurrence transpired with such precipitousness that even it was left in a state of bewilderment. Yet, within Qin Nuo's heart, a clandestine amusement stirred. The function of the yin-yang enigma physique is expressly designed for the confinement of specters. Regardless of the ghost's prowess, once within the body, it becomes a captive. A ghost ensnared within faces but two alternatives: either to forge a pact with the host, opting for fusion and symbiosis, or to acquiesce to the gradual erosion and assimilation by the yin-yang enigma physique. Qin Nuo was cognizant that he could not seize the ghost through conventional means. The sole recourse lay in enticing it to possess him willingly. The flesh of the Tai Sui was merely a lure cast forth. The true stratagem lay in inducing it to possess him subsequently. Swiftly, the gluttonous specter discovered, to its dismay, that its corporeal form was gradually dissolving, becoming increasingly indistinct. This unique constitution is eroding me. The gluttonous specter's 9 eyes quivered as it contemplated the dire consequences. Your predicament appears rather precarious. Are you perhaps on the verge of demise? Qin Nuo inquired with feigned concern. The gluttonous specter, indifferent to Qin Nuo's words, frantically sought a means of escape, seized by an innate dread at the prospect of annihilation. Seeing as you are in such a pitiable state, allow me to contemplate a solution on your behalf. I have heard that forging a cursed pact with the host, thereby merging with the unique constitution, is a viable means of survival. Fusion? The gluttonous specter faltered, having momentarily forgotten this possibility. However, the notion of entering into a cursed pact with a human was, to it, an unbearable affront. Without waiting for the gluttonous spirit to speak, Qin Nuo continued, Never mind. Merging with a ghost sounds rather repugnant and offers me no advantages. If you disintegrate within me, it seems to have little impact on my existence. Why should I endure such torment through fusion? Qin Nuo hastily corrected himself, even delivering a slap to his own face, seemingly lamenting his own thoughtlessness. Suddenly, the gluttonous spirit had an epiphany. Indeed, if it were to be reduced to ashes, what dignity could possibly matter? It quickly exclaimed, Wait, my friend, I believe your proposal is feasible. Qin Nuo shook his head. I find it too great a loss. This is my body. Allowing a ghost to inhabit it, setting aside the potential hazards, every action would be under the gaze of a ghost, devoid of any sense of privacy. The gluttonous spirit's form was already fading, nearly transparent, its consciousness becoming increasingly hazy. It hastily suggested, How about this? We sign a curse contract, and you shall dictate the terms. I shall dictate. Are you certain? Absolutely. Qin Nuo clicked his tongue, as if he had suffered a significant loss, resignedly stating, Very well. Seeing you so pitifully corroded, a minor sacrifice seems acceptable. Thank you. You are a good person. Time is of the essence. Allow me to instruct you on the procedure. No need for instruction. I am capable. Qin Nuo smiled faintly, pricking the tip of his thumb to draw an intricate symbol upon the ground. Meanwhile, Chun Yuan, who had been observing Qin Nuo's soliloquy from the start, finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in horror, What on earth? You're not parleying with that specter, are you? Ignoring Chun Yuan, Qin Nuo completed the blood oath to initiate the contract, stating, Your turn. Subsequently, Qin Nuo's other hand, entwined with ghostly aura, unconsciously rose, his thumb poised above it. Ding! Congratulations. You have been granted the authority to enter into a contract with the specter. Please stipulate the contract's binding decrees. Upon mutual agreement, both parties shall unconditionally adhere to the contract's binding decrees henceforth. Qin Nuo, having already deliberated, swiftly formulated the terms. Contract binding decrees. Upon merging with the specter, the unconditional safeguarding of the host's well-being is paramount. In the event of a life-threatening injury, intervention is mandatory. Time limit, 1 year. Safeguarding you for a year. The gluttonous specter was taken aback, its countenance rather displeased. Otherwise, you would be of little use to me, wouldn't you? I can't very well expect you to court me. Can I? Qin Nuo retorted. A mere year. It will pass in the blink of an eye. The gluttonous specter muttered. Time waits for no one. If you're unwilling, so be it. I'm not particularly keen on the idea either, Qin Nuo remarked casually, feigning indifference. Agreed, the gluttonous specter conceded through gritted teeth, no longer hesitant. Immediately, Qin Nuo felt a surge of warmth emanating from his chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully merged with a specter graded as A. Can be carried out of the instance. The host has acquired dominion and may freely select a bodily region for the merged specter to inhabit. The right hand, I suppose. After some contemplation, Qin Nuo opted for his most habitually utilized hand. Though relinquishing his first girlfriend to be inhabited by a specter was somewhat of a loss. However, in the future, should any tribulations arise, the right hand shall prove the most expedient of limbs. Instantly, a profusion of dark filaments emerged from Qin Nuo's right hand, spreading like an arachnid's web, a sight most unsettling. Patches of cadaverous discoloration surfaced upon his hand, emitting a pungent aroma of decay. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the allocation of the fused specter, the specter's information panel has been unlocked. Opening information panel. Fused specter, blood-eyed wraith. Level, A rank. Ability, mental dominion. Spectral power, 3,000 points at its zenith. Ability traits, 9 cursed blood eyes. With each eye opened, mental control and spectral power amplify exponentially. It would seem this fused specter is not to be trifled with, Qin Nuo mused. As of now, he possessed no frame of reference for the strength hierarchy among specters. He remained uncertain of the potency of an A-rank specter. Ugh! A spectral sound arose, succeeded by Qin Yuan's shriek, "Good heavens, your hand!" Qin Nuo glanced down, only to behold a crimson eye emerging from the back of his hand. The orb swiveled, seemingly acclimating to its new environs. Subsequently, the orb fixated upon Qin Nuo, brimming with humiliation and resentment. Qin Nuo queried, "Did I not deliver you from certain doom? Why do you regard me with such animosity?" The blood-eyed wraith, belatedly realizing the gravity of its predicament, finally discerned the duplicity at play. Human, confess. Was this a ruse you conceived from the very beginning? Chapter 22. Feigned ignorance, a ruse? What ruse? Qin Nuo inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment. The crimson-eyed ghoul was not deceived by Qin Nuo's feigned ignorance, convinced that it had fallen prey to this human scheme. Despite claiming ignorance, he had flawlessly executed every step of the contract. Was he trying to deceive a ghost? However, further discourse was futile. The crimson-eyed ghoul had no choice but to concede defeat. The eye on the back of its hand closed, and the deathly aura dissipated from its right hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the passive quest. You have obtained a silver treasure chest. Qin Nuo refrained from opening it immediately, instead placing it in his inventory. He then turned to Qin Yuan, who was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't that rather facile? Qin Yuan gulped. Good heavens, did you devour that ghost? It's on my right hand. For the time being, I have dominion over it. It will work for me for a year before regaining its freedom. Qin Nuo elucidated succinctly. This game can be played like this? You could try it, Qin Nuo said. Qin Yuan grimaced. I would never be so reckless. Qin Nuo had no time for idle chatter with Qin Yuan and strode out of the shelving area. At the front desk, the proprietor and his wife had materialized at some point. The proprietor glared at Qin Nuo. Such a commotion. Were you trying to dismantle my establishment? Apprehending the thief necessitated a bit of commotion, Qin Nuo retorted. The proprietress paused. Are you implying that you apprehended the thief? Indeed, I did. How did you manage that? Henceforth, you need not concern yourselves, for the pilfering of your merchandise shall cease. Qin Nuo appended. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire of your inventory clerk. He was a direct witness. Concealed amidst the shelves, Qin Yuan inwardly cursed this indiscretion, yet he was compelled to emerge, stating reluctantly, Madam, he indeed apprehended the petty thief. The proprietor hastened into the shelving area, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed with sudden elation, The detestable odor has truly vanished. The scoundrel has indeed been captured. The proprietress, visibly taken aback, inquired, "How did you deal with it?" "I terminated its existence." The couple remained skeptical of Qin Nuo's declaration. Disregarding their disbelief, Qin Nuo asserted, "Having resolved your quandary, might I now receive the ingredient number 8, as agreed?" The proprietress, without uttering a word, turned and retrieved a stack of ghost currency, pressing it into Qin Nuo's grasp. "Ingredient number 8 is, in truth, entirely sold out. Consider this a token of our gratitude. Depart with it." Clutching the ghost currency, Qin Nuo raised his gaze and declared, "Madam, your actions lack integrity. Spare me the superfluous rhetoric. You have received recompense. Now be gone. You denizens of the underworld restaurant swindled us previously. It is generous enough that we do not hold you accountable." With his objective achieved, the proprietor revealed his true nature, glaring menacingly at Qin Nuo. Chun Yuan sighed in resignation. "I forewarned you, yet you remained obstinate." Qin Nuo's countenance remained serene. "I merely acknowledge our prior accord. Young man, refrain from exacerbating the situation. It will only lead to your detriment. Abandon all hope of acquiring ingredient number 8 and return hence." The proprietress stated languidly, "In that case, I shall return the petty thief to you." This declaration from Qin Nuo took the couple by surprise. "Is that specter on your person? Didn't you claim to have slain it?" Qin Nuo chuckled. "I deceived you, just as you deceived me, did you not? It is attached to me, having signed a cursed pact. Should I fail to return with a number 8 ration today, your establishment shall cease to exist." Causing such a commotion, would that not bring joy to all? The proprietress's eyes abruptly turned malevolent, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. "Are you threatening us? Young man, I took a liking to you, which is why I have not resorted to drastic measures. Do not limit your own prospects." The proprietor, even more agitated, brandished a kitchen cleaver, poised to strike Qin Nuo. "Eye of the devil. You have garnered 50 points of fury from the ghostly couple. Reward, ghostly tai sui flesh x 10. Reward, ghostly power x 50. Qin Nuo gazed impassively at the ghostly couple, yet inwardly felt a tinge of panic, imploring the blood-eyed specter for assistance. "Companion, lend a hand. Weren't you quite resolute? Resolve it yourself," the blood-eyed specter scoffed. Due to the existence of the cursed pact, it was only obliged to ensure Qin Nuo's safety, and it relished seeing Qin Nuo discomfited. "Do you no longer desire a taste of Tai Sui flesh?" Upon hearing of Tai Sui flesh, the blood-eyed specter could no longer remain indifferent. That delicacy was simply too enticing. "A deal. Cooperate with me in a performance, and let us see your thespian skills on display," Qin Nuo proposed. "Over there." The proprietor cast a glance at his wife, exclaiming, "This wretched rodent dares to tread upon our heads. Can you endure such insolence?" The wife, with a composed demeanor, was about to respond when suddenly Qin Nuo's right hand became enveloped in dark silk, emitting a foul stench of decay. The eye upon the back of his hand reopened, gazing intently at the ghostly couple, and declared, "Indeed, eliminate this brat, and I shall emerge. I have yet to satisfy my appetite for the treasures within your establishment. I intend to linger here eternally." Upon hearing this, the faces of the ghostly couple darkened. Unbeknownst to them, a contractual death decree loomed. They had been deceived by the blood-eyed specter, believing that should Qin Nuo perish, it would be liberated. Should they fail to provide the 8th ingredient, Qin Nuo's demise would surely bind them to this gluttonous spirit, leading to their ruin. After much contemplation, they reasoned that offering just 1/8 ingredient might indeed be a worthwhile exchange, as long as they could rid themselves of this pestilential entity. Any losses incurred by the supermarket could be compensated in due time. "Clever little spirit," thought the proprietor's wife, her expression grim. After having been deceived by the Inquan restaurant, she had sworn never to sell any ingredients to them again. How ironic it was that she now found herself in such a predicament. "I will sell it to you, but for no less than 2,000 ghost coins, not a single cent less." "Of course," Qin Nuo replied with a subtle smile. For the crafty Pinocchio had indeed shown some integrity by providing him with a black gold card to procure ghost coins. 2,000 ghost coins, precisely as required. The blood-eyed specter closed its eye, and Qin Nuo, silently commended it for its cunning strategy to intimidate the ghostly couple, who were particularly exasperated by the blood-eyed spirit. A relentless presence lingered, compelling them to yield the coveted eighth ingredient without delay. The proprietress instructed Qin Nuo to wait, before retreating into a separate chamber. Meanwhile, the proprietor glared menacingly at Qin Nuo, his gaze so lethal that the latter felt as though he had already succumbed to death's embrace. Concealed among the shelves, Qin Yuan stood transfixed, utterly astonished. Goodness, this man possessed extraordinary audacity, negotiating with a specter and brazenly issuing verbal threats. Even Liang Jingru would scarcely muster such courage. Amidst his astonishment, an indescribable admiration surged within Qin Yuan's heart. If only I could embody half of his nonchalance in this game. After a considerable interval, the proprietress emerged, bearing an antique box crafted from metal bronze. The lock was of an ancient, horizontal type, imbued with an air of enigma. "Here is the ingredient you sought," the proprietress declared, extending both the box and a key toward him. As Qin Nuo accepted the box, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his features. Is this truly the eighth ingredient? The designation eighth was merely a code name. None could ascertain what lay within the box. As he grasped it, Qin Nuo felt a tempest of emotions stir within him, leading to an unusual restlessness. Suddenly, the box trembled violently. Was this eighth ingredient perhaps a living entity? Chapter 23. The scalding taro. As Qin Nuo departed from the Wraith supermarket, the night had deepened into an inky darkness. At the eerie and desolate bus stop, he cradled a box in his hands. The ominous aura emanating from the box filled him with trepidation. What on earth could be contained within it? Qin Nuo inquired. "A finger," replied the blood-eyed ghost. "Can a mere finger cause such a commotion?" Qin Nuo exclaimed in disbelief. Its owner must surely be of formidable malevolence. How peculiar that such a thing could serve as an ingredient. "Your taste, as a ghost, is truly bizarre," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "It is not merely a matter of taste. They are only able to consume such items, or rather, it is the sole sustenance they can absorb. A ghost that can feast upon this finger is undoubtedly beyond your wildest imagination," the blood-eyed ghost elucidated. "Is it stronger than you?" Qin Nuo asked cautiously. "Well, if I were uninjured and all 9 of my eyes were open, I would not fear it," the blood-eyed ghost responded with an air of pride. "You have been injured? Who harmed you, and how severe is it? Stop your incessant inquiries. Human, don't presume that because we have forged a contract, we are intimately acquainted. You have wronged me, and I shall remember this grievance. When the contract expires in a year, I shall be the first to devour you. Let us wait until that year arrives. Moreover, I doubt you will be able to triumph over me then," Qin Nuo replied nonchalantly, a smile playing upon his lips. Ding ding. The distant chime of a bell resonated through the air. Through the swirling mist, the bus gradually approached. "It has arrived." Qin Nuo rose, clutching the box tightly. "Are you not afraid of being torn apart by the ghosts on the bus?" inquired the blood-eyed specter ominously. "What is there to fear when I have you?" Qin Nuo replied with a faint smile, acknowledging that the functionality of the killer's raincoat was minimal, as even moderately powerful spirits could easily see through it. Thus, Qin Nuo boldly traversed the streets, assured by the binding contract that the blood-eyed ghost would unconditionally serve as his protector. The blood-eyed ghost's expression darkened, his mood akin to being spat upon by a spitting llama. As the bus came to a halt at the designated stop, and the front doors creaked open, Qin Nuo stepped aboard, depositing 2 ghost coins into the fare box. A human? The ghost driver, about to close the doors, suddenly recognized Qin Nuo's identity. Momentarily stunned by the audacity of a human riding the bus at such an hour in this eerie world. Such behavior was undeniably audacious. The ghost driver quickly regained composure, understanding that only 2 types of humans would dare to act thus: the half-ghosts or those harboring some dreadful ghostly artifact. In any case, they possessed a trump card and were unafraid of attracting trouble from spirits. Having driven the bus for several years, the ghost driver comprehended the underlying truth, albeit with a furrowed brow and a palpable disdain for humans aboard his vehicle. He closed the doors and initiated the journey. The bus was sparsely populated, just a pair of men and women, an elderly individual, and a passenger swathed in layers resembling a mummy. Inside the bus, there was an unmistakable absence of human presence. It was evident that all were spirits, their gaze fixed intently upon Qin Nuo, imbued with a blend of curiosity and suspicion. The scent of humanity permeated their nostrils, akin to the tantalizing aroma of delectable cuisine, stirring a ravenous hunger within them. Yet, none dared to make a precipitous move. Those who ventured onto the streets of the macabre realm in the dead of night were invariably formidable individuals not to be trifled with. Despite the gnawing pangs of hunger, they exercised restraint. The box, the mummy ghost seated at the rear, suddenly uttered a mere 4 words that instantly captured the attention of the other specters. Their eyes gleamed with an avarice that surpassed even their desire for human flesh. Precious sustenance. Qin Nuo furrowed his brow, taken aback by their fixation on the box. Abruptly, the bus came to a halt, signaling their arrival at a designated stop. Losing Blood Street has been reached. Passengers disembarking, please ensure you have your belongings. The next stop is... The doors swung open. No passengers alighted, nor did any board. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the couple who had appeared to be lovers rose to their feet and approached Qin Nuo. The male figure, though pallid, exuded a morbid avarice, reminiscent of an addict in the throes of intoxication. Halting beside Qin Nuo, his face contorted grotesquely, as if insects were burrowing beneath his skin. A rasping sound, as if his vocal cords had been torn asunder, emanated from his throat. Human the box. Before he could complete his entreaty, Qin Nuo interjected icily, "Begone." The man's eyes flared with anger, unaccustomed to such insolence from a mere mortal. Yet, the very act of defiance served only to amplify his apprehension. After a brief struggle, it retreated and resumed its seat. Soon, the bus arrived at another stop. This time, several more specters boarded. They were all taken aback upon seeing Qin Nuo. Immediately afterward, they noticed the box, their eyes similarly filled with avarice. As successive stops passed, the number of passengers on the bus increased. All of their gazes were fixed intently on Qin Nuo's position by the window. These looks were akin to a plump sheep on the chopping block, eyed by countless ravenous wolves. Had Qin Nuo not possessed an exceptional psychological fortitude, an ordinary person's courage would likely have been shattered by now. Esteemed passengers, I presume you all harbor an interest in that box. At that moment, the mummy ghost seated at the rear spoke up once more. It looked at Qin Nuo, revealing a chilling smile. No matter how formidable a human may be, he cannot suppress the collective might of numerous ghosts. Let us converge upon him, tear this lad to pieces, and then we shall divide the contents of that box amongst ourselves. What say you? If word were to reach the outside world that a mere human had intimidated an entire busload of ghosts into inaction, it would be a preposterous jest indeed. The mummy ghost chortled. It too had its sights set on the box, but, hesitant to act alone, it began to instigate the others to join in. Spurred by the mummy ghost's words, many passengers began to stir restlessly. This tense atmosphere merely required a spark to ignite. The mummy ghost smirked inwardly, knowing that its aim had been achieved. All that remained was for a few more voices to echo its sentiment, and the passengers would surge forward in unison. Descending upon Qin Nuo observed the restless passengers, and an unsettling feeling began to swell within him. Initially, he had relied on the blood-eyed ghost to intimidate these spirits, hoping to endure until they reached their destination. However, with the instigation of the mummy ghost, the situation appeared to spiral out of control. To be frank, if these passengers were to surge forward, he doubted that the blood-eyed ghost would be able to shield him effectively. It dawned upon Qin Nuo why the proprietress asserted that he could not bring back the 8th ingredient. This was more perilous than handling a searing hot taro. In the presence of ghosts, this matter was even more enticing than human life itself. As the atmosphere grew increasingly agitated, yet no ghost dared to take the lead, an idea suddenly struck Qin Nuo. "Brother," the blood-eyed ghost remarked, "what? Do you wish for me to eliminate the entire carriage of ghosts? Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. I am currently injured and lack the capability." He continued, "Take my advice. If you wish to survive, hand over that ingredient obediently, and you shall reach your destination alive." Ignoring the blood-eyed ghost's counsel, Qin Nuo inquired, What about the mummy at the back? Are you capable of defeating it? With a single blow, I could make it unrecognizable to its own mother, the blood-eyed ghost replied. Very well, then let us confront it, Qin Nuo declared. Now, yes, let's take it on at once. Chapter 24. Eliminate the leader. Deter the multitude of spirits as the atmosphere within the bus reached a palpable tension. The passengers cast their predatory gazes upon the box held by Qin Nuo. Suddenly, he rose and made his way toward the rear of the vehicle. A moment of astonishment enveloped everyone. What was he intending to do? The mummy spirit seated at the back also looked taken aback. In the next instant, it beheld Qin Nuo's right hand, which was suddenly riddled with corpse-like spots, emanating a potent stench of decay. A bloodshot eye opened on the back of his hand. Half ghost? The expression of the mummy's spirit shifted dramatically. With a sudden stride, Qin Nuo lunged forward and delivered a fierce slap. The mummy's spirit, alarmed, attempted to evade. Yet that bloodshot eye seemed to possess a peculiar allure. Upon locking eyes, its head spun as if caught in a tempest. Within 2 seconds, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Bang! The slap landed with terrifying force, smashing the mummy spirit's head against the side of the bus, penetrating the thick metal shell. The mummy spirit recoiled, its eyes ablaze with fury. You? What do you mean by you? I'm striking at you, you insolent wretch, ever since you began your sarcastic taunts. These words were not spoken by Qin Nuo, but rather by the bloodshot-eyed spirit, which had long harbored disdain for this creature. The mummy spirit, evidently flustered, had its rotting bandages loosened, revealing decayed flesh. One of its hands lunged toward Qin Nuo's head. In response, Qin Nuo raised his right hand and with a fierce flick, a tearing sound echoed as the mummy spirit's arm was sent flying, crashing against the bus window, leaving a gruesome mess. The mummy spirit's gaze was filled with bewilderment. This was how it would retaliate. Qin Nuo extracted a human bone nail from the toolbox, cradling it in his right palm. With a swift motion, he aimed at the head of the mummy ghost, driving the nail deep into its skull. The mummy let out a ghastly scream, its body visibly disintegrating before the eyes of onlookers. Within mere seconds, all that remained on the seat was a haphazard array of tattered wrappings and a pool of decayed flesh. Straightening his attire, Qin Nuo turned to the bewildered passengers in the bus and remarked with a smile, I apologize for the disturbance, but I find it quite intolerable to converse with ghosts that buzz like flies. I deemed it necessary to teach a lesson. No need to worry. Please continue with your affairs. With that, he returned to his seat. The spirits exchanged incredulous glances. Was this what he considered a mere lesson? The ghost had been reduced to a puddle of putrid matter. Many of them cast wary looks at Qin Nuo, particularly at his right hand, which now inspired a profound sense of dread and fear. Several ghosts who had initially stood up, itching to act, promptly resumed their seats. Who could have imagined that this human was, in fact, a half-ghost and capable of such ruthless action? He had annihilated a ghost in the very confines of the bus. The atmosphere, previously thick with hostility, began to ease considerably. Qin Nuo stole glances around him, allowing his body to relax. The tactic of making an example out of one had proven effective. Even spirits were not exempt from its influence. Before long, the bus arrived at the stop for the Qin Nuo restaurant. Qin Nuo, holding his box, disembarked smoothly and walked towards the restaurant, which stood with its door ajar. Even so, the interior remained aglow with dazzling lights, yet it felt desolate, devoid of any specter. As Qin Nuo stepped into the dining hall, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. I never anticipated you would return alive, said Pinocchio. Qin Nuo tossed the box to him, his expression impassive as he replied, I have completed the task, and I trust you will honor your commitments as a superior. Pinocchio glanced at the box, then at Qin Nuo, reassuringly stating, rest assured, the Qin Nuo restaurant has never defaulted on its obligations to employees. You may return to rest. Assemble here punctually tomorrow. With that, Pinocchio departed. Qin Nuo, pondering whether Lu Jiechi had fared well with her task today. On his way back to the dormitory, he paused before the vending machine he had passed earlier. A bottle of water, a cup of instant noodles, and 2 sausages, Qin Nuo ordered, patting the vending machine's recently repaired metal casing. With a clatter, his requested items emerged in full. The vending machine spirit cast a wary glance at Qin Nuo, as if sensing something amiss, and inquired suspiciously, "Your body seems a bit off." Then it gasped in astonishment. "When did you harbor a ghost within you?" It not only detected the presence of the blood-eyed ghost, but also sensed that it was an exceedingly formidable entity. "What are you making a fuss about? It's merely a ghost. It won't harm you," Qin Nuo replied, sipping his water and departing with his provisions. The vending machine spirit, drenched in cold sweat, felt an even greater trepidation towards Qin Nuo. Room 404. Lu Jiaqing huddled at the edge of the bed, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze fixated on the vacant space beside her. On the verge of tears, Wang Yang had been taken by the specter, and Qin Nuo had met her demise at the hands of Pinocchio. "Surely, it will be my turn by tomorrow." "Oh, mother, I can never return to see you again. I'm so sorry." Just as Lu Jiaqing was about to burst into tears, the door handle suddenly twisted. Fear gripped her, and she quickly leapt from the bed, seizing a pair of scissors from the table. The door swung open, casting a dim light into the room. A figure appeared in the doorway. Lu Jiaqing clutched the scissors tightly, letting out a piercing scream as she lunged toward the figure. Qin Nuo deftly snatched the scissors from her grasp, effortlessly subduing Lu Jiaqing and casting her onto the bed, while tossing the scissors back onto the table. If a ghost were to enter, it would be more prudent to use those scissors for self-harm than to attempt to stab a specter. Ascent no spoke. She tore open a package of instant noodles on the table and began to boil water with the kettle. Lu Jiaqing stood in stunned silence. It took her a few moments to register the situation, and tears of joy began to flow. You're not dead?" Qin Nuo chuckled incredulously. "Your words sound almost like a curse upon me." "Oh, you have no idea how worried I was about you. I thought you were doomed, and that I would never escape this place." Lu Jiaqing threw herself onto Qin Nuo, disregarding all decorum, weeping uncontrollably as she released the pent-up emotions. Qin Nuo, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Can you please hold off on the tears until I finish my meal?" The embrace of a beautiful woman is a dream cherished by Qin Nuo, who has been single for over a decade. However, overwhelmed by hunger, he finds himself yearning simply to satiate his appetite. "I still have some food. Instant noodles alone won't suffice. Allow me to fetch you something," Lu Jiaqing said, wiping her tears and smiling joyfully. She turned and opened a drawer, retrieving an abundance of food for Qin Nuo. With great care, she heated it, cleaned it, and placed it on the table. Then Lu Jiaqing obediently sat beside him, smiling as she encouraged, "Please enjoy your meal." This gesture left Qin Nuo feeling somewhat embarrassed. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "Thank you," before disregarding his image and voraciously indulging in the meal before him. Moments later, with a satisfied sigh, he leaned back in his chair, patting his belly. Witnessing Qin Nuo's contentment, Lu Jiaqing felt an inexplicable joy swell within her, akin to a dark figure suddenly illuminated by a beam of light, enveloping her in a profound sense of security. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively grasped Qin Nuo's hand. However, she was startled to find it as cold as ice, causing her to retract her hand abruptly. Before she could process her astonishment, Qin Nuo's voice, chilling as a specter, echoed, "Human, do not touch me recklessly." Chapter 25. For rewards and a promotion, Lu Jiaqing was taken aback, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Qin Nuo, what has happened to your right hand?" "This is a long story. I shall explain it to you when the opportunity arises," Qin Nuo replied. Lu Jiaqing nodded, her gaze fixed on Qin Nuo's hand, instinctively retracting her neck, feeling as though that hand was watching her, sending shivers down her spine. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Nuo arrived at the dining hall. Upon seeing him, the other employees were filled with astonishment. Given the previous commotion, wasn't he this human supposed to have been banished from the restaurant? How could he still be alive and present here? Soon, Pinocchio entered, summoning all employees to gather in the hall. Employee 3697, having successfully brought back ingredient number 8, not only atoned for past mistakes, but also resolved a significant dilemma for the restaurant, earning considerable merit. Thus, the following rewards were bestowed upon Employee 3697. Reward 1. The title of Outstanding Employee of the Week, accompanied by a generous bonus. Reward 2. an early conclusion to the 7-day probationary period, resulting in a promotion to restaurant supervisor, tasked with managing the Westgate area. Reward 3, a special restaurant pass. Employees bearing this pass may enter any public area of the restaurant without restriction. Reward 4, a terrifying grade, ghostly artifact. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 4 rewards. What astonished them even more was that they had been granted to a human. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the history of the restaurant's expeditions. Many ghosts turned envious. This individual has only been here for a few days and has already ascended to the position of supervisor. The elusive ingredient number 8, which is currently out of stock. How did it manage to be brought back from the Wraith supermarket? Employees gaped in astonishment, having previously been dispatched to procure ingredient No. 8, only to encounter numerous hardships without success. Pinocchio placed a box before Qin Nuo and turned to the other employees. The remaining staff are to return to their respective posts and prepare to open for business. Amidst the cacophony, the employees dispersed. Qin Nuo called out to the departing Pinocchio, "What am I to do today?" "Head to the Westgate and complete the handover of duties. You are responsible for maintaining order at the Westgate, ensuring employees fulfill their responsibilities. The rest of the time is yours to enjoy," replied Pinocchio. The daily wage is doubled from the original. This remuneration is indeed quite enticing. After Pinocchio departed, Lu Jiechi approached, emboldened, and cheerfully said to Qin Nuo, "Supervisor, does this mean you can oversee those spirits? Truly impressive. It's only a matter of 2 days. We shall complete this set of tasks and return. Signore Market, I almost forgot. Only 2 days remain until I can reunite with my parents, which fills me with joy." The thought of returning alive to be with family invigorates Lu Jiechi. "I'm off to work now. You should hurry to the Westgate as well." After Lu Jiechi left, Qin Nuo did not rush to the Westgate, but instead opened the box. Inside were 4 items: a large red envelope with a golden border, a set of managerial restaurant attire, a peculiar black identification card, and a pitch-black, blood-stained stone. A stone? A spirit? Qin Nuo was taken aback. A mere rock, classified as a terrifying spirit? Spirits are categorized into various levels: dangerous, frightening, terrifying, catastrophic, destructive, and annihilative. Terrifying spirits are considered quite formidable. On Earth, Qin Nuo had often heard through the news of those exceptional players who completed dungeons and returned with terrifying spirits that could fetch prices in the hundreds of millions. This unsightly stone, deemed terrifying, felt somewhat devalued. However, as Qin Nuo grasped the stone, he distinctly sensed a chilling aura. Even the blood-eyed ghost on his right hand could not resist opening one eye, commenting, "A commendable spirit." Qin Nuo blinked and activated his Eye of Analysis. Eye of Analysis, spirit-burying stone. In a mass grave, it witnessed a brutal war. The enemy, exhausted of ammunition, was mercilessly crushed by this stone, their heads shattered, ultimately discarded into a valley teeming with corpses, buried beneath the heaps of bodies. This stone had claimed 107 lives? Qin Nuo was astonished. The heavier the aura of death surrounding a spirit, the more terrifying it becomes. This stone from the mass grave is indeed a treasure. Qin Nuo placed the burying stone into his toolkit, donned the managerial restaurant attire, and, facing the mirror, adjusted his outfit. Despite the promotion, one must diligently fulfill their duties, lest one be caught by the unfeeling Pinocchio, which would lead to trouble. The Shimen restaurant has officially commenced operations, and the staff have begun their respective tasks. "You 2 sluggish rodents, what are you dawdling for? If you neglect the guests, and it reflects poorly on me, I shall have no mercy." The ferocious chef barked at the tardy waitstaff. Lu Xing and Zhang Yu, alarmed, hastily grabbed their dishes and dashed towards the door. Once the chef departed, they both sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. "I can't take this any longer. If this continues, I shall truly lose my mind," Lu Xing lamented, clutching his head in near despair. "Only 2 days left. Let us bite the bullet. At least we are still alive, unlike you Xiaoyang and the others." Zhang Yu shook his head. Initially, 5 individuals were assigned to Shimen, but after 5 days, the other 3 met unfortunate fates, perishing under the weight of poor reviews. The 2 remaining, though alive, were on the brink of a breakdown. I heard we have a new supervisor for Shimen. The handover is happening today, Zhang remarked. Good heavens. Our previous supervisor was the more lenient one. If even that has changed, they are truly pushing us to our limits. Lu Xing exclaimed in despair. Enough lamenting. Let us serve the dishes. Time is of the essence. As they turned to carry the plates, they spotted someone approaching in the distance. They paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in surprise, Qin Nuo? Upon encountering her classmates, Qin Nuo felt no surprise. With so many students in the class, it was only natural that allocations were made across various areas. You haven't been reassigned to our West Gate, have you? Zhang Yu inquired, astonished. Alas, the guests at the West Gate are notoriously discerning. Your transfer here may not bode well, Lu Xing remarked with a shake of his head and a sigh. However, considering our bond as classmates, we shall extend our assistance to you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. After all, it has not been easy for you to reach this point, has it? Though their relationship with Qin Nuo was not particularly close in this world, the mere sight of a fellow human evoked an inexplicable sense of kinship. It was then that Qin Nuo spoke up. I have indeed been reassigned, but I'm not a food runner. Not a food runner? Could it be that you're a chef? Zhang Yu speculated. It seems unlikely. You must be a host. He concluded. Neither of those, Qin Nuo replied. Then what is it? The two were puzzled. You do not have much time left. Please take the dishes up. You will understand soon enough, she said, making her way toward the kitchen. Though they wished to press for further clarification, the dwindling time compelled them to set their curiosity aside, hastily carrying the dishes toward the hall. Chapter 26. Taking command of the kitchen, an imposing presence within the kitchen. Chefs were diligently performing their tasks. Qin Nuo entered, and many of the cooks, detecting a human presence, cast disdainful and resentful glances in his direction. But preoccupied with their duties, they paid him no further attention. Qin Nuo, refraining from any immediate action, began to survey the kitchen. One of the chefs, visibly agitated while stir-frying, slammed the wok with considerable force, turned, and bellowed, Rodent, if you continue to loiter around me, I'll tear you apart. Ignoring the chef's outburst, Qin Nuo stated impassively, You prepared again. And who do you think you are? The chef scoffed. Then, noticing Qin Nuo's attire, his expression faltered. You're the newly appointed supervisor? Upon hearing this, the other chefs stared at Qin Nuo in astonishment. A human? The new supervisor? Our restaurant is a 5-star establishment, where hygiene and service are held to the highest standards, demanding meticulous attention to detail. Your shouting resulted in a significant amount of saliva contaminating the dish, severely compromising its integrity. Consequently, your wages and performance evaluation will be adjusted in accordance with restaurant policy. Qin Nuo, disregarding the peculiar gazes directed at him, spoke without emotion and recorded the chef's employee number in a notebook. You dare target me? The chef exclaimed, his face contorting with rage, his eyes wide with fury, as if he intended to devour Qin Nuo. For insubordination and disrespectful address toward a superior, an additional deduction of 100 ghost coins will be applied. Qin Nuo added to the entry in his notebook. If you do not comply with my instructions, your punishment will continue to escalate. Will you a mere nothing? Why should I redo this? The chef forcefully overturned the black pot, scattering the dishes across the floor. A mouse dares to command us? Have you lost your mind from gluttony? And what of the supervisor? The mouse's identity remains unchanged. Provoke us, and we shall smash your skull. The other chefs began to roar ferociously in unison. In an instant, the entire kitchen erupted in protests. One chef seized Qin Nuo by the collar and coldly declared, Take off that uniform and get out of here. Do not dare to order me around. Qin Nuo calmly tucked away his notebook and began to unbutton his attire. Huh, I thought you were something special, and now you're cowering so quickly? The chef laughed triumphantly. You are mistaken. I am merely unfastening a couple of buttons to facilitate my duties. What duties? The chef was momentarily taken aback, only to see Qin Nuo wielding a bone-crushing hammer. In the next moment, the hammer struck the chef's skull with a swift motion. An anguished scream erupted as the chef clutched his head, wailing in despair. You dare, mouse! Another chef glared, ready to defend his companion. Yet, as he took a single step forward, a bone nail pierced sharply into his forehead. He collapsed, joining the chorus of wails. Qin Nuo surveyed the remaining chefs and proclaimed, "Who else wishes to step forward? I am prepared to entertain you all. I have plenty of tools at my disposal. The louder the chaos, the better. I am indifferent, for I only risk a position, but you all risk your very livelihoods." Qin Nuo's words brought the other chefs to a halt, suppressing their impulsive emotions. Securing a position in the esteemed Inquan restaurant, a five-star establishment, is an exceptionally rare opportunity, and they had exerted tremendous effort to attain these roles. Losing this chance would render their survival in this treacherous world virtually impossible. The restaurant was never short of staff. What lacked were obedient employees. Now, who among them dared to stir trouble? With a cold reprimand, Qin Nuo demanded, "If you have nothing to say, why are you still standing there? Return to your posts at once." The aura she exuded was more terrifying than that of a specter. This was not a person to provoke. This thought surged through the chefs' minds, prompting each of them to obediently return to their tasks. The chef who had been injured by a nail scrambled to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain, and resumed his work with diligence. Qin Nuo turned to the chef with the gaping wound on his head and, with a smile that belied her severity, stated, "You have 5 minutes to clean this place up. Should I find any dirt, you'll receive a nail as a reward." The chef hurriedly got to work, his movements frantic and resembling a chastised schoolboy. Just 2 minutes prior, the kitchen had been filled with protests. Now, it had reverted to its original state, and the chefs worked with renewed vigor. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Xing and Zhang Yu returned, having delivered the dishes, and they held a new menu in their hands. Upon their entrance, they approached a chef with palpable trepidation, cautiously uttering, "This is the order for the second table. Could you please prepare it?" The chef discreetly glanced at Qin Nuo, who stood a short distance away, accepted the menu, and responded courteously, "It will be ready shortly. Please take a seat to the side and wait patiently." Zhang Yu and Lu Xing exchanged bewildered looks. "Did we mishear something? What is with this polite demeanor?" Qin Nuo then approached and casually picked up the menu. This action caused Lu Xing and Zhang Yu to blanch instantly, frantically gesturing for Qin Nuo to put it down. "Are you out of your mind? The chef is cooking. How dare you touch the menu?" What transpired next was beyond their expectations. Qin Nuo set the menu down and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Please prepare these 2 dishes promptly. Do not waste time." Yes, we will not delay at all." The chef nodded vigorously, busily attending to his tasks, his tone exceedingly humble. Zhang Yu and Lu Xing were utterly stunned. "Are we still dreaming?" Qin Nuo gestured for them to sit aside and engage in conversation. They uneasily complied, gazing at Qin Nuo with unfamiliarity. You're Qin Nuo, right?" Qin Nuo chuckled lightly. "Isn't that obvious?" "Then how?" Qin Nuo pointed to the label on her attire. "I'm the supervisor." "Goodness, you've been promoted to an official position." Zhang Yu wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Even as a supervisor, it seems implausible to achieve such a feat, does it not? Zhang Yu gazed in disbelief at the chefs, who suddenly appeared invigorated, diligently engrossed in their tasks. Let us not forget, this is merely a game. Once one masters its mechanics, it becomes rather simple. Qin Nuo remarked with an air of wise maturity. "Brother, could you possibly share a couple tips with us? We are on the brink of madness." Zhang Yu implored, grasping Qin Nuo's hand. "Such skills cannot be imparted. They must be discovered through personal exploration," Qin Nuo replied, gently patting his shoulder, for he could hardly admit to having an unfair advantage. "Supervisor, your 2 friends' dishes are ready." The chef soon approached with a spatula, speaking cautiously. Qin Nuo gestured for the 2 to serve the dishes. Although Zhang Yu and Lu Xing were classmates, it would be improper to leverage personal connections for special treatment, as it would undermine the fundamental principles of their positions. A breach of protocol could result in penalties. Lu Xing and Zhang Yu understood this principle well, and with good sense, they rose to carry the dishes to the dining area. Chapter 27. The Ring of Rights and Territorial Rewards in the final 2 days. Nothing unexpected transpired. The 7-day employee experience period officially concluded. Due to Qin Nuo's position, the spirits from Shimen dared not trouble Zhang Yu and Lu Xing any further, allowing the 2 to successfully complete the initial dungeon. Lu Jieqi threw herself into Qin Nuo's arms, sobbing joyfully. I can't believe I made it back alive. I'm so elated. Zhang Yu and Lu Xing observed this scene from the side, silently giving Qin Nuo a thumbs up. Brother Qin is impressive. Not only did he effortlessly conquer the dungeon, but he also managed to win over the illustrious Lu. Throughout these 2 days, Qin Nuo had completely captivated Zhang Yu and Lu Xing. Although he held merely a supervisory role, the spirits would bow and scrape before him, speaking in a tone of subservience. It was akin to the scene where a junior underling encounters a mafia boss. The commanding aura emanating from Qin Nuo transformed the two into his ardent admirers. If only I could be this suave, I'd be on cloud 9. However, Qin Nuo was too preoccupied to concern himself with the thoughts of Lu Xing and Zhang Yu. He was fixated on the spirits he had acquired over the past 7 days, suddenly pondering a question that plunged him into deep contemplation. At that moment, a beam of white light appeared in the eyes of Qin Nuo, and his companions gathered in the hall. Subsequently, they all found themselves in an ethereal space, reminiscent of the realm they had entered before the terrifying game commenced. Not only were they present, but classmates scattered throughout other areas of the Inquan restaurant also materialized. After a week's separation, the reunion among classmates felt akin to the joyful encounter of long-lost friends, with emotions overflowing, tears glistening in their eyes as they embraced one another, weeping unabashedly. "Old Qin, I missed you dearly," Tang Ming exclaimed, locating Qin Nuo amidst the crowd and enveloping him in a sloth-like bear hug. "We met just yesterday," Qin Nuo retorted with an eye roll. In his position as a supervisor, Qin Nuo enjoyed a remarkably leisurely lifestyle, equipped with a special pass that allowed him to traverse any area of the restaurant. Consequently, over the past couple of days, he had kept his legs active, even venturing into Tang Ming's territory. He had contemplated visiting the enigmatic second floor of the restaurant, but perhaps due to the previous incident involving the little girl or some other reason, it remained temporarily closed. The class monitor had not returned, having been claimed by a bathroom specter. Lu Fang, too, had met her fate the very next day. The elation of survival was swiftly followed by a profound silence. From the original 45 students, only 19 remained, falling short of even 20. Heads hung low. An unusual weight of melancholy enveloped everyone. "Congratulations to all who have survived. You are the fortunate ones, the ultimate victors," a mysterious voice proclaimed. In the face of life and death, rather than wallowing in the grief of lost companions, it is more prudent to focus on the rewards for completing the first quest. "Cheers and jubilations are what you ought to embrace now," Xiao Yuexin interjected. "All I desire is to return home. Will you allow us to go back?" "Indeed," came the response. "Within 2 minutes, you shall be transported back, and reward will be distributed based on your quest scores." The experience was quite remarkable, and we welcome all players to join us again for our thrilling games. Silence enveloped the room, and a somber expression graced every face. "A second time? In this lifetime? We shall never participate in this cursed game again." Once forcibly thrust into a horror game, one gains autonomy. The choice to partake lies solely in their hands. Yet, despite this, an overwhelming number of individuals continue to flock to the realm of terror in the real world. This phenomenon arises partly due to the protective mechanisms established by the state, which mitigate the inherent dangers. Additionally, the allure of rewards entices many. For those who prioritize monetary gain over their very lives, completing a quest with a high score can often ensure a lifetime of ease. Such temptation undeniably drives numerous individuals to madness. However, for those who are coerced into participation, it casts a shadow over their existence, rendering them averse to even hearing the phrase horror game. Beams of light enveloped them, and one by one, they vanished into the enigmatic void. Suddenly, Qin Nuo inquired, "Do the rewards I acquire at the Inquan restaurant hold any value?" "Permanently. Upon entering the horror game again, the rewards amassed from the previous quest remain valid. This means that during the next foray into the game, regardless of which quest Qin Nuo engages in, he will still hold the status of supervisor of the Inquan restaurant, and the passes and badges obtained can be utilized. Of course, they can also be sold in the real world for a handsome sum. Are there any further inquiries?" "None." Qin Nuo closed his eyes, and his body gradually vanished, being transported back to Earth. At that moment, the sound of the system announcing the rewards echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the Inquan restaurant quest. Achieving a score of 14,799 satisfaction. System rewards. Unlocking the system marketplace. Purchasable with ghost coins. Skill reward. Ring of entitlement. Due to the host. When the target's anger exceeds 99 and enters the realm of entitlement, they must offer a valuable item as a price. Otherwise, they will be eternally imprisoned. Ghost item reward. Cursed substitute Scarecrow X2. Upon dying once in the quest, this can be used to negate the death and revive once more. Ghost currency reward. 100 denomination. The exchange rate of ghost currency to ghost coins is 110. Territorial reward. Acquisition of the Red Moon convenience store, granting permanent territorial ownership. Location. Haunting World, Ghost District. Number 76, Ghost Lantern Street. Was there a territorial reward as well? Qin Nuo was taken aback, for he had not anticipated this. Every time a quest was completed, the host could receive a piece of territory in the Haunting World, with the difficulty of the quest determining the quality of the territory acquired. The monthly profits from the territorial industry would be subject to various necessary expenses, with the net profit automatically deposited into the host's pocket. Of course, poor management could lead to bankruptcy, so it would be unwise to assume the role of a detached overseer and merely wait for riches to flow in. The next time he entered the game quest, he could explore his shop. Naturally, if there were to be a next time, Qin Nuo opened the information panel for the Red Moon convenience store. Territorial industry. Red Moon convenience store. Profit. Revenue has decreased by 30 compared to last month. Employees. 2. 12-hour shift system. Challenges faced. Damages left unrepaired, affecting appearance, undesirable location, competitors seizing business. Qin Nuo felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if the issues were somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, he decided to set them aside for the moment. He recalled that he seemed to have a silver treasure chest left unopened in his toolbar. Qin Nuo retrieved it and clicked to open. Ding! The silver treasure chest was opened, yielding items. Young Boy's Urine X3, Ghostly Shattered Corpse Cleaver, and Ghostly Patch Doll. In this world, is Young Boy's Urine considered a reward? Qin Nuo felt a wave of disbelief, akin to the time he received those blood-stained sanitary napkins. However, the other two ghostly items appeared rather promising. Without delving further, Qin Nuo returned all these items to the toolbar. At this moment, the scene before him gradually became clearer, and he felt a sudden loss of weight, followed by his feet landing on the asphalt road. When he looked up again, Qin Nuo found himself on a highway overpass. Tang Ming and others began to appear around him one by one, gazing at the bright sunlight and the bewildered expressions of the passing drivers. They all understood that they had returned to their original world, a world devoid of ghosts. Woo! We are finally back. Everyone wept tears of joy, celebrating in a euphoric uproar. Chapter 28. The conclusion of the side story of the students, including Qin Nuo's older sister, who were forcibly drawn into the harrowing game, have returned. This news, upon its release, nearly captivated the entire populace of Longhua, igniting a fervor online. 7 days prior, the tragic incident involving a university bus plunging into the river had created a colossal uproar. The commotion stemmed not from the bus's descent, but rather from the fact that the 45 university students aboard were compelled into a terrifying game. Throughout the past week, nearly everyone was engrossed in whether these students would return. At last, a resolution has emerged. The official report elicited a collective sigh from many. Those who returned alive were barely half of the original group. On the elevated bridge of Jianzhou, police personnel were involved, cordoning off both ends of the bridge as ambulances and police cars arrived in succession. After confirming the identities of Tang Ming and the others, they were escorted onto ambulances to undergo medical examinations. Name Zinno. Age. A young police officer was recording Qin Nuo's identification details when he noticed the young man's distracted demeanor. He let out a sigh and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Good lad, I understand that you endured the darkest moments of your life over these past 7 days, mourning for your deceased companions. But remember, you have returned alive. You are heroes. It is imperative that you emerge from the shadows swiftly." Qin Nuo blinked and nodded, replying, "Yes, I understand." In truth, his distraction was not due to the officer's words, but rather from the apprehension of the forthcoming examination process. Would the doctors notice something amiss with his right hand? In the realm of thrilling games, forging a pact with a specter is hardly an egregious act. Previously, news reported on a masterful player who entered into a curse contract with a ghost, garnering significant attention and even securing a position within the prestigious Ghost Hunters organization, serving the Dragon Kingdom. However, Qin Nuo was precisely averse to attracting such scrutiny. The greater the attention, the more complications would arise. Rest assured, I can disrupt those doctors' neural pathways, creating illusions to facilitate your passage. The voice of the blood-eyed ghost resonated in his mind. Why the sudden benevolence? Qin Nuo questioned. Skepticism etched on his face. Wasn't this entity eager to witness his downfall? I, too, wish to avoid being targeted by your kind, the blood-eyed ghost replied nonchalantly. Before long, the students were transported to the hospital, and after a thorough examination, they emerged unscathed, only to be escorted to the police station, awaiting their respective guardians. In the lobby, Tang Ming approached with palpable excitement, inquiring, "Old Qin, what rewards did you receive from your instance?" "Just some peculiar trinkets. Nothing particularly noteworthy," Qin Nuo replied, absent-mindedly touching his nose. "Rather mediocre, really. Just a convenience store as a reward." "Come on, spare me the modesty. You've been promoted to a supervisory position at the dining hall. Your ratings must surely surpass mine." Despite Tang Ming's probing, Qin Nuo chose to remain reticent. "Allow me to show you my reward," Tang Ming said, glancing around furtively, shielding his actions from view. He produced a foul-smelling sock from beneath his clothing. "You still have that peculiar habit?" Qin Nuo exclaimed in astonishment. "Get away. This is a ghostly artifact. Have you seen the news? Those seasoned players can sell ghostly items for tens of millions on the market. Although mine may be of lesser value, it is still a ghostly item and should fetch a few million or even hundreds of thousands, right? Moreover, when it comes to peculiar habits, you are the most impressive. Who would casually carry a used sanitary napkin around?" Tang Ming remarked with a chuckle. "Let me show you my reward," Qin Nuo said with a smile. As he produced a bottle of yellow liquid, Tang Ming inquired curiously, "What is this?" "I am not entirely sure. The reward claims it is some divine water. After drinking it, ghosts will flee from you as if you were a harbinger of pestilence." "Wow, this is quite a treasure," Tang Ming exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Without further ado, I must take a sip. With this, isn't the dungeon just a breeze?" he said, twisting off the cap and preparing to drink. However, as he brought it to his lips, he sensed something was amiss. A strong, pungent odor assaulted his senses. Upon inspecting the bottle, he finally discovered the words "child's urine" inscribed at the bottom. "Damn it, Old Qin, you scoundrel. I am fortunate to have not consumed it. Otherwise, I would have to confront you," Tang Ming shouted, drawing the attention of several onlookers. He hurriedly covered his mouth and sat down, expressing his disdain by shoving the bottle of child's urine back into Qin Nuo's hands. "Is this truly child's urine? You play so well, yet your rewards are utterly abysmal. I feel a pang of sympathy for you." Tang Ming gazed at Qin Nuo with compassion. Qin Nuo smiled silently as he accepted back the bottle of child's urine, harboring a sense that it might prove useful in the future. At that moment, Lu Jiqi approached. "Qin Nuo, my parents have arrived, so I must take my leave. Over the past 7 days, I am immensely grateful for your care. I shall surely repay you." Strangely, as she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Qin Nuo nodded slightly, acknowledging as classmates, it is only natural to look out for one another. She continued, "Next time you have some free time, allow me to treat you to a meal as a proper thank you." Once Lu Jiqi departed, Tang Ming leaned in with a mischievous grin, while Old Qin, "I hear you've been sharing a bed with the illustrious Lu for the past few days. It seems she has you thoroughly under her spell. She sleeps her way. You sleep mina." "In such circumstances, I have no inclination to entertain such thoughts," Qin Nuo replied. "You, my friend, are a paragon of stoicism. A golden opportunity for romance presented on a silver platter, and yet you shun it, locking the door tightly," Tang Ming remarked, exasperated. "Old Qin, our family has arrived, so we must be on our way." Zhang Yu and Lu Xing approached, bowing deeply to Qin Nuo with utmost respect. Safe travels. Qin Nuo waved them off. Tang Ming was taken aback. Those two used to ignore you in class. Why do they now treat you like a benefactor? Perhaps my personal charisma is simply too compelling. Qin Nuo replied nonchalantly, glancing at the time, feeling increasingly restless. Qin Nuo, your family has arrived. You may depart now, an officer announced. Qin Nuo bid farewell to Tang Ming and exited the police station. In the distance, he spotted a tall girl with a ponytail. Her exquisite features etched with concern as she scanned the surroundings anxiously. Qin Nuo approached her and waved, "Sister, I'm over here. Little brother, I was so worried about you. Thank heavens you returned safely." Qin Yushi exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion upon seeing Qin Nuo. She rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace, lifting him off the ground despite his shorter stature. The softness of her embrace was overwhelming, yet stifling. Passers-by could not help but swallow hard at the sight. Goodness, what a face wash. I'm envious. Sister, could you please let go? I can hardly breathe. Qin Nuo gasped, struggling to free himself. Qin Yushi released him and took his hand, leading him towards her red Honda Civic. Let's not linger on words. I'll treat you to a grand feast to celebrate your return and wash away your misfortunes. You must have had nothing good to eat these past 7 days, right? Actually, my meals were quite decent. In the game, there was a kind-hearted ghost who frequently provided me with food, ensuring I was well-fed, Qin Nuo replied. Such a benevolent ghost? Qin Yushi was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the Inquan restaurant, the vending machine ghost suddenly sneezed several times, brimming with irritation as he muttered, I can't shake the feeling that some bastard is cursing me. Chapter 29. The Sister's Curse in the Car. Qin Nuo inquired, Sister, where shall we dine? Qin Yushi, while driving, pondered thoughtfully, let us go to that Western restaurant you once adored. Please, no. I no longer fancy it. Qin Nuo dismissed with a wave of his hand. Why? Qin Yushi queried. Did you not often insist that I take you there? I have lost my taste for it. Qin Nuo replied, his expression pained. The mere mention of restaurant unsettled him, stirring a sense of nausea within. Then, let us visit the grilled fish restaurant. I recall you still enjoy grilled fish. Your sister has returned, so indulge a little, lest you accuse me of not caring for my dear brother. Don't you have classes at school? No questionet. Qin Yushi hesitated before responding, upon hearing that you were forcibly thrust into a horror game. I took a few days off. Do not worry about your sister. Qin Nuo nodded, yet suddenly, the voice of the blood-eyed ghost echoed in his mind. Your sister is not quite right. What do you mean? There is a presence of a curse upon her. The blood-eyed ghost stated. Qin Nuo's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Qin Yushi, who was humming a tune while driving, and asked, Are you certain? Believe it or not, the blood-eyed ghost retorted, dismissing him entirely. A curse? Is she entangled with a ghost or something? Doubt swirled in Qin Nuo's mind. Noticing the concern in his gaze, Qin Yushi smiled sweetly. Little ghost, why do you keep stealing glances? Have you been astonished by how lovely your sister has become after a brief separation? Indeed, Qin Nuo nodded. After months apart, he had become quite the chatterbox. Qin Yushi was in high spirits. After 7 days of anxiety, seeing her lively brother allowed her to finally set her mind at ease. They soon arrived at the grilled fish restaurant. The siblings disembarked and reserved a table. The sister excused herself to the restroom. Oh, and a friend of mine will be joining us shortly. I'll introduce you, she added. A boyfriend? Qin Nuo inquired. No, just a dear friend, very beautiful, mind you. When you meet her, try not to make a fool of yourself. I wouldn't want you to embarrass your sister. With that, Qin Yushi departed. Qin Nuo, however, was not preoccupied with the impending introduction. Instead, his thoughts lingered on the matter of curses. He attempted to activate his analytical vision, but upon returning to the real world, he discovered that the spectral entities and skills he had acquired in the horrifying realm were utterly unusable. It was evident that these abilities became ineffective once removed from that terrifying dimension. Are you Qin Nuo? After a brief wait, a melodious voice chimed in. Before Qin Nuo could turn around, a long-haired woman had taken a seat before him. Her features were exquisitely delicate, as if meticulously crafted. Her flowing hair framing a slim waist accentuated by a fitted outfit. As she settled into her seat, Her enchanting curves revealed a striking figure. If his sister embodied a vivacious spirit, this woman epitomized the refined elegance of a mature beauty. "And you are?" he asked. "I am Wang Sun, a friend of your sister's." "She often mentions her rather unconventional brother," Wang Sun replied, extending her hand in greeting. Qin Nuo hurriedly rose to his feet, grasping that delicate white hand. It was soft and boneless, akin to warm jade. "Ah, Xiaosun, you've arrived so swiftly," exclaimed Qin Yushi, returning from the restroom in surprise. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Mai." "No need. We are already acquainted," Wang Sun interjected with a smile. "Moreover, your brother described you perfectly. He's quite the little rogue." Only then did Qin Nuo realize he was still holding her hand. Furthermore, his thumb was caressing the smooth, delicate skin of her hand. Startled, Qin Nuo immediately withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. The dishes have been served. Let's sit down and eat." Simultaneously, he silently cursed the blood-eyed demon. His right hand's unwarranted familiarity with Wang Sun was undoubtedly the demon's doing. Qin Yushi chuckled in agreement, casting a discreet glare at Qin Nuo. This fellow had just been warned. They had only just met, and already his true nature was laid bare. Fortunately, Wang Sun seemed unfazed. Once seated, she remarked, "The incident of your entire class being forcibly thrust into the horror realm over these past 7 days has certainly caused quite a stir." "I am aware," Qin Nuo replied, his expression peculiar. Being compelled into a horror game is not uncommon, yet it typically involves the random selection of fortunate individuals from various locales. This instance, where an entire busload of students was sent into a horror game due to an unexpected event, is unprecedented. Once you entered the horror game, which instance were you in? What was your role, and what tasks were assigned to you? Wang Sun inquired, pouring herself a cup of hot water. Qin Nuo's expression turned strange. "What was this? An interrogation?" "Xiao Sun." Qin Yushi offered a gentle reminder. Wang Sun, suddenly enlightened, patted her head and chuckled. "My apologies. It seems my professional habits got the better of me. I momentarily forgot that we are gathered around a friend's dining table." "What is Wang Sun's profession?" "Wang Sun is currently a police officer, part of the investigative unit. Additionally, she is a distinguished gamer, having participated in 4 thrilling games, each time achieving commendable scores." Qin Yushi, embracing her good friend, smiled and said, "If you have any questions regarding the thrilling games, feel free to ask me." Wang Sun replied, "Certainly. For those who are entering a thrilling game for the first time and lack national protective mechanisms, those 7 days are likely to be the most unpleasant memories you would wish to forget. It could even be described as a nightmare." Wang Sun spoke with profound understanding. "It wasn't too bad, actually. I found it quite enjoyable. The neighbors, even the ghosts, were rather easy to get along with," Qin Nuo remarked. Wang Sun's expression froze. "Enjoyable? Easy to get along with? Is that the language of a novice?" When she first entered the thrilling game, even with protective mechanisms in place, each day felt like an eternity, akin to an unending nightmare, not to mention the absence of protective measures. Qin Yushi interjected. "My brother mentioned that those ghosts were quite amiable, particularly one kind-hearted ghost brother who often provided him with food, fearing he might go hungry." "Are we certain we played the same game?" Wang Sun was utterly perplexed. She had inquired with numerous individuals who had ventured into thrilling games. Severely frightened, she developed a serious neurological disorder. Even in a mild state, she remained ensnared in a profound shadow of fear, unable to liberate herself. It was her first encounter with such refreshing and unconventional words from Qin Nuo. However, Wang Sun quickly discerned the truth. A fabrication. Perhaps it was to spare her sister from worry due to her own shadows, or perhaps it was an attempt to showcase his masculine prowess before a beautiful woman. In any case, Wang Sun did not believe Qin Nuo's words. She was disinclined to expose the falsehood and remarked, "It is rare to encounter someone with such a positive mindset as yours. It is truly commendable that you remain unaffected by the horror games, is it not? Do not be misled by my brother's usual frivolity. When it comes to mentality, he possesses an exceptionally sunny disposition." Qin Yushi said with a smile, "If given another opportunity to enter a horror game, would you choose to do so again?" Wang Sun inquired. "I do not know," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head. He too pondered this question. After all, Due to his unique advantages, his rewards were significantly greater than those of others. Presently, in the realm of horror, he even possessed a private enterprise. Moreover, the game did not appear overly challenging. Furthermore, there seemed to be a protective mechanism established by the state for the subsequent horror games. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qin Nuo was not in a hurry to contemplate this matter. What intrigued him more was the origin of the curse afflicting his elder sister. Chapter 30. Sister's Secret After Dining. Qin Yushi wished to take Qin Nuo for a leisurely stroll, but Wang Sun mentioned that he had some matters to attend to at the office and needed to leave first. As they exited the restaurant, Qin Yushi suddenly remembered something, urging Qin Nuo to wait in the car while she hurried over to converse with Wang Sun. What were they discussing? Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow slightly. Although it could be a trivial secret between close friends, he couldn't shake the feeling that his elder sister was concealing something from him. He knew Qin Yushi too well. However, the distance and the wind rendered him unable to catch the content of their conversation. I heard it. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly interjected. What did they say? Qin Nuo inquired eagerly. I won't tell you. Come on, good buddy, we're sharing the same body. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Don't be so petty, just spill it. I'll tell you, but only if you share some Tai Sui meat. The blood-eyed ghost replied, licking his lips in anticipation. Clearly, he had become enamored with that delicacy, which was nothing short of exquisite. This meat is quite precious, not your average roadside fare. And just half a piece. Deal. In reality, there were only 10 pieces of Tai Sui meat, and they had all been consumed. However, Qin Nuo discovered the price of Tai Sui meat in a newly opened system shop, 80 ghost coins per piece. While it was somewhat pricey, establishing a certain rapport with the blood-eyed ghost through this delicacy was worth the investment. After savoring the taste of Tai Sui meat, the blood-eyed ghost contentedly smacked his lips. What did they say? Your sister is about to be forcibly thrust into a harrowing game. Why do I say this? Qin Nuo's expression shifted dramatically. There are two types of forced entry. One occurs during an unforeseen incident, where a person on the brink of death is sent in. The other involves selecting a set of scenarios, and then, 2 to 3 days in advance, a potent curse is cast upon individuals from your human realm. The former is relatively rare, and you happen to be one of those cases. The latter, however, is rather commonplace. Each terrifying scenario requires participants. But when a number of willing players fall short, the game autonomously selects individuals and compels them to join. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your sister is likely to be forcibly entered in the next couple of days. The words of the blood-eyed ghost cast a heavy pall over Qin Nuo's demeanor. It was no wonder she had sensed that her sister was concealing something. It turned out she was on the verge of being thrust into a terrifying world. In cases of forced entry, the difficulty of the scenario is random. Some nightmarish scenarios, despite possessing protective mechanisms, can still lead to a player's demise. Qin Nuo inquired gravely. Then, is Wang Sun's purpose to assist my sister? From their conversation, it appeared that Wang Sun's role was far beyond mere guidance. It seemed she intended to participate in the harrowing game on behalf of your sister. Can she really substitute? Qin Nuo was taken aback. You humans possess a machine that can transfer curses, as long as one swaps identities and enters the harrowing game before the forced entry. They can take the place of another, the blood-eyed ghost explained. I have previously witnessed instances of humans substituting themselves in the harrowing game, often for those wealthy individuals who fear death, and the price is quite steep. Unbeknownst to you, how much did you spend to persuade Wang Sun? Qin Nuo squinted, casting a glance towards Qin Yushi, inquiring, when did they commence? The implication of obedience suggested it should be tomorrow. The blood-eyed ghost expressed some dissatisfaction, declaring, Human, your inquiries are excessive. Further questions will incur additional costs. There is no need for further questions. I comprehend. Qin Nuo averted his gaze, a scheme brewing in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Sun bid farewell to Qin Yushi and returned to her vehicle. Sister, what were you discussing for so long? Qin Nuo asked with a smile. It's merely a little secret among us girls. Boys should refrain from prying. Qin Yushi playfully flicked Qin Nuo's forehead and started the car. Moreover, Wang Sun will be visiting our home tomorrow, so dress appropriately and avoid looking so disheveled. Oh, understood. The following day at noon, Wang Sun arrived as promised, carrying a bag of fruits and a black box. Little brother, It's a pleasure to see you again. You appear decidedly more dashing than yesterday. Wang Sun remarked upon entering and noticing Qin Nuo's formal attire. I heard from my sister that you would be visiting today, so I changed into a new outfit. Qin Nuo replied. By the way, sister, are you intending to introduce me to Sister Wang Sun? Qin Yushi discreetly pinched Qin Nuo, thinking, this little brother is at it again. Can't he speak with a bit more subtlety? However, Wang Sun was unfazed. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled brightly. No problem. I'm still single. Whether you can win me over depends on your abilities. After a bout of laughter, Qin Nuo eagerly assisted Wang Sun in bringing her belongings inside and curiously inquired, Sister Sun, what is in that black box? It's just work-related items. It's not safe to leave them in the car, so I brought them in. Wang Sun replied nonchalantly. May I open it and take a look? Qin Nuo expressed his keen interest, tilting his head in anticipation. Impudent boy, can you let your sister have a moment's peace? Qin Yushi playfully smacked Qin Nuo on the head. Yushi, don't you have something to show me? Lead me to your room, Wang Sun suddenly suggested. Qin Yushi, realizing, turned around and shot a glare at Qin Nuo. Impudent boy, sit here quietly, understand? With that, the two women entered the room, locking the door behind them. Qin Nuo's gaze then fell upon the black box resting on the table. Sun, is it all right to leave that box outside? Qin Yushi asked, fully aware of Qin Nuo's propensity for meddling, concerned he might damage such a significant item. It's fine. That box has a combination lock and is quite sturdy. Wang Sun reassured her without concern. Sun, are you truly willing to help me? I feel rather guilty about this. After all, it's my own trouble that you're shouldering. We've been sisters for so many years. You've helped me countless times, so there's no need to feel guilty. Besides, you haven't participated in a horror game before. If something were to happen to you, I would feel far more remorseful. I have 4 experiences under my belt, and I'm much more familiar with the rules of horror games than you are, so there is no need for concern, Wang Sun stated confidently. However, I have heard it is quite perilous. While danger certainly exists, do not forget the protective mechanisms in place, as long as one adheres to these safeguards. Even if the mission fails, I shall return. Do not dwell on it too much. When I return, you must treat me to a meal. In the room, Wang Sun was soothing Qin Yushi. Outside, Qin Nuo had already taken the black box in her own chamber and locked the door behind her. Is there a way to open this box? Qin Nuo fixated on the combination lock. Are you going to take your sister's place? Although blood-eyed, Ghost posed the question. A thought crossed his mind. Wang Sun may have experience, but the unpredictability of a horror game is vast. Furthermore, Qin Yushi is my sister. It is not right to let an outsider resolve her predicament. You have only participated once. Do not be too arrogant. The depths of horror games are profound. Blood-eyed Ghost replied nonchalantly. But you have my brother beside you, don't you? Qin Nuo chuckled. Time is of the essence. My sister and the others will be out soon. No sooner had Qin Nuo spoken than her right hand suddenly lifted, and a flash of crimson light flickered, causing the digits on the combination lock to move on their own. With a loud click, the box sprang open. Inside, there are not many items, only a device resembling a pocket watch. How does one operate it? Qin Nuo picked up the replacement device. It should contain your sister's information. Delete it. Then enter your own details, and upon confirmation, press the red button to enter the game. Blood-eyed Ghost explained with clarity. You seem quite familiar with this process? The blood-eyed Ghost recounted. Once, there was a player who became eternally trapped in a room, possessing a peculiar device. Out of sheer boredom, I thoroughly explored it. According to the blood-eyed Ghost's words, Qin Nuo indeed discovered information about Qin Yushi within and proceeded to delete it, subsequently entering his own details. After confirming, his gaze fixated upon the crimson button at the top. Qin Nuo moistened his parched lips. Drawing a deep breath, he decisively pressed it. Instantly, a brilliant white light manifested, enveloping Qin. In the next moment, he vanished from the room. At that time, Wang Sun and Qin Yushi exited the room, only to find a mysteriously vanished black box on the table, along with Qin Nuo. Didn't I tell him not to tamper with the box? Qin Yushi seethed through clenched teeth. With that, she stormed toward Qin Nuo's room in a fit of anger. No need to worry. There's a password lock. He wants to be able to pry it open. Wang Sun reassured, unperturbed. After knocking several times on the door with no response, Qin Nuo turned in frustration to fetch the spare key from the living room. As she unlocked the door, her temper was about to erupt, only to discover the room was entirely devoid of life. Not here. Wang Sun, however, immediately noticed the open black box on the desk, his expression frozen in disbelief for a few seconds before he hurried forward. How? How did he open a box? Wang Sun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Qin Nuo, equally perplexed, crouched down to search beneath the bed for Qin Nuo. Wang Sun gazed at a vanished replacement device and suddenly inquired, "You did you confide in Qin Nuo about your situation?" "Not at all. I haven't uttered a single word regarding this matter to him," Qin Nuo replied. Then, a thought struck her. Her pupils constricted as she covered her mouth in disbelief. "You mean?" Wang Sun nodded. "He has taken your place in the horror game." At that very moment, the scenes before Qin Nuo shifted rapidly, akin to a slideshow. Moments later, he was confronted by a blinding white light. In his ears, that familiar voice echoed once again. "Welcome to the horror game." Chapter 31, second copy. The Bloodstained Apartment. Beneath his feet, a sensation of contact with the ground emerged as Qin Nuo manifested within the void. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone in this realm. Presumably, the other players have been allocated to different spaces. Welcome back to the chilling game. This iteration of the game scenario is the Bloodstained Apartment. Number of players, 7. Players will assume the roles of guests residing in the apartment, and the duration of their stay will directly influence their evaluation upon exiting the game. Scenario task. As a member of the guest cohort, politeness is paramount. Cultivating amicable relationships among fellow residents will enhance affection levels, potentially yielding additional scores. Note, within the apartment lurks a deranged killer who has claimed the lives of 23 individuals. Before the game concludes, identify this murderer to earn the highest reward. Additionally, as this is a rental arrangement, a fee must be paid. Should one's wallet be devoid of funds, completing tasks for other residents may yield tips. However, beware, should your assistance backfire, a resident might seize something from you, such as a limb, heart, or eye. Protection mechanism. Each player is granted an additional life token during the game. Upon dying once, they may resurrect. However, should they perish a second time, their life will be irrevocably lost. Note, after the first death, players may choose to continue or exit the game, with no option for alteration once a decision is made. Game duration, 10 days. Note, the time ratio between the game and the outside world is 10:1. This time, the dungeon appears to be considerably more intricate. Qin Nuo murmurs. However, this protective mechanism is quite commendable. It effectively grants each individual 2 lives, significantly enhancing the security of the game. Yet, upon further reflection, Qin Nuo recalls that during the completion of the previous dungeon, she was also rewarded with 2 substitute scarecrows. She wonders whether these can be stacked with the protective mechanism's life-saving token. If they could be combined goodness, she would have 4 lives to play with. It certainly evokes a sense of indulgence. The objective of the mission is to identify the murderous fiend residing within the apartment, with a time limit of 10 days. Even if the killer remains elusive, one can still exit the dungeon. However, there is no guarantee that the murderer won't act against them. As Qin Nuo ponders the rules of this dungeon, a panel materializes before her. The preparation time has concluded, and the player has yet to set a game name. Please do so to confirm entry into the dungeon. A game name Qin Nuo contemplates for a moment and types 2 characters. She decides on Phantom. Player Phantom registration successful. You are about to enter the game. The moment the announcement concludes, an overwhelming force of suction envelopes her, and the surroundings swiftly blur. In the next instant, Qin Nuo finds herself in a dimly lit hall. Thunder rumbles outside, and torrential rain lashes down. The atmosphere within the hall is chilling and eerie. Additionally, 6 other players are sequentially transported into the space, 4 men and 3 women. There were individuals with glasses, refined and cultured, and others clad in tank tops, boasting impressive musculature, each possessing their own distinctive traits. However, Qin Nuo discerned a peculiar ambiguity in their faces, reminiscent of a 2-dimensional realm. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he noticed that his own visage had undergone a transformation as well. Identity rendered anonymous, features obscured. Perhaps this was a protective mechanism designed to enhance player privacy, Qin Nuo mused. After all, should conflicts arise among players within the game, returning to the real world would inevitably entail unavoidable troubles. The other players were evidently not novices. Once familiarized with their surroundings, a bespectacled man, who had assumed the alias Cobra, addressed the group. I trust none of you are inexperienced. The game's information and the rules we must adhere to need not be reiterated. I wish you all good fortune, and may we avoid any conflicts among ourselves. Of course, should our interests collide, it will be a test of our individual capabilities. You are mistaken. A true novice has indeed infiltrated our midst, interjected a burly man who went by the moniker Black Bear, casting his gaze towards Qin Nuo in the corner. At that moment, Qin Nuo became aware of a level indicator hovering above their heads. Among the six, the highest level was 6, while the lowest was 2. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo found himself classified as a level 1 novice, participating in a horror game under the auspices of a protective mechanism. Personal identity information would be recorded by the national system. Each completed quest would elevate 1's level, with force progression not counting. Thus, Qin Nuo was designated as a beginner with 0 experience. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes converged upon him. There exists a blend of disdain and sympathy. The anonymous player, known as the Black Rose, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Nuo, remarking on her commendable courage. Meanwhile, the player dubbed Anonymous Princess Yao Yao, sporting twin ponytails, offered a sympathetic look and kindly cautioned, if you die once, you should really consider exiting the game. Otherwise, you might truly be lost. Qin Nuo responded with a subtle smile. That's simply one T do. It would be far too dull. One cannot easily dissuade a fool intent on self-destruction. Scoffed the Black Bear. You all carry on. I shall proceed inside first. The Cobra, disinterested in wasting time on a level 1 individual, averted her gaze and stepped into the light ahead. The other players followed suit. The lighting seemed to falter, flickering erratically. Upon reaching the front desk, the Cobra inquired of the apartment manager, Sir, do you have any rooms available? The manager, an elderly man, was crouched beneath the counter, engaged in some unknown task. At the sound of her voice, he straightened up, and in the dim light, one could distinctly see the decayed flesh on one side of his face, resembling a tattered piece of tofu, profoundly unsettling. The players present were no strangers to horror games, yet only Princess Yao Yao shuddered slightly. The rest were unfazed. How will the 7 of you accommodate yourselves? The apartment manager inquired, his expression impassive as he surveyed the group. There are single rooms available, 7 in total. Quite the coincidence. Ascent it? The rent is 20 ghost coins per day, with a deposit of 30 ghost coins. Occasionally, the water and electricity may be interrupted, and the apartment lacks any staff. Residents must manage their own rooms and request replacements for daily necessities at the front desk. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the power will be cut off, and issues such as clogged toilets and bathroom hygiene must be resolved independently. Qin Nuo and the other 6 members exhibited expressions of disbelief. What a situation! With such conditions, charging 20 ghost coins per day is nothing short of miraculous that they haven't gone bankrupt. Remarkably, business remains so good that only 7 rooms are left. Without further contemplation, the Cobra willingly paid the rent and deposit, followed by the others. Subsequently, each person was allocated a key. Coincidentally or not, the room number corresponding to Qin Nuo's key was 404. What an ominous number. Qin Nuo forced a wry smile. Soon, the 7 of them ascended the stairs one after another. The apartment owner at the front desk added one last note. Some residents have a rather unpleasant temperament, so refrain from wandering about. Any accidents will not be the owner's responsibility. Qin Nuo absorbed this information and shook his head slightly. A familiar scent. Chapter 32. The eccentric tenant. Made in stockings before room 404, Qin Nuo held the key, glancing around cautiously. The elongated, dimly lit corridor was devoid of any company. Indeed, on the 4th floor, he was the sole player resident. Presently, he possessed 200 ghost coins and 100 ghost notes, a sum ample enough to sustain him for 100 days, though sustenance remained a concern. Moreover, The system shop required both ghost coins and notes for transactions, necessitating that he reserve some for unforeseen circumstances. With a creak, the key was inserted into the lock, and as he turned it to open the door, he was startled by the sound of another door being opened. Qin Nuo turned his head to the ajar door of room 405, from which a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes scrutinized him. "Hello, I'm a new resident." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Having encountered such eccentric NPCs before, Qin Nuo was unfazed as he proceeded to open his own door and step inside. The state of the room was predictably grim. A cup soaked in an unidentifiable yellow liquid and a kettle boiling a pair of discolored undergarments. The bathroom drain was clogged with hair, but fortunately, the water that gushed from the tap was not tainted with blood. At the very least, it afforded Qin Nuo the opportunity for a cleansing bath. With 10 days of gameplay ahead, if it were Wang Sun, he would likely remain holed up in his room, biding time to complete the quest without regard for ratings. However, with 4 lives at his disposal, how could he merely linger? Additional ratings could be attained by forging connections with the other tenants. The more, the better. Among the guests, there exists a penchant for gossip, as establishing amicable relations can significantly aid in uncovering the malevolent presence lurking within the confines of the apartment. However, there is no urgency. A restful slumber is in order, and all matters can be addressed tomorrow. After a brief cleansing, Qin Nuo discarded the soiled bedsheet, stained with menstrual blood, beneath the bed, utilizing a shirt as a pillow before finally reclining. Yet, before long, a cacophony of thuds reverberated from the neighboring room. What the devil? Renovating at such an ungodly hour? Still, in light of the importance of fostering neighborly camaraderie, Qin Nuo endeavored to endure the disturbance. The ruckus emanated from room 405, that voyeuristic individual. The sound, amplified by a mere load-bearing wall, was particularly pronounced, resembling the impact of a head against the surface. What madness is this? Qin Nuo felt a growing irritation, pressing his palms against his ears in an attempt to drift into slumber. Yet, it became evident that he had gravely underestimated the tenacity of the occupant in room 405. The tumult persisted unabated for a full 30 minutes. At last, driven to his limits, Qin Nuo sprang to his feet and, in a fit of frustration, pounded the wall twice with a bone-crushing force. For heaven's sake, who stirs at such an hour? Did his girlfriend run off with someone else? Surprisingly, this outburst indeed quelled the noise from next door. The eye of the demon. You have successfully provoked the neighbor in room 405, accruing a hatred level of 40. Reward: a pair of alluring black stockings worn by a sultry maid. As the echoes of sound subsided, Qin Nuo found himself unexpectedly in possession of a pair of seductive black stockings. The fabric was exquisitely delicate, exuding a faint, enticing fragrance, still warm to the touch, as if they had just been shed from the smooth, pale leg of a striking beauty, igniting a flurry of tantalizing thoughts. Yet, Qin Nuo's expression was evidently struck with astonishment. Goodness, the rewards have become increasingly absurd. What does it signify to receive a pair of black stockings in such an environment? Just as Qin Nuo set the stockings aside, a sudden and forceful impact reverberated through the wall. The wall trembled, shedding 2 substantial patches of plaster. It appeared that the individual on the other side was quite enraged. Surely, they wouldn't resort to breaking through the wall to throttle me? Fortunately, Qin Nuo's concerns did not materialize. The 2 strikes against the wall seemed merely an outlet for frustration, and thereafter, silence prevailed. These neighbors were not as amiable as one might have envisioned, Qin Nuo lamented. Initially, he had contemplated how to foster good relations, yet on the very first day, he had inadvertently made an enemy of the occupant of room 405. Dismissing such thoughts, Qin Nuo lay down and finally drifted into slumber. The following day dawned without the bright rays of sunshine, the morning light merely gradually illuminating the surroundings. A chill lingered in the corridor. All the room doors remained firmly shut. Were these residents truly so reclusive? Pondering this, Qin Nuo descended the stairs, his only desire being to procure something edible, his stomach's growls having rendered him mute. He recalled that the first-floor lobby offered food for sale. At the corner of the staircase stood a vending machine, brimming with a delightful assortment of human provisions. Clutching a $20 ghost note, he was about to insert it into the coin slot when an idea struck him. He kicked the vending machine twice with his foot. There was no response. Stepping back, he scrutinized it from top to bottom and then delivered several more vigorous kicks. "Step aside if you are not hungry. Do not squander my time." The cold voice emanated from behind. The Black Rose regarded Qin Nuo with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a lunatic. Qin Nuo attempted to clarify. "I merely wish to ascertain whether this is truly just a vending machine." Yet, upon uttering these words, he himself felt they were somewhat absurd. "Fool!" The Black Rose muttered before tossing her ghost currency into the machine, retrieving 2 bottles of soda and departing. Qin Nuo, in turn, exchanged his ghost currency and received an equivalent of 2 fast food meals. This iteration of the scenario seemed to feature only the residents and the landlord, all appearing rather ordinary. Qin Nuo mused as he walked away with his meals. At the front desk, the landlord was once again crouched beneath the counter, fiddling with something. Unable to quell his curiosity, Qin Nuo stole a glance or two. He did not encounter any ghastly sights. The old man was merely seated on a low stool, engrossed in a game of chess. How peculiar! The spirits in this second scenario exhibited behavior akin to that of normal humans. Those who engage in shooting did so, while this man played chess. The elderly gentleman appeared to be in a solitary match against himself, deliberating each move with considerable care. However, Qin Nuo noticed a box labeled loot beside him. Within it lay an assortment of grim trophies. Arms, legs, tongues, and eyeballs, all grotesquely bloodied and repugnant. To his horror, Qin Nuo even spotted a heart, still pulsating as if tethered to a body, brimming with vitality. As he stood there, momentarily entranced, the old man suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Qin Nuo. "Young man," he inquired, "would you care to engage in a game of chess? If you win, your rent for the day is waived. If you lose, you may exchange it for any item of your choice." "No, I am quite poor at chess." Without granting the elder a chance to respond, Qin Nuo swiftly turned and fled. As she ascended the stairs, she contemplated knocking on the doors of several guests after her meal, offering a bit of warmth, at least to lay a foundation for good relationships. Naturally, this did not apply to the peculiar occupant of room 405 from the previous night. However, upon reaching the landing of the 4th floor, a tremendous crash resonated through the air. Following that was the furious outburst of a man. "Damn it! What the hell have you made? It's utterly inedible. Do you believe I will end you?" As he spoke, the door to room 403 was violently flung open. Bright red blood began to pool at the entrance. Chapter 33. Harmony with a nonchalant demeanor, Qin Nuo intended to pass by without a second glance and return to his room. However, upon further reflection, he considered that assisting the residents in resolving their domestic disputes could serve as a foundation for establishing relationships. Thus, he halted his steps and peered inside. The room 403 was in utter disarray. Hot dishes lay overturned, emitting wisps of steam. Bones were boiled to a pulp, the meat unrecognizable, a grotesque mush devoid of identity. The residents, a family of 3, presented a harrowing scene. The man, his face contorted in rage, veins protruding, eyes ablaze, grasped his wife's hair, enacting domestic violence. The wife, blood trickling from her mouth, maintained an unsettling tranquility, even managing a disconcerting smile. Nearby, a child of about 4 or 5 sat on a small stool. Clapping his tiny hands with glee, a broad grin plastered across his face. "You've ruined it," the man bellowed, his fury seemingly directed at his wife. "You useless waste. Can't you even lift that knife over there? Just like back in bed with that pathetic thing of yours. Utterly useless." The wife continuously mocked her husband, deriving immense pleasure from his rage. Enraged, the man pivoted to seize the knife from the cutting board. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the wife, summoning a strength from who knows where, plunged the scissors she had concealed in her sleeve into her husband's neck just as he turned. Blood splattered. With a powerful shove, she sent her husband tumbling out of the adjacent window. The wife pushed her husband down the stairs and returned to her seat as if nothing had transpired. She casually brushed her disheveled hair and began serving dinner with an air of nonchalance. The boy continued to clap vigorously, and upon witnessing his father's fall, his laughter grew more intense, his cheeks flushed with excitement, nearly gasping for breath. Be good. One must not laugh while eating, or you might choke. The wife gently tousled the boy's hair and attentively fed him. Suddenly, she looked up and noticed Qin Nuo at the doorway, offering a polite smile. You must be the resident of 404. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us for a bowl? No, thank you. I've just had my fill. I heard quite a commotion and came to see if you needed assistance, Qin Nuo replied, casting a glance at the broken window, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth revealing her discomfort. No need. Our family is quite harmonious. A little quarrel now, and then is perfectly normal. How about a bowl of soup before you go? Harmonious. Is this the dialogue of a woman who has just killed her husband? Qin Nuo thought, declining the offer as she noticed a fingernail floating in the soup. She hurriedly exited, unable to establish a rapport with this overly enthusiastic neighbor. This family was beyond mere eccentricity. Mel? No. At least a madman is mad in a conventional sense. In contrast, Qin Nuo suddenly found the residents of 405 to be remarkably ordinary. At least they were simply a typical couch potato. The entire apartment complex was anything but mundane. Blood-eyed ghost. A voice suddenly broke in. Oh, I thought you were hibernating. Qin Nuo chuckled. The blood-eyed ghost rolled its eyes and remarked, this apartment harbors an unpleasant odor. I prefer not to venture out. What odor? Is it really that bad? Qin Nuo sniffed the air intently. The blood-eyed ghost offered no further explanation, simply stating, within this apartment lurks a formidable spirit. Be cautious of it. Qin Nuo was taken aback. Could it be that notorious killer? He pondered. Where is it? I can only sense its presence in a corner, the ghost replied. Qin Nuo found this unhelpful. That is hardly informative. Reflecting on his words, he mused that the residents of this apartment were not ordinary. The blood-eyed ghost reiterated his statement. Brother, my mind Ascent sharp. Must you speak in riddles? Can't you just say what you mean? Yet, the blood-eyed ghost fell silent, as if retreating back into slumber. So, you emerge only to toy with my psyche? Qin Nuo thought. Upon returning to his room, he noticed the door of the neighboring unit 405 crack open slightly. Those fish-like eyes regarded Qin Nuo with a hint of malice. Qin Nuo managed a dry laugh. Attempting to explain, about last night, I will kill you, came the ominous response, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut. A feud had indeed begun. Qin Nuo shook his head. Since establishing goodwill seemed impossible, he felt no need for pleasantries. If the other party intended to harm him, he would strike first. After finishing his fast food, Qin Nuo reclined in his chair, allowing his stomach to digest while contemplating the next resident. In a single floor, there are only 5 rooms. After encountering the residents of 403 and 405, only 401 and 406 remain. Qin Nuo felt utterly exhausted. He merely wished for these 2 households to exhibit a semblance of normality. Why is it so challenging to coexist harmoniously among neighbors? 5 minutes later, Qin Nuo stepped out, intending to knock on the door of 401 to check for a response. As he passed by 403, he was suddenly startled by a string of curses echoing from the stairwell. Wretched creature! Harlot! I'll end you! A man! His face smeared with blood and a pair of scissors protruding grotesquely from his neck, staggered back from the hallway, his features a twisted mask of rage. He stormed back into room 403, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Qin Nuo chose not to intervene. The discord between the couple was theirs to resolve. Reaching the end of the corridor, he noticed that the door to 406 was ajar. A chilling draft wafted out from the room, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He peered inside, calling out, "Hello, is anyone there?" The interior was stark and sparsely furnished. A man sat in a chair, gazing up at the creaking blades of the ceiling fan. "Hello, you must be the new resident of 404. He spoke before Qin Nuo could finish his greeting. "Yes," Qin Nuo replied, surprised that the man was aware of his presence. He seemed to be a relatively normal tenant. "Could you do me a favor?" The man suddenly asked. "What is it?" "Please assist me in persuading the landlord. I've saved enough for this month's rent. Might he consider returning my belongings?" I had left an item in his possession. Qin Nuo remarked that this task seemed rather simple and inquired, "What did you leave behind?" "My heart," the man replied. Turning around, Qin Nuo then noticed the vacant space on his left chest, where his heart had mysteriously vanished. The incision was remarkably neat, with the blood vessels distinctly visible, as though the organ had been meticulously extracted. It dawned on Qin Nuo that the pulsating heart within that cardboard box belonged to this individual. A shiver ran down her spine. Was this the consequence of being unable to pay rent? I implore you, please help me. I would be eternally grateful. The other party's tone was filled with desperation. Just as Qin Nuo was about to respond, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The host has triggered a passive quest. Within 4 hours, retrieve the heart of resident 401 to gain an 80-point favorability rating. Failure to complete the task will result in a punishment of losing one arm as a keepsake for the landlord. The task may be declined, but once accepted, it cannot be altered. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo replied, Very well, I shall do my utmost, though I cannot guarantee the return of your heart. Thank you. The individual said no more and turned away, staring at the ceiling with an air of despondency and resignation. After confirming her acceptance of the task, Qin Nuo exited the room. Elderly folks often enjoy casual conversations. Perhaps she could first engage the landlord in some light chat to foster a better rapport. However, the thought of the landlord's visage made Qin Nuo feel somewhat uneasy. As Qin Nuo descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals, the player known as Cobra and another anonymous player, Jiang Xiaobai. It seemed they were also headed to the lobby on the first floor, in search of the elderly landlord. Chapter 34. Playing against the landlord. Audacious maneuvers. Isn't this our little novice? The Cobra adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. Why are you out and about instead of staying in your room? Qin Nuo replied. A neighbor misplaced something and asked for my assistance in retrieving it. Upon hearing the word neighbor, both Jiang Xiaobai and the Cobra's expressions shifted slightly. This newcomer has already established connections with the residents here? In truth, when the game content was initially revealed, as seasoned players, they were well aware of how to navigate this particular instance. There are merely 2 main objectives. First, to foster good relations with the residents of Bloodstain Apartment and gain their favor. Second, to uncover the identity of the apartment's serial killer. These are the only 2 pathways to achieve a high score in the instance. Thus, since their arrival yesterday, not only Qin Nuo, but also the other 6 experienced players have been contemplating how to endear themselves to the neighbors. Inevitably, they faced numerous rebuffs. Several residents even bizarrely discouraged them from pursuing friendships. Are your neighbors easy to get along with? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, his expression darkening. His room is on the 3rd floor, and last night he deliberately knocked on the door of the adjacent unit under the pretense of needing to use the bathroom. The resident was a middle-aged man, but from the moment he opened the door, his gaze was filled with lewdness and greed. Jiang Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing stare. Upon hearing the request to borrow the bathroom, the resident's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, even offering a bar of soap with unsettling enthusiasm. Terrified, Jiang Xiaobai fled back to his room and added 2 more locks for good measure. Damn it, even ghosts have male companions. The thought of the resident's gaze from last night left Jiang Xiaobai with a countenance as unpleasant as if he had ingested something vile. The atmosphere was generally amiable, with neighbors displaying warmth towards one another. Qin Nuo remarked, somewhat untruthfully. His words left both individuals in a state of skepticism. Where's the item you retrieved for the resident? Cobra inquired directly. At the landlord's was the response, which elicited subtle expressions from both Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai. It appeared our objectives were aligned. I have received a D-level mission to retrieve the resident's eyes from the landlord. Cobra declared. Mine is also D-level. To reclaim an arm for the resident of room 506. Jiang Xiaobai added. That old man has a penchant for collecting body parts. It may not be so easy to retrieve them, Jiang Xiaobai cautioned. You are mistaken. The reason residents surrender body parts is due to their inability to pay rent. They can only offer these as collateral. In other words, we merely need to exchange ghost coins to reclaim them. Cobra analyzed. Enhancing the instance rating yields benefits far exceeding the rent, making it a lucrative transaction. Thus, they are more than willing to resolve it with money. Upon reaching the ground floor lobby, They found the landlord engrossed in a game of chess, his old pipe clenched between his teeth. Without lifting his gaze, he acknowledged the arrival of Qin Nuo and the others, moved a chess piece, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Old sir, we wish to retrieve the items that several residents have pawned here." The cobra indicated its intentions. "Who are you to them?" it inquired. The cobra fell momentarily silent. Qin Nuo interjected, "No need to worry. We are merely 3 benevolent souls eager to assist." The other 2 cast him odd glances as if to say, "Such a claim is hardly credible." Surprisingly, however, the old man nodded in acknowledgement. The cobra and Jiang Xiaobai were elated, hastily asking, "How many ghost coins for redemption?" The old man straightened his posture, his fearsome visage lifting as he took a drag from his cigarette, then replied, "I do not lack for such trivialities. Gulme, let us engage in a game of chess. Should you win, you may reclaim it." "Chess?" The cobra and Jiang Xiaobai stared at the spoils within the cardboard box, their faces twitching with an ominous premonition. What they lost? "In that case, I shall take something from you," the old man declared, seemingly relishing the prospect of a match. He disrupted the pieces on the chessboard, rearranging them with a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, a sight that was both unsettling and grotesque. "Come forth, young men. If you triumph, not only will you retrieve 1 item from your spoils, but I shall also reduce your rent by half. What say you?" The more enthusiastic the old man became, the more uneasy the trio felt. "Old sir, are you skilled at chess?" the cobra tentatively inquired. "Indeed, I am quite proficient. I once secured the championship in the city and represented it in the provincial tournament, garnering awards there as well. If one were to assign ranks, I would modestly claim a level of 9 Dan," he boasted, pride radiating as he stroked his goatee with laughter. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed elder." The cobra immediately retreated, turning to leave. Jiang Xiaobai feigned a smile. "Landlord, you should play yourself." The old landlord's face darkened, clearly annoyed. The cobra's expression shifted as he quickly explained, "Sir, we aren't skilled at chess. There's no challenge for you in playing against us." The old landlord's expression softened slightly as he sighed. "Young people these days lack fervor." He added sternly, "Next time you interrupt my chess game, each of you will leave something behind." The old man seemed displeased that his intricate chess puzzle had been disturbed. Both nodded hastily in agreement. In the bloody department, the old landlord was undoubtedly the most formidable entity. Otherwise, the residents wouldn't be so fearful of him. Ghost coins were one thing, but exchanging body parts for favor was too great a loss. Even if one knew how to play chess, they wouldn't dare to play under those stakes. "Sir, let's play a game," Qin Nuo proposed. The old landlord's murky eye sockets gleamed with a sharp light as he smiled. "You're a good young man. Very well, let's begin." The cobra and Jiang Xiaobai, who were preparing to leave, were stunned. What was this newcomer thinking? Or was he simply overconfident in his chess skills? Then, they witnessed Qin Nuo's actions. He sat down in front of the old man, pulled out his phone, opened a Chinese chess app in single-player mode, and set the difficulty to hell level. Qin Nuo chuckled, "Sir, you don't mind if I play on my phone while we play chess, do you?" A young man should not have divided attention while doing something. No witties. When it comes to chess, I can win effortlessly without putting in much thought. The landlord, visibly offended, twitched his lips but refrained from voicing his displeasure. This audacious maneuver left the 2 onlookers, the cobras, utterly astounded. Goodness, such boldness and artistry, cheating brazenly in plain sight. Has this newcomer always possessed such audacity? The match soon commenced. The landlord's strategy was exceedingly aggressive, while Qin Nuo remained unperturbed, mirroring his moves on his phone and retaliating with the tactics of a hellishly adept AI. Merely after 7 or 8 moves, the landlord's expression soured, his brows furrowed as if facing a formidable adversary. After a prolonged deliberation, he finally made a move. Yet, Qin Nuo countered within the blink of an eye. As the game progressed, the landlord's visage grew increasingly grim, even contorting into a snarl. The eyes of the cobras and Jiang Xiaobai sparkled with intrigue. This reckless approach surprisingly proved effective. Perhaps they could learn from this audacious tactic. However, just as this notion began to blossom in their minds, the landlord abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare upon Qin Nuo. His voice emerged as if from a forsaken grave, heavy with malice. Boy, what is it that you are observing on your phone? Chapter 35. Masterful chess techniques. Main plotline as he spoke, it seemed as though he had fathomed something, causing the landlord's body to tremble, emanating a terrifying aura. The faces of the Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai shifted dramatically, retreating 10 meters away in an expression that conveyed their unfamiliarity with him. Qin Nuo felt as though an immense weight was pressing down on him, rendering him almost immobile. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. This was a miscalculation. What is there to fear? You possess 2 lives, just expend one. The blood-eyed ghost taunted. Just as Qin Nuo was about to retort, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Evil Eye, you have acquired 80 points of anger from the apartment landlord. Reward skill, master-level chess techniques. This. It was 100 times more comforting than a timely reinforcement. System, you are my savior. I ask you, what are you viewing on your phone? The landlord's presence grew even more menacing, the whites of his eyes fading to an inky black, as if he had succumbed to a trance. Qin Nuo suppressed the rising dread within him and calmly replied, I'm just playing a game of Candy Crush to pass the time. He then turned the screen around, revealing the unmistakable interface of the game. Very well. Shut off your phone and continue playing with me. If you lose, I shall decide what to take from you. The landlord declared coldly, retracting the terrifying aura. How foolish. He truly believes the ghosts in the game to be simpletons, remarked the Cobra, adjusting his glasses with a hint of disdain. What is life without a bit of risk? Jiang Xiaobai smirked. The absence of a rival was certainly advantageous for them. However, for a fleeting moment, they genuinely believed they could escape unnoticed. Upon seeing Qin Nuo set down his phone, the landlord regained his confidence, transitioning his strategy from defense to offense. Qin Nuo's gaze returned to the chessboard, imbued with an entirely different sensation. It was akin to having just completed a graduate program and suddenly facing a 5th-grade examination paper. Familiar and profound. After the landlord made his first move, a multitude of counter-strategies instantaneously materialized in Qin Nuo's mind. Remarkably, with the very first move, he could foresee the subsequent 6 or 7 moves in their entirety. His skill was impeccable. Qin Nuo smiled slightly and remarked, Old man, I shall take this seriously. This statement darkened the landlord's expression once more. The scent of insult ignited within him like a fuse. Nevertheless, after 10 moves, the landlord fell into silence. After a moment, he slowly conceded, You have won. The hostility that had once enveloped him dissipated swiftly, a testament to his heartfelt acceptance of defeat. The onlookers, Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai, who had been anticipating an outburst from the landlord, were momentarily stunned, only then noticing the state of the chessboard. The red side had but a single king remaining. All the guards had been vanquished. They exchanged bewildered glances. How could this individual be so formidable, yet have initially resorted to using his phone? Qin Nuo smiled gently and replied, Old man, I have learned from you. The phrase I have learned sounded to the landlord like another form of mockery, prompting him to ask in a low voice, What do you wish to redeem? Qin Nuo pointed to an item within the cardboard box. Lu Zhe's heart. The elderly landlord flicked his finger, and the pulsating heart fell into Qin Nuo's hands. It throbbed rhythmically, vibrant with life. Qin Nuo couldn't help but wonder, if he were to crush this heart, would Lu Zhe perish? After expressing his gratitude, the landlord waved his hand dismissively and returned his focus to the chessboard. The recent defeat had evidently dealt him a significant blow. On their way back, the empty-handed Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Qin Nuo, feeling a twinge of discomfort. They hesitated, wanting to ask Qin Nuo to play a round on their behalf, yet their pride held them back. It felt too humiliating for seasoned players to plead with a novice. Unfazed by their thoughts, Qin Nuo returned to room 401 and presented the heart before him. As Lu Zhe received it, surprise mixed with excitement illuminated his face. When he gently placed the heart against the gaping hole in his left chest, it was but a fleeting moment before Qin Nuo witnessed the wound mend seamlessly, devoid of any trace of stitching. Once the heart was reinserted, Lu Zhe fell into a contemplative silence before finally speaking. If you ever encounter troubles, you can seek me out. His tone was neutral, Yet Qin Nuo could discern the genuine gratitude woven into his words. It's only natural for neighbors to assist one another. Qin Nuo replied courteously. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining a favorability rating of 80 from the resident of room 401. Reward: 100 points of ghostly power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a D-level task and receiving an additional score to be settled upon exiting the game. Ding. Task 1 is complete, and a clue regarding the main quest has been uncovered. The rooftop water tank of the bloodstained apartment seems to harbor a secret. Perhaps it is worth investigating? The rooftop water tank? Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. The main quest essentially pertains to a serial killer. Thus, the clue undoubtedly relates to uncovering the whereabouts of this murderer. But what revelations could possibly be found within a water tank? Concealing a body, perhaps? Qin Nuo contemplated visiting the rooftop at a later time, but recalled that the door to the rooftop was locked. It seemed he would need to have a word with the landlord first. Are you in trouble? Lu Zhe inquired, noticing that Qin Nuo was standing still, seemingly lost in thought. No worries, Luga, I'll take my leave. After exiting room 401, as Qin Nuo pondered his next course of action, he spotted a young girl in a JK uniform ascending the stairs, clutching a basket of food. Her face bore an expression of fear, frequently glancing over her shoulder, until she accidentally collided with Qin Nuo. Are you all right? He asked, immediately realizing the absurdity of the question. Could a ghost truly be hurt by a mere bump? Qin Nuo, possessing his own ghostly powers, quickly discerned that the little girl was not human. There are bad people following me. Following the girl's gaze, Qin Nuo noticed a shadow lurking at the stairway, with bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the girl, brimming with frenzied greed. Qin Nuo fell silent, drawing forth the soul-burying stone. Perhaps sensing the threat of the stone, the shadow retreated into the hallway. Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Nuo. Could that figure be the serial killer? He hurriedly pursued, only to witness a shadow vanish into the corridor of the 3rd floor. It belonged to a resident of that level. Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes. Thank you, brother, said the little girl, bowing in gratitude as the miscreant was driven away. Do you know that person? Qin Nuo inquired. The little girl shook her head. Whenever I ascend the stairs, he follows me as soon as he catches my scent, but he dares not pursue me beyond the 4th floor. Qin Nuo pondered thoughtfully. Are there no adults in your home? The little girl opened the door to room 402, smiling as she replied, My parents are home, but they seldom venture outside. Brother, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Qin Nuo glanced inside, but saw no one. Only 2 chairs in the living room swayed back and forth. An invisible specter. Qin Nuo shook his head. No, thank you. Just be cautious when you go upstairs next time. If anything happens, knock on room 404. I'll be in there. The little girl obediently nodded and entered her room, clutching her vegetables. On his way back, as he passed room 403, there were no ominous sounds of scolding or violence emanating from within. Qin Nuo had resolved not to interfere in the peculiar disputes of that family of 3. Avoidance was preferable. However, as he passed, the door to room 403 suddenly swung open, and a hand reached out toward him. Chapter 36. The scoundrel husband as the pale hand grasped her body. Qin Nuo reacted instinctively, swiftly drawing out a fragmentary bone club and swinging it with force. In an instant, her hand retracted like lightning. It was the hand of the wife from that family of 3. She gazed at the injury on her hand and spoke softly, I mean no harm. I merely wish to request your assistance. Annie, please feel free to speak your mind. Abruptly pulling someone in like this can lead to unfortunate incidents. Qin Nuo replied, pondering the peculiarities of this family. I worry that scoundrel may return. Qin Nuo understood she was referring to her husband and inquired, What is it that you need? Let's discuss it inside. After hesitating for a moment while gazing at the ajar door, she ultimately stepped inside. The room was devoid of the chaos from their previous encounter. However, in the kitchen, a knife was embedded in the cutting board, surrounded by blood and dismembered flesh. He. The child of the family sat on a stool, fixated on Qin Nuo, emitting an eerie laughter that sent shivers down her spine, as if they had just encountered a delectable treat. Come, have a bowl of soup, the wife said warmly, presenting a bowl filled with a concoction. Qin Nuo glanced into the soup and spotted a severed finger adorned with a ring. Human flesh. The residents of Bloodstained Apartment had a routine of venturing out to purchase groceries every morning, which, combined with the sight of that mother and child from the ghostly bus, led Qin Nuo to deduce that a market existed in this horrifying world dedicated to the butchery of humans for sale. To speak plainly, Qin Nuo said, pushing aside the steaming soup. The wife glanced at her son and said, I want you to help me kill my husband. This couple harbored a mutual desire to eliminate one another. So Qin Nuo was not taken aback by such an outrageous request. Why am I here? Moreover, your husband is as resilient as a cockroach. I could never bring him down. Even if I stabbed him in the neck or pushed him from the 4th floor, he would miraculously return, drenched in blood, such as his tenacity for life. Though he thought this, Qin Nuo felt that he could indeed use the corpse-quelling stone to end his life. After all, it was no ordinary ghostly entity. He was indeed difficult to kill, but there existed one person capable of vanquishing this beast. Who? My daughter. Qin Nuo gazed at the child on the stool, who was grinning oddly. Indeed, he had a daughter. You have another daughter? He asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, the wife replied, her smile tinged with profound sorrow. She was choked to death by her own father. That monster would return home drunk, pulling my hair and beating me, and I had grown accustomed to it. On one occasion, after a severe beating that left me on the brink of death, my daughter, terrified, emerged from her room, pleading with him to cease his actions. And then he brutally choked his own daughter to death. Upon finishing her tale, the wife's expression turned blank, yet her lips curled into a smile, filled with a haunting bitterness and resentment. Qin Nuo fell silent. He realized that the inhabitants of the apartment were oblivious to their ghostly existence. This meant that the wife's words recounted the true events of their lives. A genuine tragedy. Despite the heaviness in his heart, Qin Nuo still inquired, where is your daughter now? Room 301, the chamber we once inhabited, where she remains ensnared, unable to venture elsewhere. I can sense the anguish of my daughter. Her solitary hope is to drag that wretched creature down with her, my wife lamented. Ding! The host has triggered a passive quest. A plea for assistance from the resident of room 403. Guide her husband to room 301 to complete the task. Task level D. It may be declined, but once confirmed, alterations are impossible. Qin Nuo contemplated briefly before affirming the task. It was not merely about garnering the resident's favor. Dealing with such a loathsome individual, who had yet to be extinguished, was a matter he found himself quite willing to undertake. He had initially perceived this family of 3 as peculiar, but now recognized that the erratic behavior of the wife and son must be attributed to the vile father. Are you unable to lead him to room 301? Qin Nuo inquired, aware that his daughter resided within and that they dared not tread the 3rd floor corridor. But I believe you possess the means. Can you aid me? She pleaded. Give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success, Qin Nuo reiterated. It matters not. You are a kind-hearted soul, she replied with a faint smile. Are you truly not going to sit down for a meal? Not today, perhaps next time, Qin Nuo responded as he departed from room 403. Hey, a piece of tainted flesh. Could you lend a hand? Upon returning to his own quarters, Qin Nuo spoke bluntly. Just tell me what you intend to do. The blood-eyed specter had no defense against the allure of tainted flesh. Join forces to trap that scoundrel in room 301. Your thoughts are rather naive, the blood-eyed ghost remarked with a hint of disdain. However, if you wish to attempt it, then proceed. According to his wife, the husband indulges in gambling every day from noon until 3 in the afternoon, returning only when the hour is nigh. Qin Nuo prepared himself, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was nearing 3 o'clock, so he arrived early in the 3rd floor corridor. The original residence on this level numbered 3, with the other 2 occupants being players Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao, residing in rooms 302 and 306 respectively. As Qin Nuo reached the 3rd floor, he fortuitously encountered Princess Yao Yao, who was clutching a large bag of food, not the sustenance of necessity, but rather snacks for leisure. Qin Nuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. This girl, was she here for a quest, or simply on holiday? Upon seeing Qin Nuo, Princess Yao Yao expressed her surprise. Ah, Phantom, you're still alive? Qin Nuo paid little heed to her peculiar greeting, recalling the shadow that had trailed the young girl in JK attire the previous day, and inquired, "How was your game progression?" "Not a bit," she replied. "The residents here are quite difficult to get along with. Yesterday, I attempted to introduce myself to my neighbor while holding my beloved snacks. When the door opened, the moment they saw the food in my hands, they snatched it away and slammed the door shut. Woe is me. That was a week's worth of treats. They took it without a word. It's utterly unfair." Princess Yao Yao lamented, her tone one of deep grievance. "Thus, I have lost interest in the quest. I shall endure 10 days and then depart. Completing the instance will suffice." Qin Nuo remarked, "Fortunately, you did not go to room 301. Otherwise, it is uncertain what might have transpired." "What about you?" Princess Yao Yao inquired, tilting her head. "I managed to complete a D-level side quest and am now embarking on the second," Qin Nuo replied. "Impressive. To excel on your first attempt is quite remarkable." As she spoke, Princess Yao Yao picked up a bag of chips, contemplated for a moment, then opted for a lollipop instead, offering it to Qin Nuo. "Here, wishing you good luck. Enjoy." Qin Nuo declined, sensing the deep attachment this foodie had to snacks. She then asked in the third floor, "Did you notice any peculiar residents?" "Peculiar in what way?" "Perhaps lurking, engaging in sneaky behavior." Princess Yao Yao pouted slightly, pondering, "I don't think so." Qin Nuo nodded, choosing not to probe further. This Princess Yao Yao seemed somewhat simple-minded. It was likely she had been targeted without realizing it and would not yield much information. Just then, a noise echoed through the corridor. Qin Nuo's nerves tightened, fearing the return of that vile specter. Turning to look, she spotted a graceful figure, player Black Rose. Upon seeing Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao, her frosty countenance revealed little change as she simply turned to leave. In her grasp, she held a basket filled with blood-stained toy parts. Chapter 37. The Speed of Light's Transformation. The Forbidden Zone of Obsession. What did she bring up? Princess Yao Yao inquired softly. Qin Nuo remained silent. The Black Rose approached the door of room 304 and knocked. An elderly woman, hunched with age, opened the door, clutching a small, pallid child. "Grandma Li, I have retrieved the toys your grandson lost," the Black Rose said, her frosty countenance replaced by a sweet smile, resembling a warm-hearted neighborly sister. "My dear girl, thank you ever so much. It is rare to find such a kind-hearted young lady like you," Grandma Li replied. "Xiao Yuan, don't you forget to thank your sister." The little boy, cradling his beloved toys, danced with joy. "Thank you, sister. You are truly wonderful. Be good, and remember not to be so mischievous next time, or you might lose your things again," she advised. Once the door closed, the smile on the Black Rose's face vanished in an instant, returning to its icy demeanor, akin to the swift transformation in Sichuan opera. Qin Nuo glanced at Princess Yao Yao and remarked, "Take a lesson from her. See how effortlessly she accomplished her task." Princess Yao Yao pouted, choosing to remain silent. The Black Rose approached Qin Nuo, scrutinizing her. "I've heard you completed a task from the landlord?" Qin Nuo glanced at the time. "I'm currently engaged in the second. How about a deal? If you win another round from the landlord, retrieve something for me, and I will pay whatever price you set," the Black Rose suggested, evidently informed by the cobra. She crossed her arms and puffed out her impressive chest. "I have no interest. Money does not entice me," Qin Nuo replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking her head. "Contemplate this. If it truly comes to it, I shall visit your chamber tonight for a candid discussion." The Black Rose suddenly revealed a bewitching smile, exuding charm and allure. One must admit, this woman possesses an extraordinary talent for changing her demeanor. "What purpose do you have for coming to my room? To mooch a meal, perchance? I am devoid of funds." Qin Nuo spread his hands in resignation. The Black Rose's expression darkened momentarily before she offered a nonchalant smile. "Since you harbor no such intentions, let it be. In truth, my interest is also rather limited." With that, she turned and departed. Princess Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and muttered, "Truly audacious. Damn it, I've lost everything again. What a stroke of ill fortune. That wretched woman must be hiding money. I shall make her regret it." Curses echoed from the hallway as the scoundrel returned, brimming with malice and seething with rage. The Black Rose cast a glance his way. The scoundrel, noticing her, let his gaze linger on her graceful figure, his twisted visage betraying an indecent glimmer. "The lass is quite appealing. Which room does she inhabit? The Black Rose's eyes gleamed with a frosty light. Her face contorted in disgust, and she chose silence as she walked away. The specters within the apartment serve as crucial elements for task completion, and players ought to tread lightly to avoid provocation. Princess Yao Yao, clutching snacks, timidly hid behind Qin Nuo. The scoundrel fixated on the Black Rose's form, licking his lips with a lewd smile. As he turned to ascend the stairs, he noticed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. The scoundrel glared fiercely at Qin Nuo. "You insolent brat, dare to steal another glance, and I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets." Qin Nuo remained silent. At the moment the scoundrel ghost turned its head, his right hand revealed a blood-red eye, and a multitude of corpse-like stains appeared on his arm. Without hesitation, he lunged at the back of the scoundrel ghost's head. Just as the creature sensed the impending danger, its head was forcefully slammed down onto the ground. The floor shattered as the scoundrel ghost let out a chilling scream, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. With a swift motion of his arm, Qin Nuo hurled the scoundrel ghost into the corridor, where it rolled out 2 bone spikes. Before the creature could rise, Qin Nuo brought his palm down with brutal force, driving the 2 bone spikes deep into the creature's skull. In an instant, the scoundrel ghost emitted a piercing scream, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, and collapsed to the ground. This transpired within mere seconds, leaving both the Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao utterly stunned. What on earth was he doing? This was a resident of the apartment. Was he truly about to annihilate someone simply for uttering a disparaging remark? While Black Rose was struck with disbelief, she also noticed Qin Nuo's arm, her heart racing in shock. Half-ghost. Hadn't he participated in the horror game before? Or had he fused with a ghost? Ignoring the astonished gazes of the 2 women, Qin Nuo seized the barely conscious scoundrel ghost and began dragging it toward room 301. However, he soon realized something was amiss. As he drew closer to 301, the scoundrel ghost became increasingly heavy, an abundance of ghostly energy seeping from its 7 orifices. Eventually, the ground was left with a deep fissure from the dragging weight. Qin Nuo could advance no further. The creature in his grasp felt as heavy as a meteorite. What was happening? Qin Nuo was drenched in sweat, staring in disbelief at the scoundrel ghost. I had already warned that this would not work. The crimson-eyed specter spoke softly. The 2 human bone nails driven into the brain were forced out and fell to the floor. The half-alive Valgul abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying force, and broke free from Qin Nuo's grasp, retreating back into the corridor. The vile ghoul stared intently at Qin Nuo, but wary of something, it turned and fled. Within the corridor, the spectral aura dissipated. Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao gazed at Qin Nuo, astonished and at a loss for words. "It's just a minor squabble," Qin Nuo explained dismissively to the 2 women before departing. Returning to the 4th floor, the door to 403 was ajar, revealing a scene of utter devastation, with many items smashed to pieces. The wife emerged covered in blood, unsure if it was hers or her husband's. She looked at Qin Nuo and asked faintly, "How did it go?" "It's indeed a bit challenging. I'll think of another way," Qin Nuo replied, noticing the knife in the wife's hand, suggesting she had once again dealt with her husband. But clearly it was all in vain. Back in the room, after a day of toil, Qin Nuo felt utterly exhausted and decided to take a shower first. After washing his face, Qin Nuo inquired, "What happened earlier?" "That was an obsession ghost," the crimson-eyed specter responded. "The more you force it, the less likely it is to work." "What is an obsession ghost?" Qin Nuo asked. At the moment of its demise, it harbored immense fear towards room 301, and upon becoming a vengeful ghost, this fear transformed into an obsession. Room 301 is its forbidden zone of obsession. Forcing it will only intensify its resistance, unless you can persuade him to enter room 301 on his own. Qin Nuo fell into deep contemplation. "This task is beyond your capability. You should relinquish it." "Not necessarily so," Qin Nuo responded in kind, though it was indeed quite perplexing. After finishing his shower, he emerged from his chamber. Leaning against a chair, Qin Nuo continued to ponder. After a brief moment, an idea struck him, prompting him to open the system toolbar. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with illumination as a strategy formed in his mind. He rose, donned his attire, and prepared to venture out. Where to? Blood-eyed Ghost inquired. Naturally, I shall continue with the mission. Let it be known that should you wish for my assistance, there must be some benefit involved, Blood-eyed Ghost remarked, licking his tongue. You are no longer needed. Tonight, your role is merely to observe the spectacle. Qin Nuo smiled faintly and then exited the room. Upon leaving room 404, Qin Nuo remained oblivious to the fact that the door to room 403 had also swung open, revealing a pair of eyes fixated on his departing figure, brimming with resentment. Chapter 38. The Patchwork Doll, a warm scene boom. In the dead of night, the scoundrel demon plummeted from the fourth floor, crashing violently onto the ground. The hardness of steel and concrete rendered his body akin to that of a fragile tofu, shattering upon impact. Blood and brain matter erupted forth. Moments later, the scoundrel demon rose, his mangled form gradually mending itself. He gazed up at the fourth-floor window, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared. That brat dragged me into that room. It must be connected to you, you wretched woman. I swear I will chop you up, along with that idiotic grinning rabbit. The scoundrel demon raged like a madman, his voice echoing through the night. Yet, in the next instant, his clamorous outburst was abruptly silenced. In the hall, the elderly landlord leaned on his cane, observing him with an emotionless gaze that sent chills down the scoundrel demon's spine. I have no interest in your domestic affairs, but it is the hour for repose. Your raucous behavior disrupts the tranquility of the apartment. Should I hear another utterance from you, I shall sever your tongue, and your entire family will be expelled from this abode. The landlord spoke with a calm demeanor before gradually fading into the darkness, supported by his cane. The scoundrel demon fell silent, paralyzed by fear, too intimidated to utter another word. It was only after the landlord had long departed that he dared to ascend the stairs. Nevertheless, his fury remained unabated, and he clutched a cleaver tightly, an aura of murderous intent surrounding him. However, upon reaching the third floor, he abruptly halted, bathed in moonlight. The exquisite visage of the Black Rose emanated a breathtaking beauty. I have gathered all the details regarding your family's affairs. What does your fury amount to? If you cannot vanquish your wife, perhaps it would be wiser to collaborate with me. I could rid you of her. The voice of the Black Rose was sultry, laced with an inexplicable allure. This assertion held a kernel of truth. The couple had been locked in a relentless struggle for years, yet neither had succeeded in extinguishing the other's life. Even if they were to be utterly obliterated by the following day, they would find themselves once more in room 403. The depraved fiend's greedy gaze roamed frantically over the voluptuous curves of the Black Rose, his eyes gleaming with a fervor akin to that of famished wolf spotting a tender sheep, yearning to strip her bare. Nevertheless, the fiend retained his composure, inquiring, "What is your ulterior motive in offering such assistance? In this apartment, there are a few individuals I despise. Eliminate them for me, and that shall be my condition." The Black Rose replied nonchalantly. The fiend stepped closer, his bony fingers lifting her flawless chin, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Yet, it seems I am the one at a disadvantage here." The Black Rose chuckled softly, unperturbed, as she delicately raised her slender finger to his decayed chin. "What more do you desire?" The fiend's gaze fell, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "That will depend on your performance. Very well, come to my room, and I shall provide a splendid display for you." The Black Rose deftly stirred the fiend's emotions and turned, striding towards her chamber. The fiend greedily inhaled the fragrant air, following closely behind. Creak! The door swung open, and the Black Rose grasped the hand of the scoundrel, her voice tantalizingly whispering in his ear, "Come in." The scoundrel seemed entranced, drawn into the room. Yet, as his foot crossed the threshold, he abruptly halted. His eyes flickered, transforming into a menacing glare. "No, you are not that woman from earlier." Veins bulged on his arms as he forcefully yanked the Black Rose from the room. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving him clutching a tattered doll. Realization dawned upon him as he swiftly raised his gaze, discovering that the room before him was not room 302, but room 301. Moreover, the door was ajar. Within room 301, darkness enveloped him like an abyss, a chilling wind scraping against his face. A trap. In that instant, The scoundrel comprehended the peril he faced, trembling uncontrollably as if confronted by the most terrifying specter of his existence. "Daddy, you've come?" A sweet, innocent voice emerged from the shadows. The scoundrel turned and fled, desperately rushing towards the corridor. After all these years, he could finally see his biological daughter. Their reunion after such a long separation would be a heartwarming and poignant moment. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Nuo intercepted the scoundrel's path, smiling as she wielded the grave stone, striking it forcefully against his forehead. The formidable power of a terror-class specter momentarily robbed the scumbag ghost of consciousness, causing him to stagger backward, 1 foot crossing the threshold of the room. His expression contorted in horrified distortion. The scumbag ghost attempted to retract his foot, only to be engulfed by a potent suction that seized his entire being. Despite his desperate struggles, his form was gradually consumed by the darkness within the room. He reached out, clutching the doorframe with a death grip, crying out in trepidation, "No!" A pair of pallid, diminutive hands emerged from the gloom, encircling the scumbag ghost's neck. A livid, ashen-faced girl materialized beside him, a chilling smile etched upon her features. "Daddy, I've been waiting so long for you. You're finally here." Ultimately, the scumbag ghost's grip failed, and he was drawn into the abyss-like room by his own daughter. Heart-rending screams echoed incessantly within the chamber. Bang! Qin Nuo slammed the door of room 301 shut, abruptly silencing the cacophony. Expressionless, Qin Nuo retrieved the patchwork doll from the floor. The patchwork ghost doll. This was an item acquired from a silver treasure chest upon the completion of the initial dungeon. It possessed the ability to conjure illusions for apparitions, transforming the surroundings while simultaneously morphing into the object of the target's deepest desires. Unless you can make him walk in himself. The words of the blood-eyed ghost resonated with Qin Nuo, prompting him to recall the patchwork ghost doll, an instrument perfectly suited for dealing with the scumbag ghost. Just how many spectral entities do you possess? Nevertheless, I must concede, your method is rather ingenious, remarked the blood-eyed ghost. The scoundrel, ensnared in a cycle of indulgence and vice, found himself utterly helpless, his resistance and discernment reduced to naught. Hence, I am convinced that he would fall prey to such a crude trap, Qin Nuo remarked. In the adjacent room, 302, a narrow crack in the door revealed a pair of watchful eyes. Princess Yao Yao, gripped by terror from the ominous sound she had heard earlier, had been hiding beneath her sheets in fear. Once she confirmed the silence, she cautiously opened the door, and upon seeing Qin Nuo, she released a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death. Why are you roaming the third-floor corridor at this hour?" Wailing like a banshee. Qin Nuo replied, "It was not my voice. It was the noise from the residence above." Princess Yao Yao, somewhat bewildered, scratched her head and inquired, "What have you done?" "I have done a good deed," Qin Nuo said with a slight smile. "I assisted a kind-hearted old father in reuniting with his long-lost daughter." The father and daughter were embracing and weeping in room 301. Chapter 39. The overweight recluse upon returning from the third floor. Qin Nuo approached the open door of room 403. Inside, his wife was gently soothing their slumbering child, a faint smile gracing her lips, creating a rare scene of tranquility devoid of any unsettling discord. "Your husband has entered room 301. He likely will not return," Qin Nuo remarked. "I am aware. Our daughter has already informed me," his wife replied softly. She carefully carried their child into the room, emerging moments later to express her gratitude sincerely. "Thank you for fulfilling my daughter's wish. It is only natural for neighbors to lend a helping hand," Qin Nuo responded. In truth, he could perceive that his daughter's resentment towards her father was secondary. The primary source of her anguish stemmed from the unbearable sight of her mother and younger brother enduring daily torment at the hands of their father, prompting her to sever ties with him. Ding! Congratulations. The host has gained a favorability rating of 60 from the resident of room 403, successfully completing the D-level side quest. Bonus points will be calculated upon the conclusion of the quest. Angel S-Kiss. Acquiring favorability has rewarded you with 80 ghost power. At last, the second side quest had been accomplished. Please take good care of yourself. I shall not intrude any further, Qin Nuo said. Although his wife displayed an expression akin to that of a grieving widow, Qin Nuo understood that her sorrow was not solely for her wretched husband, but rather for their unfortunate daughter. Returning from room 403 to room 404, as Qin Nuo turned the doorknob, the blood-eyed specter suddenly spoke. "Someone has entered your room." Qin Nuo paused, entering the room in silence, only to find no signs of disarray. "Are you certain? There are other similar presences, believe it or not," the blood-eyed ghost remarked nonchalantly. Qin Nuo furrowed his brows. The implication of the blood-eyed ghost's words suggested that the intruder was not a player, but rather a resident. Nothing appeared to be missing, so what could their purpose be? A glance to the side revealed that the maid's stockings, carelessly discarded that night, had vanished without a trace. In an instant, Qin Nuo deduced the thief's identity. The resident of room 405 was the prime suspect. No, it was highly likely to be him. That individual bore a grudge against him, and had likely slipped into his room while he was out, seeking to exact revenge. Yet, nothing was taken except for the stockings hanging over the chair's backrest. Coupled with the peculiar behavior of the 405 resident that night, Qin Nuo suddenly grasped the situation. The ghost harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Would you like me to deal with it? I can assist you, provided you offer something to eat, the blood-eyed ghost proposed. There's no need, Qin Nuo replied. The essence of this quest is to foster good relations with one's neighbors. Why escalate the conflict unnecessarily? Though provoking the antagonist might yield rewards, it would adversely affect the quest score. Is there still a chance to alleviate the discord? The blood-eyed ghost scoffed. Without further words, Qin Nuo exited room 404 and approached the door of room 405, knocking firmly. After 2 knocks yielded no response, he increased his force. The door opened slightly, revealing a pair of hostile eyes peering out. "What do you want? Did you enter my room? Something has gone missing," Qin Nuo inquired. The resident of room 405 had a fierce gaze, yet Qin Nuo detected a hint of panic within their eyes. "No, go away." They attempted to close the door, but Qin Nuo's hand held it ajar. "Really? Are you sure? Should I call the landlord to discuss this?" Qin Nuo said with a cheerful smile. The other party fell silent, only wishing to shut the door. Despite the residents' determined effort, Qin Nuo's supernatural strength prevented the door from closing. However, Qin Nuo soon retracted his piercing gaze and remarked with a smile, "You've misunderstood. I harbor no suspicions towards you, merely inquiring. Since you assert your innocence, I shall trust your character. It certainly cannot be you." The atmosphere unexpectedly shifted to one of friendliness, catching the resident of room 405 off guard. "Then move your foot," they retorted, still wearing a scowl. "Please don't be hasty. My intention in visiting is to apologize for that night's incident. I am quite sincere, as I was too brusque in my tone. As a token of recompense, I have prepared a gift for you. Not interested, go away. Just take a look first." As he spoke, Qin Nuo produced a life-sized pillow from behind him, its cover depicting a sultry image of an anime girl in a bikini. A custom edition. The initially resistant resident of room 405 was instantly captivated, their gaze fixated on the pillow, as if they were beholding their dream goddess. Their eyes filled with fervor and an irresistible desire for possession. His gaze was all but transformed into hearts. A knowing smile played on Qin Nuo's lips. Predictably, the resident of 405 was a quintessential shut-in. Qin Nuo possessed a comprehensive understanding of how to handle such individuals, sequestered within their abodes. They remained ensconced in a realm of two-dimensional fantasies, yearning for any connection to the world of anime. An anime body pillow, for them, was akin to a devastating weapon, against which they possessed no defense. This is a cherished heirloom, acquired with considerable effort. Its texture is unparalleled, and embracing it during slumber evokes the sensation of embracing one's beloved, an experience of unparalleled bliss. Qin Nuo feigned an expression of reluctant sacrifice. "I offer it to you as a gesture of apology. Please accept it." His counterpart seemed incredulous. "Are you certain? I'm beginning to have second thoughts," he mused. Yet, words once uttered were like water spilled, irretrievable. "It is yours now." The door swung open abruptly, and the other party snatched the pillow, clutching it tightly. The ethereal fragrance emanating from the pillow sent his senses reeling, his expression one of utter rapture. Only then did Qin Nuo gain a clear view of the resident of 405. His hair was disheveled, his pallid face fleshy, his garments strained, revealing layers of corpulence around his waist. A quintessential fat otaku. That maid stocking must have been pilfered by this degenerate. Even in his spectral form, he remained enthralled. The dominion of anime over the hearts of otaku was truly absolute. A smile graced Qin Nuo's countenance. Now, can you accept my apology? The corpulent ghost nodded, his eyes glazed with infatuation. Accepted, accepted. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning the favor of resident 405. You have completed a hidden D-level task and received additional points, which will be tallied after exiting the instance. Angel's Kiss. You have gained a favorability score of 100 from resident 405, and you are awarded 100 ghost coins. Qin Nuo felt a surge of joy as he spent 10 ghost coins to purchase a throw pillow from the system shop. Not only did he complete his third D-level task, but he also reaped a tenfold profit. This transaction was indeed remarkably lucrative. The chubby ghost was unaware that this treasure had been acquired with 10 ghost coins, believing it to be Qin Nuo's most cherished possession. His eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. From this moment on, you shall be my brother. In times of adversity, I shall face any hardship for you. A true brother. No need for pleasantries. As he was leaving, Qin Nuo paused briefly and added, Brother, take good care of my treasure. Chapter 40. Another blow. Clues from the rooftop. After completing the D-level tasks for several residents on the 4th floor, Qin Nuo allowed himself a brief respite. The following day, he began to focus on the clue he had obtained from a mission, the water reservoir on the rooftop. It was imperative to investigate it, for accomplishing the main storyline of this quest was Qin Nuo's ultimate goal. Everyone possesses a competitive spirit. Who wouldn't desire to attain the MVP rating? Thus, it was essential to establish a rapport with the landlord, for the key was firmly in his possession. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered a large player known anonymously as Black Bear. In stark contrast to his demeanor on the first day of the game, he appeared considerably diminished, his once formidable presence nearly extinguished. Furthermore, his right eye was bloodied and closed. How had he sustained such an injury? Qin Nuo inquired directly. As if struck by a painful reminder, Black Bear's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, Do not mock me. Although I have lost an eye, I have at least secured a lead on the murderous fiend lurking within the apartment. Do you know who the killer is? Qin Nuo was taken aback. Such rapid progress in merely 2 days was astonishing. Black Bear sneered, turning away without a hint of willingness to share his triumph. Qin Nuo blinked, contemplating as he made his way downstairs. In the lobby, the landlord sat, as usual, engrossed in a game of chess. Qin Nuo approached him with a smile. Good day. Sir, have you eaten yet? If there's something you need to convey, please do so. Do you possess the key to that iron door on the rooftop? I wish to go up and enjoy some fresh air. I possess the key. Let us engage in a game of chess. Should you emerge victorious, it shall be yours. The landlord, indifferent to such trivial excuses, straightened his posture, his murky gaze radiating a fierce brilliance. Evidently, after his previous defeat, he had risen from the depths of despair and disappointment. His confidence restored, he gestured, and the disordered chessboard was meticulously arranged. Very well, old man. Should you lose, your word must hold true. Qin Nuo took a seat. This time, you shall not prevail. After a brief pause, he added, at the very least, it shall not be an effortless victory for you. However, 5 minutes later, the landlord stared at the board, once again sinking into a gloomy silence. The confidence he had regained was now shattered into fragments. On the board, Qin Nuo's pieces had nearly obliterated all opposition. The red side, akin to the last game, was left with but a solitary king, surrounded on all sides, beset by foes. Truly, it was a dismal plight for the king. Observing the landlord's expression of existential doubt, Qin Nuo tapped his head in bemusement. Alas, why such a lack of emotional intelligence? What was the necessity of such ruthless play? This old gentleman certainly holds significant connections. One might require his assistance in the future. Old man, perhaps your state of mind is not quite optimal. Shall we play another round? I have no desire. I wish to review the game, the landlord replied with a stern countenance. casually tossing the key to Qin Nuo. Thus, a single game had obliterated all goodwill. Qin Nuo rose and bid farewell to the old gentleman. Upon returning to the staircase, he was suddenly intercepted by an individual. Today, the Black Rose donned an elegant black qipao, accentuating her alluring figure. "Are you heading to the rooftop?" she inquired, as a gentle breeze beckoned. "Qin Nuo surugit." "Do not mistake me for that old man. If you ascend to the rooftop, it is highly likely that it pertains to the main quest clues." Qin Nuo was somewhat taken aback. "You possess clues as well?" "The second side quest I completed yesterday provided a lead. The water reservoir on the rooftop," the Black Rose replied. Qin Nuo was left speechless. The clues were shared and strikingly identical. Initially, after acquiring this information, the Black Rose had spent an arduous day trying to obtain the key from the elderly landlord, never anticipating that she would fortuitously encounter Qin Nuo, culminating in this very moment. "Let us proceed together," the Black Rose smiled. Qin Nuo was reluctant, yet recalling the previous night's manipulation, using her body to entice that scoundrel, he felt a twinge of guilt and did not decline. "I heard that Black Bear has identified the killer lurking in the apartment?" Qin Nuo queried as they ascended. "I am uncertain. That fellow had a confrontation with a neighboring tenant yesterday and lost an eye. Today, he inexplicably seems invigorated," the Black Rose remarked nonchalantly. Qin Nuo recalled the shadow he had glimpsed on the third floor, contemplating whether to inquire further with the Black Rose, but ultimately dismissed the thought. "Let's first investigate the rooftop." The iron door leading to the rooftop was rusted, and the lock had corroded, requiring considerable effort to unlock. Upon the rooftop, bitumen sprawled, interwoven with vegetation, presenting a verdant vista yet devoid of vitality, steeped instead in a somber stillness. Beneath the ashen sky, the duo approached the balustrade, beholding for the first time a bird's-eye perspective of this purportedly terrifying world. "Isn't it staggering? This is the visage of the world we inhabit. Yet, what you perceive is merely superficial. This edifice serves as our bulwark. Within the confines of the scenario, we adhere to the game's precepts, and the specters remain dormant. However, once we venture beyond the apartment's perimeter, these regulations dissolve, and we are rendered pariahs, vulnerable to immediate annihilation." Black Rose conveyed to Qin Nuo, speaking with the gravitas of experience. She had once transgressed the boundaries of a scenario, and within a mere 2 minutes, she was driven back in a state of utter terror. It was an indelible scar on her psyche. A lawless dominion, life held cheap, where humanity had relinquished its sovereignty, reduced to mere fodder upon a butcher's block. She sought to instill in Qin Nuo a sense of this diminutive despair. Yet, Qin Nuo responded with an air of nonchalance. "Venturing beyond the scenario is nothing new to me. I've already done it." "You've been outside?" Black Rose exclaimed, taken aback. "During my inaugural scenario, I was forcibly inducted. My employer dispatched me on a business excursion, and I complied. Upon boarding the transit, certain phantoms harbored designs upon me, but after a brief altercation, they meekly retreated to their seats." Qin Nuo recounted with understated ease. These words left Black Rose utterly speechless. A scenario of forced induction. In the absence of protective mechanisms, he is left behind a copy. How did he manage to survive? Qin Nuo observed the expression on Black Rose's face, almost unable to suppress a smile. If she were to discover that he possessed a convenience store enterprise in the realm of horror, one could only imagine her reaction. Do men take such pleasure in boasting? After a moment of shock, Black Rose's fair visage darkened, as if she had been humiliated, and she spoke in a low voice. Yet, despite her words of disbelief, Black Rose quietly monitored the shifts in Qin Nuo's expression, seemingly eager to capture some revelation. "Believe it or not, it's of no concern to me. I have no desire to engage in this discussion." Qin Nuo, uninterested in further explanation, turned and walked towards a nearby reservoir. The rooftop featured only one reservoir, now overgrown with vegetation. Qin Nuo leaped onto it and effortlessly used his ghostly strength to hurl the cement slab aside. Black Rose watched as it flew several meters away like refuse, shattering upon impact, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her eyes narrowing. In truth, her suspicions had begun to arise since yesterday, when Qin Nuo repaired the scoundrel's spirit. Whether it was the half-ghost's secret, his composed handling of the scenario, or his wealth of experience, Qin Nuo's demeanor was far from that of a novice. Coupled with his recent words, Black Rose was nearly certain. This enigmatic figure was not a newcomer, but a concealed powerhouse. Chapter 41. Discovery at the Reservoir. All gathered within the reservoir, water still lingered, though its hue had darkened, hinting at neglect for an indeterminate duration. Qin Nuo had steeled himself for the sight of a bloated corpse drifting upon the surface, or perhaps decaying flesh dissolving into putrid liquid. Yet, the visibility of the pool's bottom and the absence of any foul odor in the air led him to conclude that the reservoir had not been the site of any foul play. "Why, then, does the trail lead us here?" inquired Black Rose as she approached. "Nothing of significance," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head as he leaped into the reservoir. "How could that be? Are there false leads?" Black Rose leaned in, peering intently but finding nothing discernible. Circling the reservoir, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed a multitude of scratch marks in a corner of the wall. The scratches were chaotic, surrounded by dark red scabs, indicative of blood. Clearly, they had been made by hands, the fingers of which appeared to have rotted away. Yet, they bore the marks of time, nearly weathered to obscurity. Who, in their right mind, would claw at a reservoir on a rooftop, as if sharpening their nails? Qin Nuo mused aloud, though unsettling speculations crept into his thoughts. At that moment, Black Rose descended. Qin Nuo turned and made his way toward the entrance. "Is that all?" Black Rose queried. "With no leads. You must pursue your own inquiries," Qin Nuo replied. Despite having uncovered some suspicious evidence, it offered no direction towards any resident, rendering this clue unhelpful for him. Consequently, Black Rose followed him downstairs. Upon returning downstairs, Qin Nuo encountered the JK-clad girl from room 402. She ascended the stairs with a small satchel, her frame trembling slightly. Her countenance filled with trepidation. Qin Nuo descended and inquired, "Were you pursued by a malefactor once more?" The girl, visibly shaken, beads of perspiration adorning her brow, nodded. "This time, he endeavored to seize me, but fortunately, a resident from the third floor emerged to dispose of refuse, causing him to flee." "Did you observe in which direction he absconded?" "Zino probit." It could be surmised that the shadowy figure, even if not the homicidal maniac sought, undoubtedly harbored significant issues. "No," the girl responded, shaking her head. Qin Nuo arose, his fingers pinching his chin in contemplation. The denizens of rooms 301, 302, and 306 could be absolved of suspicion. Thus, the shadowy figure must be a resident of one of the remaining 3 apartments. Black Rose descended as well, casting a glance at the girl, her expression undergoing a subtle alteration. What transpired? Qin Nuo remained silent, deliberating whether to directly knock on each door, one by one. That individual is a resident of 305. The wife of the family of 3, also known as Xiao Yuan's mother, stood at the entrance, addressing Qin Nuo. "How did you ascertain that, madam?" Zino Zhuediad, taken aback. "Whenever I ascend with my child, that fellow invariably cracks open his door, staring intently at my child. I too have witnessed it. That individual has scarcely ventured outside, nor has anyone beheld his visage. Yet, he seems to possess an affinity for underage children. Whenever one traverses the third-floor corridor, he appears capable of detecting their presence." Luze stepped out of room 401, conveying information to Qin Nuo. The man's gaze was quite unsettling, and I felt compelled to confront him, yet he resolutely locked the door. Luze recounted, "Ultimately, we reported the matter to the old man. His response was that the individual paid rent punctually each month and had not harmed any residents, thus dismissing our complaint. Consequently, the issue faded into obscurity. The old man's reasoning was sound. The residents, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, chose to remain silent. However, for Qin Nuo and his companions, who were players, the situation was different. They had no intention of letting a suspect related to the main quest slip away. "Understood," Qin Nuo nodded, turning to descend the stairs. Just then, the door to room 405 swung open, and the rotund ghost emerged, wielding a spiked club menacingly, declaring, "Bro, I'll take care of him for you." "No need. I can handle it myself," Qin Nuo declined, believing that too many people would only complicate matters. Beside him, the Black Rose stood in astonishment. Nearly the entire floor's residents had congregated. Judging by the conversation, it seemed these residents had formed a solid rapport with Qin Nuo. It was only the third day, yet he had already established connections with all the occupants of the fourth floor. The Black Rose was taken aback. After 3 days of effort, she had merely fostered a decent relationship with the elderly pair in room 302 below. Surely, this individual was no less than a master of diplomacy. Able to engage so effortlessly, the Black Rose mused internally. Having graciously declined the fourth floor residents' goodwill, Qin Nuo proceeded down to the third floor. The Black Rose hastily followed, her surprise evident, yet she grasped the conversation with clarity. The psychopathic killer was about to be unmasked. Upon reaching the third floor, both Qin Nuo and the Black Rose suddenly halted. From the corridor, aside from the two of them, all the other players had gathered as well. Upon seeing them, Black Bear covered his forehead, wearing an expression of utter despair. Great, 2 more have arrived. Everyone is here. What is this, a party? How lively. Qin Nuo Schutzklet. Cobra adjusted his glasses and remarked, since we are all here, there is no need for concealment. According to the information we gathered from the residents, the individual in room 305 is highly likely to be the psychopathic killer we seek. He is indeed the objective of the main storyline quest. The Black Rose replied with a smile. What a coincidence. We just obtained clues from the residents on the fourth floor. Jiang Xiaobai added, since everyone is aware, there is little more to discuss. Let us confront the occupant of room 305 together, and we shall share the rewards and scores of the main quest equally among all players. The other players nodded in agreement. Black Bear's expression darkened, yet he also acquiesced. He had believed that this clue was known only to him, having excitedly planned to confront the killer alone and claim the rewards for himself. To his dismay, it turned out that everyone was in the know. So the occupant of 305 is the psychopathic killer. How splendid. Let us go together. Princess Yao Yao, who had been a beat slow to react, finally grasped the situation. Elated, she joyfully cradled her food, dancing with delight. For the past 3 days, her existence had revolved solely around eating and sleeping, leaving her utterly oblivious to the world outside. There had been no progress on the task at hand. Yet, upon hearing the commotion in the corridor, she had ventured out with a bag of chips to join the festivities, only to find herself unexpectedly included. The onlookers were speechless. The Cobra cleared his throat twice and declared, let us not waste any more time. We must unearth that individual and share the rewards of the instance. With that, the group promptly made their way towards the door of room 305. Leading the charge, the Cobra knocked several times on the door. No response came. Silence reigned. After a few more knocks, the situation remained unchanged. What good is this? It's unlikely that he would even consider coming out. The Black Bear pushed aside the Cobra, lifted a foot, and forcefully kicked the door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open. Yet when everyone peered into the room, they were left utterly stunned. Chapter 42. The Immunity Token. Like a descent into an abyss within the confines of the room, an infinite darkness enveloped the space. A palpable aura of malevolence surged forth, causing the nearby Cobra to shudder, instinctively retreating a few steps. What is the nature of this chamber? It must be the ploy of that individual, remarked Jiang Xiaobai. Do they believe that by concealing themselves, we cannot unearth their presence? The Black Bear scoffed. Nonetheless, this works to our advantage. Whoever captures that rascal first shall claim the reward. Let's rely on our own prowess, shall we? The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, expressing their approval. Of course, those with faint hearts should refrain from entering. Losing a life within these shadows would be a grave misfortune. The Black Bear cast a sidelong glance at Princess Yao Yao. You all may proceed. I shall simply cheer for you from outside, Princess Yao Yao said, shrinking back in trepidation at the sight of the darkness. Besides her, the others drew forth their respective ghostly weapons. Under the protective mechanism, the assurance of a life as collateral instilled a measure of courage within them. After all, this was a pivotal step in accomplishing the main quest, and none wished to miss out. With the Cobra and the Black Bear leading the charge, the remaining 4 followed suit into the room. Upon entering, they could still perceive one another, but beyond a distance of 2 meters, their forms were swallowed by the shadows, rendering them invisible. That rascal must be lurking in some corner. Let us split up and search. It cannot escape us. The black bear donned a finger tiger, swinging his fist toward the encroaching darkness as he ventured off in a specific direction. The others adhered to his suggestion, dispersing accordingly. "Why are you so still?" Black Rose inquired, observing the unmoving Qin Nuo. Those who have watched horror films understand that splitting up is the most foolish course of action, as it easily leads to demise. One might think they are searching for the enemy, but in reality, it merely provides an opportunity for them to be picked off one by one. It is far wiser to remain stationary, awaiting the right moment after their commotion subsides. Before striking, Qin Nuo crossed his arms and spoke with a serene demeanor. Their group advanced with great fervor, creating an illusion for the overconfident black bear and his companions, who believed the residents of Unit 305 had nowhere to flee and thus were hiding. In truth, perhaps they had already set their sights on us. Black Rose's eyes flickered. She marveled at how, in such a dire situation, this individual could maintain his composure. After a moment's hesitation, she too chose to remain still, positioning herself behind Qin Nuo. The room, shrouded in darkness, seemed to morph under the cover of the black mist, the space far more expansive than they had anticipated. From within the shadows, the sounds of Black Bear and his party searching intermittently echoed. Qin Nuo turned to Blood-Eyed Ghost and asked, "Can you detect that fellow's scent?" "These ghostly auras have a confounding effect," Blood-Eyed Ghost replied. "It mingles with the other auras, akin to a droplet of water lost in the ocean. Unless you can mark him with a unique scent," Blood-Eyed Ghost added. Qin Nuo's eyes glimmered as he silently contemplated a strategy. Just then, footsteps approached from the front. It was Black Bear returning, panting heavily, visibly agitated as he exclaimed, "Damn it, it's like searching for a blind man. Who knows where that guy is hiding?" Soon after, the remaining 3 returned, all empty-handed. This approach was evidently futile. The Cobra pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we should seek assistance from other residents. They might possess a solution." The inhabitants here harbor animosity towards this individual, so soliciting their help should not be overly challenging. "I have a good rapport with one resident. I shall invite them." Zhang Xiaobai spoke with a hint of pride. Just as he was about to turn away, Qin Nuo interjected, "Its objective is to lure us in." "Do you truly believe it would remain passive?" The Cobra furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Have you not noticed? Among the 4 of you, one person's aura has distinctly changed," Qin Nuo remarked. At this revelation, the expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically, each stepping back a pace. Qin Nuo's gaze remained indifferent. "Will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out?" Upon catching Qin Nuo's eye, the Black Bear retorted, "Why are you looking at me? I have no issues whatsoever." Qin Nuo remained silent, flipping his palm to reveal a formidable cleaver, which he wielded with lightning speed, striking down at one individual. It was not the Black Bear, but rather the player known as Jackson, who had seldom spoken. The latter reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to evade the blow. He emitted a chilling laugh, his visage gradually transforming into a horrific countenance, as if flayed, accompanied by a cacophony of discordant laughter. "Shall we engage in a game of hide and seek? If you fail to catch me, one of you shall perish at random." The game commences. Bang! The door at the entrance slams shut with a sudden force. Princess Yao Yao outside is startled, pounding on the door and exclaiming, "Hey, why has the door been closed?" As the expressions of Black Rose and others shift to alarm, the figure of the face-stripping ghost gradually melds into the shadows. In a fleeting moment, Qin Nuo produces a vial of child's urine, hurling it with precision into the darkness. A resounding thud echoes as the foul stench of urine permeates the air. The group covers their mouths and noses, casting incredulous glances at Qin Nuo. "My goodness, this fellow carries a bottle of urine with him. What an outrageous tactic." Amidst the ghostly atmosphere, the pungent odor intertwines with the sinister presence. The face-stripping ghost, drenched in urine, contorts its face in agony. The repulsive stench incites an unbearable itch throughout its body. It glares at the illuminated Qin Nuo, eyes filled with murderous intent. That wretched little brat. Bang! A dull thud reverberates from the darkness. The onlookers turn to see a headless corpse crash to the ground, followed by a severed head rolling out. It is Jackson's head. His expression is one of shock, evidently caught off guard before being decapitated. While they were acting separately, the face-stripping ghost had already slain Jackson, then assumed his form to infiltrate the group, intending to eliminate them one by one, but did not anticipate being recognized by Qin Nuo. In the next instant, Jackson's corpse abruptly transforms into a cloud of mist and vanishes. Black Bear and the others exhibit no surprise. This is the protective mechanism. Jackson has already utilized his life-saving token. Upon his first death, he will resurrect in his own room. Jackson extricated himself from the predicament, albeit at a significant cost. Their expressions fell in unison, darkening, as the weight of the situation bore down upon them. Although they possessed a token of immunity, none were eager to utilize it, for there remained 7 days of gameplay ahead. In the shroud of darkness, a pair of spectral hands stealthily emerged. The Cobra, sensing danger, suddenly shouted, "Black Bear, behind you!" Black Bear, quick to react, turned and swung his fist, clad in a tiger claw. However, before he could make contact, his entire arm was wrenched from its socket. With a sickening thud, his bloodied limb fell to the ground. Paled with shock, Black Bear staggered back, staring at the vacant space where his left arm once was, his face convulsing in agony. Let us go. Break down the door and escape. The Cobra and the others finally grasped the gravity of their plight. The resident of room 305 was far more formidable than they had anticipated, and with their adversary lurking in the shadows while they remained exposed, the outcome could only lead to their individual demise. As they turned to rush toward the entrance, a surge of dark energy suddenly engulfed them, and in an instant, the door vanished from their sight, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Chapter 43. Fishing for a new lease on life in the corridor. Princess Yao Yao gazed at the tightly shut door, momentarily at a loss, but soon she found solace in the situation. After all, they had 2 lives. Death seemed inconsequential. With that thought, she adjusted her short skirt and settled onto the long bench in the hallway, swinging her legs as she resumed snacking. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. Princess Yao Yao turned her head to see several residents from the 4th floor descending. Qin Nuo had previously assisted them, and after a moment's contemplation, she felt compelled to check on them. Lu Zhe, disregarding Princess Yao Yao, grasped the doorknob of room 305 and twisted it vigorously. Yet the door remained obstinately shut. He then turned to Princess Yao Yao, asking, "Did he go in?" Uncertain of whom he was referring to, Princess Yao Yao replied, "Everyone has gone in, but it appears the situation is rather grim." At that moment, she sensed a burning gaze fixated upon her. Turning to look, she found the pudgy figure behind Xiao Yuan's mother, whose eyes, akin to a powerful magnifying glass, were intently focused on the delicate lace-trimmed stockings adorning Princess Yao Yao's legs. Uneasily shifting her position, Princess Yao Yao attempted to shield herself with her snacks. Little sister, my name is Zhang Yuan. What is yours?" The pudgy figure clearly struggled with social interactions. Confronted by such a beautiful girl, his words stumbled forth awkwardly. "Yao Yao." Princess Yao Yao replied with a casual indifference. "May I shake your hand?" The pudgy figure stepped forward, extending a hand dampened with sweat, his breath warm, while his lewd gaze remained fixated on her pristine thighs. Her gaze seemed to pierce through that exceedingly short skirt. As Princess Yao Yao contemplated whether to flee, Xiao Yuan's mother suddenly extended 2 fingers and fiercely jabbed them into the eyes of the chubby ghost. "Behave yourself. We are here to assist." The chubby ghost, covering his eyes, appeared somewhat intimidated by Xiao Yuan's mother and obediently retreated to the back, no longer uttering a sound. At that moment, Jackson descended from upstairs. "Aren't you inside?" Princess Yao Yao inquired in astonishment. "I was killed by that ghost. My respawn point is in my room," Jackson replied, his expression darkening. He had done nothing at all, not even glimpsed his adversary, yet his head had fallen to the ground. The crux of the matter was that his invulnerability charm had been so carelessly expended. It was utterly frustrating. As for that phantom and the others, Princess Yao Yao paused, realizing they would likely soon lose their heads as well. Jackson managed a bitter smile. This was not an act of capturing. It was akin to a flock of sheep entering a den of wolves, destined for annihilation. We must force the door open. Liu Ze discerned the gravity of the situation and spoke in a low voice. However, no matter how he attempted to breach the door, it always seemed to restore itself within mere seconds. A ghostly curse, Xiao Yuan's mother remarked, her eyes flickering. Allow me to take care of it, though it will require some time. That is probably futile, Jackson muttered. Within the room, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. The cobras and others could only huddle tightly together. Do not disperse, stand back to back. This way, if it attacks any one of us, the others will immediately be alerted, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Although the odds were slim, hope still lingered. A few individuals appeared as though they were facing an impending catastrophe, clutching at their spectral weapons, akin to helpless chicks huddling together for survival in dire straits. All except for Qin Nuo. He stood there, his demeanor betraying not a hint of anxiety. The phantom? The Black Rose gazed at him in confusion. Do not concern yourself with him. He has already relinquished any notion of resistance, the weakened Black Bear remarked. Having lost one eye and now a hand, his mental state deteriorating. The others remained silent. For those with lesser endurance, surrendering was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, death would grant them an exit from this room, allowing them to respawn at the revival point. Yet, the Black Rose held a different perspective. She was acutely aware of the Phantom's formidable prowess, the most unfathomable among the 7 players. In the depths of darkness, the face-stripping ghost detected the isolated Qin Nuo, a surge of murderous intent igniting within its gaze. Silently, it materialized behind him, a pair of spectral hands merging with the shadows, reaching out. Its ghostly grasp could swiftly sever one's head, leaving the brain unaware of its own demise. The obscurity shrouded their vision, and none perceived the ghostly hands that had already crept beneath Qin Nuo's neck. A mere tug would suffice to detach his head. However, at that critical juncture, a pair of hands, as unyielding as iron pincers, seized the face-stripping ghost's wrist. Qin Nuo slowly turned his head, flashing a grin at the face-stripping ghost. Caught you. Can't you see I'm fishing here? The face-stripping ghost stood there, utterly bewildered. How had he discerned its presence? The overwhelming stench of uric acid emanating from it was so potent that even with closed eyes, one could locate it. A peculiar sound did not emanate from Qin Nuo's mouth. It was only then that the face-skinning ghost noticed a blood-red eye glaring mockingly from Qin Nuo's right arm. A half-demon. The face-skinning ghost's expression revealed profound terror as it suddenly broke free from its restrained arms and fled into the shadows. Fleeing with a severed limb denotes a fierce character. However, hiding is futile. My vial of child-s urine has disrupted the spectral essence that confounded your sense of smell. This room is now laid bare before me. As Qin Nuo spoke, he drew forth a mountain-splitting blade. Bang! At that moment, a muffled thud echoed as the vanished door reappeared, forcefully flung open. The Cobra and others, still bewildered by the events unfolding on Qin Nuo's side, were filled with elation. The door has reappeared. Run. Before he could finish, the others surged forth, racing through the entrance. Black Rose reached the threshold and paused to glance back at Qin Nuo. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Qin Nuo ignored her and plunged into the darkness. Once everyone emerged, they collapsed onto the ground. As if reborn, their taut nerves finally unwinding. Liu Ze observed the group, frowning. Why hasn't he come out? Who? The Cobra panted, inquiring. You mean Phantom, right? He hasn't emerged, Black Rose replied. That guy is surely finished. If you go in, you might even find his head. Black Bear gasped, his tone tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, the moment he uttered those words, a chill coursed through him, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Liu Ze and Xiao Yuan's mother gazed at him with icy stares, akin to the grip of death itself, tightening around his throat. A shroud of despair enveloped the scene. The portly specter brandished a spiked club, looming before the Black Bear, and menacingly declared, Utter another word, and I shall make your head blossom. The Black Bear, struck dumb with terror, trembled uncontrollably, instinctively nodding in acquiescence. The others dared not utter a sound. observing this bizarre tableau with a mix of trepidation and bewilderment. Were they not residents of the apartment? What connection did they possess with the elusive shadow? Why such a disproportionate reaction? I shall venture inside to find him, Lu Zhe proclaimed, casting a glance around the room before striding deeper within. I shall accompany you, I replied. Xiao Yuan's mother produced a kitchen knife from beneath her apron, seething with anger. If my dear brother encounters the slightest mishap, that wretch inside shall be turned into mincemeat. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, a head rolled forth. It was not Qin Nuo's, but that of the face-skinning demon. Terror was etched upon its ghastly visage, and the severed neck emitted wisps of smoke. Qin Nuo emerged, brushing off his clothes, and surveyed the crowd, stating, "Why are so many of you blocking the doorway? Isn't it stifling?" Chapter 44. The stifling atmosphere within the room. Lu Zhe's self-reproach. Lu Zhe gazed at the severed head on the ground, and then at Qin Nuo. Although his expression remained impassive, the astonishment in his voice was unmistakable. "You killed it?" The disbelief was palpable among the others, particularly the Cobra and his associates, their mouths agape in shock. The primary objective of the main quest had been so effortlessly neutralized. How had he accomplished this in less than 2 minutes? "It's not dead yet," Qin Nuo remarked. Only then did the group notice that the headless corpse, now reduced to a mere head, continued to snarl menacingly, while simultaneously exuding an air of trepidation towards Qin Nuo. Lu Zhe lifted the head and inquired, "How shall we dispose of it?" "Just give a good whack to smash it," the portly ghost interjected. "Killing it would complicate matters with the landlord," Xiao Yuan's mother suddenly spoke up. Despite his deranged demeanor, this individual had not harmed any tenants and was not in arrears with the rent. Eliminating him might provoke the landlord's ire. "I discovered some items within the room. Perhaps we should investigate further," Qin Nuo suggested, unperturbed by the predicament of the headless ghost, pointing towards the interior of the chamber. The group, puzzled yet compelled, followed him inside. At this moment, the malevolent aura within the room had dissipated, and the decor and structure had returned to their original state. The interior was in a state of utter disarray, with blood-soaked bandages and tissues strewn across the floor, the air thick with an indescribable stench. On the table lay an assortment of various implements, all stained with blood. Upon witnessing these grotesque items, the faces of Black Rose and the others contorted in revulsion, as though they were reminded of something unsettling. "It's even messier than my own room," the portly ghost made a sarcastic remark. Lu Zhe turned around and inquired of Qin Nuo, "What have you discovered?" Clearly, in Lu Zhe's perspective, despite the room's dire and even ghastly condition, it all fell within the realm of the ordinary. "There are some of my collectibles over by the bedside cabinet. You may take a look," he added. Qin Nuo cast a fleeting glance at the bedside. Lu Zhe approached and retrieved a box from the nightstand. Upon seeing the box, Black Rose furrowed her delicate brows, stepping back and covering Princess Yao Yao's eyes. The expressions of Cobra and the others darkened as they braced themselves. Lu Zhe, with an impassive demeanor, opened the box, revealing not the gruesome contents that Black Rose and the others had anticipated, but rather an assortment of hairpins. They came in various colors and styles, all suitable for little girls. Considering the twisted gaze of the face-peeling ghost fixated on children, and then these hairpins, Cobra and the others' faces twitched in discomfort. A chill swept through Black Rose's eyes. Qin Nuo regarded Lu Zhe and uttered 2 words, "Wall skin." Lu Zhe followed Qin Nuo's gaze, landing on the wall beside the bedside, where the plaster was cracked and beginning to peel away. Qin Nuo was unaware of what lay beneath. It was the blood-eyed ghost who had informed him. However, it was undoubtedly something exceedingly unsettling, and Qin Nuo was reluctant to unveil it, signaling to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe approached, grasped a piece of the peeling plaster, and with a gentle tug, it came away. The wall revealed a glimpse of what lay within. Amidst the fractured concrete and steel, a severed hand lay exposed, devoid of fingers, with a child's watch still clasped at the wrist. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Zhe refrained from peeling away any more of the wall, for the necessity had dissipated. In that instant, the face-skinning specter held by Xiao Yuan's mother emitted a piercing wail of anguish. Her 5 fingers, akin to nails, were driven deep into the creature's skull, blood splattering forth. At any moment, it threatened to shatter like a rotten watermelon. Xiao Yuan's mother had once possessed a delightful daughter, but fate had dealt a cruel hand. Witnessing so many girls of her daughter's age fall victim to such a perverse fiend ignited a profound fury within her. While her visage betrayed no overt change, the palpable aura of terror emanating from her compelled those like the cobra to swallow hard and distance themselves. Calmness is paramount. The better course of action is to involve the landlord. Liu shouldn't proclaimed. Xiao Yuan's mother paused momentarily, relinquishing her grip on the specter, casting it into the hands of the gluttonous ghost, before turning to exit the room. My child is hungry. I must return to prepare a meal. The gluttonous ghost, equally enraged, snarled, to end you like this would be too merciful. The face-skinning specter, already rendered delirious from torment, showed no sign of pleading for mercy. Instead, it wore a disturbing grin. It matters not. My life has reached perfection. You cannot fathom the beauty of the vacant gaze those girls possessed when I tormented them into madness. Embedding them within the walls constitutes my artistic creation. You ought to appreciate it fully. With a sharp snap, the hand of the corpulent specter wrenched violently, causing the jaw of the faceless phantom to fracture, rendering it unable to utter another word. Best to leave now, Liu advised, as the atmosphere within the room grew overwhelmingly oppressive. Observing the corner, even the cobra and others found their breaths becoming labored. The group exited the room. Upon returning to the corridor, a voice resonated. I have heard that you made quite a commotion on the 3rd floor. You do remember the apartment's rules, don't you? The elderly landlord approached. Leaning on his cane, Liu stepped forward, succinctly recounting the entire incident before pushing open the door to room 305. After listening, the landlord displayed no emotion, merely narrowing his eyes as they settled on the severed head of the faceless phantom. Under the landlord's gaze, the faceless phantom finally exhibited a look of terror. Yet, with its mouth shattered, it could not articulate a single word. Understood. Hand him over to me, the landlord commanded. Liu complied, passing the head to him. The landlord grasped the head with a stoic demeanor and declared, let this matter be forgotten. Room 305 shall not be rented out for the time being. I will ensure it is cleaned. With that, he departed, carrying the head. However, from the frantic and fearful expression of the faceless phantom, Qin Nuo understood that this creature's fate would be far more harrowing than mere obliteration. I should have been more resolute from the start, Liu lamented. Initially, the residents' complaints regarding the faceless specter were dismissed by the elderly landlord. Consequently, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the tenants, including Liu chose to turn a blind eye, allowing the specter to remain. Had decisive and assertive measures been taken, this perverse individual could have been dealt with years ago, thus preventing his escape. Qin Nuo subtly reassured Liu, alleviating his feelings of guilt. I shall return now. Knock if you need anything, she said. Liu said little in response and ascended the stairs. The portly specter exchanged a few words with Qin Nuo before also following suit upstairs. Once the residents departed, the players, including the cobra, shifted their focus away from room 305 to matters of greater significance. Qin Nuo took it upon herself to confront the deviant of room 305, effectively claiming the main quest's reward solely for herself. Is there no announcement for side quest tasks? The Black Rose inquired anxiously. All players turned their gaze towards Qin Nuo. Just as she was about to speak, the system's announcement echoed in her mind. However, upon hearing it, her brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 45, Fust Disparity. Neighbors Banquet congratulations to the host for completing the hidden sea-level task, successfully identifying the 305 resident to be handed over to the landlord for punishment. Additional points will be calculated upon exiting the task. This is not a reward for the main storyline task, merely a concealed sea-level mission. Upon hearing the game's announcement, Qin Nuo furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. The other players, noticing his expression, could not help but inquire, what is the matter? That individual is not the elusive serial killer we seek. He is merely an ordinary sea-level task, Qin Nuo replied. What? The members of Cobra were taken aback. He is not a serial killer? The clues they had gathered from the residents all pointed to this individual, and they had even discovered all his heinous evidence on the wall. What kind of person would qualify as such? How lamentable. I was nearly ensnared by a mere task. Jackson lamented. He is indeed a killer, but a simplistic one. The true target of our mission lies elsewhere, Qin Nuo explained. The group was left in a state of confusion. Do you wish to reflect on what you have just articulated? Damn it, this main storyline task is utterly frustrating. I shall no longer partake, Black Bear declared, waving his hand as he departed. Indeed, it is far more prudent to diligently pursue the task at hand. And once the time is up, exit the mission. Does that not sound more appealing? After some deliberation, Jiang Xiaobai and the others decided to follow suit. Clearly, the patience of the group had been entirely worn thin by this main storyline task. Princess Yao Yao, noticing Qin Nuo's distracted demeanor, prodded him and inquired, "Are you feeling down?" "No, I am merely contemplating a few matters," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head. He was pondering that the resident of Unit 305 was not a murderous fiend. Yet, what purpose did the clues from the rooftop water tank serve? Those scratch marks hardly implicated any particular resident. Black Rose observed Qin Nuo and remarked at the very least, "Your score is the highest among the 7 of us. You are undoubtedly the MVP of this scenario. I have little interest in such accolades. I prefer to challenge myself with matters that genuinely intrigue me," Qin Nuo responded. Black Rose rolled her eyes and departed. No wonder I have felt uneasy walking down this corridor these past few days, as if I were being watched. Thankfully, I managed to capture him, otherwise. Princess Yao Yao glanced at room 305, muttering in trepidation. Qin was genuinely curious about the purpose of Princess Yao Yao's participation in this scenario. Was she merely here for leisure? Her simplicity was evident, being merely a secondary-level player. Surely, in the previous scenario, she must have simply ridden on the coattails of a seasoned expert to secure an effortless victory. Upon returning from the 3rd floor to the 4th, a little girl stood at the stairwell. As soon as she spotted Qin Nuo, she joyfully approached him. "Mama Xiaoyuan told me that we have captured the bad guy, and it was the big brother who caught him himself. How impressive." Everyone lent a hand. I wasn't the only one contributing. "Why not have my big brother come to my house for dinner tomorrow? My parents have heard about it and would like to express their gratitude to you in person," the little girl suggested. Qin Nuo recalled the 2 intangible spirits, entities that should undoubtedly be avoided. Just as he contemplated a refusal, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a D-level side quest. Please proceed to room 402 within 24 hours for lunch with the resident." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nuo inquired, "Is it possible for tomorrow afternoon?" It was already past 2 o'clock, well beyond lunchtime, leaving only tomorrow. However, upon further reflection, he wondered what one might consume while dining with a ghost. The thought of the chilling marketplace in the horror world made his lips twitch. "Well, I suppose I must adapt," he decided. "Of course. But big brother, please don't let me down. I certainly want tea," he assured her. The little girl skipped away. Brimming with joy, Qin Nuo retreated to his room, and, at last, the day passed in peace. The following day, Qin Nuo took special care in his appearance. As this would be his first official visit to a neighbor's home for dinner, courtesy was essential. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Jiang Xiaobai, who was hauling 2 large buckets of water up with a yoke. "What on earth are you doing?" Qin Nuo asked. "The resident in room 506 has no water. As a considerate neighbor, I'm lending a hand." Jiang Xiaobai puffed, clearly exhausted. "Considerate neighbor, my foot. If it weren't for the side quest concerning the resident in room 506, who would endure this hardship, carrying 5 buckets from the 1st floor to the 5th, making 5 trips. Completing this task, he could easily remain in bed until tomorrow, unwilling to rise. Is it easy for me to undertake such a task? And what about you? Dressed so formally, are you preparing to woo a ghost?" Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Qin Nuo's attire and inquired. "It is also a task. I must visit room 402 to partake in a meal, and that would suffice for completion. Enough chatter, farewell." With a casual wave, Qin Nuo departed. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai stood in bewilderment for a few moments before reacting, forcefully slamming the carrying pole onto the ground. "Damn, we are all human. Why is he merely dining while I toil away?" Upon arriving at the door of room 402, Qin Nuo knocked softly. A young girl promptly opened the door, her face alight with a smile. "Big brother, you finally made it. "The meal is ready. Please come in and sit." Qin Nuo stepped inside. The room was tidy, with items meticulously arranged. Yet, the lack of light rendered the space dim and somewhat eerie. To his surprise, the dishes on the table were quite ordinary: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, minced meat with eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, familiar fare. The little girl pulled out a chair and cheerfully said, "Please sit. I know you're different from us, so I specifically prepared dishes that you would enjoy." Qin Nuo paused for a moment before taking a seat. The girl settled down opposite him. Additionally, 2 rocking chairs were placed on either side of the table, gently swaying. Qin Nuo could not see the little girl's parents, yet he sensed their gaze upon him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. "My mom and dad said thank you for bringing that evildoer to justice and ensuring everyone's safety. Everyone contributed. It is not solely my achievement," Qin Nuo replied. In a world devoid of legal order, the phrase "brought to justice" felt quite foreign to him. "Big brother, please try my cooking and let me know what you think," the little girl said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Nuo picked up a chopsticks and took a small bite of the tomato scrambled eggs. "There is sugar in this," he noted. This flavor did not align with his palate, as he preferred savory dishes. "It's decent. It reminds me of the taste from my childhood," Qin Nuo responded nonchalantly. Satisfied with his reply, the little girl beamed and helped herself to a portion. Suddenly, Qin Nuo's gaze darted towards the sides of the table, where he noticed, with alarming clarity, the wood decaying at an observable rate, crumbling into heaps of sawdust on the floor. The little girl remained unfazed by the transformation and assured Qin Nuo, "My mom and dad said not to be shy. Treat this place as your home and eat whatever you like." Qin Nuo grimaced slightly. "How can I possibly treat this like home?" he thought, suddenly regretting his decision to visit. Eating here felt more like a punishment than a meal. At that moment, the blood-eyed ghost interjected, "Is it possible to leave? I'm feeling quite unwell." Chapter 46. The Thrilling Diary. "What discomfort do you experience?" inquired Qin Nuo. "The 2 spirits have sensed my presence and harbor hostility towards me," replied the blood-eyed ghost in a low tone. As Qin Nuo pondered this, a little girl suddenly spoke up, "Big brother, it seems there is something within you. My mommy and daddy asked if they should help you extract it and crush it." Qin Nuo's expression shifted slightly as he responded, "I am friends with it. Please inform your parents that it is unnecessary." "Oh," the little girl obediently nodded. After what felt like an eternity at the dinner table, Qin Nuo finally emerged from the room, exhaling a sigh of relief. The blood-eyed ghost also appeared troubled. Qin Nuo could sense the tension in his right hand, which had remained taut throughout. "Do not re-enter that room. The gaze of those 2 ghosts upon me is akin to that of a predator stalking its prey," the blood-eyed ghost warned gravely. "Are you unable to defeat them? Do you believe a mouse can overpower a cat? They are not of the same caliber." The blood-eyed ghost expressed a hint of resentment, blaming Qin Nuo for dragging him into such a perilous situation merely for a meal. Qin Nuo fell silent. "Congratulations, host, for completing the D-level side quest. Additional scoring will be calculated upon exiting the instance." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a main quest. Room 401 seems to conceal some clues. Want to take a look? You may uncover unexpected rewards." Room 401? It suddenly dawned on Qin Nuo. Among the residents on the 4th floor, only room 401 remained, as he had never seen it open before. Qin Nuo initially mistook the room for a storage area that was not available for rent. After pondering for a moment, she shifted her direction and stood before room 401, gently tapping on the door. There was no response, so she knocked again, and the door creaked open of its own accord. It was not locked. The sound of the door's hinges echoed in the stillness of the room. Inside, the space was sparse, with the living and sleeping areas combined, littered with refuse and clothes, yellowed and rancid, piled on the bed. A girl with shoulder-length hair sat on the floor, appearing to be around 18 years of age, clad in a torn and filthy school uniform. "Hello," Qin Nuo called out. The girl turned her head, revealing a face that was not grotesque, but rather quite pretty, radiating a sunny beauty. However, her hair was disheveled. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth, and she was sucking on her own fingers. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, she merely smiled vacantly, unperturbed. "Fool," Qin Nuo discerned. This was an unexpected revelation. How could the landlord permit a girl with apparent mental issues to reside in one of the rooms? Perhaps she was his granddaughter? Qin Nuo did not dwell on these thoughts. Her curiosity was piqued by the clues pointing to room 401, suggesting the presence of something hidden. She began to rummage through the space, while the girl simply sat there, giggling vacantly as she observed Qin Nuo's movements. Ultimately, in a drawer, Qin Nuo discovered a diary. It belonged to the girl, named Xia Xinlu, who seemed to have once been a vibrant university student, accompanied by a photograph. In the photograph, Xia Xinlu appears to be an entirely different person, radiantly clean and adorned with a sweet smile, undeniably normal. Peering into someone else's diary is an unethical act. Thus, Qin Nuo subtly gestured to the grounded Xia Xinlu. The latter, with a carefree laugh, seemed to acquiesce. He opened the diary. The initial entries chronicled mundane events: late menstruation, a secret crush on a senior, participation in a speech program, nothing out of the ordinary. Subsequently, the girl left school for an internship and rented this ominous bloodstained apartment. The early entries were unremarkable, but the tone shifted dramatically thereafter. On June 7th, she noted the emergence of a virus spreading through the news, advising minimal outdoor excursions and the necessity of wearing masks. Be brave, Lulu. Fear not the hardships. On June 8th, she mentioned rumors of patients appearing in their apartment complex, the truth of which stirred a palpable anxiety among the residents. The landlord forbade anyone from leaving, fearing further contagion. By June 11th, her despair escalated. They are demons. Why must they do this? I must report it. Qin Nuo furrowed his brow, pondering the events of that day. What had Xia Xinlu witnessed? He turned to the next page, eager for answers. Yet, instead of diary entries, he found a stark, crimson page emblazoned with the words "I'm sorry," densely inscribed, accompanied by an unsettling substance that resembled either blood or red ink. It sent shivers down his spine. Flipping through the later pages yielded no further writing. The implications of this clue were substantial and chilling. Had something significant transpired within the blood-stained apartment? A sound emanated from beyond the door. It was the young girl from room 402, entering with a tray of food. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, she paused in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, big brother, what are you doing here?" Qin Nuo discreetly concealed his diary within his clothing and replied, "I noticed the door to room 401 was ajar, so I thought I would take a look. Who is this girl?" "Sinnoinquired. Her name is Xia Xinlu. She used to be a resident here, but after her parents perished in a car accident, she was left in a state of shock with no one to care for her. I found her pitiable, so I've been looking after her," the little girl explained. "Ah, I see," Qin Nuo acknowledged, then said, "I won't disturb you any longer. Please continue with your tasks." With that, he slipped his hands into his pockets and made his way towards the door. "Wait a moment," the girl suddenly called out to him. Qin Nuo paused and turned back, asking, "What is it?" "Big brother, I don't know your name yet. Just call me Nuo Ge. I licht Nuoge. My name is Lu Meng, but you can also call me Xiao Meng," she smiled. After exiting room 401, Qin Nuo returned to his own quarters, retrieved Xia Xinlu's diary, and resumed his examination, hoping to uncover more significant clues. Remarkably, after a night of diligent effort, Qin Nuo indeed discovered a crucial lead. From the previous entries in the diary, he could ascertain that Xia Xinlu had lived alone, whether during her university years or her internship. She was an orphan. Yet Lu Meng had informed him that Xia Xinlu's parents had died in a car accident. A diary is a personal reflection, and Xia Xinlu does not indulge in deceit. Only Lu Meng is capable of such falsehoods. Why would Lu Meng lie to herself? Is she concealing something? Undoubtedly. The girl from room 402 currently bears the greatest suspicion. However, until compelling evidence is unearthed, no definitive conclusions can be drawn. Yet, in Qin Nuo's heart, a sense of caution towards this girl has already begun to take root. The following day marked the 5th day of the game. There remained 5 days until the conclusion of the instance. Players were wholly engrossed in their tasks, fervently hoping to achieve high scores upon exiting the instance. Qin Nuo had completed 5 instance tasks but found no inclination to linger on them. Instead, she redirected her focus to investigating the main storyline. In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Nuo and the elderly landlord were engaged in a game of chess. One was enveloped in boredom, while the other was deep in contemplation, presenting a stark contrast in their demeanor. Checkmate. Qin Nuo etlimet. Graciously acknowledging her win after the elderly landlord had pondered for a full 10 minutes before finally making his last move. Without hesitation, Qin Nuo made her final move, concluding the lengthy match. This time, however, the elderly landlord did not react with anger or disappointment. Instead, he stroked his beard and displayed a satisfied smile. Though I lost, you only triumphed by a fraction. Qin Nuo responded with a grin. Indeed, absence sharpens admiration. Last time, I left you with only a general, yet now you have retained so many pieces. It was I who nearly lost. Old man, your chess skills have progressed remarkably. Qin Nuo wore a look of immense pressure. This remark only served to make the landlord, the old man, beam with even greater pride, his mustache almost lifting towards the heavens. In reality, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Nuo could have secured victory several moves prior, effortlessly vanquishing the old man and leaving him questioning his very existence. However, one must maintain a certain emotional intelligence in life. Was this game merely about chess? No, it was simply a matter of navigating the complexities of human relationships. Old man, may I ask you something? Qin Nuo suddenly interjected, sensing the moment was right. I knew you didn't come to play chess with good intentions. But since I'm in a good mood, go ahead, the landlord replied, picking up his old pipe. Do you know about the girl from 401? Yes, I know her. She is a rather unfortunate child. A few years ago, she lost her parents in a car accident and was left mentally impaired, with that girl from 402 taking care of her ever since. Why do you ask this? The old man took a drag from his pipe, casually inquiring. Yet, Qin Nuo's expression grew somewhat grave. The old man's tone mirrored that of Lu Meng. Could it be that Lu Meng had not been dishonest? Chapter 47. Hunting Mode. Erasing memories, the two individuals spoke in such a consistent tone that it left Qin Nuo momentarily baffled, shattering all his previous conjectures. The elderly landlord exhaled a plume of smoke and, noticing Qin Nuo's continued silence, mistakenly assumed he was contemplating the intricacies of the game. Shaking off the ash, he set aside his old smoking pipe and remarked with a smile, "How about another round? I am brimming with confidence this time. Perhaps another time. I have a slight stomach ache and must take my leave," Qin Nuo replied before swiftly turning away. The landlord chuckled to himself, picking up his pipe with a sense of satisfaction, already fearful before the game has even begun, such as the youth upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor. Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door of room 403. "What is it, dear?" The mother Xiao Yuan opened the door, her previously frosty demeanor softening upon seeing Qin Nuo. He posed the same inquiry he had asked the landlord. Subsequently, he proceeded to knock on the doors of rooms 405 and 406, receiving responses from the rotund ghost and Lu Zhe. Returning to his own room, he sat on the bed, arms crossed, and fell into deep contemplation. All the responses were identical. Could it be true, as one often reads online, that no one would pen their genuine thoughts in a diary, as that would be an act of foolishness and degradation? While pondering this, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Rising to answer it, he found Princess Yao Yao from the 3rd floor, standing there. She flashed him a bright smile, revealing her charming little tiger teeth, and was cradling an abundance of snacks in her arms. "By the looks of it, you've come to ask for a favor. Planning to bribe me with these treats?" Qin Nuo ventured his guess. "Not at all. I have run out of money. All of it has gone towards food. After careful consideration, it appears I may not be able to pay my rent for the next 5 days. Therefore, I would like to inquire whether I could sell you these snacks." Princess Yao Yao pleaded. Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. "I do not consume processed snacks. They are quite delicious. Please have mercy. You have completed numerous quests. Surely you have amassed quite a bit of ghost currency. This is not a losing proposition," Princess Yao Yao implored. Though Qin Nuo had indeed accumulated a significant amount of ghost currency, he was not like the slothful neighbor next door, easily swayed by charm and coquettishness. If this girl could serve as his aide, he might consider it, but he currently lacked such a need. He seldom engaged in unprofitable ventures. "My neighbor would surely be more than willing to assist you," Qin Nuo suggested, pointing towards room 405. Princess Yao Yao, aware of the individual he referred to, trembled and withdrew her neck, saying, "He would devour me." "Not at all. My friend is exceptionally kind to beautiful women. He would go to great lengths for you." Qin Nuo, "I suppose I shall seek help from Sister Rose instead." Princess Yao Yao pouted, clutching her snacks as she prepared to leave. However, just as she turned, the game's announcement echoed in her mind. Along with her, Qin Nuo also heard the voice. "Attention, players! Half of the game time has elapsed. The game mode will now transition to a battle royale format. The main quest NPCs will actively engage and hunt players. Players may identify the murderer before being hunted. Erroneous identification will result in immediate demise. Identifying the correct target will conclude the instance and prematurely end the game. Note, under the protection mechanism, after being hunted once, a player may opt to exit the instance, rendering that attempt null and void. Should they be hunted a second time, it would result in death in the real world. A battle royale mode? NPCs hunting players. Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao were taken aback. Is this how the game is played? What should we do? It sounds terrifying. Princess Yao Yao exclaimed in fear. Your only hope of survival lies in clinging to someone else's strength. Qin Nuo remarked to Princess Yao Yao. Can I cling to you then? She asked. Don't even think about it. Ignoring the look in Princess Yao Yao's eyes, Qin Nuo explained. In truth, there is no need to panic. The game still has 5 days remaining. If I were a psychopathic killer, I would not eliminate all players in a single day, as that would be exceedingly dull. Moreover, let's not forget that we each possess 2 lives. If the killer strikes, they will certainly know who they are. Upon revival, we can identify them, and the game will conclude. Princess Yao Yao's eyes widened in realization. Right. How'd I not think of that? Qin Nuo smiled gently. Thus, the so-called Battle Royale mode is actually more advantageous for us players. So, the first to be killed would, in fact, be the first to discover the identity of the killer? Princess Yao Yao blinked in surprise. Does that mean they would have to rush to be the first one killed by the murderer? Perhaps, Qin Nuo replied nonchalantly. The game instance is not devoid of intelligence. Such an obvious flaw would not escape its notice. He spoke out in hopes that Princess Yao Yao would take the lead, serving as a mere pawn. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, prompting Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao to exchange glances before hastening down. The sound originated from the second floor, and as they descended, the other players followed suit. The corridor was shrouded in dust and smoke. At the end of the hallway lay a lifeless body. It was that of Black Bear. His head had rolled to the corner. Everyone was taken aback. The Battle Royale mode had commenced less than 2 minutes ago, and already players were being hunted. A collective breath was held among the group. Qin Nuo was the first to regain his composure and suddenly inquired, "Which room is Black Bear in?" The others momentarily paused. Then realization dawned upon them. Indeed, if Black Bear had been slain, he would certainly respawn in a room. That fellow must have already identified the identity of the murderer. Room 206, Cobra exclaimed, rushing towards the far end of the corridor. The others hurriedly followed. Upon reaching room 206, they found Black Bear, looking as though he had just rebooted, dazedly sitting on the bed. Then, as if recollecting something, he leapt to his feet, furious. Damn. I was taken out just like that. Cobra approached, gripping Black Bear's shoulder, and asked, "Who is the murderer? You must have seen what they looked like, right?" I saw what it looked like. It was." Black Bear nodded, his mouth opening as the name was on the verge of escaping. Wait, who is it again? The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. Brother, you aren't experiencing amnesia at such a critical moment, are you? The Black Bear clutched his head, striving to recall, yet the identity eluded him. The more he pondered, the greater his headache became. I must know who it is, but why can't I remember? The Black Bear lamented, his expression reflecting his distress. The others, even more anxious than he, pressed him with incessant inquiries. Qin Nuo discerned the situation and stepped forward to halt the relentless questioning. There is no need to ask further. He wants to be able to recall. How can you be so certain? You are not him, Jackson interjected, frowning. Think logically. If you can identify this flaw, surely the system can as well. At the moment of his demise, a portion of his memories may have been obliterated by the system. Qin Nuo's words rendered the attendees silent in an instant. He shook his head slightly. Indeed, this Battle Royale mode is not so easily conquered. Chapter 48. Qin Nuo's Strategy, the final game, damn it. If I exit the instance now, all my efforts over the past 5 days will have been in vain, Jiang Xiaobai cursed bitterly. This instance is indeed a trap. Cobra shook his head in agreement. Logically, at their level, the instance should not be this challenging. The rewards are secondary. Failing to complete this instance means the employer's bonus goes down the drain, Black Bear lamented. Among the 7 of them, several, like Qin Nuo, had entered as substitutes for others. Some wealthy individuals, upon discovering the curse afflicting them, fearing death within the instance, had hired professional players to take their place. Such substitute players receive substantial compensation. Not only can they earn rewards upon completing the instance, but they also receive a fee from their employers. With protective mechanisms in place, the risks are significantly mitigated. Thus, this profession is currently highly sought after. However, should the instance remain uncompleted, the curse remains with the original owner, resulting in a loss of the fee, along with a severe reduction in credibility within the industry. Black Bear, Cobra, and Jackson are all hired players. There is a method. We could gather all the clues we have, filter out the most suspicious residents, and then have those with a get-out-of-jail-free card make identifications, suggested Black Rose. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at her. There are 23 residents in this building besides us. How many can you identify? In recent days, our focus has been solely on the dungeon tasks, leaving us devoid of any clues regarding the side quests. Suddenly, Cobra rose and declared, "You all carry on. For the next 5 days, I shall remain in this room. This way, my chances of surviving until the game's conclusion will be significantly enhanced." Jiang Xiaobai concurred with Cobra's sentiment. At this juncture, their sole desire was to endure until the game's end and complete this dungeon. As for uncovering the identity of a murderous fiend, that seemed a distant hope. You all possess a life-saving token, but I have already perished once. If I am hunted again, it will be the end for me, Black Bear stated grimly. Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai paid him no heed and turned away. In times of dire straits, each seeks their own salvation. Jackson, too, felt a sense of trepidation. He had also met his demise once. Should he fail in this dungeon, there would be another chance, but losing his life meant true finality. I shall no longer partake in this, dear friends. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Jackson selected the game interface and confirmed his exit from the dungeon. A beam of light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished. Player Jackson has exited the game prematurely. Dungeon completion failed. Black Bear, seething with frustration, kicked the cabinet several times. Damn it, I shan't play any longer. With that, he too clicked to exit. Player Black Bear has exited the game prematurely. Dungeon completion failed. In the room, only Qin Nuo and the 2 ladies remained. Black Rose gazed at Qin Nuo and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "At least I still possess a life-saving token, allowing me to take a few more risks." Qin Nuo tucked his hands into his pockets, stating, "One must always harbor a glimmer of hope. This game is far from over, and I'm still alive. Anything is possible." With that, he departed. Princess Yao Yao gazed at Black Rose and, with a pitiful expression, inquired Sister Rose, "May I stay with you for the next few days?" Black Rose, initially inclined to refuse, reconsidered the potential utility of having an aide by her side. With a slight smile, she replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Qin Nuo returned to room 404. Upon closing the door, he retrieved a notebook from beneath the drawer and inscribed 3 names of the residents: Lu Ming, Xia Xinlu, and the landlord, the elderly gentleman. "What is this operation?" Blood-eyed Ghost inquired. "This is my final gambit," Qin Nuo replied as he set down his pen. "My sole advantage lies in possessing 2 expendable lives, granting me 2 additional chances compared to the other players. In the Battle Royale format, there exists a detailed rule allowing players to preemptively identify a killer. Once identified, if that designated killer takes action against you, victory is assured. I have 4 lives, enabling me to name 3 suspects. These 3 are currently the most suspicious to me." Blood-eyed Ghost appeared somewhat perplexed, and then, "Oino smilet faintly. For instance, if I identify Lu Ming as the primary suspect and subsequently cross her name off in this notebook, I will then be obliterated, stripped of the memory of witnessing the killer. If I revive, Lu Meng will be exonerated, and upon returning to my room and discovering this notebook, I will understand that Lu Meng can be ruled out. Continuing, I can authenticate the next suspect, Qin Nuo. This strategy effectively circumvents the game's rule of memory extraction. The blood-eyed ghost appeared somewhat astonished. This fellow possesses quite a sharp mind. Let us not forget that Lu Meng's parents are also under suspicion. And are you so certain that the murderous psychopath resides among us? This apartment houses 23 residents. Qin Nuo shrugged, stating, if none of them are the culprit, then I can only bide my time like those others until the game concludes. Should I exhaust all 3 lives, I shall withdraw from the game. At worst, I shall forfeit the rewards and assist my sister in participating in another dungeon. He recognized the challenge before them. The difficulty of this dungeon was exceedingly high, far beyond their current level of competence. It could only be attributed to some extraordinary circumstances that heightened the dungeon's difficulty, resulting in this battle royale mode. One must concede, this is indeed rather cruel. You are prepared to take a risk, the blood-eyed ghost commented. Only through striving can one achieve victory. To sit idly is to await demise. I have never been one to concede defeat in games. Qin Nuo declared as he opened the door to Lu Zhe's room. What is it? Lu Zhe maintained his usual icy demeanor. I have encountered some difficulties and require your assistance, Brother Lu. Lu Zhe naturally agreed. Having secured Lu Zhe's support, Qin Nuo proceeded to knock on the doors of the fat ghost and Xiao Yuan's mother, subsequently receiving their help as well. The last time during the face-skinning ghost incident, they were unable to offer much assistance and owed a debt of gratitude. This time, when Qin Nuo proactively sought their aid, they readily complied without any hesitation. Qin Nuo reflected deeply on the significance of interpersonal connections. The assistance he received from 3 residents on the 4th floor proved invaluable, allowing him to continue his investigation into the main storyline over the next 2 days. Fear of being hunted by a murderous fiend did not trouble him. With 4 lives at his disposal, he almost welcomed the challenge. Meanwhile, the players, who were hiding like cobras within their rooms, were taken aback as they witnessed Qin Nuo nonchalantly striding through the apartment. Brother, this is a battle royale. Can you not be so audacious? From the elderly landlord. He triumphed in 2 more games of chess, securing the release of items that had been pawned by 2 households, thus fulfilling 2 Durang side quests. In addition, he stumbled upon a clue related to the main quest. The 2011 resident information sheet of the landlord seemed to conceal something of importance. Perhaps it was worth investigating, as it might lead to a revelation. The year 2011, 10 years prior, held potential secrets. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Nuo turned to the elderly landlord with a smile and said, "Old man, could you assist me with one more matter? Isn't 2 deposits enough for you?" The landlord's expression darkened once more. Having lost 2 consecutive games, his confidence had been further shattered. 2 chess matches had yielded a clue. Yet he found himself navigating the intricate web of human relationships with diminishing returns. Chapter 49. Instant Hunt. Tenant information, old man. Could you do me a favor? Although you have lost yet again, your chess skills have undoubtedly improved, thanks in no small part to having a formidable opponent like me as your sparring partner. Qin Nuo remarked with a subtle touch of humility. The landlord, an elderly gentleman, pondered for a moment and conceded, "All right then, what do you need? Do you have the tenant information from a decade ago, specifically from 2011? Qin Nuo inquired. What do you need that for?" The old man asked, his curiosity piqued. Qin Nuo chose not to respond. After a brief silence, the landlord continued, "While I do keep records of tenant information each year, 10 years ago, well, never mind. Come by tomorrow. I shall search for it tonight." "Thank you, sir." Qin Nuo expressed his gratitude as he stood to leave. Noticing the old man's gesture, indicating he wished to review the game, Qin Nuo discreetly took his leave. As he ascended to the 4th floor, he was suddenly startled by a commotion above, resembling the dull thud of an object crashing to the ground. Just as he pondered the noise, an announcement echoed in his mind. Player Cobra has been slain by a murderous fiend. Taken aback, Qin Nuo quickly grasped the situation and hurried up the stairs. In the corridor, he discovered Cobra's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, its head severed and rolled aside. How could someone have fled so swiftly? Qin Nuo said, furrowing his brow as he approached to inspect Cobra's remains. However, the corpse dissipated into a cloud of gray mist, clearly indicating a resurrection had occurred. Was Cobra's hunting of players purely random, or was there some underlying pattern to it? Qin Nuo contemplated. For now, he decided it was best to return home and reflect further. Qin Nuo rose to his feet, and as he turned, a bloodshot eye emerged from the back of his right hand. The bloodshot ghost spoke in a deep voice, "It is still here." No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Nuo sensed an overwhelming aura of malice enveloping the corridor. The walls began to decay at a visibly alarming rate. Qin Nuo's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his mountain-splitting blade, just as a shadow materialized before him. As the bloodshot ghost prepared to strike, Qin Nuo's head was severed from his body. Blood splattered against the walls, painting them a vivid crimson. "Rose sister, I have ample snacks. We shall not venture out for the next 5 days and will surely endure until the game's conclusion," Princess Yao Yao proclaimed from her bed. Meticulously counting her provisions while contemplating her strategy, addressing Black Rose. "You are truly innocent yet endearing," Black Rose replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, tying up her hair as she made her way to the bathroom. "I shall take a shower. You stay obediently in bed." Princess Yao Yao nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, both of their minds were suddenly filled with the announcement of Player Cobra being hunted down. Within 2 minutes, another announcement followed, declaring that Player Phantom had also been slain. 2 players dispatched in quick succession. Princess Yao Yao and Black Rose were taken aback. "Oh no, Phantom has been killed too. Does that mean he has only 1 life remaining?" Princess Yao Yao gasped, covering her mouth. Black Rose furrowed her brow tightly. Ultimately, she shook her head. These 2 are destined to exit the instance, much like Black Bear and the others. However, Phantom's earlier remarks had indeed instilled in Black Rose a glimmer of hope that a turning point might emerge. It now appears that, in the face of the absolute difficulty presented by the thrilling game, human intelligence is rendered futile. Within room 404, Qin Nuo materializes, seated upon the bed. After a brief moment of mental paralysis, he gradually regains consciousness. Was I truly killed once? Qin Nuo is taken aback. Even without extracting memories, he remains oblivious to the identity of the murderous fiend who struck him down. In the blink of an eye, his head was severed. He barely caught a glimpse of the assailant. "Brother, did you see that?" The blood-eyed ghost is equally perplexed. "I hadn't even made my move, and you were gone." Such an extraordinary power. With a sense of resignation, Qin Nuo rises and approaches the desk. He gazes at the 3 names on the notebook, noticing one crossed out. "In my previous life, I identified Lu Meng as the perpetrator, but since the game persists, it implies that Lu Meng has been exonerated. The most suspicious individual has been eliminated. The second name is Xia Xinlu." As Qin Nuo crosses out the name, he simultaneously inputs Xia Xinlu's name into the dungeon interface. Xia Xinlu. Although this girl exhibits an erratic demeanor that seems genuine, there remains a possibility of suspicion. Humans pusas dual naturas. The mentally unstable can harbor dual personalities. Who knows what murderous persona might lurk beneath an innocuous facade? Of course, this could also be a symptom of Qin Nuo's literary fantasizing. Player Cobra prematurely exits the game, resulting in a failed dungeon completion. The announcement echoes once more, but Qin Nuo's expression remains largely unchanged. This outcome was anticipated. Still, for lives remain in play. Qin Nuo sighed as he extracted the life replacement scarecrow from the toolbar. It was palm-sized, bound with straw, and possessed 2 black beans for eyes, exuding an intense aura of curse. "Utilize the life replacement scarecrow," Qin Nuo whispered. In the next instant, the scarecrow sprang to life, climbing onto Qin Nuo's hand and burrowing into his palm, vanishing without a trace. Qin Nuo gazed at his hand, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Is this how it works? His body felt no discomfort, prompting Qin Nuo to forego further excursions and instead opt for rest. Time, too, was precious to Qin Nuo. If he were to be hunted 3 times within a single day due to the waves, there would be no place for his tears. At noon on the 7th day, Qin Nuo emerged from his room. The old landlord should have results by now. In the lobby, the elderly gentleman was unusually absent from his chess game, reclining in a chair, humming a tune. "Old man, have you found the items?" Qin Nuo inquired directly. The old man waved his hand dismissively, and an aged, yellowed ledger fell into Qin Nuo's grasp. "You'll have your answers by tomorrow at the latest." "Not a problem." Qin Nuo proceeded to the vending machine, purchasing some food and drink before returning to his room. He opened the resident information ledger, confirming it was indeed from 2011. As he turned the pages, Qin Nuo uncovered a wealth of identity information about the residents. The small Yuan family, consisting of 3 members, or rather 4, still resided in room 301, with a mother named Gao Xinran. The corpulent ghost inhabited room 405, known as Hai Wuming, a recent graduate and currently unemployed. Liu Shi, residing in room 406, was a laborer engaged in strenuous construction work. In the household of Lu Meng, who was then a high school student, her parents were merely ordinary clerical employees. This information pertains to the residents. Subsequently, other matters unrelated to the residents were recorded. Initially, the area underwent a thorough inspection by the Construction and Quality Supervision departments. Any noncompliance would result in mandatory demolition, and the Shuei apartment fell within the category of noncompliance. However, the landlord and the residents employed various means to circumvent the regulations. Later, in June, a virus erupted in the city, transmitted solely through blood, with a mortality rate of 20 among those infected. This was likely the virus referenced in Xia Xinlu's diary, Qin Nuo murmured, continuing to turn the pages. Following this was a narrative from the landlord. By chance, we discovered that 2 residents of the apartment had also contracted this virus, exhibiting identical symptoms. I sealed off the entire building, intending to hand over the infected individuals to the relevant authorities, but the other residents thwarted my efforts, leading to a fierce argument. Someone proposed a bold and terrifying idea. For various reasons, I was persuaded to allow them to proceed. However, we later discovered that the girl had vanished. Everyone searched every corner of the apartment until a muffled sound was heard from outside the building. Qin Nuo took a deep breath and turned to the final page. There was no further account from the landlord, but rather a list of the infected individuals' names. Upon seeing the names, Qin Nuo held her breath. Chapter 50. A frustrating revelation. Qin Nuo gazed at the 2 names above, lost in contemplation. Could it be them? It must be them. The blood-eyed ghost asserted with conviction. They are merely infected individuals, not murderous fiends. Qin Nuo countered with a shake of his head. The game indicated that the murderers had. Suddenly, Qin Nuo halted mid-sentence, as if a realization dawned upon him, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Please continue. Do you not realize that leaving a sentence unfinished could be quite torturous? The blood-eyed ghost remarked, exasperated. I have a sudden hypothesis that may elucidate why the landlord and Xiao Yuan's mother share an identical tone with Lu Meng. Why? I shall not disclose that. I will verify it myself. Qin Nuo's words sent the blood-eyed ghost into a frenzy. First, return the resident information book to the landlord. The resident information book is no longer of use. Qin Nuo had already acquired the information he sought. He sensed that the answer was on the verge of revelation. The first clue, the water tank on the rooftop, was not intended to implicate any resident as a suspect. Rather, it conveyed a crucial message from the murderer to Qin Nuo. I am utterly bewildered. You may proceed at your own pace. The blood-eyed ghost rolled his eyes and fell silent. As Qin Nuo stepped outside with the notebook, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xiaobai at the staircase. Jiang Xiaobai was laden with provisions and water, evidently having been holed up in his room, unable to withstand the urge to venture out for supplies. Why have you not exited the instance? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, astonished. Why would I exit the instance? You have lost your immunity, and if hunted again, you shall truly perish. Even that fellow, the cobra, has fled. Jiang Xiaobai remarked. There is no need for concern. I am incredibly brave. A worthless life, indifferent to life and death. If one is unwilling, then let them act. Qin Nuo declared as he descended the stairs. Jiang Xiaobai blinked, murmuring, having died once, has one truly become foolish? Upon returning to the hall, Qin Nuo returned the tenant information book to the elderly landlord. The landlord set the book aside, arranged the chess pieces, and gazed at Qin Nuo with a forced smile. "Shall we play a game?" Qin Nuo did not decline. He took a seat, glanced at the tenant information book, and casually inquired, "Elder, how long has it been since you last looked at that book?" "I glanced at it yesterday. Why do you ask?" The elderly landlord replied nonchalantly while moving the pieces. "Did you peruse the contents on the last few pages?" Qin Nuo continued, locking eyes with the elderly landlord. "No. Weren't the last few pages blank?" The landlord retorted, looking up. "Oh, perhaps I was mistaken," Qin Nuo replied. "Young man, focus on the game. Engaging in idle chatter will inevitably diminish your chess skills." The landlord's words were indeed wise. After a lengthy match, they finally concluded the game. Qin Nuo lost. The elderly landlord, astonished at the remaining pieces on the board, exclaimed, "I won?" "Indeed, the current strength of your chess play is nearly on par with mine. In just a few days, your skills have certainly not dulled." Qin Nuo laughed in response. The landlord's laughter filled the air, his joy evident as he stroked his beard with mirth. The angel's eye revealed, "You have gained 50 favor points from the apartment landlord and 90 from the ghostly force. Old man, I shall take my leave for today. I have matters to attend to." Returning from the hall to room 404, Qin Nuo settled at his desk, retrieving a notebook. "Tonight, I shall be hunted," he declared. "Why?" inquired the blood-eyed ghost. "That individual has begun to focus on me," Qin Nuo responded. The blood-eyed ghost understood he was referring to the murderer. "Have you seen it?" "No, merely a conjecture." A faint smile graced Qin Nuo's lips. "But conjectures can be accurate, for I am steadily approaching the truth, and it has grown anxious. Furthermore, Xia Xinlu has been ruled out as a suspect. Unfortunately, once the target has been identified, it cannot be altered." Qin Nuo remained unfazed. For tonight, he could utilize Xia Xinlu to further validate his hypothesis. After a moment's contemplation, he crossed out the third suspect, the landlord. This one was eliminated as well. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Qin Nuo lay in bed, eyes closed, feigning slumber. The window stood ajar, the curtains fluttering in the night breeze, whispering softly. A shadow gradually materialized outside the window, fixating on Qin Nuo upon the bed. In an instant, it traversed through the window, slowly raising a hand, sharp as a blade, and plunged it mercilessly into Qin Nuo's chest. Startled, Qin Nuo's eyes flew open, crimson blood staining the sheets. Before his demise, Qin Nuo grasped the shadow with one hand, yet ultimately, it fell limply, life gradually ebbing away. The shadow cast a glance at Qin Nuo before vanishing into the darkness. However, 2 minutes later, the flesh of Qin Nuo's arm ruptured, and a palm-sized scarecrow tumbled to the ground, sparking with embers before disintegrating into a pile of ashes. At that very moment, Qin Nuo abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, inquiring, "What did you see? Do you recognize who it was?" The blood-eyed ghost, brimming with excitement, responded, "You might be startled to hear this, but it was that deadbeat. Yes, indeed, the one next door who resembles a pig." Surprisingly, Qin Nuo's expression remained unperturbed. The blood-eyed ghost curiously asked, "Why are you not astonished?" "I suspected it might be him," Qin Nuo replied, leaving the blood-eyed ghost momentarily speechless. It felt akin to sharing a hilariously absurd joke only to find the listener utterly unfazed, having heard it long ago. Frustrating indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us identify him, and the game will conclude, urged the blood-eyed ghost. If I point him out, I might fall right into the trap and exhaust the last life-saving scarecrow. Qin Nuo's words rendered the blood-eyed ghost perplexed once more. It suddenly felt as if it operated on one level, while Qin Nuo soared in the stratosphere. "Do you believe the fat ghost was the shadow that attacked last time?" Signoin Quidet. This question sparked a realization in the blood-eyed ghost. Indeed, this time it appears considerably weaker. In the previous encounter, the blood-eyed ghost and Qin Nuo had no chance to react before being swiftly annihilated. It was evident that this was not the same specter. Suddenly, the blood-eyed ghost seemed to awaken to a profound realization, as if uncovering the entire truth, and exclaimed with excitement, "So, the murderous fiend is not just a singular entity, but rather a multitude. All the inhabitants of this apartment complex are killers. Am I correct? Am I not?" The blood-eyed ghost was elated. The revelation spilled forth effortlessly, and the sensation was simply delightful. However, it was a singular ghost. The blood-eyed ghost fell into a perplexed silence. After a moment, it finally spoke. "This absurd game of copies, you may as well enjoy it by yourself." Qin Nuo, with a resigned smile, replied, "The murderer deliberately allowed you to witness the appearance of the fat ghost. It is aware that I harbor a ghost within and that I possess more than 2 lives. Thus, it orchestrated for the fat ghost to eliminate me, ensuring you would see it, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the next target I would identify would be the fat ghost. Once I exhaust all my expendable lives, I will have no more leverage. In this game, the victor will become it." The blood-eyed ghost felt an overwhelming weariness. Qin Nuo was in the upper atmosphere. The murderous fiend was also in the upper atmosphere. Only it remained at the very bottom, its intellect firmly ensnared. Chapter 51. Only 3 remain. The final duel in the stillness of the night. Players were yet to slumber when the ominous announcement resonated throughout the game. With a sudden clatter, a cup slipped from Princess Yao Yao's grasp and shattered on the floor, her delicate visage etched with astonishment. "Sister Rose, did you hear? Phantom hasn't logged out yet," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with dread. "This marks his second demise. Does it not imply that he has truly perished?" Black Rose nodded slowly, murmuring, "What a madman, sacrificing his life for a mere main quest." Princess Yao Yao blinked, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. "Alas, I held a certain fondness for him. What a pity." The following day marked the 8th in the game. The apartment lay silent, devoid of the player's footsteps, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. The once bustling corridors now appeared desolate, dimly lit and foreboding. At noon, the game's announcement echoed once more. Player Jiang Xiaobai has been hunted down by the maniac. Barely 2 minutes had passed after Jiang Xiaobai's demise when the announcement returned. Player Jiang Xiaobai has exited the game prematurely. Quest completion failed. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai, too, had departed from the game. Princess Yao Yao tapped her fingers thoughtfully. "By this reckoning, it appears that only you and I remain, Sister Rose. The next target of the maniac is surely us." Black Rose's countenance turned icy as she pondered for a moment, then retrieved a skeletal hairpin, adorning her tresses with it. Simultaneously, she produced a large-headed doll, hanging it upon the doorknob. These 2 artifacts were the most formidable of her spectral possessions. With unwavering determination, she refused to let 8 days of effort go to waste. No matter the cost, she would endure the final 2 days and complete this quest. For the last 2 days, sleep would be a luxury she could not afford. With utmost focus, she warned, "If you lag behind, I shall cast you out of the room." The Black Rose spoke coldly to Princess Yao Yao, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Qin Nuo heard the announcement of Jiang Xiaobai exiting the game. "Now, including myself, only 3 players remain: Black Rose, Princess Yao Yao, and Qin Nuo muttered to himself. "As for the next 2 days, what are your plans?" The blood-eyed ghost inquired. Shaking his head, Qin Nuo replied, "No, I intend to conclude this game tonight. It's surely 1T remain idle. Thus tonight marks the ultimate showdown." With that, he opened the game interface and entered the name of his 3rd target. The blood-eyed ghost paused, momentarily taken aback. "Did you perhaps mistake the name?" "There is no mistake," Qin Nuo replied with a faint smile, closing the game panel. Time passed swiftly, the daylight fading rapidly as night fell, casting a shroud of darkness over the blood-red apartment. In the corridor, Qin Nuo shut the door to room 404. Suddenly, the door to room 405 swung open. The plump ghost did not emerge entirely. Instead, he poked his head out, his lower half evidently busy with tasks indoors. Seeing Qin Nuo preparing to leave, he asked in confusion, "Brother, where are you off to at this late hour? It's stifling inside. I need to step out for some fresh air," Qin Nuo replied. "Oh, I heard from Lu Zhe that there was quite a commotion in your room last night. Did you encounter any trouble? Speak to your brother. I will surely assist you." Qin Nuo thought to herself, "Was it not you who barged in at midnight, causing such a ruckus? Were you unaware of what transpired last night?" "I had already fallen asleep, so I know nothing." "Then all is well. Lu Ge may have misheard. Please attend to your business." The chubby fellow responded with an "oh," then sheepishly inquired, Good brother, that gift of yours, the pillow, is truly exceptional. Might I ask if there's a link to it? There is no link. It is a limited edition. What, did you damage it? No cuestionet. The chubby fellow hastily waved his hand. No, how could that be? It is a treasure for my good brother. I have preserved it well. Observing the guilty expression on the chubby fellow's face, Qin Nuo chose not to expose him. After exchanging a few more words, she descended the stairs. As she reached the first floor, the blood-eyed ghost could not help but ask, why does this fat fellow remember nothing at all? The murderous maniac possesses not only the ability to manipulate the residents, but also the power to erase memories. This seems to be a privilege bestowed by the game. Though it appears to be usable only once a day, Qin Nuo remarked. In the lobby on the ground floor, the night felt even more desolate. Only the old man remained at the front desk, reclining in a chair, clutching a worn-out radio, listening to the strains of Peking opera. Outside the apartment door, shadows flitted, as if phantoms were wandering, coveting what lay within the apartment. However, perhaps due to the landlord's presence lying there, imbued with trepidation, I maintained a distance of 10 meters from the apartment, hesitant to approach. Qin Nuo made his way over. The landlord did not open his eyes and said, I've advised you before, it is best to remain in your room at night. The outside is rather perilous. My responsibility is merely to collect rent. Should any mishap occur, it is beyond my concern. Qin Nuo replied with a smile. I am aware, but the urge to play chess has struck me. After much contemplation, I realized that only you, old sir, could provide the satisfaction I seek. Upon hearing the mention of chess, the landlord opened his eyes with renewed interest. Young man, your passion for chess exceeds even mine. Qin Nuo scratched his head and chuckled. In truth, I lost a game during the day, and I am quite unwilling to accept that loss. Thus, I seek a rematch. The landlord laughed heartily, seeing your competitive spirit. Let's play. However, we shall only play one game. At my age, I cannot endure the night, as you young ones can. Agreed. The landlord took the initiative, promptly setting up the chessboard himself. Soon, both were engrossed in the game. After a few moves, the landlord glanced at Qin Nuo's expression and expressed displeasure. Your mind is not on the game. Qin Nuo advanced upon and confessed, to be candid, my relationship with a neighbor is rather strained, which has left me quite agitated. And then, the landlord inquired, his demeanor remaining unchanged. That neighbor is rather unfriendly and has threatened to confront me tonight, Qin Nuo remarked. Studying the landlord's expression, the landlord let out a cold grunt, placing his chess piece down. So this is your purpose for seeking me out? When tenants are at odds, I shall not take sides. If the two of you continue to cause a ruckus, I will evict both of you from this apartment. His tone was icy, showing no regard for Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo nodded understood. Let us continue our game. The match resumed for several minutes when suddenly, the temperature in the hall plummeted. The corridor became shrouded in thick, ominous darkness, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the space. The landlord's hand, poised over the chessboard, abruptly halted. Qin Nuo sensed the shift, the blood-eyed specter becoming increasingly agitated. It's here, that entity has arrived. The landlord emitted a cold grunt and barked into the shadows. Dare to cause trouble beneath my very nose. Begone. The malevolent presence showed no signs of dissipating, continuing to permeate the hall. The landlord's expression grew increasingly grotesque, veins bulging on his forehead, his clothing billowing as an aura of terror erupted from within him. Qin Nuo raised his hands in surrender. Old man, you see it too. I am not the one causing trouble. It is the other party that insists on making my life difficult, disregarding your authority. The blood-eyed specter blinked, finally grasping the intent behind this chess match. Ah, so that's why we play at midnight, seeking this old man as a shield. Truly cunning. The landlord's fury surged, his dark eyes emitting a terrifying brilliance. This was the first tenant bold enough to oppose him. He sprang to his feet, the chessboard shattering instantly, pieces scattering in every direction. At that moment, a shadow appeared at the staircase. Ignoring the elderly landlord, he fixed his gaze intensely on Qin Nuo, a palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him. Chapter 52. A tale of unveiling memories upon catching sight of the shadow's crimson eyes. The blood-eyed ghost reacted with even greater fervor than Qin Nuo. Is it possible to make a hasty retreat? This being is my nightmare. Stay calm. Though Qin Nuo reassured himself, a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead. He harbored no expectations for the landlord and the blood-eyed ghost, having prepared a trump card. However, whether this card could be played was a matter of fortune. The landlord squinted at the shadow, inquiring, "Are you a resident of this apartment? I do not recall ever seeing you before." At that moment, the shadow's gaze shifted to the landlord. The malevolent energy emanating from both parties surged, akin to two feral bulls colliding with ferocity, neither yielding to the other. The rampant aura of malevolence rapidly eroded the floor and walls. "This old man appears formidable. I wonder if he can withstand the confrontation," the blood-eyed ghost murmured. "What if he cannot prevail? Si no puede, then you should find a more comfortable spot for him to perish," the ghost retorted. Qin Nuo could not help but scoff. "Why are you so feeble? Entering into a cursed contract with you makes me increasingly feel I have suffered a grave loss. I have already informed you of my injuries. I can only open 2 eyes. If you could grant me the ability to open 9, I could bring him to his knees." Qin Nuo rolled his eyes, just as the tension escalated to a critical point, poised to erupt into a cataclysmic battle. The shadow suddenly spoke. "What's the matter, old man? Don't you recognize me?" The landlord furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his features. A shadow lifted its hand, grasping at its face, and then tore away a clump of dark, mask-like material. Before the air, a horrific visage marred by lesions and grotesque tumors was unveiled. The old man gazed upon this countenance, and his pupils dilated sharply. A profound terror etched into his once numb features. It was as though certain long-buried memories shattered their shackles, flooding back into his consciousness. "It cannot be you," he exclaimed, clutching his head, veins pulsating violently on his temples, a hoarse, anguished sound emanating from his throat. The resurrected memories threatened to splinter his mind. In the end, the landlord's body withered rapidly, his eyes dimming to hollow sockets. As he collapsed, he resembled a desiccated corpse, drained of all vitality. The blood-eyed specter stood in stunned silence. "Damn, before I even struck, this old man is gone?" His face was indeed terrifying, yet you were a ghost too. How could you frighten him to death so effortlessly? The shadow turned its gaze toward Qin Nuo, a mocking tone lacing its words. "Is this your trump card?" With a swift movement, the shadow appeared before Qin Nuo, its towering form radiating a dreadful pressure. "I am curious to know how many lives you possess. If I were to eliminate you this time, would you rise again?" Qin Nuo, suppressing the fear within, replied calmly, "Why not give it a try? You do not know my name, nor do you recognize me. Therefore, irrespective of how many lives you have, you are destined to lose this game." The shadow retorted ominously. "Who says I do not wish to know you? Who said I don't know your name? Haven't we met before?" Qin Nuo's lips curled into a faint smile. The shadow hesitated for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. "Are you attempting to trick me?" Qin Nuo remained silent and turned to the blood-eyed ghost, asking, "How long can you hold him off?" The blood-eyed ghost replied, "Don't count on me. Even if I manage to hold him, I cannot defeat this fellow. The outcome would ultimately remain unchanged." "How long, then?" After a brief silence, the blood-eyed ghost said, "I cannot say, but I will do my utmost." "Very well." Qin Nuo lifted his head and remarked, "Allow me to tell you a story." The shadow, aware that Qin Nuo could revive and had his own intentions, was not in a hurry to strike. About a decade ago, a family of 3 moved into an apartment. The parents were laborers, while their daughter excelled in her studies. They seldom quarreled. Though their life was not affluent, it was relatively content. However, a viral plague soon erupted, and the parents discovered they had contracted the virus. Without treatment, they would undoubtedly perish. In an effort to spare their daughter from worry, they concealed the matter and planned to visit the hospital discreetly. Unfortunately, a neighbor became aware of their plight and informed everyone in the apartment. Suddenly, panic gripped the residents, but their greatest fear was not merely the illness. Rather, they dreaded that should the parents go to the hospital, everyone would face quarantine, and the dilapidated state of the building would be exposed. The inhabitants of the apartment were all migrant workers. Without the apartment, they would be left homeless. Qin Nuo's tale was only halfway through. However, the malevolent aura surrounding the shadow grew chaotic, and its crimson eyes erupted with a terrifying intent to kill. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Qin Nuo's neck with a ferocious strike. Simultaneously, the blood-eyed ghost intervened, deftly seizing the attacking hand with its right hand. At that moment, a blood eye emerged from the back of its hand, followed by a second blood eye that appeared on the wrist. In an instant, the malevolent power unleashed by the blood-eyed ghost surged dramatically, intercepting the shadow's onslaught entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo continued narrating his tale. Then, someone conceived a plan to confine the couple within a room, allowing them to perish naturally, and subsequently dispose of their bodies in the wilderness to fabricate the illusion of a viral infection leading to his sudden death in the wild. At the time, some opposed this scheme, with the landlord being the most vehement dissenter. Yet, as the mastermind behind the precarious building incident, he was complicit in the conspiracy, and should the truth come to light, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Thus, he too became part of the malevolent faction. Ultimately, the entire apartment community, now comprised of villains, executed this plan, binding the family of 3 residing in Unit 402 within their room. To create a flawless FAAD, they injected the father's blood into the uninfected daughter, ensuring her infection. 5 days later, the girl's parents succumbed one after another. However, in their final moments, they managed to gnaw through their daughter's restraints, striving for her survival. The freed daughter, upon witnessing her deceased parents, did not flee but stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Consumed by the flames of vengeance, she slashed her wrist, letting her blood drip into the water reservoir, and leaped from the rooftop, ending her own life. In the climactic finale, all residents of the apartment consumed water tainted with the blood of the girl. After missing the prime opportunity for treatment, these malevolent beings perished within the confines of the apartment. Qin Nuo raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze as he fixed them upon the shadow. My tale has come to an end. Was it not thrilling? Upon glancing back at the shadow, the most unwelcome memories of that nightmare were unearthed, shattering his defenses. A horrific roar erupted from his throat, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and violence. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth. Die. D. The blood-eyed demon could scarcely endure the onslaught. The flesh of its right hand ruptured at a visible pace, blood splattering everywhere. What the hell, are you out of your mind? If you're not going to help, at least don't provoke it further. The blood-eyed demon bellowed. Was this brat deliberately setting a trap for it? Qin Nuo disregarded the demon's wails and, observing the nearly deranged shadow, continued. By the way, let me answer the question you posed earlier. Lu Chuanda, that is your name. He is the father of Lu Meng, and Qin Nuo turned his head to behold a second shadow that had seemingly materialized out of thin air behind him. The eyes of this shadow were similarly filled with an overwhelming desire for bloodshed. Lu Meng's mother, Chu Meng. Chapter 53, the final card. The curtain falls. The distance between them seemed so close that one could almost hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeat. Gazing at the menacing Chu Meng, Qin Nuo remained composed, even revealing a faint smile. Are you afraid? Chu Meng inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Life and death have their own ordained fates. At this juncture, what is there left to fear? Qin Nuo replied. The blood-eyed ghost, now weary, relinquished its resistance, casting a resentful glance at Qin Nuo. So you had me intercepted merely to hear you recount a tale? Qin Nuo mused internally. This story bears great significance. It determines our victory or defeat. What? The blood-eyed ghost appeared bewildered. Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng stood before and behind Qin Nuo, blocking all possible avenues of escape. You are so confident. Surely you can resurrect, right? Yet, it is of no consequence. We shall continue to hunt you down until your revival cards are exhausted, Lu Chuanda rasped. You are indeed calm and astute. With just your own intellect and a few clues, you have unraveled all truths. Unfortunately, this game is not won merely by uncovering the truth. Now, it's time to send you on your way. The blood-eyed ghost sighed in resignation. What a futile endeavor. Not necessarily. I believe that this single life is sufficient for me to secure victory in this game, Qin Nuo replied with a smile. The terrifying visages of Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng trembled, their murderous intent and fury unwavering. Qin Nuo's unwavering calmness and composure instilled a profound sense of unease within them, an intense unrest. In an instant, Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng struck simultaneously, their palms slicing through the air towards Qin Nuo's neck. However, upon making contact with Qin Nuo, a radiant violet light erupted from within him. This luminous energy swiftly transformed into a swirling black vortex, ensnaring both Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng within its depths. In the blink of an eye, the black hole, along with the couple, vanished without a trace. Ding! The system detected that Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng were engulfed in overwhelming negative emotions due to the host, causing their defensive threshold to surpass 99. This triggered the passive skill, the Ring of Rights. This skill was obtained upon completing the first dungeon and represented Qin Nuo's final trump card. When the adversary's negative emotions breached their defenses, they would be forcibly transported to the realm of rights, where they must relinquish their most cherished possession to escape. Otherwise, they would be eternally trapped in the void. This was also the reason why Qin Nuo chose to unveil the truth through a narrative. His aim was to shatter the defenses of Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng, exposing their darkest memories, the nightmares they least wished to confront. This served as the most potent leverage for activating the passive skill, the Ring of Rights. Given the myriad of unpredictable factors involved, the risks were undeniably substantial. Yet for Qin Nuo, who had no path of retreat, there was no choice but to take a bold gamble. "Where have they gone?" the blood-eyed ghost inquired, bewildered by the rapid sequence of events that had just unfolded. "They've gone to a cooler place," Qin Nuo replied, resolute in his belief that Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng would not return from the realm of rights, letting go of the most cherished possessions. What is the most beloved thing for Lu Chuanda and his wife? It can only be their daughter, Lu Meng. In their eyes, the significance of Lu Meng has far surpassed their own. Hence, the answer is self-evident. Could this be your trump card? How impressive! The blood-eyed ghost exclaimed in surprise. But upon reflection, his expression turned to one of anger. With such a formidable trump card, why didn't you reveal it sooner? It requires an opportunity. It is not so easily accomplished, Qin Nuo replied. The skill known as Ring of Rights is indeed formidable, yet its prerequisites are equally demanding. For a ghost to breach defenses by over 99 is no trivial feat. Qin Nuo glanced at his right hand, which was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled to the point that the stark white bones were visible. Yet, due to the parasitic nature of the blood-eyed ghost, Qin Nuo felt no pain whatsoever. He harbored no concerns regarding the condition of his right hand. In the realm of horror games, all inflicted injuries would automatically heal upon exiting the dungeon. Therefore, we have emerged victorious, right? Qin Nuo shook his head. Our ultimate boss has yet to make an appearance. As he spoke, he turned to behold Lu Meng, who was slowly emerging from the shadows. Lu Meng's delicate face bore no expression, yet her eyes glimmered with an icy chill. "Where have you taken them?" Qin Nuo smiled faintly. "My dear girl, why the long face? You were calling me big brother just moments ago." Noticing Lu Meng's silence, Qin Nuo's smile faded, and he said, "They will not be returning." Surprisingly, Lu Meng did not waver. There was not a trace of anger to be found. With a sorrowful smile, she remarked, "It matters not. I have lost this game, and ultimately, my fate remains unchanged. If I am not mistaken, the target you have identified this time is indeed me. The moment I choose to act against you, the game will conclude. Even if I refrain from action, the designated name will be automatically evaluated in 2 days. In this game, I hold no chance of victory." Lu Meng's words were imbued with certainty. She had anticipated her outcome ever since her parents faced defeat. Qin Nuo said little, merely nodding in agreement. Indeed. Lu Meng lifted her gaze to the starless night sky and whispered, "If we had never moved into this apartment, do you think our family's fate would have been more favorable?" "There are no ifs." Qin Nuo's response was stark. Lu Meng withdrew her gaze and murmured, "Phantom, I accept my defeat in this game with grace. Yet, within this terrifying world, many intriguing games await. You will inevitably encounter true despair in those trials." As she spoke, Lu Meng raised her delicate hand. A jade hairpin appeared before Qin Nuo's brow. However, at the moment of contact, the hairpin shattered, scattering into fragments upon the ground. Lu Meng also transformed into a myriad of luminous specks, dissipating beneath the ethereal moonlight. Qin Nuo gazed at the shards on the floor, remaining silent for a moment before lifting her head and exhaling deeply. At last, this game had drawn to a close. It was truly over. Fortunately, she had not permitted that Wang Sun to enter. Otherwise, even with 100 lives, she would have been unable to succeed. The difficulty of this copy has astounded everyone, and it has indeed proven to be quite a pitfall. The primary reason for Qin Nuo's success does not lie solely in intellect, but rather in the assistance of an external advantage. This advantage is undeniably alluring. The blood-eyed ghost could not contain a remark. I am somewhat dim-witted. I just want to inquire, during the initial identification of the target, you had already pointed out Lu Meng. Why was that ineffective? The game rules are quite explicit. The identified target must personally eliminate you to count as a victory. Alternatively, if you survive until the game's conclusion and your identified target is correct, that also constitutes a win. Lu Meng is aware of this game rule, which is why, just in case, she had her parents act as the murderers. Subsequently, upon witnessing my relentless approach toward the truth, she manipulated the apartment residents in an attempt to disrupt my thought process. However, it was to no avail, as I anticipated her anticipation. Upon hearing this, the blood-eyed ghost murmured with a hint of self-deprecation. They are all masters, yet I am merely a jester. Qin Nuo smiled lightly. Therefore, one must not overlook every detail, ignoring potential risks while continuing to install. Sometimes, a single detail may determine one's fate. Chapter 54. Appraisal Rewards, My Store as Lu Meng evanesced. All vestiges of her apartment underwent rapid decay, crumbling into piles of dust before one's very eyes. Within the apartment, all the inhabitants, including little Yuan's mother, the corpulent recluse, Lu Zhe, Xia Xinlu, and others, were instantly transformed into desiccated cadavers, their gazes hollow as they collapsed onto the floor. Not a permanent instance? Xinnuo said, slightly taken aback. Unlike the Yin Spring restaurant, bloodied apparel apartments, once the game concluded, would cease to exist, a disposable instant segment. Inside room 306, Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao also observed the rapid decay of the room's contents. Their fair countenances paled, as they initially surmised that the homicidal maniac had arrived, and they braced themselves for a desperate struggle. Congratulations to player fandom. Target identification correct. Successful apprehension of the homicidal maniac within the apartments. The game concludes. Players are about to exit the instance. The game's announcement reverberated within their minds. Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao were naturally bewildered. Phantom? He's still alive? Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, a beam of light enveloped them, and they vanished from the room. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves within the ethereal void. Black Rose lifted her head and, upon seeing Qin Nuo to the side, couldn't help but inquire, was the game's announcement genuine? Would it fabricate such a thing? Qin Nuo responded with amusement. How is it that you possessed 3 lives? Princess Yao Yao asked, marveling. Qin Nuo inwardly mused that he possessed more than just 3, but he nonchalantly replied, who knows? Black Rose, of course, understood that Qin Nuo would not divulge the truth. The rewards from the dungeon are as diverse as they are peculiar. The higher the score, the more unimaginable the rewards become. She had witnessed those god-tier players wielding their phantasmal artifacts, capable of even altering the very rules of the game, akin to Doraemon's magical pocket, possessing every conceivable ability. She surmised that Qin Nuo must have employed some artifact to prolong her life. Thus, who is the murderous maniac? The Black Rose could only seek answers from this query. As for the resident of Unit 402, I too was befuddled, contemplating that with my final life at stake, I might as well take a gamble. To my astonishment, Lady Luck seemed to favor me. The Black Rose refrained from probing further. Is it merely a matter of luck? Are we being deceived? Truly Ming, your fortune is remarkable. We have indeed completed this dungeon. Princess Yao Yao's expression was one of delight, and she genuinely believed it. The Black Rose remained silent. Players are about to be transported back to the real world, while the scores and rewards for this dungeon will be calculated. Please prepare yourselves, the Black Rose remarked. Then let us bid farewell here. If fate permits, We may encounter each other in another dungeon. Princess Yao Yao also expressed her goodbyes to Qin Nuo and the Black Rose. Subsequently, the two vanished before Qin Nuo's eyes. Strangely, Qin Nuo did not find herself transported back. What is happening? Qin Nuo pondered in confusion. Congratulations to player Maying for completing the Bloodstained Apartment dungeon with a score of 6-0. Additional scoring. Dungeon tasks completed 723, earning 4.2 points. Additional scoring. Main quest completed 1-1, earning 5.8 points. Overall score 16-0. System reward. 1 golden treasure chest. Ghost currency reward. Denomination of 300. Ghost material reward. Azure Essence Stone, a special material that can be fused with metallic ghost items to enhance ghostly power. Territory reward. Acquire the Nightmare Apartment, consisting of 1 hall and 1 bedroom, totaling 5 rooms. Or a level 2 renovation right, which allows for expansion or comprehensive upgrades of existing territorial property. Note, the territory reward is a choice between the 2 options. Can be played this way. Qin Nuo pondered. At first glance, acquiring another apartment building seemed undoubtedly more advantageous. However, this was not the real world. The more properties one owned, the more ostentatious one appeared. The Red Moon convenience store was already struggling with various challenges. Acquiring another apartment would only exacerbate the troubles, leaving no time for proper management. It would be wiser to resolve the issues at the Red Moon convenience store first, boosting its revenue before considering expansion. With this thought, Qin Nuo no longer hesitated and opted for the latter. Congratulations to player Phantom for obtaining the level 2 renovation right. At that moment, new memories surged in Qin Nuo's mind. This reward lacked a skill enhancement, yet overall, it appeared more abundant than the previous one. Qin Nuo murmured. A score of 16-0 was it the highest? Qin Nuo was uncertain. At the very least, Qin Nuo believed that the Blood Garment Apartment dungeon had likely reached its peak score. Suddenly, an information panel materialized before him. Please, player, choose whether to teleport back to the real world or to the territory industry owned in the horror world. Territorial industry. Red Moon convenience store. Current. Initially, I was not in a hurry to transmit back, as there was still this option available. Qin Nuo suddenly realized that, being the proprietor of the store, she was naturally eager to take a look. Moreover, she intended to see if she could resolve some of the issues plaguing the convenience store. Without hesitation, Qin Nuo chose the Red Moon convenience store. A wave of weightlessness enveloped her, and a radiant light enveloped her entire being. In an instant, her vision blurred. When her sight finally cleared, an eerie chill washed over her. Qin Nuo found herself standing on a desolate street, with empty roads flanking her, littered with swirling newspapers and debris. She was back in this haunting world. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted the sign of the Red Moon convenience store. However, perhaps due to loose screws, one side of the sign hung askew, stained with a large blotch of what might be dye or perhaps blood, a vivid crimson liquid. From a distance, it evoked a sense of horror, chilling to the bone. Thankfully, it was not in the real world. Otherwise, attracting customers would surely be a rarity. What brings you here? Inquired the blood-eyed ghost. I merely came to observe how my store is faring, replied Qin Nuo. You possess a store in this realm as well? The blood-eyed ghost was taken aback. I'm a person who prefers to keep a low profile, Qin Nuo chuckled, adjusting her collar as she made her way towards the convenience store. Ding ding. As she pushed open the glass door, the bell above the frame jingled, its crisp and melodious sound echoing throughout the shop. At the front desk, a short-haired girl was simultaneously indulging in a self-heating meal while engrossed in a drama series. In the corner of the store, a boy with a youthful visage sat on the ground, leaning against the shelves, engrossed in a PlayStation console. These were 2 employees of the Hongyue convenience store, a cashier and a stock clerk. Upon hearing the entrance of a customer, the girl did not look up but casually remarked, "Help yourself. The shelves are clearly labeled with prices." The store was devoid of surveillance cameras, yet she warned, "If I catch you stealing, I shall remove your tongue." Qin Nuo cleared his throat softly but made no move. Only then did the girl lift her gaze. Staring at Qin Nuo with a hint of surprise, "A human?" The youthful boy glanced at Qin Nuo and corrected her. "He is a half-demon." "Oh," the girl muttered disinterestedly. lowering her head to continue savoring the snail noodles from her self-heating pot. Qin Nuo approached, tapped on the table, and placed the property ownership certificate on the surface. The girl, slightly impatient and about to speak, caught sight of the document and, with her bright, sparkling eyes filled with astonishment, swiftly stood up, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. "Boss," Qin Nuo replied with a smile, "during work hours, neglecting your duties means you will forfeit this month's attendance bonus." Chapter 55. The Dilemma of the Shop. A fresh start. Upon hearing this, the girl sprang to her feet and pushed the self-heating pot towards the trash bin. "Boss, I was merely taking a brief respite. It won't happen again." At that moment, a youthful boy approached, discreetly stowing away his gaming device upon noticing the documents on the table. "Hello, boss," he greeted. "Do not conceal it. I have seen everything, and you are no exception," Qin Nuo remarked. The boy, wearing a dejected expression, remained silent. They were both aware of the new ownership, yet after a month of absence and lack of supervision, coupled with a dwindling revenue, their work ethic had become increasingly lax and perfunctory. Who could have anticipated that the newly appointed owner would conduct an impromptu inspection today? Qin Nuo wandered through the shop, assessing its condition. The premises were modest, measuring less than 50 square meters, with haphazardly arranged shelves that had not been touched in ages, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Moreover, from the outside, she noted the convenience store's damaged sign, along with disrepair on the roof and sidewalls, issues that severely detracted from the shop's appearance. This sight caused Qin Nuo to frown. Rather than perceiving it as a reward for her territory, she felt it was merely a mess left behind by the previous owner. "This is quite dire. We've only recorded 20 sales this month, and our revenue hasn't even surpassed 400 ghost coins," the girl lamented, her face contorted in distress. Furthermore, just across the street, a new shop had unexpectedly opened last month, rapidly expanding to 3 additional branches, all situated within 3 streets of their own establishment. The young boy added, his expression icy, "This is a malicious attack against us. Competitors are not surprising," Qin Nuo remarked. "As the owner, my role is to resolve issues." The girl, somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Boss, before you address the problems, could you please pay us our wages from last month? We are so impoverished that we can barely afford instant noodles." "So, you resorted to stealing the self-heating pot from the store?" Qin Nuo shot her a glance. The girl blushed and lowered her head, too shy to respond. Nevertheless, Qin Nuo went ahead and paid them their wages from the previous month. After all, they had not driven the store to ruin. "Thank you, boss." The girl and the boy's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ghostly currency. "The new owner is quite generous. The previous one constantly wore a sour expression and delayed payments, which was quite bothersome." The 2 ghosts retreated to a corner, eagerly counting their wages with fingers glistening with saliva. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nuo accessed the panel of the Red Moon convenience store and opened the identity information of the 2 employees. Cashier, Li Tongtong, age, 19 years, level, terrifying. Stock clerk, Yuan Shan, age, 18 years, level, terrifying. The strength of ghosts is naturally measured by a specific criterion, and the levels of ghosts and ghostly entities are equivalent. This is part of the knowledge inherent in the realm of horror. If Qin Nuo's deductions are correct within the instance, Lu Chuanda and Chu Ming are likely at the terrifying level, and within that tier, competition is scarce. Hence, Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan are not to be underestimated. At least one should not be so foolish as to remain oblivious. 2 frightful specters, laboring for their own benefit. How prideful it is to contemplate, Qin Nuo mused. He then shook his head, casting aside these trivial concerns. The pressing matter at hand was the predicament of the convenience store. The shop was incurring losses daily, which was not the main issue. If things continued in this manner, it would be shutting its doors by next month, and they would all be packing their bags. Observing the 2 spirits engrossed in counting their ghostly currency, he remarked, "Should the store close, you'll find yourselves on the streets." The 2 spirits, alarmed, exclaimed in unison, "Please, boss, if the store shuts down, we'll have nowhere to go." Qin Nuo then posed the critical question, "What is the most pressing issue at present?" Yuan Shan responded, "There are actually 2 main problems. First, the store sign, corners, and roof are all in disrepair, deteriorating rapidly. If this continues, the store will surely collapse. The lack of customers is also partly due to the shop's unsightly appearance. Repairing it would require a substantial sum. The two specters exchanged wary glances at Qin Nuo. With delayed employee wages, a dilapidated store, and now a disruption in supply, it seemed an overwhelming mess for the new owner, who might very well explode in frustration. Qin Nuo felt his blood pressure rise slightly, yet he was prepared. "Fear not. I have hired a free repair crew. They will address this issue," he assured. A free repair crew? Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan were perplexed. Could it be that this boss had some connections? Qin Nuo said little, opening the system panel to utilize his Level 2 modification authority. A chime resonated as the system declared, "Host has activated Level 2 modification authority, executing commands for repair, enhancement." An improvement. Qin Nuo raised his gaze, surveying the convenience store surroundings. Was there no sign of movement? He envisioned a scene reminiscent of Harry Potter, where various materials danced through the air, autonomously assembling and mending. However, Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan's expressions shifted, prompting them to dash towards the entrance. Outside the Red Moon convenience store, a swirling mass of black mist suddenly materialized, enveloping the store and seeping inside. Sensing no malice from the mist, the three of them remained still. A series of eerie sounds emanated from within the fog. Approximately 2 minutes later, the mist dissipated. Upon inspecting the store's interior, it appeared completely transformed. The moss-covered tiles, the cracked whitewashed walls, the unsightly restroom, and the corroded, dilapidated shelves had all been replaced with pristine new fixtures. Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan's eyes widened in astonishment as they rushed outside. The bloodstained, worn sign and the sidewall riddled with cracks had also been upgraded to the latest materials. Most notably, the storefront now showcased 2 potted orange trees and a large hot air balloon designed to attract customers, with a red carpet extending to the roadside, creating an impressive spectacle. The 2 employees stood in awe, unable to contain their exclamations. "This repair team is extraordinary. How did you manage to find such a skilled service? It must have taken considerable effort." They gazed at Qin Nuo with admiration. The previous boss was perpetually overwhelmed and wore a frown, consumed by the upkeep of the store. Yet, this new proprietor, with a simple greeting, swiftly resolved the matter. "What a surprise," Qin Nuo remarked with an impassive expression, though internally, she was equally astonished. The efficiency exhibited was truly remarkable. Ding! The exterior of Hanyue Convenience Store has been revitalized, and its allure has surged by 60. Qin Nuo turned to Yuan Shan and inquired, "The first issue is resolved? What about the second?" Yuan Shan replied, "The second pertains to our competitor, the Bianan Convenience Store located directly across the street. That is no longer a concern. With the revamped appearance of Hanyue Convenience Store, we can compete head-on," Qin Nuo asserted. "With the current FAAD of our establishment, do we need to fear losing customers?" Yuan Shan chuckled ruefully. "While that is indeed true, the problem lies in our supply chain being severed. We have not received any new stock, and many products have expired, leaving us unable to replenish. The supply has been cut off? Oin nos broth furovid. That despicable owner across the street must have employed some underhanded tactics, bribing the suppliers and terminating their partnership with Hanyue Convenience Store." After stating this, Li Tongtong added defensively, "Boss, please don't judge me for snacking. I only eat the items nearing expiration, as I dislike waste." Qin Nuo pondered for a moment before asking, "What is the background of that owner?" Chapter 56, Position Panel. Player Level, Unknown. Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan both shook their heads. "Boss, are you planning to confront them in person?" "How bold?" "Not at all," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head. The opponent undoubtedly held considerable influence. As an inconspicuous individual, attending a meeting alone would be rather foolish. In a realm of horror, spirits have never been kind to humans, and the same applies to half-spirits. The blood-eyed ghost, being a weakling, could hardly offer him protection. This was Qin Nuo's inner contemplation. If he were to voice this thought, the blood-eyed ghost would likely retort with, "Is that polite?" Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan felt somewhat disheartened. Without the manufacturer, what were they to do? Ding! The Red Moon Convenience Store is facing challenges. It is recommended that the host unlock the staff section. Staff section? Qin Nuo was taken aback. Such a feature existed? According to the current positions available at the Red Moon convenience store, the missing roles included assistant manager, cleaner, and delivery driver. Unlocking the assistant manager position would facilitate automatic supplier searches, the development of a more comprehensive operational plan, and the management of staff, among other responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo's eyes instantly brightened. Professional matters should indeed be handled by a professional ghost. With an assistant manager, he could be a hands-off proprietor, solely responsible for collecting profits and losses each month. Was that not enticing? Unlock. Without even glancing at the price, Qin Nuo commanded the system to unlock the position. Insufficient level, unlock failed. The system level? Sinoinquidet. Player level. The host's current player level is 2, and unlocking the assistant manager position requires level 3. Prompt. Completing a set of C level or above dungeons will elevate you to level 3. Hoy no suddenly realized. No wonder he had noticed numerous unpurchasable gray items in the system mall. It was simply a matter of insufficient level and unlocked content. Boss, have you thought of a solution? Li Tungtong Inkidet. Naturally, with the connections of the boss, finding a supplier is but a trivial matter. Yuan Shan flatteringly chimed in. Qin Nuo cast a glance at him, somewhat speechless. The boy with a youthful face mistakenly interpreted this as a look of approval from the boss. Scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Give me some time, I will address this issue. Qin Nuo stated. He truly lacked the energy to undertake another dungeon run at present. The dungeon of Bloodied Garment Apartment had nearly drained him. At the very least, he needed to return to the real world for a brief respite. Remaining in the horror world after leaving the dungeon meant a time ratio of 1. If he delayed his return, his older sister might very well think he had perished. The thought of returning to reality only to see his own black and white photograph was quite embarrassing. Although no solution had been found, Qin Nuo's words inexplicably reassured Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan, who nodded obediently. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Qin Nuo waved his hand. Take care, boss. The two employees escorted Qin Nuo outside, watching as his figure vanished into the distance. The new boss is truly wonderful and remarkably reliable. He's just my type. It's a pity he is a half-ghost, Li Tongtong lamented. Yuan Shan remarked. Do not lament. We must diligently attend to our duties these days. The stricter the employer, the more likely they are to dismiss us at the slightest hint of idleness. To be dismissed, I certainly do not wish to use newspapers as a pillow, sleeping on the streets. Yuan Shan disregarded her, moving towards the shelves to arrange the merchandise and check the expiration dates. Just as Li Tongtong was about to return to the front counter, she suddenly halted. Outside the store, a drenched figure, covered in large patches of moss, was making its way inside. Little girl, I am unbearably hungry. Could you spare me some food? Or even half a candle would suffice. Please, have mercy. From beneath the soaked hair emerged a pair of eye sockets devoid of pupils, merely white. And the voice that emanated from the throat was so hoarse it was nearly indecipherable. No, leave. Li Tongtong replied curtly, turning to depart. The drowned spirit stood, momentarily stunned, followed by a facial spasm, as if its features were made of dough, with one side of its face drooping grotesquely. Water gushed forth from its body, spreading rapidly across the ground, which began to dissolve at an observable rate. No, then I shall devour you. The voice of the drowned spirit was sharp and menacing, an aura of terror erupting from its hunched form. What appeared to be a feeble state transformed into that of a frenzied beast, lunging forward with wild eyes. However, a delicate, pale hand pressed the drowned spirit back into place. Li Tongtong's youthful face was etched with cold determination, her eyes gradually turning a fierce crimson. I said, there is none. The drowned specter's pupils constricted as it struggled to speak. I understand, I will. Before the words could escape its lips, a sudden squeeze of a small hand caused the specter's body to be crushed as if by a hydraulic press, shattering into a grotesque mass of sanguine sludge. The floor was stained crimson, and the once vibrant red carpet became even more glaringly scarlet. However, to Li Tongtong, this liquid appeared repugnant. A look of distress crossed her face as she lamented, "Oh dear, how bothersome. I've soiled the boss's new carpet. He will surely scold me." With that, she turned swiftly and dashed back into the shop to retrieve cleaning supplies. System, Let us return to the real world, Qin Nuo declared. No sooner had he uttered these words than a radiant light enveloped him, and with a sensation of weightlessness, the surrounding scenery swiftly blurred. Upon regaining his bearings, Qin Nuo found himself seated at his desk. On the desk lay a photograph of himself and his sister. The room appeared unchanged. Even the glass of water that had been on the table before entering the instance remained untouched. Qin Nuo realized that the torturous span of 10 days had elapsed in the real world as merely a single day. He wondered how his sister was faring. She must have spent the entire night awake. Rising, Qin Nuo exited his room. Before reaching the living room, he overheard the voices of his sister and Wang Sun. Xiao Sun, think carefully. There must be some way to enter the game and rescue my brother, right? Qin Yushi implored, gripping Wang Sun's hand tightly, her inquiries persistent. Though merely a day had passed, the spirit of Qin Yushi was evidently diminished, her face etched with weariness. Wang Sun, though reluctant, spoke up, I apologize, Yushi. Once we enter the game, we are powerless to intervene. It is solely up to the players themselves. Pausing briefly, he sought to uplift Qin Yushi's spirits. Encouraging her, however, your brother managed to escape from a terrifying game that forced him in, one equipped with protective mechanisms. He will certainly find his way out. Therefore, you must have faith in your brother. It is precisely because I know him that I worry. In the first instance, he was fortunate to return, but that must have exhausted all his luck. How could that foolish boy possibly make it back on his own? Qin Yushi lamented, tears streaming down her face. This left Qin Nuo, hidden behind the wall, feeling utterly awkward. Is this really what a sister is like? How could she belittle him so? Clearing his throat twice, Qin Nuo emerged from the corridor, pretending he had not overheard anything, and cheerfully said, Hi, sis, I'm back. Chapter 57, Unskilled and Uneducated. Roommate Yin Duo, the two women, were momentarily convinced they were experiencing auditory hallucinations until they finally saw Qin Nuo emerge, at which point the realization dawned upon them. Qin Yushi, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward and leaped into Qin Nuo's embrace, delivering a familiar, sloth-like hug. Following this, she began to pinch Qin Nuo's cheeks and explore her body with her hands. Sister, what are you doing? Nuo Edflimet. Startled as Yushi's hands ventured dangerously close to her lower regions, prompting her to take a few steps back. I'm just checking to see if you're injured. If my brother is missing any part of himself, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Qin Yushi wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Dear sister, the rules of the horror game dictate that as long as one survives, any injury sustained can be recovered. There is no need for concern. Qin Nuo reassured her, casting a glance at her own right hand. Is the dungeon's duration only 1 day? Wang Sun inquired, puzzled. The time ratio is 1:10. I spent 10 days inside, Qin Nuo replied. How challenging was the dungeon? Qin Nuo scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. The dungeon was rather difficult for a newcomer like me. I initially intended to survive until the end, but there was a master player among us who completed both the dungeon and the main quest in one go, finishing the game early. Consequently, we returned 2 days ahead of schedule. Qin Nuo glanced at the time. In actuality, they had returned several hours earlier than the previous day. To avoid unnecessary complications, Qin Nuo seamlessly assumed the role of Princess Yao Yao. As for the player phantom, let whoever desires to take on that role do so. It is not that I intended to conceal anything, but rather to remain cautious. The instance was only accessible after inputting information and achieving an exceptionally high score of 16. 0 in the game inevitably draws attention, prompting an investigation into the phantom. Personal data was recorded before entering the instance, and once inside, players are anonymous, creating ambiguity. This means that outsiders are aware that the phantom is among 7 individuals, yet they cannot discern which one it is. It seems fortune favors you this time. However, instances for novice players tend to be relatively straightforward. Thus, I hold great hope for your return, Wang Sun remarked. Qin Nuo smiled and nodded. Simple. We nearly faced total annihilation. At this juncture, Wang Sun's demeanor shifted, taking on a frosty coldness. However, should you engage in such childish antics again, I shall ensure you are apprehended. Tampering with crucial items belonging to the police constitutes a criminal act. I expect a self-reflection report from you in the coming days. Qin Nuo nodded fervently. I shall indeed write it. I only entered on behalf of my sister, due to my concerns for her. Horror games harbor a multitude of unpredictable elements. Even with protective mechanisms, one could easily meet their demise. Such matters should be handled by professionals. You are merely a student, Wang Sun stated. Understood, Sister Sun. Wang Sun extended her hand, the replacement device. Qin Nuo obediently returned it. How did you unlock it? Are you even aware of how to use this device? Wang Sun inquired. Qin Nuo replied vaguely. I have learned how to pick locks and have researched this device online. Lacking in knowledge and skill, Wang Sun departed after exchanging a few words. Qin Yushi gently caressed Qin Nuo's head and remarked, It seems that Xiao Sun has completely lost interest in you. I was hoping to introduce you to. Such matters are destined by fate. It is not as if I am incapable of finding a partner. Besides, until I locate my parents, I have no inclination to ponder these things, Qin Nuo replied. He failed to notice the fleeting unease in Qin Yushi's eyes when she mentioned their parents, as she softly said, What if you never find them? Qin Nuo half-jokingly responded, In that case, I simply want to marry. Having you as my sister is more than enough. Unlike her usual banter with Qin Nuo, Qin Yushi stated, I will go prepare dinner, and promptly left. Qin Nuo paid little heed, assuming that Qin Yushi was merely concerned about him overexerting himself. Meanwhile, Wang Sun returned to his residence. He removed his uniform and hung it aside. Upon entering the living room, he spotted a young woman seated on the sofa, engrossed in taking notes. Yin Duo, you've returned from the instance? Wang Sun exclaimed in surprise. I exited around noon, Yin Duo replied, nodding as she closed her notebook. How was the instance? You came back in just a day. It must have been rather easy, right? Wang Sun asked while pouring 2 glasses of juice. Placing one beside Yin Duo, she shook her head, her expression serious as she stated, To be honest, this instance felt quite unsettling. Unsettling? What do you mean? Wang Sun inquired as he sat down, loosening a few buttons of his white shirt and directing the fan toward himself. The difficulty, she replied. The difficulty of this dungeon vastly exceeds the player's level range. Yin Duo succinctly recounted the details of this dungeon to Wang Sun. A battle royale mode? Wang Sun paused, murmuring, Given your levels, this dungeon should be below D rank. Such a mode is indeed quite unexpected. Yin Duo replied, So, do you think it is possible that someone has interfered with the dungeon? How could that be? The horror world has existed for so long, and I've never heard of anyone being able to interfere with the dungeon. Oh, don't think too much about it. Perhaps you're just unlucky, and the dungeon happened to have this game mechanism. It's not too surprising. Besides, despite its difficulty, you still managed to complete the dungeon, didn't you? Wang Sun laughed. Yin Duo sighed. To be honest, I merely coasted through. There was a player who breached the main quest and prematurely ended the dungeon. Otherwise, I would have faced failure. The issue is he was only at level 1, yet managed to conquer such a challenging dungeon. Wang Sun speculated, perhaps he is a seasoned player, playing on a low-level account? Yin Duo rolled her eyes. Do you think this is just a game? It can't be played so casually. Everyone must register with their real identity and can only enter the horror game as one anonymous player. Such a possibility does not exist. Wang Sun smirked, Of course. I know that. I was merely jesting with you. The only explanation is that his gaming talent is truly exceptional. Yin Duo remarked. If only I could meet this specter and discover who he truly is. Phantom? Wang Sun blinked. Do you know him? Yin Duo looked at her. I don't know him. Wang Sun replied with a smile. You wouldn't have developed a crush on this phantom, would you? Let me tell you, online romances are unreliable. What if this phantom turns out to be an old man? Wouldn't you be hitting a wall? Go away. Yin Duo pinched Wang Sun hard and rolled her eyes. However, upon reflection, she thought that such meticulous thinking, composed demeanor, and immense resilience under pressure was unlikely to belong to a young person. Perhaps he truly was an elderly man, or maybe just a middle-aged fellow. Amid their playful banter, Wang Sun suddenly recalled that both Yin Duo and Qin Nuo had entered the instance yesterday and returned today. Could it be the same instance? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Yin Duo returned at noon, while Qin Nuo arrived nearly an hour later. Clearly, they were not in the same instance. Chapter 58. The Tutoring Instructor. The sales organization, the shrill ringing of the alarm clock, roused Qin Nuo from his slumber the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, the gentle, warm rays of the sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating his face. There was no dreary, overcast sky, no squalid dormitory environment, and no stench of blood or decay permeated the air. Having grown accustomed to the terrifying world, Qin Nuo couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. In stark contrast, the scene before him was akin to paradise. After freshening up, Qin Nuo went to the living room, where his sister had already left for the day. Breakfast was laid out on the table, and a message from her was on his phone. "Visiting a friend. Will be back soon. Don't want her off." These words made him feel like he was being kept as a pet. However, Qin Nuo understood his sister well. She was undoubtedly a protective sibling. After their parents disappeared, she assumed the role of a nurturing mother, meticulously arranging everything related to Qin Nuo's studies and life. Tossing his phone aside, Qin Nuo began to eat breakfast. But halfway through, there was an abrupt knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qin Nuo asked as he went to open the door, a fried dough stick in his mouth. Standing outside were two men in suits, wearing sunglasses, dressed like typical men in black, as if deliberately trying to appear important. "Whom are you looking for? Are you Qin Nuo?" Qin Nuo paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, what's this about? Are you available now? Come with us." The two men stated expressionlessly. "I'm not really available right now. I'm still eating breakfast. Besides, I don't go with strangers, and you don't look like police officers." Qin Nuo returned to the table, resuming his breakfast with an air of calmness, though doubt gnawed at his insides. Could it be that his connection to the Phantom had drawn unwarranted attention? Two men in suits surveyed the room and inquired, "Are you alone? May we come in?" "That would not be advisable. My floor is quite clean, and I fear it may get soiled," Qin Nuo replied while sipping his congee. The two suited men exchanged glances. "You need not worry. We are not malicious individuals. We are part of the police, and our reason for seeking you is not grave. We simply wish to explain a few matters." One of them clarified, noting Qin Nuo's reluctance. "Explain a few matters?" As they entered, they placed their credentials on the table and said, "Accompany us for a brief visit, and you shall understand. Most of your classmates have already arrived." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nuo nodded. With the blood-eyed ghost present, he felt reassured against potential danger. After all, this was not a world of horror, and he was more than capable of handling two ordinary adults. Approximately 20 minutes later, a jeep halted before a large building. Qin Nuo alighted and followed the two suited men inside. The corridor bustled with officers, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. Yet, the blood-eyed ghost muttered, "There's a familiar scent." "What do you mean?" Qin Nuo inquired. "Of the same kind," the ghost replied. A subtle change flickered across Qin Nuo's expression, but he chose to remain silent and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a conference room, where familiar faces like Tang Ming and Lu Jieqi were conspicuously present. "Ah, Qin, you've finally arrived. We were awaiting your presence." Tang Ming had reserved a vacant spot beside him for Qin Nuo. Somewhat disoriented, Qin Nuo took his seat. What was the purpose of gathering all the classmates who had been forcibly inducted into the horror game for the first time? Relax, it's merely to disseminate some information. Why such consternation? Have you been engaging in clandestine activities? Tang Ming zestet? Qin Nuo, have you been well these past few days? Lu Jieqi inquired. She was seated directly behind Qin Nuo, having also reserved a space in anticipation of his arrival, only for him to be ushered over to Tang Ming's side upon entering. Qin Nuo, aware that she was alluding to the horror game, simply shrugged. "Quite well, actually. You possess remarkable composure. These past few days, whenever I close my eyes, I'm transported back to those days in the Qin Spring restaurant, invariably jolting awake in the dead of night," Lu Jieqi murmured. Aside from Lu Jieqi, the other students were similarly affected, some sporting pronounced dark circles under their eyes, others appearing haggard, and still others resembling individuals who had indulged in excessive dissipation. It was abundantly clear that the horror game had become an indelible shadow in their lives. At that moment, the door swung open, and a bespectacled man entered. "Greetings, esteemed students. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yiming. There's no need to speculate about my identity. For the duration of our time together, consider me your tutor." "Tutor for what, precisely?" Xiao Yuexin and others were utterly perplexed. "To supplement your knowledge regarding certain aspects of the horror game, Yi Ming replied with a subtle smile. Upon hearing those words, a visible shudder ran through all the students. A classmate immediately arose, declaring, "There's no need. I shall never involve myself with such matters again. If this is the topic at hand, I must take my leave." Several classmates promptly stood, preparing to depart. "I comprehend your aversion to the phrase horror game," Yi Min remarked. "However, severing all ties with it may not be within your power." "What do you mean?" one asked. "Isn't there only one mandatory entry?" Upon hearing this, unease spread among the students. Qin Nuo remained composed, already aware of the impending revelation. Mandatory entry into the horror game at 18 is inevitable. However, subsequent entries, while not guaranteed, remain a possibility, or rather, a misfortune. According to our calculations since the beginning of this year, approximately 300 to 400 individuals within the nation develop a peculiar totem upon their bodies each month. The appearance of this totem serves as a warning, indicating imminent entry into the horror game within 5 to 10 days, or perhaps longer. We have designated this totem as the horror curse. Thus, you may still be subjected to the horror game once more. As her words echoed, the conference room descended into chaos. Expressions of terror adorned the faces of the students. "Qin, did you hear that? We might return," Tang Ming exclaimed, clutching Qin Nuo's hand. "It's horrifying. Indeed, quite dreadful," Qin Nuo replied dismissively, picking at his ear. In response to her classmates' reactions, Yi Ming's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she continued. "Rest assured, you need not fear the experience as you did the first time. When the terrifying curse manifests, there is a period of preparation, a window that allows for intervention by the state." As she spoke, Yi Ming produced a device the size of a pocket watch, declaring, "This is a replacer. It can transfer the curse afflicting you. Should you find yourselves under the weight of a terrifying curse, you may employ the replacer to allow another to enter the harrowing game in your stead." Each city has established dedicated teams of players who specialize in stepping in for the cursed, aiding them in their plight. With a smile, Yi Ming added, "This assurance from the state is indeed commendable." Many in the audience displayed expressions of delight at her words. Moreover, the cost is reasonable, varying according to one's financial circumstances. Her classmates were taken aback. "Isn't this supposed to be free?" Yi Ming chuckled softly. "My dear classmates, this is a matter of life and death. If it were free, who would willingly risk their lives for strangers? The establishment of a mechanism for substituting players in the terrifying game is no small feat, and it is impossible to accommodate everyone. Of course, you may choose to enter on your own. With protective measures in place, the mortality rate is significantly reduced. However, should the instance fail, the terrifying curse will remain. You must complete a set of instances to eradicate the curse." Yi Ming chuckled, stating, "I am merely elucidating this subject to ensure everyone is adequately prepared and possesses a sense of prevention. Should you genuinely find yourselves afflicted by a curse, the decision of how to proceed rests solely in your hands. Life is finite, whereas wealth is perpetually attainable. I trust you all comprehend the implications." Subsequently, Yi Ming instructed his assistant to distribute a stack of cards among the attendees, remarking, "This represents our team, a collective dedicated to combating the horrors of the eerie games. Should any of you discover an uncanny symbol manifesting on your person, I implore you to contact the number provided. While you are certainly at liberty to confront these challenges independently, expertise is paramount, and the involvement of professionals is often indispensable. After all, none of us are inclined to gamble with our own lives, are we?" Qin Nuo rolled his eyes, finally discerning the true nature of the situation. "So, after all the superfluous chatter, it turns out this is merely a promotional endeavor." Chapter 59, Predatory Dynamics. Involuntary actions. The students exchanged glances, then silently pocketed the cards. Yi Ming, displaying a contented smile, continued, "When entering a horror game under the protection mechanism, in addition to verifying your identity, you must also register an anonymous game persona." With that, he lowered a screen. A list of names was displayed upon it. These are the recent achievements of our Jianzhou players in horror games, ranked by their performance in instances. You may use this as a reference. All eyes turned to the screen, and a buzz of discussion gradually arose. Ghost Star, ranked first in Jianzhou, lives up to his name as a nemesis of ghosts. He navigates horror games with ease, as simple as child's play. He has currently completed 15 instances, including 2 B grade and 3 C grade, with the rest being D grade or lower, and his player level is 20. Second place goes to Xidagarba, who has completed 13 instances, including 1 B grade and 2 C grade, with the remainder being D grade or lower, and his player level is 17. Third place, Qin Nuo yawned, glanced at the time, and thought that he had heard enough of the nonsense. He figured his sister might already be back. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar name on the leaderboard. Ranked 10th, the player's Shadow Wraith, although ranked 10th. His strength is more unfathomable than even the top-ranked Ghost Star. His player level is only 2, and online records show that he has only completed 1 D-grade instance. Yet he possesses an unparalleled record, having achieved a remarkable score of 16.0 in that specific instance. To articulate a score of 16.0 may leave many in bewilderment. Allow me to elucidate. It has never been witnessed before in Jianzhou. Furthermore, in Longhua, there are no more than 10 individuals who have attained such a score. Upon hearing this, the crowd's astonished gazes converged upon the 2 words phantom. A fervent brilliance ignited in Yiming's eyes. Presently, numerous teams are engaged in discussions about this phantom, eager to unearth his true identity and recruit him. Even a notorious ghost slayer, despite exerting every effort in a D-class instance, failed to secure a score of 16.0. This underscores the enigma surrounding Phantom. Securing him would be tantamount to acquiring an unimaginable fortune. At this moment, Qin Nuo's emotions were a mixture of elation and incredulity. Merely due to a score of 16.0, he found himself on the leaderboard. He hoped this list would not attract excessive attention. Nonetheless, even if it did, who could possibly know it was him? With this thought in mind, Qin Nuo rose and said, "Teacher, unless there is something of utmost importance, I shall take my leave." Yiming responded, "What I am currently discussing is indeed of great significance." "Is it?" Qin Nuo retorted to my ears. "This amounts to nothing more than a collection of empty words crafted by certain capitalists for the sake of marketing." His nonchalant remarks caused Yiming to furrow her brow, her gaze sharpening incrementally. Disregarding him, Qin Nuo proceeded directly towards the exit. "Old Qin, wait for me." Tang Ming promptly followed, emboldened by their lead. The remaining classmates rose in succession, offered a perfunctory greeting to Yiming, and departed in a steady stream. Despite Yiming's extensive discourse, the students instinctively gravitated towards the comfort of their present circumstances. As for the horror curse, it remained a matter of probability. Should they be so unfortunate as to bear its mark, they would address it then. Once the students had dispersed, Yiming's piercing gaze softened. It matters not. His objective had been achieved. As he arranged the documents on his desk, a sudden spasm contorted his face. Subsequently, a fissure erupted on his right cheek, revealing an eye akin to that of a dead fish. "I cautioned you against such impromptu appearances, did I not?" Yiming stated icily. Even in the terrestrial realm, encounters between half-ghosts invariably culminate in a predatory pursuit. "Do you seek my demise?" I detected the aura of a kindred spirit, a guttural voice rasped, laden with an insatiable avarice. Yiming faltered, his countenance shifting. "You suggest that among the students present, there's a half-ghost, and one that is injured, which I could devour." The inner ghost's voice quivered, akin to an addict in the throes of craving, as it frantically implored, "Could you not dispatch all those students? It must be concealed within their ranks. Excessive casualties would engender complications for me." Yiming retorted frigidly, "Locate it. Locate it. I am on the precipice of starvation." The inner ghost disregarded his admonition, its desires inflamed, as it relentlessly pressed its demands. Yiming pondered for a moment and then replied, "Rest assured, it will not escape. I possess the means to uncover the hidden spirit." As she spoke, her tongue flicked like a serpent's, gliding over her lips, and her eyes shimmered with a piercing brilliance akin to that of a venomous snake. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo had boarded a bus. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke. "I felt quite uneasy in that place earlier." "Are you referring to your kind?" "I sensed it, and it sensed me as well," the blood-eyed ghost replied. "And so what?" In the realm of the living, shouldn't you feel a sense of camaraderie as fellow compatriots? Qin Nuo teased with a smile. Or did it perhaps consume you? The blood-eyed ghost fell silent. Qin Nuo's smile abruptly vanished. Surely not? Between half-spirits, there exists a predatory relationship. A half-spirit is a peculiar existence, straddling the line between human and ghost. If both are half-spirits, preying upon one another can yield substantial benefits and significantly enhance one's power. The blood-eyed ghost explained. You would do well to exercise caution. It will certainly not relent. Are you incapable of defeating it? Qin Nuo. It discerned my injuries, which is why it dared to fixate on me. The implication was clear. Defeat was not an option. Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. This complicates matters. In the tangible world, he could not wield any skills or summon spirits. His sole reliance was on the blood-eyed ghost. However, if I were to open my third eye, I would become your dessert, the blood-eyed ghost added. How can you expedite the restoration of your strength? Qin Nuo asked directly. By consuming, came the straightforward response. Dai sui meat? That delicacy is merely delectable. It cannot restore one's strength, the blood-eyed specter declared. After a brief pause, he continued, seek ingredients akin to the eighth type, yet devoid of such terrifying qualities, for I cannot absorb them. Your previous establishment undoubtedly harbors the ingredients I desire. Qin Nuo gazed out the window and, after a moment, withdrew his gaze. Understood. I shall procure it for you at the earliest opportunity. Initially, Qin Nuo had wished to delay his entry into the realm of horror. However, it now appeared that he was ensnared. He had believed that casting aside his identity as the Shadow Phantom would confound the masses and allow him to evade numerous troubles. Yet, the reality was that, apart from the terror-laden world, the mundane realm also harbored a myriad of dangers. Indeed, these half-spirits could prove even more perilous than the apparitions of that frightful domain. It is wise to exercise caution. Often, a seemingly insignificant threat can lead one to the brink of despair. Moreover, should they come seeking him, his sister would also be placed in jeopardy. Chapter 60. Wang Sun's Gift. Instance number 3. Upon my return, I found my sister already home, accompanied by Wang Sun. You rascal! Didn't I tell you not to wander off? Qin Yushur exclaimed, seizing Qin Nuo's ear and glaring at him. I'm not a child, Qin Nuo retorted, swatting away Qin Yushur's hand, somewhat speechless. He mused that his sister's reaction was excessive. Could a grown man really be abducted? Most novices forcibly entered into the thriller game develop significant psychological issues, often without their own awareness. The mind becomes muddled between the real world and the thriller world. In Jinzhou, no fewer than 10 individuals who participated in the thriller game have committed suicide by jumping off buildings. Moreover, you've participated in 2 thriller games consecutively. Your sister is worried you might do something rash. You're still under observation during this period, understand? Wang Sun said, setting down her teacup in the living room. In the past 2 hours, Qin Yushur had nearly blown up her phone trying to reach him, becoming frantic when he didn't answer. Enlightened, Qin Nuo recounted his experience of being taken away by someone claiming to be a police officer. Qin Yushur looked questioningly at Wang Sun, who nodded in confirmation. Indeed, that did happen. Newcomers who have participated in the thriller game not only need psychological counseling, but also need to understand the nature of the terrifying curses and take precautions in advance. Sister Sun, are you acquainted with someone named Yiming? Qin Nuo inquired, something occurring to him. Upon hearing the name, Wang Sun's eyebrows furrowed slightly, indicating her dislike for the person. Yes, I am. Although he is also a police officer, he is not entirely reputable, often mingling with those private gaming organizations. Then, Wang Sun recalled something and cautioned, this individual is quite formidable. It would be wise for you to avoid any association with him. Qin Nuo nodded thoughtfully and then smiled. Sister Sun, your visit today must be for more than just this, right? He could discern that Wang Sun's purpose for coming was not merely to check on her elder sister, but rather to seek him out, as she would not have remained seated on the sofa, sipping tea otherwise. Wang Sun produced a device and placed it on the table. The apparatus resembled a pocket watch, but featured a fingerprint panel on its surface. This device, known as a login device, serves as the sole medium capable of traversing between the realm of horror games and the real world. In the news, Those players who seamlessly enter the instances do so through this very mechanism. After registering their fingerprints, a protective protocol is activated, allowing the players to be transported into the game. Qin Nuo was taken aback. You intend to give me this? You're quite reckless. To be frank, I am rather reluctant to part with it. However, this is a governmental requirement. Those compelled to enter horror games must possess one. Given the unpredictable nature of the horror curses, the state cannot account for every individual. Thus, the login device serves as your safeguard, significantly reducing the mortality rate when entering instances under its protective mechanism, Wang Sun explained. Indeed, that is quite humane, Qin Nuo remarked, smiling as he took the device into his hands. Upon observing his carefree demeanor, Wang Sun felt a twinge of displeasure. You seem to misunderstand my intentions. This is not a trifling matter, but rather a matter of life and death. Do not entertain thoughts akin to those of casual online players who recklessly enter dungeons for rewards and profit. Such an idea is foolish, especially for a novice like you. Qin Nuo smilet gently resta suret. After participating in 2 terrifying games, my nerves were nearly shattered. Were it not for the guidance of an expert, I would have long since met my demise. Unless I were to lose my senses, I would never willingly plunge into such a harrowing game. The blood-eyed ghost interjected. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Wang Sun found this sentiment reasonable. After all, it was only due to Qin Nuo's anxious rescue of her sister that she had entered the fray a second time. Under ordinary circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would choose to engage with such a perilous endeavor. Professional players, having undergone rigorous training, possessed formidable fortitude and extensive dungeon experience, making this their livelihood. In Wang Sun's eyes, Qin Nuo was far from reaching that level. Rest easy, little son. I know my brother better than anyone. He would never act recklessly. Qin Yushi chimed in. Wang Sun nodded, shouldering her bag as she stood to leave. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to at the bureau. After Wang Sun departed, Qin Yushi extended her hand towards Qin Nuo. Hand it over. Qin Nuo, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Sister, are you still not confident in me? I am returning to school in a couple of days. Precisely because I know you so well that I worry. Qin Yushi said, What if there comes a day when I need it? Qin Yushi contemplated for a moment and then said, How about this? I will place it in a certain spot within the house. Whenever you need it, just give me a call, and I shall inform you of its location. Qin Nuo sighed and replied, All right, I'll trust you. He took the device with his right hand and handed it to Qin Yushi. After receiving it, Qin Yushi smiled gently and said, I do this for your own good. Now, let's prepare to go out shopping for groceries. Choose anything you wish to eat. Once we return to school, who knows when I will see my dear little brother again. Qin Yushi affectionately ruffled Qin Nuo's hair with a smile. The following day, Qin Yushi returned to school, dragging her suitcase along, while Qin Nuo accompanied her to the roadside. Remember to eat well and refrain from staying up late. Qin Yushi waved goodbye to Qin Nuo before getting into a taxi. Once Qin Nuo vanished from sight, Qin Yushi settled back in her seat, her smile fading as she retrieved her phone and dialed number. Hello, it's me. His symptoms are worsening. The memories of non-existent parents have deeply entrenched themselves in his mind, refusing to dissipate. You must find a way. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo had returned home. Tossing his coat aside, he inquired of the blood-eyed ghost, Where did my sister hide it? The reason he had passed it to the ghost with his right hand was to ensure that the ghostly aura would adhere to it, allowing the blood-eyed ghost to locate it regardless of where it was concealed. In her room. Soon, Qin Nuo discovered the device hidden beneath a concealed compartment in the floor of Qin Yushi's bedside table. This is a bit excessive. Ascent it? Even precautions against theft aren't this extreme. Beads of perspiration dotted Qin Nuo's brow as he gingerly placed the game console upon the table, steeling himself for the impending virtual foray. This time, the successful completion of the dungeon was of secondary importance. His primary objective was to revisit the spectral haven of the underworld restaurant and, moreover, to elevate his player level to the 3rd tier, thereby unlocking the prestigious title of deputy manager. Qin Nuo harbored no intention of neglecting his hard-earned enterprises within the eerie confines of the horror world. These assets, painstakingly acquired through his own efforts, were far too valuable to be left to languish. Furthermore, he firmly believed that these ventures in the spectral realm would prove invaluable in his future dungeon escapades. I wonder what this next dungeon will entail. Qin Nuo mused aloud. At player level 2, it shouldn't be too arduous. Let's just hope it doesn't involve any of those preposterous game mechanics like that last survival mode. Without further ado, Qin Nuo pressed his thumb upon the console. The interface sprang to life, its intricate components whirring into action, bathed in an ethereal azure glow. Fingerprint registration in progress. Fingerprint registration successful. Player ready for login. As the pronouncement echoed, Qin Nuo vanished from the room in an instant. In the wake of his departure, the telephone in the living room emitted a sudden, insistent ring. It was Tang Ming calling, his urgency palpable in the prolonged and persistent peals. Concurrently, within a studio in Jianzhou City, a surge of excitement gripped the occupants. A flurry of activity ensued as personnel scrambled about in a state of heightened anticipation. "Attention, everyone!" A man bellowed above the din. "Player Phantom has been detected logging into the game. All personnel, log in immediately and enter the dungeon. If anyone is matched with him, execute the plan as rehearsed." Affirmative. The players, in resounding unison, affirmed their readiness. Subsequently, they pressed their thumbs onto the login devices, initiating fingerprint authentication. In a fleeting moment, the assembly of over 50 individuals vanished from the room, leaving only a scant few in their wake. Chapter 61. Asylum of Nightmares. When Qin Nuo opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the familiar void. Welcome, Player Phantom, to the game once more. This iteration of the game is titled St. Yashi Asylum. Number of players, 20. Game duration, 15 days. Players will assume the role of caregivers, entering the asylum to attend to clinical patients. Through the various requests of the patients, players will randomly trigger side quests. Note, given the nature of mental illness, some patients may exhibit mischievous behavior. Caregivers may choose to endure this or impose disciplinary measures within set limits to encourage compliance. However, be wary. Provoking certain irritable or potentially violent patients could lead to unfortunate consequences for you. Note, during working hours, irregular supervision from leadership will occur. Remember not to stray from your duties. Discovering laziness may not only result in wage deductions, but could also lead to unforeseen penalties. Main quest. Investigate the true cause behind the demise of all staff members at St. Yashi Asylum, as well as the mastermind behind it all. Clues can be acquired by completing side quests. Side quest mode. Nightmares of Darkness. Mode details. Daytime is designated for work during the night. Refrain from wandering aimlessly and remain in your quarters. As darkness falls, familiar faces will emerge from the shadows, hunting the players. Candles are your only means of survival. Note, candles can be earned through daily performance evaluations, provided you meet the required standards from your supervising staff. Safeguard mechanism. Players are granted a reprieve, an aegis against mortality, permitting them to withdraw from the instance upon demise, incurring a failure assessment, or to persevere in their endeavor. Instance completion. Survive for a fortnight, enduring until the culmination of the instance, or expedite the conclusion by fulfilling the primary objective. A nightmarish mode has been incorporated. Qin Nuo's brow furrowed in consternation. He perceived a disparity between the instance's difficulty and his own capabilities. Could it be that his prior instance's exceptional evaluation prompted a deliberate augmentation of the challenge? Or perhaps, was his employment of unconventional tactics detected? Qin Nuo pondered. Could his actions be deemed illicit? Nay, at most, they constituted the protagonist's inherent advantage. The primary objective bore a semblance to its predecessor, albeit with a discernible elevation in complexity. Tending to the mentally deranged? Surely. Merely overseeing a child was sufficient to incite homicidal urges within Qin Nuo. Moreover, these denizens of the asylum were far from human. Player, confirm your readiness to enter the game instance. Qin Nuo refrained from immediate ingress, recalling the unopened golden coffer and the unassimilated cyan jade stone. Prudence dictated adequate preparation. Qin Nuo retrieved the cyan jade stone, contemplating his options. He presently possessed 3 metallic entities of spectral origin: the Bone Shatterer, the Butcher's Chainsaw, and the Mountain Cleaver. Which to augment? Ultimately, Qin Nuo elected to enhance the Bone Shatterer for two principal reasons. Firstly, augmenting the Bone Shatterer would invariably amplify the efficacy of the human bone nails. Secondly, its ergonomics were unparalleled. With a hammer wielded against the specter, the sensation is quite delightful. The host employs the item Qingyin Stone, merging it with the shattered bones of a ghostly entity, a process estimated to take 68 hours. As the fusion panel is stowed away, Qin Nuo opens the information panel once more and unlocks the golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest, acquiring the items, Whip of the Thorn Goddess, Medical Kit of Black Jack the Unconventional Doctor, and White Gloves of the Thunder King. A twitch of Qin Nuo's lips betrays his disbelief. Is this truly what one receives from a golden treasure chest? It feels rather peculiar. Moreover, these three items seem to possess an inexplicable connection to this particular dungeon. This compels Qin Nuo to suspect that the system may be engaging in some form of underhanded manipulation. As for the medical kit, will it be of any use to me? Surely, a psychiatric hospital would provide such supplies, right? Qin Nuo murmurs to himself as he opens the medical kit. Inside, he finds Cold Remedy X10, Sterilizing Gauze X10, Tranquilizers X10, and Emergency Serum X10. An array of medical supplies leaves Qin Nuo feeling perplexed. Are these meant for the patients in the asylum, or for my own use? The crux of the matter is, aren't these items readily available for purchase on the streets? Qin Nuo suddenly feels as though he has been duped. A golden treasure chest, and this is all? Please confirm whether to enter the dungeon. The game prompt chimes once more. Qin Nuo gathers the assorted items and clicks to confirm. Let the adventure begin. As the words fade, he feels as though his entire being is swept away by a tempest, his surroundings becoming a blur. Boom! In the subsequent instant, Qin Nuo found himself situated in an elongated corridor. A sweeping glance revealed an array of sick rooms, the windows of which filtered in a dim, diffused light. Judging by the time, it was likely around midday. The architectural style of St. Sai Psychiatric Hospital leaned towards a Western European aesthetic, with images adorning the walls depicting scenes from the Western world, along with various religious-like totems. The other players should have arrived as well, Qin Nuo mused. Strolling along the corridor, with 20 participants this time, there might be a savant among them who could expedite the main quest, concluding the instance prematurely. This would afford me the luxury of conserving time and relishing the sensation of being carried to victory. The sick rooms that lined the corridor were shrouded in darkness, obscuring the patients within. The doors, fashioned from iron, evoked the atmosphere of prison cells. Moreover, each door was fortified with not only 4 or 5 locks, but also 2 thick iron chains. Are these chambers holding patients or monstrosities, necessitating such stringent confinement? Furthermore, each door bore a prominent warning sign: danger. Do not approach. This was an unequivocal indication. Come to think of it, I haven't encountered a single soul or specter thus far. Without any instance NPCs, how am I to ascertain which area's patients I am responsible for? Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered Qin Nuo's train of thought. The sound emanated from the final iron door he had just passed. Turning his gaze, Qin Nuo beheld a pair of eyes through the iron-barred window, bloodshot and staring fixedly at him. Despite being scrutinized, Qin Nuo courteously replied, "Hello, I am the new caregiver. Could you please direct me to the director's office?" The patients behind the iron gate remained silent. In the darkness, an eye emerged, followed by a second, a third, and then a fourth. Qin Nuo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His intuition suggested that these were not the eyes of several individuals, but rather the eyes of a single person. He should have heeded the warning sign on the wall that advised against approaching the ward. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind him. Qin Nuo turned to discover a woman clad in a white nun's habit, standing silently behind him, a large cross hanging from her neck. Qin Nuo remarked, "I merely noticed he seemed to require assistance." Observing the nun's attire, he surmised her identity as the supervisor. The nun said nothing, turning to leave, but not before instructing, "Follow me to receive your caregiver uniform." Qin Nuo followed, casting one last glance at the iron gate. Behind the door, those eyes gradually vanished, seemingly wary of the nun. Chapter 62. Attending to the patient. The mute girl within the dim confines of a secluded chamber, Qin Nuo received her caregiver uniform. To her surprise, the uniform was impeccably clean, free from any stains of blood or unpleasant odors. A nun handed Qin Nuo a stack of documents along with a key. "The third floor, west wing, is your designated area," the nun instructed. "The documents contain all pertinent information regarding the patients you are responsible for, along with the essential duties of attending to their daily needs. The number on the key corresponds to your room. Minimize conflicts with the patients as much as possible. Within reasonable limits, fulfill your responsibilities. If they make excessive demands, you may need to discipline them appropriately to ensure compliance. For instance, should they speak too much, one might consider removing their tongue. If they stare blankly, one could take their eyeballs. These actions fall within acceptable boundaries." Goodness, is this what she deems appropriate discipline? It is fortunate that the patients have no families. Otherwise, this psychiatric institution would surely face destruction. Qin Nuo nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. At 6 o'clock sharp, it will be time to clock out and collect her wages at the front desk. The incense candles would be distributed based on work performance." "Are these candles truly significant?" Qin Nuo inquired. "What do they have to do with the nightmares of the night? What occurs when darkness descends?" The nun remained silent, turning away without elaborating, as if she would divulge nothing beyond the essentials of the caregiver's duties. Once the nun departed, Qin Nuo adjusted her attire, murmuring to herself, "Well, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. First, I must complete the tasks at hand." With that, Qin Nuo made her way toward the third floor. The asylum appeared even more expansive than Qin Nuo had envisioned, its atmosphere somber and desolate, with nary a soul in sight after a considerable walk. Upon ascending to the third-floor corridor, a figure came into view in the distance, slowly advancing while maneuvering a food cart. A variety of viscous, semi-liquid foods, along with syringes, were arrayed on the cart, evidently intended for patients incapable of feeding themselves. An attendant. Qin Nuo recognized the individual's role upon discerning their features. A player. The person also noticed Qin Nuo, a sardonic smile playing on their lips. "A level 2 novice? I trust you'll manage to survive for a while." With that, they proceeded onward. Pushing the food cart, Qin Nuo touched his nose, refraining from comment, and proceeded to the corridor on the west side. This section contained only 3 patient rooms, but each was a large ward, accommodating 6 beds. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nuo first opened the door to room 301. Within the room were 5 patients, with 1 vacant bed. 3 were male and 2 were female, none of them particularly old, the eldest being 23 and the youngest only 15. Qin Nuo, clutching the files, perused each patient's information in room 301. A pair of twins were seated on the floor, their gaze fixed intently on the television, seemingly absorbed in what they were watching. Yet the screen displayed only static. A disheveled girl with unkempt hair was seated on a bed, meticulously stitching together a torn doll with needle and thread. Another girl was clutching Qin Nuo's leg, staring directly up at him. The girl's pupils were greatly enlarged, almost eclipsing the whites of her eyes, giving her an unsettling appearance. "Brother, who are you? I'm a new person here to take care of you all." As Qin Nuo chuckled, he lifted the girl and tossed her onto the bed. Perhaps he had exerted too much force, for the girl's head struck the wall with considerable impact, and he could almost hear the sound of something shattering. It was no wonder that Qin Nuo had been forceful. The girl's nails were exceedingly sharp, akin to daggers, poised to pierce the flesh of his calves. Yet, instead of crying out or expressing anger, the girl clapped her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yay! Yay! Yay! Another new caregiver has arrived." The last brother was dreadfully dull. After a brief visit to the adjacent room, he was taken away piece by the nun and hardly spent any time playing with Xiaoye. The girl's words sent a shiver down Qin Nuo's spine. What did she mean by taken away piece by piece? Gazing at the back of the girl's head, he noticed a significant indentation, yet no blood was evident. Was it possible that this girl was akin to a porcelain doll? "Keep it down, you're making a racket. If you don't quiet down, we'll stuff you into the toilet." The twins watching television suddenly turned their heads, glaring fiercely at Xiaoye. Unfazed, Xiaoye grinned and replied, "He, Sister Dumb will hang you on the drying rack." The twins' anger morphed into a grotesque expression, but upon shifting their gaze to the girl on the bed, fear flickered across their faces, prompting them to suppress their rage and resume watching television. Clearly, that girl was Sister Dumb. There were 4 of them in the room. What about the 5th? As Qin Nuo stepped onto the balcony outside, he spotted a white-haired boy hanging from the ceiling of the bathroom. Indeed, he was hanging there. His feet were ensnared in the concrete, suspended like a great spider, his mouth agape, saliva dripping incessantly as he gazed at Qin Nuo with a foolish grin. There was not a single sane individual in sight. Qin Nuo felt an overwhelming weariness. This psychiatric hospital was far more deranged than a typical one. Glancing at the time, he noted it was lunchtime. Perhaps he should descend and inquire what the boy desired to eat. Qin Nuo attempted to engage the boy in conversation. The white-haired youth remained silent, his throat convulsing as he spat at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo sidestepped, avoiding the spit that landed on the doorframe, emanating a foul odor. "Be good. Listen to me." He suppressed his inner turmoil, mustering a semblance of a smile, coaxing like one would a child. "You fool. Who would heed your words? If you have the capability, bring me down." The white-haired boy scoffed, clinging to the concrete, swaying his body. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Nuo replied, "Very well then." With that, he suddenly leaped, seizing the boy's neck with his right hand, yanking him down with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous crash as the ceiling was breached, creating a large hole. The white-haired boy's head was violently slammed against the floor. To everyone's surprise, the boy's head proved remarkably resilient. The floor cracked beneath him, yet he remained unharmed. He stared at Qin Nuo, somewhat dazed, and then his gaze fell upon the bloodied eye on Qin Nuo's right hand. A flicker of terror crossing his features. Qin Nuo bent down, a smiling demeanor masking his intent, and asked, "Can you now obediently eat?" The white-haired boy nodded, a hint of panic evident in his eyes. Qin Nuo dragged the silver-haired boy into the room and tossed him onto the bed. He turned to the others and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now mealtime. What would you like to eat? I shall see if I can arrange something." No one responded. Qin Nuo, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his voice. "Silence. You are making a racket. Can't you see we are watching television? Keep this up, and I shall tear out your tongues." The twins, clearly in a foul mood, glared menacingly at Qin Nuo, baring their teeth as if they were ready to devour him whole. However, having successfully completed 2 instances, including encounters with fierce spirits such as the ghost merchant and wall ghost, Qin Nuo was hardly intimidated by the 2 little devils. With a decisive click, he unplugged the television, silencing it. "Now, take your seats on the bed," Qin Nuo commanded calmly. The twins lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and spoke in a measured tone, "You have one chance. Turn the television back on." Bang! Qin Nuo delivered a powerful punch, shattering the television, sparks dancing and crackling in the air. Maintaining his composure, he reiterated, "To the bed." The twins, witnessing their beloved device being destroyed, let out anguished shrieks and furious howls, appearing ready to pounce and tear Qin Nuo apart. But in the next moment, they seemed to sense something, suddenly calming down and obediently sitting on the bed like well-behaved children. Qin Nuo, puzzled by this sudden change, noticed a girl, known as Sister Dumb, approaching him with a meticulously sewn doll. She communicated through sign language, expressing something to him. Qin Nuo looked on, utterly bewildered. "I am not proficient in sign language." Chapter 63. The Candy Quest. Thrilling meal apologies I cannot comprehend. Qin Nuo shook her head, casting a glance at the twins across the room. Their fearful gazes revealed their deep apprehension towards the mute girl. The mute girl, being the eldest, was likely the leader of the 301 group. Sister Mute remarked that our food consisted solely of a fixed liquid diet, devoid of any vegetable options. Suddenly, Xiaoyu interjected, adding, "Those things are quite unpalatable. I often feel like vomiting after each meal." However, the nun insisted that everyone must finish their food, warning that any leftovers would lead to dire consequences. At the mention of the nun, fear was palpable among the group. The twins' trepidation intensified, clearly indicating that the nun was far more terrifying than Sister Mute. That white-robed nun? Qin Nuo felt a sense of confusion. She did not appear particularly frightening, at least not to the blood-eyed ghost. Surely, she could not compare to Lu Meng's parents. Or perhaps they feared something else about the white-robed nun. Sister Mute communicated through sign language. Xiao Yu translated. Sister Mute says we have been on a liquid diet for a week and Haven Tea had rainbow candies in ages. Could you help us acquire some? Rainbow candies. Rainbow candies. The twins suddenly exclaimed, their expressions brimming with excitement, saliva practically dripping from their mouths. The white-haired boy was no exception. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have triggered a D-level side quest. Retrieve rainbow candies for the 301 collective patients. The announcement piqued Qin Nuo's interest, prompting her to inquire. Do you have to eat this candy every week? As long as we are obedient, or if the nun is in good spirits. We may indulge in a treat once a week. However, for the past 2 weeks, we have been deprived of such delights. And Xiao Yu is on the verge of tears. I'm dying to have it, exclaimed the twins in unison. Sister Yi continued to communicate through sign language, then handed over the stitch doll. She said, this doll is for you. Go fetch some rainbow candies. Qin Nuo pushed the doll back, stating, it is my duty to monitor your diet within reasonable limits and fulfill your needs. This is only proper. Suddenly, Xiao Yu smiled mischievously and remarked, brother, you might regret not taking that doll. Qin Nuo dismissed this comment and approached the door, saying, stay put in your room. I will prepare lunch and the candies you desire. With that, he closed the door behind him. In the corridor, Qin Nuo let out a long sigh. Rather than a psychiatric hospital, it resembled an orphanage, filled with a group of demanding children. He felt a twinge of confusion, although they were labeled as patients. Aside from a few exhibiting some neurotic tendencies, they appeared quite normal. A sense of danger loomed. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke. Where? Qin Nuo paused, glancing down the empty corridor on either side. Room 302. Be cautious, advised the blood-eyed ghost. Qin Nuo recalled Xiao Yu's earlier words. The previous caregiver seemed to have met with misfortune in room 302. Clearly, the patient in 302 was not merely a challenge to attend to. What about room 303? The atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, as the patients within were of the same caliber as Lu Meng's parents, the blood-eyed ghost remarked. Qin Nuo thought to himself, what the hell? Can we not enjoy this any longer? Was this truly a novice dungeon of 2 extreme levels? Attempting to quell his inner turmoil, Qin Nuo resolved to refrain from overthinking. If 302 and 303 were increasingly perilous, he would set them aside for later. First, he needed to attend to the patients in room 301. According to the schedule, the patient's lunch was to be collected in the central hall on the first floor from 12 to 12:30. There was merely half an hour. Once the time elapsed, the opportunity would be lost. The ones who would suffer were not the patients, but the caregivers who would bear the brunt of the patient's wrath. Upon arriving at the first floor of the central area, Qin Nuo discovered that he was not alone. Several other players were already present, collecting the patients' lunches in the hall. They cast a glance at Qin Nuo, their disdain evident as they noted his level 2 experience bar. Yet among them, one pair of eyes shone with a fervent brilliance upon seeing Qin Nuo. Remaining silent, Qin Nuo picked up a tray from the pile and positioned himself at the back of the line. The distinctive aroma reminiscent of a school cafeteria wafted through the air. The line was not long, comprising only 6 or 7 individuals. However, the one distributing the lunches was not the familiar cafeteria lady, but rather a monstrous entity, a true abomination. It resembled a grotesque mass of flesh covered in stitches, with numerous human faces grotesquely sewn onto its surface, writhing in a nightmarish fashion. Some faces displayed anger, others sorrow, and still others bore sinister grins. As the players in line approached, a player named Blue Moon stepped forward to present their tray for the lunch distribution for Ward 401. They were ravenously hungry. Please provide them with more. Those little rascals, having offended me last time, still wish to feast further? The ghastly grin of a multi-faced specter echoed with a sinister laughter as one hand delved into its own being, subsequently extracting a sticky, brownish mass, which it flung onto the plate. The sight of this viscous substance made Qin Nuo's eyes twitch uncontrollably. Is this truly the lunch for a patient? This surpasses mere poor nourishment. Could anything retrieved from that grotesque creature's innards possibly be palatable? The player named Blue Moon grimaced, feeling a wave of nausea. Yet upon noticing the single plate of food allocated, his expression soured further. This is the portion for one patient, yet there are 6 of us. No more. Let them share. The multi-faced specter continued to sneer. They will unleash their wrath upon me. Blue Moon spoke in a low tone. That is not my concern. If blame is to be placed, it should lie with those rascals on the 4th floor who pilfered a delectable woman's arm from me last time. The multi-faced specter chuckled coldly. Before Blue Moon could retort, the specter's icy visage suddenly spoke. Of course, we can devise a solution for your food shortage. For instance, we could transform you into sustenance. We would be more than willing to assist with that. Blue Moon's complexion turned pale, and he could only grasp the plate and flee in haste. The next player, known as Ichigo, approached. The lunch for the patient in room 202 of the East District. Ichigo announced. Fortunately, the multi-faced specter did not harass him. On the contrary, it seemed to harbor a certain fondness. From within its being, it extracted 7 portions of a viscous luncheon and also produced 2 bloodshot meatballs, placing them upon a plate. Woe betide, let the patient in room 202 eat well, lamented the sorrowful visage, weeping as it spoke. The player, Ichigo, breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. As he lifted the meal tray, a sudden thought struck him, and he inquired, by the way, the patient in 202 mentioned wanting some rainbow candies. Do you provide those? Behind him, Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow, clearly seeking the same rainbow candies. The glint in his eyes suggested that he had, like Ichigo, triggered this side quest. The multi-faced specter then asked, have you brought the trade item? What trade item? They had not disclosed this information. Ichigo felt somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing this, the tear-streaked face abruptly averted its gaze from him, turning instead to a sinister, grinning countenance, which spoke in a chilling tone. Ah, so they did not inform you. Now I understand. Ichigo's eyelids twitched, suddenly sensing something amiss. He took a step back, producing a stack of ghost coins. I can exchange these, he declared. Yet the ghost coins held no value here. Do you not comprehend? They regard you as the trade item. Ichigo's expression shifted dramatically, resembling a startled cat, and he turned to flee. In an instant, a withered hand seized his right arm with a fierce grip. Before he could resist, that arm was violently wrenched away, blood splattering across the hall's floor. The multi-faced specter stuffed the severed limb into its grotesque, tumor-like body. Subsequently, an arm sprouted forth, becoming integrated into the multi-faced ghoul. Unmistakably the arm of player Ichigo. Ah, this arm is quite satisfactory. Every face of the multi-faced ghoul displayed an expression of contentment. Following this, a scattering of rainbow candies landed haphazardly on the plate. Begone next. Player Ichigo, his face pallid, gnashed his teeth in vexation. Although devoid of physical pain, the loss of an arm would significantly impair his progress in the forthcoming days of the players following him visibly altered in complexion, especially Qin Nuo, whose countenance darkened immediately. Those imps never mentioned this to me. Could it be they intended to deceive me? Chapter 64. The Blonde Man, a man of few words, but fierce actions witnessing the gruesome fate of the previous player. The next in line was visibly shaken. He tentatively presented his tray, stating with trepidation, North Wing, room 202. Fortunately, the multi-faced ghoul did not make things difficult, dispensing a dollop of liquid food onto the plate. Then, it chuckled ominously. Do you also desire rainbow candies? The player, unconcerned with the meager portion, vehemently shook his head, grabbed the tray, and fled. Next, only 2 remained in the queue. Qin Nuo and a blonde man who stood ahead of him. What are your intentions? The blood-eyed ghoul inquired. Qin Nuo contended. How formidable is this ghoul? Of dreadful classification, somewhat troublesome, the blood-eyed ghoul responded. Let's assess the situation first. If necessary, we'll abandon this instant's quest, Qin Nuo stated. The blonde man stepped forward, placing his tray on the ledge, and announced, South Wing, room 203. The multi-faced ghoul paused in thought, seemingly unfamiliar with the patient in that room, and evenly distributed the lunch onto the plate. My patient also requires rainbow candies, the blonde man remarked, adjusting his glasses. Oh, you desire rainbow candies as well? Do you possess an item for trade? The multi-faced ghoul inquired, its numerous eyes fixated on the blond man's limbs with undisguised avarice. It was as if it were appraising poultry on a chopping block, contemplating which piece to sever. Thud! A heart was tossed onto the table. Furthermore, the heart was full of vitality, still pulsating vigorously. "This is my trade item." The golden-haired man spoke softly. The faceless demon appeared somewhat taken aback, clutching a heart and inserting it into its own body. Subsequently, several faces on its physique manifested expressions of satisfaction. Indeed, it is a fine treasure. With a clatter, a plethora of rainbow candies cascaded onto the platter. The golden-haired man picked one up, placing it in his mouth and chewing gently, remarking, "It's insufficient. That heart is worth more than this." The faceless demon scoffed, "You rat, are not entitled to negotiate." The golden-haired man remained composed, yet almost immediately, his left face began to decay at an astonishing pace, the hollow left eye socket bursting forth with a spurt of crimson light. "Can you guess how I acquired that heart?" This casually uttered phrase suddenly awakened a realization in the faceless demon. The various ghostly visages, upon gazing at the golden-haired man, suddenly displayed expressions of terror. With a clatter, the rainbow candies continued to rain down onto the platter, in even greater abundance than before. The faceless demon remained silent, yet its stance was unmistakably clear. "Count, thank you," the golden-haired man said with a faint smile, lifting the platter and departing. As he reached the doorway, he cast a fleeting glance at Qin Nuo before exiting. "A half-demon, and the contract is not with a mere spirit," the blood-eyed demon remarked. "Is it terrifying?" Qin Nuo inquired. "Uncertain, yet cannot be far from that," the blood-eyed demon replied. "The Son of Heaven." This was the gaming ID of the golden-haired man, which Qin Nuo had just noted. The name was audacious, indicating that his prowess must be quite formidable. Otherwise, lacking any real strength, one might easily invite trouble by adopting such a name. However, as he stepped outside, a glance at his own reflection left him pondering its significance. Next, the fierce shout from the multi-faced demon interrupted Qin Nuo's train of thought. Clearly displeased by the earlier humiliation, he was seething with pent-up rage, which he intended to unleash upon the next caregiver. Qin Nuo was at a loss for words. In a queue, one cannot escape the whims of fate. He approached the counter and placed his tray down, stating, "For Ward 301 in the West District." No sooner had he spoken than a viscous slop was flung onto the tray. The multi-faced demon bellowed menacingly, "Get lost." Qin Nuo remained unfazed, replying coolly, "I have 5 patients to attend to." The blood-eyed demon, sensing the impending confrontation, excitedly remarked, "We can have a brawl. There's plenty of tainted meat to go around." The multi-faced demon, feeling insulted, turned his cold, mocking gaze toward Qin Nuo and sneered, "Do you wish to intimidate me like the last fellow? Mouse, if you have the guts, give it a try." Qin Nuo chuckled, "That's a misunderstanding. I meant to say my patients also desire some rainbow candy. Moreover, I possess several items for trade, which I believe you will find satisfactory. Show us." Upon hearing the mention of tradables, the multi-faced demon's ghastly expressions softened slightly. Qin Nuo raised his right hand, and several nails clattered onto the table. Nails made from rat bones? The multi-faced demon immediately recognized the material, scrutinizing them before spitting dismissively. "These worthless trinkets are not worth a dime. Take them away." Qin Nuo explained, "It is only through usage that one can truly ascertain its value." "How does one utilize it?" the many-faced ghost instinctively inquired. Without responding, Qin Nuo suddenly seized a nail, while his other hand wielded a long-prepared bone-crushing hammer. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the nail, unleashing a surge of black electricity. In the blink of an eye, the human bone nail shot forth like a bullet, piercing the body of the many-faced ghost. Instantly, the grotesque mass writhed violently, the 9 ghastly faces contorting in agony. A chilling howl echoed throughout the hall. "Can you perceive its worth now?" Qin Nuo asked with a grin. "You seek death." The many-faced ghost roared, as windows and walls shattered under its furious onslaught, its terrifying hands reaching out toward Qin Nuo. "Demon's Eye, you have gained 100 points of rage from the many-faced ghost, and a reward of 120 points of ghostly power." Qin Nuo swung his right hand, the the marks of death appearing on his arm, delivering a powerful punch that sent the many-faced ghost staggering back. The human bone nail within it continued to gnaw away, causing one of its faces to melt away, subsequently expelling a heart. The heart rolled across the ground, seemingly stripped of vitality, rapidly decaying into a mass of putrid flesh. What do you think? Is it valuable now? Qin Nuo continued to inquire. The many-faced ghost's expressions remained menacing, its murderous intent and rage unabated. Without waiting for a response, Qin Nuo, with a sense of satisfaction, struck again with a bone-crushing hammer, bestowing upon it another human bone nail. The horrific torment rendered the many-faced ghost's voice hoarse, as the expressions of anger and mockery melted away rapidly. Then, 2 more hearts were expelled. Upon glancing at the multi-faced demon, it appeared utterly despondent, devoid of any ferocity. Your life seems to be plentiful, doesn't it? Let's see how many nails you can endure. As he spoke, Qin Nuo grasped the shattered bone club once more. In that moment, he resembled a demon in the eyes of the multi-faced creature. The remaining visages of the demon were so frightful that they seemed to lose their very essence. Desperately pleading for mercy, "No, I can't take it anymore. I have but a few lives left. Please stop." "So, you have succumbed so quickly? I thought you would exhibit some resilience." The multi-faced demon, filled with shame and rage, was predominantly gripped by fear, retreating into a corner and falling silent. It held a genuine trepidation towards the golden-haired man. Qin Nuo had instilled true fear within it. After only a brief exchange, he unexpectedly thrust a nail into it, employing an unforeseen tactic that left it bewildered. "Brother, could you please remove the nail? I am on the brink of death," the multi-faced demon implored. "Let's see how you perform," Qin Nuo replied. Enduring excruciating pain, the demon regurgitated a plethora of rainbow-colored candies, neatly contained in a jar, and stammered, "Is this sufficient?" Qin Nuo remarked, "Your slop is utterly repulsive. My patience cannot abide it. Offer something else." The multi-faced demon hesitated. This was arranged by the nun. The patience consumed this. Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Now you will heed my arrangements." The demon pondered momentarily before producing a few sticks of sandalwood, placing them on the serving platter while lamenting, "This is my precious reserve. It cost me dearly." Qin Nuo accepted the sandalwood sticks. The tastes of demons are indeed peculiar and varied. Some relish the taste of human flesh, while others prefer human food. However, items such as sandalwood and red candles are universally cherished and often regarded as precious treasures. Qin Nuo gazed upon the amalgamated bone hammer, or rather, the newly named splintering bone hammer, a title signifying its advancement to a higher tier. This fusion material surpassed my expectations. What tier does the splintering bone hammer currently occupy? Perhaps it is on the cusp of a terrifying level. The blood-eyed ghost remarked, revealing a hint of trepidation. The splintering bone hammer is also imbued with black arcs of electricity, an enchanting effect that can be deemed quite formidable. As Qin Nuo stowed the splintering bone hammer away, he beckoned with his right hand, summoning back the 2 human bone spikes, and lifted the plate. The service was commendable. I hope it remains so upon my next visit. With that, he departed, carrying the dish. The many-faced ghost huddled in the corner, uncertain whether to feel relief or indignation. Its sorrowful visage erupted into inconsolable weeping. Chapter 65. Mental Illness. Named Hell here, Qin Nuo returned to Ward 303, carrying lunch. Inside the ward, the presence of Sister Ye imposed a sense of restraint, and the others had ceased their mischief. The twin boys were fixated on the television, which still crackled with sparks, their eyes reflecting resentment and anger. Suddenly, the door swung open. Qin Nuo entered and announced, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Your lunch has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as she dashed forward. The twins, however, maintained their pride, scoffing softly and casting their gazes aside, clearly still holding a grudge over the damaged television. "Wow, is that sandalwood? How could there be sandalwood?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, picking up a stick of incense, saliva pooling at her mouth. "What? Sandalwood?" The twins turned their heads at once, their expressions changing as they too rushed over, salivating at the sight. Sister Yi communicated through sign language, inquiring about how such a treat had come to be. The The ghostly big brother who prepared the meal heard that you from room 303 absolutely adore it, and he generously shared his beloved sandalwood with you, Qin Nuo replied, rubbing his nose. The ghostly big brother is truly a good spirit, Xiaoyu murmured. Enough chatter, let us divide it quickly. We have nearly forgotten the taste of sandalwood, the twins urged, wiping the corners of their mouths in eager anticipation. Sister Yu took a stick of sandalwood and placed it in the cabinet for safekeeping. The small spirits were unfazed, as one stick would suffice for all of them. The white-haired boy, Bai Chu, enthusiastically retrieved a lighter and ignited the sandalwood. The fragrant white smoke of sandalwood wafted gently through the air. Xiaoyu leaned in, inhaling deeply, her face transforming into one of delightful satisfaction as she licked her lips and continued to indulge. Under the eager gnawing of several spirits, the sandalwood burned swiftly, consumed within mere minutes. How exquisite! The twins, stroking their bellies, lay on the ground, lost in a trance of bliss. They gazed at Qin Nuo and said, "We forgive you, but remember to help us replace our television." Is it truly that delectable? Qin Nuo couldn't help but mutter. It's all right. Not quite as fragrant as the essence of Tai Sui. Alas, I can hardly recall the taste of Tai Sui meat anymore. What a lamentable fate. The blood-eyed ghost sighed. Qin Nuo, well aware of his thoughts, knew this was not the moment to discuss Tai Sui meat. I have brought back the rainbow candies you entrusted to me, Qin Nuo declared, unveiling a jar of vibrant confections weighing an entire kilogram. Xiaoyu, Bai Chu, and the others were left dumbfounded. They could only consume a few pieces over the span of a week. They had never encountered such a bountiful jar. Then, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality. Wait, how could you? Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes with a smile. Indeed, I too wish to inquire why no one mentioned the trade items to me. Xiaoyu fell silent, her expression betraying a guilty conscience, unable to meet Qin Nuo's gaze. The mute sister communicated through sign language. Bai Chu added, that doll given by the mute sister was indeed your trade item. However, Xiaoyu did not fully convey the words of Sister Yu. Sister Yu cast a reproachful glance at Xiaoyu, who buried her head even lower and muttered, I cannot bear to see that doll of Sister Yu being wasted. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo understood. It turned out that the earlier statement implied such a meaning. Thus, this jar of rainbow candy shall be entrusted to me. The distribution of the candies henceforth will depend on your conduct. For instance, in this instance, you have lost your share of candies. Qin Nuo glanced at Xiaoyu and began to distribute the candies among the others. Sister Yu also had some, but she was not particularly fond of eating them. Xiaoyu, however, gazed at her with longing eyes full of desire. After a moment of hesitation, Sister Yu decided to place all the candies into her own mouth. Xiaoyu's expression grew more aggrieved. Sister Yu discerned Qin Nuo's intentions and recognized that only through such means could she manage these 4 children effectively. The patients in room 303 did not suffer from any mental illness. Rather, they were afflicted by a congenital metabolic disorder. Their intellect and disposition remained stunted at the level of 7 or 8 years old. Bai Chu, the twins, and Xiaoyu appeared almost adult, or perhaps already were. But in reality, they would forever be children of that tender age, their experiences confined within a fixed realm, unable to expand further. Sister Yu was the sole patient who had undergone treatment and returned to normalcy. Thus, she continually assumed the role of a mother to the 4 children, overseeing and restraining them. She was acutely aware of her responsibilities. Once a patient spirals out of control within the confines of St. Yashi Psychiatric Hospital, what will ultimately transpire? For Xiaoyu, those who share no blood ties surpass even family. Qin Nuo's educational approach is precisely what the mute sister desires. The angel's kiss. Achieve a favorability rating of 90 from the mute sister. Reward. Ghostly insect curse 1. Huh? Qin Nuo appeared utterly perplexed. How did he earn the favor of this mute girl? He had been worried that by treating Xiaoyu differently, as the leader, she might rebel. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. After an indeterminate amount of time, the wall clock suddenly chimed. Qin Nuo glanced at the time. It was 6 in the evening, signaling the end of the caregiver's shift. It was time to head to the common area and settle today as work rewards, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. His performance should not warrant a negative review. Completing his duties to the best of his abilities ought to meet the standard of adequacy, especially considering he had also accomplished a set of side quest tasks. Let us conclude our day here. For the remaining hours, please manage your time with discipline and responsibility. I shall return tomorrow, Qin Nuo announced as he rose. Initially, he had intended to meet the patients in rooms 302 and 301, but time had flown by more swiftly than he anticipated. The mute sister gestured to Qin Nuo through sign language. He turned to Xiaoyu, who turned her head away, pouting, evidently still sulking. By Chu translated, the mute sister says that before you visit room 302, you should be adequately prepared. The patients in 302 are rather peculiar. It would be prudent to avoid direct contact with them. A kind reminder. Qin Nuo gazed at Sister Ye, saying, all caregivers within the jurisdiction must intervene. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Sister Ye continued to communicate through sign language. Bai Chu added, furthermore, hurry to collect the incense candles. This is of utmost importance. Remain in your room at night and do not venture out, for fearsome things may occur. Sister Ye emphasized that as darkness falls, the candles must be kept close and lit. Should they extinguish, regardless of what transpires within the room, one must not open their eyes. Sister Ye's words sent chills down Qin Nuo's spine. This dungeon mode seemed far more perilous than the previous survival mode. What horrors might emerge after nightfall? Qin Nuo could not restrain his curiosity. Suddenly, Bai Chu fell silent. Sister Ye ceased her signing. The twin brothers gestured for Qin Nuo to hush, as if speaking of the entities that descend with darkness was a grave taboo. Sister Ye took a drawing board, inscribed a few characters, and then turned around for Qin Nuo to see. As night descends, silence reigns. It is another realm, known as Hell. Chapter 66, The Night Falls. Scorched walls as Qin Nuo emerged from Ward 301. The words inscribed by the mute girl on the drawing board filled him with an increasing sense of unease regarding the events that would unfold tonight. What transpires after the cloak of night descends? Descending from the third floor into the lobby, he found a considerable gathering of players. In contrast to the blood-clad apartment, the participants in this instance of the quest exhibited heightened vigilance, refraining from engaging in conversation amongst themselves. Soon, a nun made her appearance, and not just one, but several, all clad in pristine white robes, their hands clasped around large crucifixes resting upon their chests. Number 47. Qin Nuo turned his gaze toward one of the nuns upon hearing her voice. Number 47. That is your caregiver identification number. This is your settlement reward for today's work. A small pouch was tossed into Qin Nuo's hands, containing a handful of ghost coins, several compressed biscuits, and a solitary white candle. You are to rise at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Remember, you must not venture out before that hour, the nun stated before departing. The other players similarly received their daily rewards, some bearing expressions of worry, others delight. My performance was not lacking. Why did I not receive a white candle? Inquired a player by the name of Roger, his brow furrowed. The nun regarded him with an impassive expression before replying, one of your patients lost control. With that, she turned and left. Lost control? What does that mean? Qin Nuo pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Logically, in survival-oriented quests, sustenance should be the ultimate prize. Yet, many players had discovered the addition of a game mode termed Nightmare of the Night prior to entering. After the night falls, it seemed that peril lurked in the shadows. Was the white candle of paramount importance to the players? Many players who have not acquired the white candle feel a sense of unease within. After all, it is a level 5 item, and yet they're so easily intimidated by game mode. A player with the username Mountain cast a glance at those players without the white candle, their faces filled with anxiety, and sneered coldly. Just stay in your rooms tonight, placing a few items that counter ghosts by your bedside. I refuse to believe that a ghost can burst into your room and tear you apart. I also lack a white candle, but as long as I possess food, that is sufficient. In every dungeon, the primary objective is to survive to the end. Food is the most fundamental necessity. After speaking, Mountain slung his bag over his shoulder and took a bite of an apple before departing. The players exchanged glances, finding his words reasonable, and thus they dispersed. Holding the key in his hand, Qin Nuo prepared to return to his dormitory. Just as he turned around, He noticed a blond man standing not far away, gazing at him with a hint of a smile. Does that man have an interest in you? He keeps stealing glances. Blood-eyed Ghost inquired. I am not interested in men, Qin Nuo replied dismissively, turning to leave. Following the number on his key, Qin Nuo arrived at his room, number 4 on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, the player without a white candle, named Roger, resided in the adjacent room. Roger immediately noticed the white candle in Qin Nuo's bag, his eyes glinting with a trace of greed. Particularly, upon realizing that Qin Nuo's player level was only 2, his desire intensified. Qin Nuo's expression remained calm. Should the other party attempt to steal from him, he would ensure they understood that this would be the most foolish decision of their life. Ultimately, Roger withdrew his gaze, abandoning the notion of seizing the opportunity, and entered the room. The look in Qin Nuo's eyes unsettled him. His keen instincts allowed him to maintain his composure. Furthermore, after heeding the words of Shan Yu, he surmised that the white candle might not hold such significance after all. As night fell, he contemplated that staying indoors would suffice. Qin Nuo also entered the room, and in stark contrast to the previous 2 instances, this room was exceptionally tidy. The few belongings were neatly arranged. In a world characterized by horror, such cleanliness was indeed a rarity, yet it instilled a sense of unease in Qin Nuo. It was too immaculate. It felt as though, apart from him, something else resided here. Approaching the window, he gazed outside. The psychiatric hospital was shrouded in a veil of white mist, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Only the faint outlines of mountains could be discerned through the hazy fog. Was it distant from a city? He pondered the location of this psychiatric facility and how far it was from the Inquan restaurant. His own property could be effortlessly transported after completing the instance. But the Inquan restaurant was not his domain. He merely held a supervisory position there. Never mind, there were still several days to go. It was premature to dwell on such matters. Qin Nuo made his way to the bathroom, quickly freshened up, and then retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit from his pack to stave off hunger and replenish his energy. In reality, players in horror games do not experience hunger. Rather, it is merely a constraint imposed by the rules of most instances. For instance, poor performance at work leads to a lack of sustenance. And when hunger reaches a certain threshold, one exits the realm through starvation. In certain aspects, horror games bear a striking resemblance to the realities of the world. Time inexorably slips away. The light outside gradually dims, and as twilight fades, the night envelopes the St. Yaxi Psychiatric Hospital. Darkness is approaching. Outside the window, visibility fades into nothingness. The room within grows increasingly obscure. Qin Nuo gazes around, murmuring, it seems there is no change. However, something is drawing near to the psychiatric hospital. The blood-eyed Ghost exclaims. Just as Qin Nuo is about to respond, his pupils suddenly constrict. He witnesses a corner of the wall, once smooth and freshly painted, rapidly peeling away, scorch marks spreading like a parasite. A thick cloud of ashes permeates the air, and the acrid scent of burning fills his nostrils. The fan, the hanging lamp, and the curtains are all marred by burn marks, crumbling into ashes. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Qin Nuo perceives no flames, not even the slightest spark. What is happening? Qin Nuo's expression shifts. Light the white candle, the blood-eyed Ghost urgently advises. Qin Nuo swiftly retrieves the white candle and ignites it. The feeble flame flickers uncertainly in the gloom, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, astonishingly, it has a remarkable effect. The scorched marks on the wall recede rapidly, and the charred remnants revert to their original state. Sleep, uncertain of the situation, but remembering the few words of the mute sister, light the white candle, close your eyes, and sleep. No matter what happens, do not open your eyes. Covering himself with the blanket, Qin Nuo shut his eyes. Yet, under such circumstances, falling asleep seemed utterly bizarre. The stimulus only heightened his alertness. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly emanated from the adjacent room. Immediately after, there was a loud thud as the door was flung open. It was that Roger. Had he fled from his room? As Qin Nuo pondered this, a frantic knock echoed at his own door. It was Roger, clearly in distress and seeking Qin Nuo's assistance. Yet, How much better was Qin Nuo's situation? Was he expected to stumble in the dark to open the door? Even if it were Tang Ming knocking, Qin Nuo would hesitate, for it could very well be a trap. Not to mention, he had no connection whatsoever with this individual. Soon, the knocking ceased. The room fell into an eerie silence, so profound that Qin Nuo could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Creak! Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a sound shattered the stillness. This noise, akin to glass scraping against him, sent chills down his spine. It was unmistakably the sound of the door being opened. Chapter 67. Darkness descends, claw marks on the door as the door swung open. Qin Nuo was taken aback. Wasn't he had said that remaining inside the room ensured safety? Yet, the entities outside had brazenly entered. Although the situation was unexpected, Qin Nuo resolutely kept her eyes shut. The warmth of her face abruptly vanished. Reluctantly, she acknowledged the truth. The candle had been extinguished. Not only had the door been breached, but the very source of her protection had been snuffed out. Was this crucial lifeline, as described by the game and the mute sister, rendered useless? A chilling sensation enveloped her, akin to plunging into a frozen abyss. The prickling unease intensified. Soft, almost imperceptible breaths echoed in her ears, as if something loomed perilously close to her face. A warm, exhaled breath washed over her. "Buddy, could you help me discern what that is?" Qin Nuo could not suppress her summons to the blood-eyed ghost, but received no reply. Suddenly, the door was violently slammed once more. In an instant, the warm breath dissipated. The air was filled with the sounds of a fierce struggle. Moments later, the cacophony subsided. A voice emerged. "Caregiver, didn't the mute sister tell you to light the candle as soon as darkness fell? Your sluggishness allowed those things to infiltrate. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. You cannot perish, at least not before handing over that jar of rainbow candies. Dying can wait." Qin Nuo was momentarily stunned. It was Xiaoya's voice. The little spirits from room 301 had come to her rescue. "This room has become unbearable. The mute girl has arranged for a safe haven. You must hasten to follow me. Those entities will soon return." Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped his ankle as a small hand grasped his foot. It was the hand of Xiaoya. Indeed, those little spirits had come to rescue him. Qin Nuo felt a surge of emotion and was about to open his eyes and rise. But abruptly, he realized something was amiss. No, this was not Xiaoya. Qin Nuo was struck by certainty. Setting aside the fact that Xiaoya was still sulking, how could she suddenly be so benevolent? More importantly, he distinctly recalled that the nails of that girl were as sharp as blades. This grip was so tight, yet his foot bore no pain. Qin Nuo's lips twitched involuntarily. Such deceptive prowess was alarmingly realistic. It could even perceive his memories to fabricate a falsehood. Had he not noticed a subtle detail in time, he would have been utterly deceived. Qin Nuo was resolute. Had he opened his eyes just then, the consequences would have been dire. At the very least, his immunity would have been forfeited. Xiaoya's voice continued to echo in his ears, incessantly urging him. In the end, perhaps due to Qin Nuo's stubbornness, her voice took on a slight tremor, as if she were on the verge of tears. It sounded as though if he did not comply, those entities outside would indeed burst in and tear him apart. Yet, Qin Nuo had firmly concluded that the entity before him was a fabrication. Regardless of the entreaties, he remained unmoved, lying on the bed like a lifeless corpse. In an effort to distract himself, Qin Nuo even contemplated how to approach his work the following day. "Call me at will. I shall concede upon hearing a single word." Suddenly, Xiaoya's voice fell silent. The other party seemed to be in a fit of frustration, and the bed beneath Qin Nuo shook violently. A cacophony of terrifying sounds echoed in his ears, as if the very room were on the brink of collapse. Yet, Qin Nuo remained unfazed. He had come to a realization. As long as he kept his eyes shut, no one could inflict harm upon him. All attempts, both gentle and forceful, yielded no results. Ultimately, it appeared that the other party recognized they could not deceive Qin Nuo. The voice faded away, seemingly departing. It had left. Only then did the blood-eyed ghost speak up, but Qin Nuo remained unresponsive. He neither replied nor opened his eyes. The blood-eyed ghost was at a loss for words. It had genuinely departed, and indeed, he was real. Yet, Qin Nuo continued to remain still. Instead, he shifted to a more comfortable sleeping position, gradually drifting into slumber. Remarkably, he slept soundly until dawn. As Qin Nuo groggily awakened, the soft morning light pierced his eyes. He sat up and rubbed them, his sluggish mind slowly piecing together the events of the previous night. Turning his head, he noticed that the white candle had burned down to its base. However, he recalled that it had seemingly been extinguished by some unseen force. Moreover, the room was intact, with no signs of forced entry on the door. This indicated that everything that transpired last night was merely an illusion. The visage that had exhaled, the grip on his ankle, and Xiaoya's voice, all were fabrications. Had he finally awakened? The blood-eyed ghost inquired. Qin Nuo pondered for a moment and asked, "Last night, after lying down, did you speak to me?" "I fell silent once you closed your eyes," replied the blood-eyed ghost. Indeed, the voice that followed was merely a facade. Such cunning. Perhaps even the most devious schemer would bow in admiration. It was a night where one could not dare to open their eyes. To do so would spell certain doom. After you close your eyes, your expressions were shifting. Several times, I sensed you were on the verge of opening them, but fortunately, you displayed wisdom, the blood-eyed ghost remarked. Qin Nuo forced a bitter smile. It's not a matter of wisdom. Had my reflexes been just a fraction slower, I likely would have perished. What malevolent force is at play? Qin Nuo inquired. I cannot say. All I know is that it is terrifying. Moreover, once night fell, numerous anguished cries echoed from every corner of your room. The blood-eyed ghost revealed. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo instantly lost his composure. Goodness, is my room truly so unclean? Am I cohabiting with numerous fellow students besides myself? Not spirits. The blood-eyed ghost hesitated before responding, only sounds akin to a fleeting glimpse of light returning. Your room has likely witnessed many deaths. Qin Nuo was left speechless. What kind of luck was this? After narrowly escaping a 404 error, he found himself in a haunted chamber. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 6 o'clock. He chose not to dwell further on the events of the previous night and rose to don his caregiver's uniform. Just as he prepared to step outside, the sound of the game announcement suddenly echoed. A brand new day unfolds, met with a smile. Congratulations to the players who have survived to see the second day. You are fortunate to have endured the first night, which is undoubtedly a testament to your prowess. Following the reshuffling of game modes last night, 4 players have been eliminated. Roger, Arthur, Sudashia, and Shanyue fell victim to the game's NPCs, resulting in their failure to complete the quest. Wishing the remaining players the best of luck. Please continue to strive onward. Was Roger truly hunted? Qin Nuo murmured. He recalled that there had been no white candles last night. Only 3, yet 4 individuals were eliminated. Those without white candles were all ousted. Among those with white candles, 1 was eliminated, suggesting they could not resist the temptation and open their eyes. Qin Nuo was somewhat astonished. Remarkably, 15 individuals managed to withstand the allure or pressure and kept their eyes shut. It appears that the players of this quest possess significantly more experience than those of the previous one. As Qin Nuo murmured to himself, he opened his door. Stepping into the corridor and closing his door behind him, he was taken aback. His door was marred with scratch marks, all drenched in blood. Chapter 68. The Silent Sister's Warning. The enigmatic woman gazing at the claw marks on the door, Qin Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Reaching out to touch the congealed blood clots. They were sticky and evidently had solidified several hours prior. A grave expression crossed Qin Nuo's face. The scratches on the wall clearly indicated that everything from the previous night was a fabrication. The only truth lay in the desperate pounding of Roger's door next door. Did this fellow's fingers bleed raw? Qin Nuo murmured. Logically, with a life-saving token, one should not resort to such severity. Yet, one could never be certain. In moments of sheer terror and despair, the mind often becomes a blank slate, prompting individuals to do anything to survive. Or perhaps these claw marks were not his. Even though these beings could resurrect after being hunted, they had wisely chosen to withdraw from the scenario. This white candle was indeed a life-preserving object. It was clear that today's performance must be impeccable. While curiosity lingered about what might emerge when night fell, The preservation of life remained paramount. Although Qin Nuo possessed a life-saving token and a straw man as a substitute, what is the greatest taboo in gaming? One must not be reckless. Gathering her thoughts, Qin Nuo made her way to the hospital ward. Inside room 301, several little spirits had already awakened. Qin Nuo entered and greeted each one. The silent sister sat on the bed, busily stitching another rag doll, the origin of which was a mystery, given how many tattered dolls she seemed to have. At some point, the television had miraculously been repaired, and the twins were seated on the floor, engrossed in the static. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, she joyfully exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable, caregiver, for you have managed to repair the television." Although she was unaware of who had actually fixed the device, Qin Nuo nonetheless cautioned, "You may only watch for 6 hours each day, and the television must be turned off during meal times." The twins were displeased and protested. Why should that be? To which Qin Nuo replied curtly, "No reason. I am the caregiver." Producing a handful of rainbow candies, she added, "Those who obey will be rewarded." The twins gazed longingly at her hand, licking their lips and nodding vigorously. Qin Nuo distributed 4 candies to them. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her foot. Grimacing, she lifted the little girl, Xiao Yu, and suggested, "How about I help you with your nails?" Sucking on a finger, Xiao Yu blinked her large eyes and, swallowing hard, said, "If you give me a few candies, I won't be mad at you anymore." Qin Nuo was taken aback. This little imp could resolve any issue with a mere piece of candy. Nevertheless, she generously placed a few candies into Xiao Yu's mouth, who then left, thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Sister Ye approached, communicating through sign language. Qin Nuo inquired, "Where is Bai Chu?" The translation came, "I am right here, caregiver." Qin Nuo looked up to find Bai Chu entangled with the fan, spinning round and round. She was at a loss for words, pondering if this rascal had perhaps been a spider in a past life. As he continued to whirl, Bai Chu translated, "Sister Ye is asking if anything unusual occurred last night." Qin Nuo replied, "Thankfully, it was uneventful. After nightfall, I didn't open my eyes again." Sister Ye continued to gesture in sign language. Sister Ye remarked that as long as one keeps their eyes closed, nothing untoward would occur. Qin Nuo nodded, glanced at the time, and stated, "Today I must attend to the patients in room 302. Please be mindful and refrain from wandering about." Upon hearing 302, Sister Ye hesitated momentarily before communicating in sign language. The patients in 302 were notoriously violent, prone to sudden mood swings. The previous caregiver had been torn apart by them, so it was imperative to exercise caution. If it becomes unbearable, simply escape. They typically do not venture beyond their ward, as they fear the nuns. Bai Chu continued to assist Sister Ye with the translation. Qin Nuo nodded in understanding. He recalled a particular sentiment. Unruly patients could be suitably reprimanded, implying that such actions fell within the permissible limits without affecting performance evaluations. Unpredictable patients? I too am not always adorned with a cheerful demeanor. After imparting a few final warnings, Qin Nuo stepped out of room 301. Upon arriving at room 302, Qin Nuo took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The balcony of 302 was shrouded by a large banyan tree, casting the room in dimness. As he entered, the stifling air enveloped him, rendering it nearly suffocating. The atmosphere was tinged with a metallic scent of blood. Qin Nuo had anticipated a gruesome scene. However, to his surprise, the patients in 302 were seated on their beds, hugging their knees and huddled in the corners. They regarded Qin Nuo with curiosity. Their expressions were devoid of ferocity, calm, and somewhat introverted. The ambience was decidedly different from what Qin Nuo had envisioned. The brutal patient 302, as described by the mute sister, consists of these few individuals. Observing their appearance, they hardly seem capable of tearing a caregiver apart. "Greetings, I am the new caregiver, and from this day forth, I shall be responsible for your daily nourishment and well-being. Should you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to bring them to my attention." Silence enveloped the room, as they fixed their gaze upon Qin Nuo, as if scrutinizing some peculiar creature. The atmosphere was both awkward and eerie. As Qin Nuo surveyed the surroundings, it suddenly dawned on her that something was amiss. According to the records, there were 6 patients in room 302, yet only 5 were huddled in the corner. Where had the 6th one disappeared? Intent on checking the balcony, she inadvertently stepped onto a sticky substance. Looking down, she was taken aback to discover a person lying on the floor. Her careless step had landed directly on his head. Blood began to pool on the floor, and as Qin Nuo took a few steps back, she found herself treading upon it. What on earth was happening? Could a mere misstep cause such a profusion of blood? Or had the remaining 5 patients conspired to end his life? While the individual on the ground was still conscious, propping himself up with trembling hands as he slowly rose. Lifting his head revealed a bloodied visage with a dent in his skull, a crooked nose, and frothy blood pooling in his mouth, accompanied by several missing teeth. His body was marred with an array of ghastly injuries. It became evident that he was a woman. "Are you the new caregiver?" "Hello, my name is Qin." The woman smiled faintly, extending one hand while the other twisted her fractured nose back into place. She appeared to possess a certain beauty, yet when she smiled, a few missing teeth altered the aesthetic somewhat. Qin Nuo observed her bloodied hands and remarked, "I just used the restroom and forgot to wash my hands." "It's all right. I don't mind your dirtiness," the woman replied. Qin Nuo extended his hand, clasping hers. The sticky sensation was quite discomforting. "Greetings." Qin retracted her hand with a smile. No sooner had she spoken than the 5 patients in the corner of the room chimed in unison. "Good day, caregiver." Although Qin Nuo had prepared himself before entering, the bizarre scene before him still caught him off guard. "What happened to your injuries? Did one of the patients bully you? You can lodge a complaint, and I will. I will have the nun address it." Qin Nuo pondered a moment and continued to speak in his caregiver tone. "No need." Qin smiled slightly at him. "I was the one who instigated their actions." She then tilted her head, scratching her scalp, and exclaimed, "It's itchy again." With that, she crouched down and forcefully slammed her head against the sharp corner of the bed. Splat! Blood splattered across the floor. Qin Nuo's lips twitched as he finally grasped the situation. This woman was a supreme masochist. Chapter 69, much more comfortable. Qin caressed her head, a look of contentment gracing her features. Fresh blood trickled down her cheek, staining her collar a vivid red. The other patients, unfazed, rose to fetch mops and buckets for cleaning. "My body experiences peculiar itches daily, an unbearable sensation when it strikes. Pain not only alleviates the itch. Do you comprehend that feeling?" Qin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, enraptured as she spoke. "Did I frighten you?" Although her expression was slightly unnatural, Qin Nuo replied, "It is quite normal for everyone to have a little quirk." As he spoke, he produced a worksheet. "Please share your daily habits. If you have any needs, feel free to let me know, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Qin Nuo glanced at the other patients. Their eyes were hollow as they scrubbed the floor, seemingly oblivious to his words. "So, it appears there are none. That's quite good. It indicates that you all coexist harmoniously." With that, Qin Nuo took the liberty of marking a satisfied tick on each patient's form. They would not object. "I do have one request. I wonder if the caregiver could assist me?" Qin said with a smile. Despite a lingering sense of foreboding, Qin Nuo, adhering to his duty as a caregiver, inquired, "What is it? Can you make me feel comfortable?" Qin grinned widely, her gaze toward Qin Nuo laced with a hint of malice. This statement, in ordinary circumstances, will be misinterpreted. Yet, coming from this deranged woman, Qin Nuo understood it carried a different implication. "I see that you are doing quite well now, and I believe I am unable to assist you in this matter." Qin Nuo stepped back 2 paces and remarked, "Let's depart." The blood-eyed ghost suddenly interjected, "There is no issue. I shall take my leave now, and I will bring lunch shortly." Gathering the documents, Qin Nuo turned and walked away. Suddenly, with a swift flash, an axe hurtled toward him. Qin Nuo raised his right hand and effortlessly grasped the wooden handle of the axe. He then glanced at the patient in bed number 4 and gently inquired, "Has no one taught you not to throw things carelessly?" At that moment, the patient in bed number 1, wielding a kitchen knife, silently appeared behind Qin Nuo. As he turned, the blade swiftly aimed for his throat. Qin Nuo stepped back, seized the edge of the knife with his right hand, and easily crushed it. Before the patient could make another move, he forcefully pressed his hand down upon the man's head, driving him into the ground. Bang! The terrifying force shattered the floor, blood splattering in the aftermath. Like tossing aside a chick, Qin Nuo hurled the patient in bed number 2 back into the corner. The second patient, his head askew and slumped, had his face distorted, yet his eyes remained fixated intently on Qin Nuo. Observing the other restless patients, Qin Nuo spoke in a deep voice. Has no one taught you that patients and caregivers should coexist amicably? Yuqin smiled and remarked, Do you know how the last caregiver exited? Qin Nuo replied nonchalantly, I have no interest in knowing, but I am certain I will walk out. Yuqin waved her right hand, and the patients blinked, retreating back into the corner. I possess 2 peculiar inclinations. The first is a penchant for enduring suffering, and the second is a fascination with witnessing the anguish of others. As a caregiver, it is within your purview to cater to the needs of your patients, is it not? Feel free to choose between these 2 options. Qin Nuo shook his head. I reserve the right to refuse excessive demand for patients. How can this be deemed an excessive request? Yuqin laughed melodiously. Don't you men revel in the torment of women? Or is it that you harbor no affection for them? Qin Nuo's expression darkened as he responded, I do appreciate women, but only those who are of a normal disposition. As he spoke, he turned a stride toward the door, only to feel a sudden chill on his back. He swiftly sidestepped, and the wall behind him was instantaneously marred by 5 deep fissures, the steel reinforcements within severed. Glancing back, he beheld Yuqin, her hands adorned with ebony claws, sharp as blades. Little virgin, if you do not make a choice, then allow me to choose for you. Yuqin beamed, advancing with such swiftness that her razor-like nails grazed Qin Nuo's front. With a swift motion, Qin Nuo's right hand revealed a gaping wound, and he seized her pale wrist, twisting it with a sharp crack, akin to the breaking of a pretzel. Yet Yuqin seemed impervious to pain. With her other hand, she struck down, and in an instant, Qin Nuo's right hand was torn open, blood gushing forth. He staggered back, surveying his blood-soaked hand, the flesh rent asunder, revealing stark white bone within. His countenance darkened ominously. In this harrowing realm, the fear of injury looms large, particularly that of grievous wounds, because this would gravely jeopardize the subsequent progression of the game. Over there, Yuqin smiled, her eyes narrowed as she grasped the completely contorted arm, gradually realigning it. The ruptured flesh and fractured bones miraculously healed at a rate discernible to the naked eye. This woman is formidable. We mustn't squander our time engaging her. The blood-eyed ghoul remarked. If we flee, we might very well receive a negative review today, Qin Nuo muttered. Well then, why not indulge her? The woman is so attractive. You wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The blood-eyed ghoul chuckled suggestively. Qin Nuo was in no mood to engage in banter with the blood-eyed ghoul. After a moment of contemplation, something occurred to him. Very well, since she possesses this predilection, then, the blood-eyed ghoul continued to deride, at such a tender age. You possess such confidence in your physique. Over there, Yuqin licked her lips and charged once more. Suddenly, from within the dimness, a mournful sound of rushing wind assailed. Yuqin was taken aback, and immediately thereafter, Qin Nuo brandished the object in his hand. Over there, Yuqin rose to her feet, her face disfigured, with blood flowing copiously. The pain was excruciating. What was that object? Qin Nuo swung it twice in the air, the tail end detonating in the atmosphere. Aren't you women most fond of this sort of thing? Huh? The blood-eyed ghoul exclaimed. Qin Nuo offered no elucidation. What he held in his hand was a spectral object retrieved from the golden treasure chest, the weapon of the Thorns goddess. When used on spectral entities, it can induce an infatuated enthrallment. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it can captivate the specter. This contraption was practically tailor-made for this depraved woman. Qin Nuo rolled up his sleeves, a sudden shift in his demeanor. Woman, then I shall do you the honor. Yuqin nodded vigorously. All right. How infuriating. Such a woman deserves a thorough lesson, lest we betray our fellow men. Chapter 70. Room 301. The mysterious nun in the dimly lit room. An astonishing scene unfolded. The words of Yuqin darkened Qin Nuo's expression further. Her remarks felt nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Short and powerless? In an instant, Qin Nuo's right hand tensed, the muscles bulging with strain. As he lashed out, the air crackled with intensity, the tip of the whip striking the woman's forehead with a resounding thud. blood splattered against the wall, a vivid crimson against the dull backdrop. The force of the blow sent Qin crashing several meters away, shattering the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. In that fleeting moment, she lay motionless on the balcony. Qin Nuo gasped for breath, the relentless swinging of his arm leaving a numbing ache coursing through half of his body. The whip, adorned with spikes, glimmered with an otherworldly purple light, consuming the blood that stained it with an insatiable hunger. Ding! The Thorn Goddess's whip had achieved an efficacy exceeding 99 against the Punisher, reaching a state of subjugation. Subjugation? Qin Nuo glanced outside at the immobile Qin on the balcony, unable to suppress some murmur. Could it be that I've killed her? Even if you twisted her head off, she wouldn't die, the blood-eyed specter remarked. Suddenly, Qin stirred, rolling over to gaze at the ceiling. The torn skin rapidly mended, leaving no trace of injury. When she rose to her feet, she had transformed entirely into a being of blood. Observing her approach once more, Qin Nuo tightened his grip on the whip. Qin gazed at the whip, chuckling, "That peculiar item in your hand is truly remarkable. I shall gift it to you." Although it was indeed an oddity, Qin Nuo held no genuine interest in such things. What purpose does it serve for me? I'm not in need of something as splendid as what the caregiver possesses. Qin Nuo wished to steer clear of such dubious conversations and remarked, "Therefore, you must be satisfied with my work performance, correct?" "Very much so," she replied. "May I take my leave now?" "Certainly, but when I next indulge in these little quirks, I hope the caregiver will appear punctually to assist me." Reluctantly, but in pursuit of a favorable evaluation, Qin Nuo acquiesced. "I shall do my utmost." Just as he was about to depart, Qin suddenly called him back. She tossed a few sticks of sandalwood into Qin Nuo's hands. "This is your reward for your labor. Do maintain this standard next time." "Goodness, why do I feel like a courtesan?" Qin Nuo nearly hurled the incense away in frustration, but reconsidered and accepted it with reluctance. After all, sandalwood was a favorite among those mischievous little spirits of Xiaoyu. Upon exiting room 302, Qin Nuo examined his severely injured right hand, blood continuing to flow profusely, and frowned deeply. This injury posed a significant problem. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar medical kit he had acquired prior to entering the instance. He hastily opened it, selecting a roll of antiseptic bandage from within. Unsure of its efficacy, Qin Nuo, lacking any medical expertise, wrapped it around his right hand, encasing it completely. Soon, a miraculous event transpired. The bandages began to emanate a green glow, tightening automatically. Qin Nuo distinctly felt the injuries beneath the bandages healing at an astonishing pace. He clenched his fist, and his arm regained sensation. As the green light faded, Qin Nuo unwrapped the bandages, revealing that his arm had completely healed, restored to its original state, without even a scar. How remarkable is this medical kit? Qin Nuo was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this medical kit was a treasure. After all, it was derived from a golden treasure chest, devoid of any counterfeit. It was his own oversight. Furthermore, this was merely the effect of the antiseptic bandages. There were still other medicinal supplies. If utilized effectively, Qin Nuo could entirely forego the need for a life-saving amulet and a substitute scarecrow. At that moment, the bell tolled in the hall. Qin Nuo glanced at the time. It was exactly noon, the hour for the patient's lunch. He promptly stowed away the medical kit and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the dining hall, he found the caregivers gathered there, and this time, their numbers were significantly greater than yesterday. In addition to the player caregivers, numerous ghostly caregivers had also appeared, perhaps due to the elimination of several players today. Qin Nuo, as usual, took a tray and began to queue. The multi-faced ghost was once again in charge of distributing lunch. Compared to yesterday, it sported several fewer faces, appearing in a poor state and exhibiting an even more irritable demeanor. Room 401 in the North District I. Before the player could finish speaking, a sludgy heap of food was flung onto the tray. "Get lost!" With a thunderous roar, the multi-faced specter frightened the player, who hastily lifted the tray and fled. Next, it bellowed, the humiliation from the previous day igniting a fire of indignation within. Yet, this fierce demeanor dissipated the moment the next customer arrived. "Is today's work particularly troublesome?" Qin Nuo inquired with a cheerful smile, pushing the tray to the counter. No, it's just that your arrival has instantly brightened my mood, the multi-faced specter replied, its expression transforming into one of humble servility. However, it was rife with resentment and humiliation, though fear loomed larger in its heart. The memory of the bone nails from yesterday haunted it, causing tremors throughout its being. Indeed, we must treat our caregivers kindly. Their work is quite challenging, Qin Nuo remarked. The specter nodded eagerly, then placed the lunch onto the serving tray. Next time, do refrain from showing a sour face, unless you wish for me to gift you a few more nails, Qin Nuo added with a sidelong glance before departing. The specter's facade of servility swiftly morphed back into malice as it glared at Qin Nuo's retreating figure, its ghastly visage contorting with rage, muttering, "You wretched rat, just wait. I shall avenge this insult." Meanwhile, Qin Nuo carried the lunch back to the third floor, first delivering it to room 301. The little spirits showed little interest in the meal, but upon hearing that a reward of rainbow candies awaited those who finished, they immediately devoured their portions with fervor. Sister Yi communicated with Qin Nuo using sign language. Bai Chu remarked while eating, "Sister Yi is asking if you went to 302? I did." Qin Nuo confirmed with a nod. Bai Chu and the twins gazed at Qin Nuo in astonishment. "You actually emerged completely?" they remarked, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Previously, caregivers from room 302 either exited in fragments or with severed limbs. You are the first to come out intact. Qin Nuo's lips twitched. What sort of bizarre ward is this? The most alarming fact is that there's an even more terrifying room 303 yet to confront. Qin Nuo was drenched in sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sister Yi continued to gesture. Bai Chu interjected. Sister Yi says that the patients in room 303 are rather peculiar. As long as you ignore them, you should be fine. Just focus on your duties as a caregiver without disturbing them, and the risks are minimal. Sister Yi's words prompted Qin Nuo to ponder. Essentially, if one treats them as mere air and fulfills their responsibilities, such as placing lunch in the designated spot and ensuring all patients are accounted for, they could then exit the room. This indeed seemed a reasonable proposal. Qin Nuo nodded. I shall venture into room 303 tomorrow. There is no need to rush. The rules of the game dictate that within 5 days, one must complete the attendance for all wards under their jurisdiction. Scoring is based on patient reviews. Receiving a positive evaluation from one ward is deemed satisfactory. 2 wards garnering praise is classified as good, while 3 wards earn the distinction of excellence. Conversely, failing to secure any positive feedback results in a designation of unsatisfactory or, in the worst case, abysmal. If all goes as anticipated, today Qin Nuo is likely to receive commendations from 2 wards, her performance deemed commendable. Thus, Ward 303 may be momentarily set aside. You all enjoy your meal. I shall take a stroll, Qin Nuo remarked, having completed her work ahead of schedule, seizing the opportunity to explore. This psychiatric hospital is far more complex than it appears on the surface. She finds herself intrigued by the main task at hand. Given her already conspicuous identity as the Phantom, why not secure another MVP title to further amplify her prominence? Sometimes, a more luminous persona can serve to shield a more clandestine identity. With a clatter, Xiaoyu placed a clean plate on the table, gazing at Qin Nuo with an expression that seemed to seek praise. Xiaoyu is finished. The twins followed suit, cheerfully exclaiming, "Rainbow candies! Rainbow candies!" Qin Nuo distributed 5 candies to each. Only Bai Chu had not yet consumed half of her portion, watching the twins and Xiaoyu with eager eyes. Qin Nuo generously offered her 5 candies as well, for this little one is exceptionally well-behaved, always volunteering as a translator. After leaving Ward 301, Qin Nuo delivered lunch to Ward 302. Yu Qin evidently held a position of authority in 302. It seemed that any action required her approval before the other 5 patients dared to proceed. Upon receiving a nod from her, they ravenously devoured the food on their plates. Seizing the moment, Qin Nuo casually inquired about Ward 303's details from Yu Qin. A few peculiar individuals reside there. There is one woman I have encountered, who is even stranger than I, Yu Qin murmured. Qin Nuo pondered, wondering if there truly existed beings more peculiar than her. You mustn't try to communicate with those in room 303. After all, I have finally encountered a man who fulfills my desires, and I do not wish to lose him. Yuqin advised. Is it really that exaggerated? Qin Nuo could not help but inquire. Not exaggerated in the slightest. They fear nothing except for nuns. Yuqin replied. Are nuns truly that terrifying? This was a question Qin Nuo had long wished to ask. Previously, through the blood-eyed ghost, he had detected that those cloaked nuns possessed no more than a mid-level frightening power, and Yuqin's abilities surpassed theirs. Yet, it was not their strength that instilled fear. Yuqin halted mid-sentence, her words trailing off. Qin Nuo understood that this was likely a taboo subject for her, so he refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, Yuqin scratched her head. Qin Nuo recognized the gesture's implication and tentatively asked, Do you want me to assist you? No need. I can manage a scratch myself. With that, Yuqin inexplicably produced a dagger from her possession and plunged it into the itching spot on her head. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered. Chapter 71. The patient's demise, and the bloodied restroom having ceased to disturb Yuqin's gentle scratching, Qin Nuo exited room 302 and meandered through the corridors of the psychiatric hospital. The various corners of the establishment were eerily desolate, exuding a chilling atmosphere. A perpetual mist enveloped the surroundings, casting a hazy light that entirely conjured a scene reminiscent of a horror film. During his wanderings, Qin Nuo encountered several players attending to a particularly difficult patient. Upon noticing Qin Nuo, their expressions registered surprise, yet they offered little more than a fleeting glance before hastily pushing the patient away. The primary quest indicated an investigation into the truth behind the deaths of all individuals within the psychiatric hospital, suggesting that a horrific event had transpired, resulting in the demise of everyone. But what did the term mastermind imply? Did it insinuate that someone orchestrated these events, leading to the murder of all inhabitants? As Qin Nuo traversed the corridor, he pondered the clues pertaining to the main quest. Thus far, he had only completed one side quest and had not uncovered any additional leads. With merely 2 threads to follow, the investigation seemed nearly futile. At that moment, Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow. At the distant turn of the corridor, a caregiver was seen wheeling a patient towards the lobby. The caregiver, a blond man, noticed Qin Nuo and, with an impassive expression, turned away. The patient in the wheelchair drooled uncontrollably, exhibiting signs of emotional instability, intermittently emitting sickly chuckles. Upon reaching the lobby, perhaps influenced by the light streaming in from the entrance or the allure of the external estate, the patient became exceedingly agitated, thrashing wildly in the wheelchair. Subsequently, he abruptly rose and dashed towards the exit, only to be thwarted by the barricaded door. The patient, in a frenzy, began to batter the glass with his head, leaving it smeared with blood in short order. The flaxen-haired man, with a frigid countenance, commanded, "Return and be seated." The patient, cackling maniacally, redoubled his efforts. His face now a crimson mask, and screamed out, "I must get out. I reiterate, return and be seated." The flaxen-haired man repeated. When his words proved futile, he lunged forward, seizing the patient by the scruff and forcibly dragging him back. In the ensuing struggle, the patient produced a paring knife from an indiscernible location and swiftly slashed at the flaxen-haired man's throat. Reacting with alacrity, the flaxen-haired man recoiled, yet a bloody welt remained on his neck. Fortunately, the wound was superficial. Had it been a mere inch deeper, his throat would have been breached, unleashing a torrent of blood. Touching his neck and observing the crimson stain on his fingers, the flaxen-haired man's brow furrowed with bulging veins, his complexion darkening ominously. The patient, clutching the paring knife, continued to snicker, incessantly repeating, "I must get out." Bang! The instant those words escaped his lips, the patient's skull detonated. The flaxen-haired man, clutching a revolver, wore a grotesque visage that was profoundly unsettling. He then advanced, dragging the headless corpse back onto the wheelchair. Gazing upon the deceased patient, the flaxen-haired man's gruesome expression gradually morphed into one of repugnance. Casting a glance towards Qin Nuo in the distance, he noticed the latter averting his gaze, feigning ignorance of the entire spectacle. The blond man then pushed the wheelchair away. This fellow actually killed the patient. Only after the blond man departed did Qin Nuo mutter, His temper is rather explosive. That revolver is quite a formidable ghostly object, remarked the blood-eyed ghost. No matter how powerful, it is of little use. Can he possibly harm a nun as well? Qin Nuo retorted. The caregiver has killed the patient, which transcends mere negative reviews. The blond man's performance today is likely to yield a score of 0. The absence of food and ghostly currency is trivial. However, lacking a white candle is a grave matter. At the very least, with a white candle, one could remain in the room and close their eyes to safely endure the night. Without a white candle, when darkness descends, those entities can intrude. No matter how formidable the blond man may be, he will ultimately become mere prey. I hope to see him again tomorrow, Qin Nuo murmured to himself before departing. After traversing a designated area, Qin Nuo found nothing of particular interest. As the time approached, he intended to return, but upon passing through a corridor, he suddenly halted. This corridor appeared to be an emergency exit, with a large door at the end bound by iron chains. Yet, when Qin Nuo pushed it open, the chains corroded and fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Creak! Driven by curiosity, Qin Nuo opened the door, and the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. The ground was strewn with rubble, shattered walls, and a chaotic accumulation of steel and concrete. Behind the door lay an entirely different scene, reminiscent of a long-abandoned structure, poised for demolition. Is there truly such a place as a mental hospital? As Qin Nuo traversed the corridor, the arrangement of the rooms revealed that they were once wards for patients. It felt akin to stepping through a portal into a new realm, Qin Nuo murmured. Perhaps it was merely a lack of funding that prevented renovations in this area. Why ponder so much? The blood-eyed ghost scoffed. Just then, the blood-eyed ghost suddenly remarked, There's an odd smell. What sort of smell? I cannot quite place it. It seems to be emanating from the restroom. Let's investigate. Inside the restroom, the state of disrepair was evident. For an ordinary individual, the eerie atmosphere would have been enough to deter them. But for Qin Nuo, the entire mental institution exuded an unsettling aura, rendering it all equally disturbing, and so she boldly ventured in. Qin Nuo opened one of the restroom stalls. The filthy surroundings and the suffocating, acrid stench provoked a wave of nausea. Following the blood-eyed ghost's suggestion, Qin Nuo proceeded to push open each restroom door. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from the innermost stall. The frail, decaying door shattered, creating a gaping hole. Is there someone still here? Qin Nuo was taken aback and drew forth her bone-cracking hammer, cautiously approaching the source of the noise. As she opened the restroom door, she stepped back, allowing herself a measure of safety. The door swung open, revealing a chaotic scene within, replete with barbed wire, sharp hooks protruding menacingly. A figure was ensnared inside, entangled in the dense web of wire, its body pierced and hooked by the cruel barbs, a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. The man lay bare, his body encrusted with coagulated blood and riddled with countless wounds, a sight that sent chills throughout one's being. His eyes were a ghastly sight, obscured by blood. With his eyeballs forcibly removed, as if sensing an intrusion, he stirred slightly, yet the dense barbed wire surrounding him quivered as well, tearing flesh and sinew apart, with crimson droplets cascading onto the floor. Despite having witnessed numerous horrifying scenes, this particular tableau left Qin Nuo profoundly unsettled. What manner of perverse individual could commit such an atrocity? What heinous act had this man perpetrated to deserve such ghastly torment? Or was it merely a matter of twisted personal preference? I am guilty, unforgivably guilty. I implore you, forgive me. I am guilty, unforgivably guilty. The man rasped, his voice trembling with terror, repeatedly uttering these phrases, seemingly in a desperate confession to an unseen presence. Chapter 72. The cursed cigarette and the imprisoned girl. The man's anguished and remorseful voice caused discomfort to Qin Nuo. He attempted to engage in conversation with the man, yet the latter remained wholly absorbed in his own world, unresponsive to Qin Nuo's words. At that moment, Qin Nuo's attention was suddenly drawn to a pattern painted in blood on the wall behind the man, a symbol reminiscent of a religious totem. The sanguine hue imbued the totem with an aura of malevolence. A curse, murmured the blood-eyed ghost. What kind of curse? Qin Nuo inquired. It is unclear. but it is evidently a curse directed at this man. As long as the totem remains, he will be eternally trapped here, unable to perish, yet unable to escape, subjected to ceaseless torment. That is the true horror the blood-eyed ghost articulated. Qin Nuo lifted his gaze to the totem, squinting slightly. Do you wish to assist him? Qin Nuo replied coolly, setting aside the fact that I do not know him. Even if I did, I would not possess such benevolence. Curses are something I profoundly detest. With that, Qin Nuo shut the restroom door, dismissing any further thoughts of the tormented man. Upon exiting the restroom, he found little of interest in the surroundings, prompting him to retreat and close the main door. Just as he emerged, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Suddenly, a person rushed out, unable to halt in time, and was on the verge of colliding with Qin Nuo. He deftly sidestepped, inadvertently sending the individual crashing against the wall. With a sudden impact, the man was knocked down, clutching his nose, crouched on the ground as blood trickled through his fingers. One must navigate with caution. Colliding with a wall is a minor inconvenience. Yet if you find yourself crashing into a girl, you might just earn a few sharp slaps. Qin Nuo kindly advised, observing the man's attire. It was evident that he, like Qin Nuo, was a caregiver. What was he doing in this vicinity, neglecting his duties to care for a patient? I apologize. I truly am sorry, the young man, seemingly around 20, uttered politely despite his nose being askew due to the collision. My patient has gone missing. If I cannot locate him and return him to the ward by 6 o'clock, I will be in dire straits. He exclaimed in a panic. Did you lose him around here? Qin Nuo inquired. Yes. The moment I turned around, he bolted, the young man replied. The area was not extensive, and the view was quite open. Take a look. You should find him swiftly, Qin Nuo suggested. Brother, could you assist me in the search? I cannot. We are all caregivers here. Please lend a hand. The young man pleaded earnestly, nearly on the verge of kneeling. What treasures do you possess? Qin Nuo inquired, eyeing his pockets. The young man was taken aback. Is this too pragmatic? He rummaged through his clothing and awkwardly produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Would this be acceptable? In such circumstances, you offer me a smoke? Your thought process is rather intriguing, Qin Nuo retorted with an eye roll. The young man quickly added, these are no ordinary cigarettes. They're a reward from an old man for one of my side quests. He remarked, this is a fine item. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had been unable to open the pack of cigarettes and had merely kept it aside. A replica? Upon hearing the young man's words, Qin Nuo finally directed his gaze towards the cigarettes. The package bore no name, no logo, only a pitch-black exterior. A remarkable item, the blood-eyed ghost interjected. With the ghost's affirmation, Qin Nuo took the cigarette and immediately donned a smile, saying, very well, fate has brought us together. My craving for a smoke has struck, so I shall assist you. The cigarette was a supernatural object, and Qin Nuo placed it into the system's toolbar. Soon, the system's voice was activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the horror-grade, ghostly item, Constantine's cigarette. Constantine's cigarette, a smoke after matters conclude surpasses the bliss of the gods. Lighting this cursed cigarette grants you the ability to communicate with spirits at the scene of death, allowing you to summon the deceased for discourse. Once the cigarette is consumed, the ability fades. Communicating with spirits? In a realm of horror, was such a skill truly necessary? Though Qin Nuo entertained these thoughts, he still decided to keep it. The more peculiar the abilities, the better, for one could never predict when they might be needed. Let us go, do not dawdle. Did you not say time is of the essence? With that, Qin Nuo turned and walked away. The young man, realizing the urgency, hurried to follow. During their search, Qin Nuo learned that the young man's name was Fu Bing, who was in charge of attending to the wards in the southern region of the 5th floor. One patient had requested a moment of respite, and seizing the opportunity while Fu Bing was distracted, had made an escape. Nearby, Qin Nuo wandered about, feeling a sense of familiarity, and soon discovered some traces. He picked up a piece of fabric, torn and hanging from the corner of a window. It was a blue and white striped hospital gown. The two of them lifted their gazes, their eyes fixating on the room before them. The space did not resemble a ward. It was considerably larger, likely a conference room or something similar. The main entrance was secured with an iron lock, suggesting that the patient must have entered through the window. Before Fu Bing could finish her sentence, a loud clang echoed as Qin Nuo effortlessly tore down the iron lock, as if it were as fragile as a potato chip. Fu Bing stared at him in astonishment. Inherent strength. No need for alarm. Qin Nuo replied dismissively as he stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. In the corners on either side lay several human forms. They were referred to as human because they were entirely bound in bandages from head to toe, resembling mummies. Yet, it was not difficult to discern that they were all female, given their distinctive physiques. Iron chains were shackled across their shoulders, the other ends embedded into the walls, imprisoning them like convicts. Are they still alive? Fu Bing inquired in a hushed tone, her face pale with fear. Qin Nuo remained silent, making his way deeper into the room. At the back, a stage was set up where a man in a blue and white striped hospital gown sat on the floor, his gaze vacant as he stared upward, murmuring, "Sister, at last, I have found my patient." Fu Bing exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to assist the patient. "You made it difficult for me to locate you. Do not linger here any longer. Let us return to the ward at once, or I shall face dire consequences." A person tugged with great effort, and Fu Bing had no choice but to seek assistance from Qin Nuo, exclaiming, "My friend, lend me a hand and stop merely spectating." Qin Nuo suddenly suggested, "Why not follow your patient's gaze and look up to see what's there?" Confused, Fu Bing instinctively glanced upward, only to be startled into a jump the next moment. On the stage stood a grand crucifix. A woman, her hands and feet pierced by nails, was affixed to the cross in a pose reminiscent of Satan. She was clad in tattered garments, her hair disheveled. Initially, her mouth emitted eerie laughter, followed by a relentless chant. "I am guilty, unforgivable sins. I beseech you, forgive me." Behind the crucifix, a massive blood-red curse totem was painted on the wall. Qin Nuo furrowed his brow, just like the man in the restroom. What heinous crimes had these individuals committed? Who harbored such animosity to inflict such punishment upon them? Qin Nuo pondered. Yet, one thing was certain. This was undoubtedly connected to the main quest. "Quick, look!" Suddenly, Fu Bing shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. Qin Nuo's contemplation was interrupted as he turned his gaze upwards, only to be met with a horrific sight that drained the color from his face in an instant. Chapter 73. The Torment of Rebirth. The innocence of Fu Bing upon the cross, the woman suddenly emitted a harrowing shriek of agony. Her entire epidermis appeared to be lacerated by some keen instrument, then torn asunder, separating from the flesh and blood beneath. The sheer spectacle of such torment sent shivers down one's spine, raising every hair on end. Qin Nuo and Fu Bing glanced at the scene, then averted their gazes. Yet, the woman's piercing cries continued to cause involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. Fragments of skin peeled away, cascading to the ground, accompanied by copious amounts of blood. Before long, the woman's voice waned, until she was utterly transformed into a sanguinary figure. Yet, even in this state, she clung to life. The patient on the ground grew increasingly agitated, muttering incessantly. Just as Qin Nuo and Fu Bing believed the ghastly scene had reached its culmination, they suddenly inhaled sharply once more. Before their very eyes, the woman's skin began to heal with astonishing rapidity, her severely damaged tissues undergoing frenzied restoration. In a matter of moments, the bloodied and battered body regained its fair and lustrous appearance. Even the blood was completely expunged. This spectacle, rather than providing relief, filled Qin Nuo and Fu Bing with an even deeper sense of dread. Rebirth. Each time the woman's skin was torn and peeled away, it would automatically regenerate, only to be torn and peeled again, then healed anew. An unending cycle of horrifying torment. At regular intervals, the woman was doomed to endure the terrifying pain of laceration. The patient's agitation intensified, as if on the verge of losing control. Qin Nuo advanced and swiftly struck him, rendering him unconscious before tossing him to the still-dazed Fu Bing, commanding, "Let us depart." Fu Bing gazed at the woman, a pang of compassion stirring within. Perhaps we can save her? That was a curse, not merely a wooden frame. A mere touch could transform the person affixed upon it into oneself. Your desire to save her is your own affair. I have no objections. If you have found someone to assist you, I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Nuo made her way towards the exit. In an instant, Fu Bing abandoned her reckless thoughts of heroism, clutching the unconscious patient and hastily following suit. Suddenly, the bandaged women on the ground sprang to life, lunging desperately at Qin Nuo and Fu Bing. Fu Bing, seized by fright, instinctively shielded the patient in front of her. Yet in the next moment, the bandaged figures were yanked back violently by iron chains. As they crashed to the ground, the cursed totem on the wall erupted in a spray of bloodlight. Instantly, the bandaged women were engulfed in fierce flames, their horrifying screams echoing as they suffered under the searing blaze. Soon, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the entire room. Such a familiar curse, Qin Nuo murmured. Yet these women were clearly not as tormented as the one upon the cross. What had she done? Qin Nuo had no time to ponder such matters, for it was nearly 6 o'clock. Exiting the room alongside Fu Bing, the two parted ways, each hastening back to their respective directions. Qin Nuo arrived in the hall, where the remaining players had already gathered. Before long, the nun appeared, distributing rewards based on their performance scores. Qin Nuo had also received his pouch. Upon opening it, he found compressed biscuits, water, white candles, and ghost coins. None were missing. It seems my performance score is commendable, Qin Nuo murmured, tucking the pouch away. In contrast to him, many others fared poorly. Some players were already ravenous, yet they had received merely half a piece of compressed biscuit. However, the most frantic were those without white candles. After the events of the previous night, they had come to understand the critical importance of the candles. Without the flickering flame, they were likely to face elimination. No one knew what horrors awaited them when night fell. It was certain that it was a terror beyond their imagination. Why do I have only this? Came the voice of a golden-haired man, shaking his pouch to reveal merely a ghost coin. Your performance score is abysmal, the nun stated flatly. The golden-haired man understood her implication. His expression darkened as he replied, "That damned lunatic wants to kill me. Do you expect me to stand still while he slits my throat?" The nun remained impassive. "All I know is that you have failed to fulfill your duties as a caregiver." With that, she turned and walked away. A fierce grimace marred the handsome features of the golden-haired man as he fixed his gaze on the departing nun. Yet, he refrained from drawing his revolver to shoot her in the head. Though hot-tempered, he was not devoid of reason. These nuns, while seemingly weak, instilled in him an instinctual fear. He knew that should he harm them, unimaginable consequences would surely follow. After all, it was merely a game mode. Without the white candle, I can still survive until dawn. The golden-haired man scoffed coldly, flicking away the ghostly coin before turning to leave. Qin Nuo observed him for a moment, then followed suit. In the dormitory building, Qin Nuo returned to his floor. The corridor was desolate and devoid of life. As he stepped out of the stairwell, a voice called out from behind, "Ah, friend, what a serendipitous encounter to meet you here." Qin Nuo turned to see Fu Bing approaching with a look of delight. "How did you perform?" Qin Nuo inquired, not overly surprised. With only 20 players, all residing in the same dormitory, their meeting was hardly astonishing. "Just barely passed." Fu Bing sighed. "If it weren't for your assistance in getting the patient back to the ward in time, I surely would have received a poor evaluation. It was truly a close call. Without the white candle, I would not have made it through the night." Wiping sweat from his brow, Fu Bing continued. "It's good to hear that," Qin Nuo nodded, then added, "However, you should not have revealed that you possess a white candle." "Why not?" Fu Bing pondered for a moment before responding. "To find a hiding place, perhaps." Qin Nuo felt a sense of exasperation, suddenly realizing that Fu Bing's intellect was rather simplistic, reminiscent even of Princess Yao Yao. For instance, when they first met, Qin Nuo had asked his name. Rather than providing his gaming ID, this fellow had blurted out his real name, and even now, he still has not come to his senses. "I wish to inquire, how did you survive last night?" "There was a white candle," Fu Bing replied. "After you closed your eyes, did you not hear any sounds or anything else that tempted you to open them?" Qin Nuo asked. "I do not know. Once I lit the white candle and lay down, I fell asleep immediately. When I awoke, the sun had already risen. After all, having worked all day, my heavy eyelids fought against each other. When I fell asleep, not even thunder or drum beats could rouse me. Not even my teacher's pinching of my ear was effective. My classmates used to call me the god of sleep in my childhood. Fu Bing said, scratching his head, a bit embarrassed. Qin Nuo was left speechless. Goodness. No wonder you remained unscathed. You sleep like a corpse. It seems that the creatures of the night must have exhausted their voices trying to awaken you. Truly unfortunate for them. At this moment, the significance of good sleep is profoundly evident. You still have not answered how players without white candles should proceed. Fu Bing remarked. Qin Nuo smiled. The best approach is to seize what one lacks. Just like now. With that, Qin Nuo turned around, gazing at both sides of the corridor, and said, several of you have been hiding for so long. Your feet must be sore. Do you not wish to come out? Chapter 74. The White Candle Conundrum. As Qin Nuo's voice echoed through the corridor, several figures emerged from either side. Their expressions were frigid, their eyes fixed intently on the pouches hanging at Qin Nuo and Fu Bing's waists. Without further ado, they stated, we only require the white candles. Hand them over, and we shall depart. 2 white candles hardly suffice for the 4 of you, do they? Qin Nuo replied with a smile. You needn't concern yourselves with that. We have our own methods. The group continued. We are all players here, and we do not wish to make things difficult for you. Should you refuse to surrender the white candles, your life-saving tokens will be of no use here. However, if you comply and fortune favors you, at least you may survive the night. The 4 players had already made their lethal intentions clear, targeting Qin Nuo and Fu Bing, merely a level 2 and a level 3 respectively, who were the most vulnerable in this particular instance. Fu Bing stepped back, attempting to negotiate. There is no need for such extreme measures. Why not sit down and have a calm discussion instead? How can a fool like you possess white candles? I simply cannot fathom it. A towering player scoffed at Fu Bing, shaking his head. His gaze then shifted back to Qin Nuo. Bang! Yet, before he could utter another word, a heavy blow struck his head, sending him flying and rendering him momentarily unconscious. The others barely had time to react to the sudden turn of events. In the next instant, they witnessed a dark stone soaring back into Qin Nuo's grasp. A heartbeat later, the stone was hurled once more. It was a specter. Ghostly entities counter ghostly entities. Thus, everyone resorted to using phantoms against him. A player hastily brandished a black, yet it was utterly incapable of withstanding the spectral might of the burial ghost stone. In an instant, the black shattered, dislocating his jaw and causing his teeth to splinter. He was hurled several meters away, lying on the ground while still experiencing slight convulsions. The remaining onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Upon witnessing the burial ghost stone return to Qin Nuo as possession, a sudden realization dawned upon them. A horror-grade, ghostly object. How could a novice of merely level 2 possess such a relic? The 2 remaining individuals displayed profound terror, scrambling away in a frantic rush, indifferent to the fate of their 2 fallen companions. Brother, where did you acquire that stone? Fu Bing inquired, astonished at the stone in Qin Nuo's grasp. I found it by the roadside, Qin Nuo replied nonchalantly, lacking the inclination to squander any more time there. Nightfall approaches. Let us return to our quarters, take a bath, and enjoy a restful sleep. The player with shattered teeth and a dislocated jaw struggled to rise, his mouth stained with blood, mumbling incoherently. Qin Nuo paid him no heed and turned to depart. Upon returning to his room, Qin Nuo observed the sky outside, which had gradually transitioned from twilight to darkness. The black veil, emerging from the distant, hazy white mist, encroached steadily. Seizing the moment, Qin Nuo retrieved some compressed biscuits to satiate his hunger and replenish his energy. Without even shedding his hospital attire, he reclined to rest. As the shroud of darkness enveloped the mental institution, a white candle was ignited. The feeble candlelight within the room was almost imperceptibly dim, akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempestuous sea on the verge of being engulfed. Yet Qin Nuo chose not to dwell on such thoughts, striving to immerse himself in slumber as swiftly as possible. In the darkness, he perceived a multitude of chilling sounds surrounding him. It felt as if numerous unknown entities had infiltrated the room, seemingly perched at the edge of his bed, fixating upon him. Qin Nuo even imagined that the moment he opened his eyes, he would be met with countless greedy gazes and terrifying visages invading his sight. Additionally, he heard the distant echoes of anguished cries and pleas for help, perhaps the voices of those players without white candles, or perhaps mere hallucinations. Qin Nuo dismissed these notions, for he was already drifting into sleep. After an indeterminate passage of time, the clock on the wall chimed. Only then did Qin Nuo open his eyes, gazing out at the morning light. In truth, he had been awake for some time, uncertain whether it was still night or indeed morning, which had delayed his awakening. His slumber the previous night had been markedly more restful than the one before. Qin Nuo stretched languidly, having mastered the technique of keeping his eyes shut through the night. This so-called nightmare game mode appeared to pose little challenge. Was the purpose of this mode merely to discourage players from staying up late, ensuring they approached the following day with vigor for their tasks? A grave issue had arisen last night. The blood-eyed ghost remarked. What do you mean? Just look at the white candle on the counter. Qin Nuo turned his head, and his expression shifted dramatically. It was then that he realized the white candle had not burned completely. The candle had extinguished halfway through the night, and thankfully, the nocturnal entities had vacated the room. Otherwise, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Qin Nuo examined the remaining inch of the white candle, and after a moment, his expression darkened. There's an issue with the quality of this candle. Someone has tampered with it. The first thought that crossed Qin Nuo's mind was the nuns. It is highly probable, remarked the blood-eyed ghost. Perhaps you have done something to displease them, or it could be someone else entirely. Something displeasing. Matters within my duties would not provoke discontent from the nuns. Therefore, it must pertain to affairs beyond my responsibilities. The only activity outside my duties yesterday was the discovery of the man in the restroom and the women in the conference room. So, is this a warning? Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. The more this unfolds, the more it suggests that the nuns are involved in something dubious. They must certainly be entangled in the main storyline of this scenario. What do you intend to do? The blood-eyed ghost prompted. Or perhaps it is not the nuns. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions and take it one step at a time. Qin Nuo rose, tidied himself, and prepared to leave. Today, he must venture to the most terrifying room 303 to conduct a full attendance check on the patients. Undoubtedly, this presents Qin Nuo with his greatest challenge at present. The matter of the white candle must be set aside for now. Just as he was about to step out, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. A brand new day awaits. Face it with a smile. Congratulations to the players who have survived for 3 days. You are fortunate to have endured the second night. Of course, this is also a testament to your prowess. Following the reshuffling of the game mode last night, 4 players have been eliminated. On a rainy night, armed only with a knife and devoid of an umbrella, the unfortunate cockroaches met their demise at the hands of game NPCs, signaling the conclusion of the dungeon. Best of luck to the players who follow. May they continue to strive with unwavering determination. For more have been eliminated. Qin Nuo murmured, only to discover, much to her astonishment, that the name of the emperor was conspicuously absent from the list of those who had fallen. Could it be that the golden-haired man truly survived the nightmarish shadows? His strength is indeed formidable. Qin Nuo was secretly astonished. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he was merely fortunate or had discovered some means to evade the horrors of the night. Lost in thought, Qin Nuo stepped outside and, as she descended the stairs, she noticed a figure approaching from a distance. It was none other than the golden-haired man. His body bore numerous wounds. Half of his face stained crimson with blood, and his revolver had become a twisted wreck. It was difficult to fathom what he had endured the previous night. He tucked the mangled revolver into his waistband, donned a caregiver's uniform, muttering a curse under his breath, and limped away. At that moment, Fu Bing descended from the upper floor and was taken aback by the sight of the golden-haired man's injuries. Qin Nuo remarked to him, "What does it mean to embody professional spirit? This is what it signifies. Despite such grievous wounds, he insists on clocking in for work. He is our model worker. Do you understand?" The blood-eyed ghost rolled his eyes and retorted, "Can you go a day without spouting your nonsense? It makes me feel utterly unwell." Chapter 75. The Fiery Cloud Demon and the Grooming Woman. Upon returning to the ward, Qin Nuo first proceeded to room 301. To be candid, Room 301 did not evoke the chilling ambience typical of psychiatric wards. Rather, it resembled a warm and amiable family. To outsiders, the likes of Xiao might seem peculiar to varying degrees, yet upon closer acquaintance, one would discern that they were merely spirited children at heart, with Sister Yi serving as the nurturing elder figure. Rainbow candies. Upon spotting Qin Nuo, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed forward with remarkable speed. Qin Nuo found it difficult to evade her, and she caught him off guard. However, this time, Xiaoya unexpectedly slipped and tumbled to the ground. It turned out that her sharp nails had all been clipped, as Sister Yu was busy disposing of a pile of those once menacing claws into the trash bin. Don't fret. Those who listen will have their share, Qin Nuo reassured as he retrieved the candies and distributed them evenly among the group. Sister Yu approached, communicating with Qin Nuo through sign language. She inquired whether he would be visiting room 303 today. Qin Nuo nodded, confirming that today's task entailed conducting a hygiene inspection and managing the patient sign-in forms for room 303. Bai Chu remarked, "Remember what Sister Yu said yesterday. Once inside, perform your duties diligently and avoid disturbing the patients in room 303, and all will be well." Qin Nuo acknowledged this with a nod. He had intended to do just that, as who would willingly seek out trouble. "All right then, see you at noon," Bai Chu smiled broadly. Exiting room 301, Qin Nuo proceeded to room 302. In contrast to the inviting atmosphere of room 301, the ambience of room 302 was decidedly more ominous. The patients resembled marionettes, seemingly existing solely to heed the words of Yuqin, spending the rest of their time in a corner of the bed with vacant gazes. Upon Qin Nuo's entrance, their unwavering stares fixated on her, though devoid of malice. It was nonetheless unsettling. Qin Nuo proceeded to have each of them sign a form, then inquired, "Where is Yuqin?" Silence ensued. A noise emanated from the balcony, reminiscent of metal utensils clashing. Subsequently, the floor-to-ceiling window was pushed open, and Yuqin entered, an axe embedded in her head. "Ah, dear brother, I have long awaited your arrival." Qin Nuo gazed at the fire axe atop her head, blood still gushing forth, and forced a smile. "Sister's look today is rather unique, isn't it?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a slight itch on my scalp." Qin Nuo nodded and assisted Yuqin with her signing. "You seem quite spirited today. Would you like to play with me?" Yuqin leaned in, her body nearly pressed against Qin Nuo's. Qin Nuo stepped back, responding, "I don't have time right now. I still need to sign in at 303. Perhaps next time." This woman, after just a day, seemed to be craving attention again. How disappointing. She had anticipated more resilience. Yuqin shook her head, disinterested. "You're heading to 303 today, aren't you? To be honest, I truly fear you may not return." Qin Nuo blinked and suddenly suggested, "Why don't you accompany me?" Yuqin's strength was evidently formidable. Having her by her side to visit 303 would undoubtedly provide a sense of security far greater than that offered by the blood-eyed ghost. Under normal circumstances, patients are forbidden from entering other wards, a rule established by the nuns. "Moreover, my presence would only complicate matters for you," Yuqin remarked. "Qin Nuo inquired, "What do you mean?" "I won't tell you," she replied. With a sense of resignation, Qin Nuo stood up, saying, "I shall take my leave for now. I will bring your lunch when it is time to count." Lacking appetite, she felt utterly drained. Yuqin lay on the bed, her gaze melancholic, her delicate shirt accentuating her voluptuous figure, leaving one's throat parched with desire, as if one might pounce upon her like a ravenous wolf. Yet, Qin Nuo felt nothing of the sort. No one understood this woman better than he did. Even the most formidable men appeared as mere lambs before her beauty, destined to be drained of all vitality. In response to Yuqin's lamentations, Qin Nuo paused in contemplation before suddenly producing the thorned whip of the goddess. Without allowing Yuqin a moment to react, he struck with a whip resembling a bolt of black lightning, landing a harsh blow upon her. The cruel teeth of the whip sliced through her delicate skin. The terrifying force sent Yuqin crashing against the wall. Outside on the balcony lay a sharp ceramic tile, and her head collided forcefully with it. Blood erupted instantaneously upon the tile. Yuqin's head tilted, and she lay motionless. Qin Nuo's expression shifted slightly. Fearing the worst, Could he have struck her too brutally, fatally? Just as he was about to check on her, Yue Qin, with her head tilted, suddenly smirked and said, "Sister has suddenly developed an appetite." Qin Nuo was left speechless, choosing not to respond as he exited room 302. Having unearthed the dossier for room 303 and implemented minor adjustments, Qin Nuo proceeded towards the innermost ward, designated as room 303. With a gentle creak, the door yielded as Qin Nuo entered, promptly announcing his role and purpose. "I am the designated caregiver for this sector, conducting ward rounds and patient check-ins today." Silence permeated the room in response. Positioned at the farthest extremity, the room was enveloped in a more pronounced dimness, lending it an eerie and somber ambience. However, the air possessed a refreshing quality, surpassing that of the other two wards, and was subtly infused with a delicate fragrance. Uniquely, the room contained only 3 beds, affording it a more expansive layout and an unconventional arrangement. A woman, adorned in resplendent attire, occupied the vanity, meticulously weaving her tresses while humming a soft melody. A young boy, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, sat perched on the bed, engrossed in a handheld gaming device. An elderly gentleman, clad in a tattered white undershirt, shorts, and sandals, occupied a stool on the balcony, engrossed in a newspaper. Gazing upon the elderly man, an immediate association formed in Qin Nuo's mind. Fire Cloud Cthulhu? The atmosphere within 303 was profoundly peculiar, surpassing even that of 302. 3 individuals of disparate ages and aesthetics coexisted within the ward, creating a palpable sense of incongruity. The singular commonality was their collective disregard for Qin Nuo's pronouncements. Anticipating this reception, Qin Nuo resolved to execute his duties and promptly depart. On the very first day, the blood-eyed ghost had forewarned that the patient in room 303 was of the same caliber as Lu Meng's parents, strong, if not stronger. An eerie atmosphere loomed, accompanied by a palpable sense of dread. Qin Nuo felt his heartbeat inexplicably quicken. He merely wished to complete his tasks swiftly and depart. The patients, present and accounted for, were engaged in their daily roll call. Qin Nuo marked the attendance sheet, then switched to a sanitation inspection form and proceeded to the balcony to assess the restroom's condition. Fortunately, it was impeccably clean, a fact that undoubtedly alleviated much of Qin Nuo's burden. At least he would not have to linger to tidy up. An elderly man engrossed in a newspaper suddenly ceased the rhythmic shaking of his leg. Lowering the paper, he lifted his gaze to meet Qin Nuo's for a fleeting moment. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Qin Nuo pretended not to notice and continued with his duties. After a few seconds, the old man smiled and resumed his leg's restless movement, returning his focus to the newspaper. After organizing the items on the balcony, Qin Nuo re-entered the room and conducted a cursory visual inspection of the arrangement of the 3 beds, deeming his task completed. Closing the worksheet, he muttered an apology for the disturbance and hastened toward the door, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, he was free to leave. Placing his hand upon the doorknob, he was just about to turn the handle when, unexpectedly, the striking woman at the vanity furrowed her delicate brows. Setting down her eyebrow pencil, she halted her makeup application. With a sidelong glance and an icy voice piercing through the stifling atmosphere of the room, she commanded, "Stop." Chapter 76. The moonlit pit of crisis. The woman's voice halted Qin Nuo's motion of opening the door. "What is it?" he inquired, regarding her with curiosity. The striking woman tilted her head, fixing her gaze upon him, delicately covering her exquisite nose as a hint of coldness and disdain flickered across her charming features. "Why do you carry your scent?" "Scent? Whose scent?" Qin Nuo sniffed his own nursing attire. After several days without washing, it indeed bore an unpleasant odor. Yet, who was she referring to? What is your connection to that woman? The attractive woman continued, her tone remaining frosty, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a trace of animosity. Upon hearing the word woman, a sudden realization struck Qin Nuo. Moon Qin. Before entering, he had been in close proximity to that woman. It must be her fragrance lingering on him. However, the scent was so faint that he could barely perceive it. How could she detect it from such a distance? Surely, she must possess a keen sense of smell. She is also my patient. It is perfectly normal for me to have absorbed some of her scent while caring for her. Qin Nuo explained, a slight awkwardness creeping into his demeanor as he mentioned caring. Impossible. The perverse woman allows no man near her, except for the dead. The beautiful woman resumed her task of perfecting her finely arched brows with a brow pencil. Suddenly, a wicked smile graced her lips as she remarked, "The only reason you could approach her is that you are her forbidden companion." Qin Nuo's brow furrowed at the term forbidden companion. It was a phrase that always left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. I am merely a caregiver for her, and there is no other connection. You are overthinking it. Qin Nuo calmly stated. Oh, then do tell. How do you care for her? The beautiful woman inquired with a mocking smile. Qin Nuo remained silent. It was evident that this woman was aware of Yue Qin's peculiar obsessions. The relationship between these two women was clearly unusual, yet the tone suggested a lack of camaraderie, steeped instead in hostility. With a hint of blush on her cheeks, the beautiful woman mused, "What I enjoy most is destroying that woman's possessions. I wonder what expression she would wear if I wrapped your head as a gift and presented it to her. Regardless of her reaction, I would certainly find joy in it." The beautiful woman gazed into the mirror, her laughter suddenly bright and cheerful. She then tilted her head and asked with a smile, "Am I beautiful?" Truthfully, the woman possessed a striking foundation, and with her exquisite makeup, she radiated an ethereal beauty. Such a lovely woman posed such a question, and men would typically be eager to respond. Yet at that moment, Qin Nuo found himself at a loss for words. The intensity of her gaze conveyed a palpable sense of murderous intent. In that instant, Qin Nuo finally comprehended why Yue Qin had warned him that following her would only invite trouble. It appeared that these two women had long-standing grievances against one another. Damn it, Yue Qin had said nothing. Was this not a trap for him? Run, the blood-eyed ghost suddenly exclaimed. Qin Nuo snapped back to reality and swiftly opened the door. A red string was wrapped around the doorknob, and in an instant, it seemed as if the entire door had been glued shut, impervious to any force. At that moment, the beautiful woman delicately retrieved a silver needle from her makeup box. Upon seeing the needle, Qin Nuo's expression soured considerably. On the bed, the young boy remained oblivious, donning his Bluetooth headphones, engrossed in his game. Outside on the balcony, an elderly man continued to lounge with his legs crossed, perusing a newspaper, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Qin Nuo's mind. What is your justification for wanting to kill me? What? The beautiful woman's elegant fingers hesitated momentarily, still gripping the silver needle. Qin Nuo continued, there exists a regulation among the nuns. If a caregiver has performed their duties without error and a patient unjustly takes the caregiver's life, there are consequences. Aren't there? Indeed, within the confines of a psychiatric hospital, such a rule was upheld, a protective measure for caregivers. Caregivers were obligated to fulfill all the patient's needs unconditionally, while patients were prohibited from killing caregivers without just cause. However, providing a reason could be quite straightforward. For instance, why did the previous caregiver meet a tragic end in room 302? It was solely due to failing to satisfy the perverse demands of Yue Qin, resulting in her demise, which was deemed a dereliction of duty. Thus, Yue Qin would not face any repercussions from the nuns. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly stirred by Qin Nuo's words. A flicker of apprehension glimmered within her gaze. Qin Nuo secretly exhaled in relief. Indeed, no matter how formidable these patients might appear, they still held a fear of the nuns. However, the beautiful woman soon revealed her smile once more. Is it not exceedingly simple to provide me with a reason to eliminate you? She set down her silver needle, gracefully moved aside, and raised her long, exquisite leg, resting her delicate hand against her fragrant cheek. My cosmetics are missing a crucial item. As my caretaker, it should not be too challenging for you to procure what I need within a single day, should it? By this time tomorrow, if I do not see the item I desire, your head will find itself at the threshold of room 302. Ding! The player has triggered a C-level passive quest. Assist patient 302 in locating the requisite cosmetics, with a time limit of 24 hours. Cosmetics. Qin Nuo stepped forward, gazing at the dazzling array of products. A wave of dizziness washed over him, reminiscent of the bewilderment he felt while perusing the periodic table in his youth. Cleansers, eyeshadows, BB cream, eyebrow pencils, eyeshadow brushes, blush brushes. The predicament was compounded by the fact that these items varied across numerous brands, with each type available in multiple forms. Who on earth could ascertain which item she lacked? Qin Nuo felt utterly overwhelmed. The beautiful woman smiled slightly. She had deftly seized upon this blind spot of man, thus presenting her demand. For a man, it was akin to a death sentence. I shall await your return with the item by tomorrow. Of course, do not naively assume that avoiding this room will spare you from consequences. The confines of this space hold no dominion over me. It is merely that I have no fondness for the air outside. Should you dare to evade me, no matter where you hide, I shall find you. As she spoke, the beautiful woman's gaze fixated upon Qin Nuo's right hand, declaring, including the specter within you, I shall rend it to shreds. The blood-eyed ghoul interjected, why not simply offer her your head now? Death is inevitable. Sooner or later, Qin Nuo retorted, I have always maintained that in any game, one must never concede defeat until the very end. Are you well versed in cosmetics? Not I, but Yue Qin is, the blood-eyed ghoul exclaimed in sudden realization. Brilliant. How did I not consider that? Because your intellect pales in comparison to mine. The beautiful woman, perceiving Qin Nuo's thoughts, remarked casually, I am aware of your machinations. Yue Qin has never adorned herself with makeup. She is even more unfamiliar with such items than you. The blood-eyed ghoul lamented, alas, death remains our fate. Qin Nuo countered, not necessarily. It has just occurred to me that I possess a skill that can be of considerable assistance. What skill? The blood-eyed ghoul inquired, perplexed. Qin Nuo remained silent, then abruptly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the beautiful woman's captivating eyes. A glimmer of profound insight flickered within his own. Passive skill, Eye of Analysis. Activated. Chapter 77, Blood Red Lipstick. The enmity of two women upon triggering the Eye of Analysis. A familiar voice resonated within my mind. Eye of Analysis. I once regarded you as my one true love. Why did you betray me? That night, the rain fell heavily, and you stumbled carelessly. Slipping from the balcony, I dragged your lifeless body back, the blood staining the floor. I could not bear to lose you. Days later, inquiries arose about my boyfriend's whereabouts. I replied that he had gone traveling. A friend remarked on the vibrancy of my lipstick, admiring its beauty, and in response, I smiled and said it was a gift from my boyfriend, the lipstick imbued with his scent. Upon activating the Eye of Analysis, a twitch gripped the corner of Qin Nuo's mouth. His quick intellect immediately grasped the implication. It was highly probable that this woman had dismembered her boyfriend. The vivid lipstick, saturated with his essence, suggested that it had been crafted from his blood. This was no ordinary jealous girlfriend. She was a deranged one. Perhaps it was such aberrant behavior that had driven her to this psychiatric hospital. Qin Nuo had hoped for a semblance of normalcy in her. But she was no different from the woman named Yue Qin. Thus, was this woman requesting lipstick crafted from her boyfriend? Qin Nuo felt a sense of despair. The hospital was vast, and where could he possibly search for such an eerie, unconventional lipstick? Why do you gaze at me so intently? Is my beauty too striking? The alluring woman's crimson lips curled into a seductive smile. Qin Nuo averted his gaze and stated, meeting the needs of the patient falls within my responsibilities. At this time tomorrow, I shall place the cosmetics you have lost right before your eyes. Suddenly, you appear quite confident, the beautiful woman remarked with a smile. At worst, I could die. Will I then be free? Qin Nuo responded, displaying a formidable demeanor, and then cast a glance at the red string on the doorknob. The red string was retrieved and returned to its exquisite box. Without further ado, Qin Nuo efficiently pushed the door open and exited the hospital room. The beautiful woman blinked her captivating eyes, her gaze landing on an empty spot in the makeup box, her lips slightly parting. Damn those scoundrels. Upon leaving the room, Qin Nuo let out a sigh of relief. Alas, you have landed yourself in quite the predicament, the blood-eyed ghost remarked, shaking its head. Not necessarily. Qin Nuo countered. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to complete a sea-level side quest. Do you know what kind of cosmetics that woman lost? I have a rough idea. Qin Nuo replied without elaborating. and returned to Ward 302. Inside the room, Yuqin was perched on the balcony railing, swinging her long legs. Hearing the sound of the door handle turning, she suddenly flipped over and rushed back barefoot. "You returned sooner than I expected," Yuqin exclaimed while scrutinizing Qin Nuo's figure, relieved to confirm that she was unscathed. "Aren't you supposed to say something?" Qin Nuo fixed her with a steady gaze. "Say what?" Yuqin tilted her head in inquiry. "There's a woman in 301 who caught a whiff of your scent on me," Qin Nuo stated. Yuqin's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, you managed to return completely unscathed?" "It is complete, yet not entirely so," Qin Nuo remarked. "That woman has tasked me with finding a particular cosmetic, and if it is not placed upon her cherished vanity by tomorrow, my head shall be delivered to you." "What enmity lies between you two women?" Yuqin inquired, as she absently fiddled with her disheveled hair. "We were once roommates, and both of us delighted in snatching each other's belongings. Eventually, I absconded with her boyfriend. I never anticipated that, after all this time, she would still harbor such a grudge. However, to be candid, her boyfriend was rather pathetic, nowhere near your caliber." Yuqin gestured in a dismissive manner, her face betraying her distaste. "Do not compare me to him," Qin Nuo replied, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure, nonetheless. Her words inexplicably pleased him. After all, no man relishes the notion of being deemed feeble by a woman. Such sentiments are far too damaging to one's pride. "Do you know what became of that man?" "Not at all. He vanished. However, given that woman's methods, I can only surmise her former boyfriend met a dire fate." Yuqin chuckled. "I take great delight in witnessing her unravel. That man was likely hurled from the balcony, perhaps even dismembered, and his blood transformed into lipstick." Through the narrative delivered by the eye of analysis, Qin Nuo deduced that his assumptions were not far from the truth. It was no wonder that the men she had dated in the past had seemingly disappeared after each breakup. They were, in fact, victims of dismemberment. Yuqin stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "Men's blood turned into lipstick. Perhaps those men were devoured by her, their fat scraped away to create a cake? What a perverse woman!" Yuqin clutched her belly, laughing heartily as if she had stumbled upon a delightful secret among close friends. "Compared to her, I find you somewhat more peculiar," Qin mused to herself, observing Yuqin's reaction. The cosmetic she requested was none other than lipstick crafted by her boyfriend. "Given your close relationship, you ought to know where that lipstick is, right?" "I don't wear makeup. How would I know?" Yuqin replied, spreading her hands in feigned innocence. Qin Nuo, with a hint of implication, remarked, "It is because of your scent that I have found myself in this predicament." "How could I possibly know? Who would have anticipated that woman's keen sense of smell? Furthermore, I have never donned makeup. Such items are merely tools for concealing one's flaws." Yuqin lazily leaned against the wall, stating. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. He could sense that Yuqin was reluctant to assist him. After a moment of silence, she suddenly declared, "If I were to perish, I would reduce that whip to ashes." Upon hearing the mention of the whip, Yuqin's languid demeanor sparked a flicker of energy. "I can help you, but for the next few days, whenever my body requires it. You must be at my beck and call. Hoy nos contenance darkenet." This woman, with her roundabout approach, was clearly aiming for this. For the sake of the mission and the task at hand, Qin ultimately chose to submit to her demands, replying, "Very well." Having secured the desired information, Yuqin straightened up and began, "About a month ago, that woman made a slight error in judgment, and the nun confiscated all of her cosmetics. The lipstick you seek, I believe, should be among them. Furthermore, she affixes a large cartoon label to items of particular sentimental value." Qin Nuo furrowed his brow slightly. "So, it's in the nun's possession?" "Unlikely. The nun usually discards confiscated items in the attic storage room, where someone is assigned to dispose of them. However, after a month, it may have already been destroyed." Qin Nuo's expression darkened. This was still not welcome news for him. "Fear not. If worst comes to worst, you can remain here, with your sister here. That woman can't touch you," Yuqin stated, thumping her chest reassuringly. Qin Nuo shook his head. As a caregiver, he cannot stay here indefinitely. Moreover, he must attend the 301 patient check-in every day. Otherwise, he will face the nun's wrath and the game's penalties. For Qin Nuo, there is no distinction. In other words, there is no turning back now. He can only try his luck. Where is the storage room? Top floor, room 601. After Qin finished, she whispered a reminder. The fellow guarding the storage room is a pervert. Be careful. Qin Nuo was speechless. How could there be so many perverts in this mental hospital? Chapter 78. Waste disposal. Gratitude to the otaku, not lingering long in room 302. Qin Nuo promptly departed. Glancing at the time, nearing the stroke of 12. Qin Nuo resolved to complete the task of delivering lunch. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the orderlies were few, and Qin Nuo was quickly at the head of the queue. The multi-faced ghoul, upon sighting Qin Nuo, promptly plastered on a smile, hastily allocating the patient's lunches to him, and in far greater quantities than to the other players. Not bad. Quite the ingratiating fellow. Qin Nuo nodded in satisfaction. A necessity. The multi-faced ghoul, all its countenances striving to exude a smile, appeared particularly bizarre and horrifying. Let's hope this is not a prelude to some nefarious scheme, lest your cranium sprout a few extra nails. The more obsequious the multi-faced ghoul became, the more uneasy Qin Nuo felt. Leaving those words hanging in the air, he departed with his tray laden with victuals. After Qin Nuo's departure, the multi-faced ghoul's remaining visages turned somber, their eyes welling with malice. Once all the sustenance had been dispensed, and all had vacated the premises, a spectral entity composed of viscous, white fluid emerged from the floorboards. Is this the rodent in question? Indeed. Remember, adhere to the plan. The multi-faced ghoul chuckled ominously thus. This very night, this rodent shall meet its demise. Do you not fear retribution? The viscous ghost inquired. Are you not cognizant of the terrors that lurk after nightfall? I have little faith he can endure until dawn. Even should he survive, he shall undoubtedly be half dead, posing no threat to me. The multi-faced ghoul grinned grimly. The slime creature uttered no further words, dragging its viscous form away, leaving a long, sticky trace upon the floor. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo returned the items to the ward, distributing lunch to Xiao Yu and the others in succession. Sister Ya, using sign language, inquired about the situation in room 301. Qin Nuo replied, "It's quite manageable. Only 3 patients, so there's no significant pressure." Yet despite this assurance, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The mere presence of one woman had driven him to the brink. Upon hearing this, Sister Ya felt reassured and refrained from further questioning. After distributing lunch to room 302, Qin Nuo hastened to the 6th floor. The psychiatric hospital's 6th floor housed few patient rooms, most of which were abandoned, primarily utilized for storing equipment and various items. Room 601. As Qin Nuo traversed the corridor, he located the door number he sought at the end. This was it. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The space within exceeded Qin Nuo's expectations in size. Rows of shelves were arranged throughout, laden with various items, waste that had been crushed and compressed into cubes, coated in a viscous liquid that exuded a foul odor. A glance towards the far end revealed an overwhelming sight. Qin Nuo called out, but received no response, prompting him to navigate through the aisles of shelves. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the depths of the room. Before he could approach, he beheld a mountainous accumulation of refuse being pushed aside. There, nestled amidst the refuse, sat a corpulent specter, its large hands shoveling the debris into its mouth. After the refuse was swallowed, the gluttonous spirit's belly writhed incessantly, subsequently expelling cube-shaped waste from its rear. The glutton feasted while simultaneously discharging, resembling an exceedingly efficient assembly line. Qin Nuo found the sight utterly repulsive. This hospital's method of waste management was not incineration, but rather entrusted to the belly of a spirit. He finally comprehended the nature of the vile liquids on the shelves. As the gluttonous spirit indulged, its movements suddenly halted as it cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nuo in the corner. Where did that rat come from? Get out! The gluttonous spirit bellowed. I'm here, I said, get out. The spirit's expression turned menacing as it raised its hand and flung a massive steel plate toward Qin Nuo's head. Qin Nuo raised his hand to block it, dissipating the terrifying force and casually tossing it into the mountainous pile of refuse behind him. Calm down. I only wish to speak a few words and will leave immediately, Qin Nuo attempted to negotiate. Rats are unworthy of conversing with me. The gluttonous spirit scoffed, casting a disdainful glance that completely disregarded Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. I'll assist you in dealing with it. 2 eyes, utterly defeated. The blood-eyed spirit declared, showing no fear of the gluttonous entity. Let us be amicable. I am here to seek something, and violence will not resolve this, Qin Nuo stated. He then raised his voice to inquire. May I ask if the items confiscated by the nun last month have been processed? Upon hearing Qin Nuo's words, the gluttonous spirit stroked its belly and let out a cold laugh. Last month? Humph! Even yesterday's refuse has been ground to bits in my stomach and expelled. What do you think? Although Qin Nuo had prepared for the worst before arriving, hearing it with her own ears still sent a chill down her spine. Oh! At that moment, the devourer seemed to have discovered something amidst the trash, its eyes sparkling with golden light. The layers of greasy flesh resembling a hamburger quivered, the sound trembling with evident excitement. It plunged its hands into the refuse and cautiously retrieved an object. Upon seeing it, Qin Nuo's lips twitched involuntarily. It was a pair of pink women's panties. Panties! 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 The devourer exhaled a crimson mist through its nostrils, then brought the item close, greedily inhaling its scent, revealing an expression of sheer ecstasy. Qin Nuo. No wonder even a woman as twisted as Yueqin would say that this devourer is perverse, as if it had stumbled upon a treasure. The devourer clutched the pink panties like a prized possession, utterly enamored. This is the 99th treasure, it proclaimed gleefully, before rising to place the pink panties on a special shelf. This shelf was deemed special because it was exceptionally clean, with each compartment labeled with a number, arranged sequentially from top to bottom. The devourer placed the pink panties in the compartment marked 99, then gazed contentedly at its collection. Qin Nuo observed that the shelves were filled with women's items, predominantly of a rather intimate nature. In the topmost compartment, Qin Nuo unexpectedly spotted a bloodied and recently used sanitary pad, the familiar Crimson Dragon. Qin Nuo's expression was once again struck with disbelief. This specter was even more formidable than the gluttonous brothers from the blood-stained apartment. Just as he was at a loss for words, his gaze suddenly fixed. It then converged upon a treasured item in the far left, the 87th compartment. A lipstick lay there, adorned with a prominent doll sticker. There was no need to inquire. This was undoubtedly the woman's lipstick. Qin Nuo's expression turned to astonishment, followed by an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Truly, it seemed that divine providence was at play. He could actually retrieve it. He was grateful for the peculiar interests of the glutton. The blood-eyed ghost also noticed the lipstick and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "This is a prized possession of that deceased swine. You do not plan to persuade him to relinquish it, do you?" Qin Nuo chuckled softly. "I suddenly feel that resolving this matter through force might not be such a bad idea after all." Chapter 79. The Return of the Pillow. Blood too thick after indulging in a mesmerizing view for a considerable time, the gluttonous ghost reluctantly averted his gaze. He settled down to resume his task of garbage disposal. Suddenly, Qin Nuo approached him. The gluttonous ghost cast a sidelong glance at Qin Nuo's attire and remarked, "Are you a caregiver from the hospital? So what? Don't think for a moment that I hesitate to act against you. If you obstruct my work, I shall devour you and reduce you to refuse. The nun will hold no grudge against me. My friend, I harbor no ill intentions," Qin Nuo replied calmly, gesturing towards the collectibles on the shelf. "Are these all your treasures? Are you coveting my treasures? Touch them, and I shall reduce you to a pulp." The gluttonous ghost grabbed a mound of trash and began to stuff it into his mouth. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered, and he expelled all the refuse he had just consumed. Then, he reached into the vomited garbage and retrieved a discarded tablet, which was cracked and sparking with electrical currents. "How bothersome!" the gluttonous ghost exclaimed, smashing the tablet into shards with a single punch and pushing it aside, returning to his feast of garbage. "My friend, I possess a few collectibles as well. If you're interested, I would gladly offer them to you as a gesture of friendship. What do you say?" Qin Nuo continued to engage him. He contemplated briefly, deciding to adopt a softer approach. If he could secure a pillow as easily as he had with the fatty ghost, It would certainly simplify matters. After all gluttons are of one kin. This principle is undoubtedly sound. You dare to compare your refuse with my cherished collectibles? The gluttonous ghost scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. He reached for a handful of refuse, prepared to bring it to his mouth. However, his motion abruptly halted. Before him, Qin Nuo produced a decorative pillow featuring an anime character, Rem, clad in a maid outfit, adorned with a floral hairpin. With a clatter, the garbage in his grasp tumbled to the ground. The devourer gaped, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had been ensnared. "Good sir, might I inquire if this cherished item holds any allure for you?" Qin Nuo asked. The devourer swallowed hard, his expression one of astonishment. You wish to gift me this? Why, if you would befriend me, what harm is there in parting with it?" Qin Nuo replied with a smile. With a flourish, he graciously presented the Rem pillow to the devourer. The exquisite texture and faint fragrance seemed to transcend dimensions, allowing the devourer to feel as though he were embracing the true Remington overcome with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes. "My dear brother, spare no words. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall swallow them whole," he declared with fervor, except for the nun, of course. With that, he promptly replaced his prized possession, number 1, with the Rem pillow, which evidently usurped the place of his most beloved treasure. Observing this, Qin Nuo felt a surge of certainty. Since we are now friends, it is only fitting that we reciprocate. I have taken a liking to one of your treasured items. Would you be so kind as to bestow it upon me as a gift?" The devourer paused, then inquired, "Which one do you desire?" "The item in slot number 87. Qin Nuo chuckled. "A half-used lipstick in exchange for a Rem pillow? Even a fool knows this is a remarkable deal." The devourer had no reason to refuse. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, the devourer replied, "All right, it's yours. You can fetch it yourself." "No problem, my good brother," Qin Nuo responded, then turned to the blood-eyed ghost, saying, "When dealing with a couch potato, a gentle approach is far more effective than a forceful one. I am quite the expert in this regard." The blood-eyed ghost rolled his eyes, choosing not to reply. The shelf numbered 87 was not particularly high, making it easily reachable. Qin Nuo bypassed the devourer and headed towards the shelf. Just then, he suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind slicing through the air behind him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fist that struck the ground with such force that it shattered the floor into pieces. Qin Nuo turned to face the devourer, whose fist had just been withdrawn, and his expression darkened. "Brother, what does this mean?" The devourer, with an indifferent expression, replied, "I just realized, why should I befriend you? I could simply smash you into a pulp, and the pillow would still belong to me. That way, I could also save one of my cherished collectibles as a trade." Qin Nuo was left speechless. Damn, this ghost is even more cunning than the couch potato ghost. Thinking this, Qin Nuo coolly retorted, "That's rather unethical of you, to take my belongings and then launch a sneak attack. If you're this foolish, who can you blame?" The devourer mocked. "Didn't someone say that gentleness is more effective than force?" The blood-eyed ghost finally took a moment to gloat. "Hand me 2 pieces of that flesh, and I shall strike him relentlessly." Qin Nuo's expression turned icy, the audacity of the devourer pushing him beyond the limits of his patience. After enduring so long with unwavering diligence, he was met with a treacherous ambush from behind. For the first time, Qin Nuo found himself facing an equal in shamelessness. The deal was sealed. The blood-eyed ghost had long harbored disdain for his opponent, his hands itching with the desire to act. The devourer swung a palm towards Qin Nuo, who did not flinch or evade, allowing the blow to land squarely upon him. The floor buckled dramatically beneath the impact. Yet, as the hand retracted, what lay before the devourer was not a puddle of flesh, but an unscathed Qin Nuo. His right hand exuded a torrent of ghostly energy, revealing a multitude of corpse-like markings. 2 crimson eyes bulged forth from his torn skin. What was this? The devourer was momentarily taken aback, but Qin Nuo surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The terrifying force of ghostly energy twisted the devourer's jaw grotesquely, causing him to stagger backward, his layers of flesh quivering like a pyramid in chaos. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from his mouth. Without granting him a moment to recover, a second punch followed, striking the devourer squarely in the abdomen. It was as if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil pond, sending ripples cascading through the thick layers of fat, which instantly caved in, creating wave upon wave of disturbance. The devourer's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as his insides roiled violently, and soon after, a torrent of yellow liquid spewed forth. The devourer collapsed into the refuse, the sheer force of those two punches seeming to render him incapable of rising. Qin Nuo felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He should have acted in such a manner long ago. Why waste so many words? Brother, wouldn't it be more delightful to simply take a REM pillow? Why resort to such shameless self-destruction? Qin Nuo shook his head and proceeded towards the shelves. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Qin Nuo was taken aback, feeling a chill arise behind him. Turning around, he found the devourer standing right behind him. Despite the two bruises on its body, the devourer remained unfazed, grinning coldly. "Little mouse, were you just scratching my itch?" Qin Nuo looked astonished and inquired of the blood-eyed ghost. "What is going on?" The blood-eyed ghost hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying. "I said I could defeat him, but I never claimed I could kill him. His blood is too thick." Qin Nuo. Chapter 80. The King of Law's Healing. The angel's oil lamp, a resounding explosion reverberated through the room, as the gluttonous ghost was mercilessly pummeled by the blood-eyed ghost. Yet in the end, he always managed to position himself before the shelves, guarding his cherished treasures behind him. "No one shall touch my precious belongings," the gluttonous ghost bellowed. Qin Nuo sensed that the blood-eyed ghost was beginning to exert its power, a consequence of the continuous depletion of its ghostly energy. Conversely, the battered, gluttonous ghost began to shove a heap of refuse into its mouth, its corpulent body trembling as its injuries visibly mended. There was not much time to linger here. Glancing at the clock, Qin Nuo realized he had been there for several hours, and dusk was approaching. The nuns would soon make their appearance. What could be done with this gluttonous pig blocking the way? The blood-eyed ghost felt helpless, while it was satisfying to strike. It was merely a fleeting pleasure. Qin Nuo's eyes flickered as he suddenly declared he might fear something. What could that be? Without responding, Qin Nuo retrieved the gloves of the Thunder King and donned them on his right hand. With the sensation of the human body, the gloves crackled with electricity, arcs of energy dancing about. "Let's take him down," Qin Nuo instructed. The blood-eyed ghost did not inquire further and charged ahead, its hand poised for a strike. The gluttonous ghost sneered derisively, but when the punch landed, a torrent of electric currents erupted, arcs of electricity coursing across its entire being. The gluttonous ghost suddenly shrieked in terror, its body convulsing as it staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. "Oh dear, so you truly fear electricity?" Qin Nuo remarked with a grin. In truth, it had merely been a conjecture. Previously, the devourer spat out a tablet crackling with electricity, and upon hearing those words, Qin Nuo took notice. The devourer convulsed slightly, fixating on the white glove with a profound sense of trepidation. Yet, in a bid to mask his vulnerability, he stubbornly declared, "I am not afraid of that thing. I merely slipped a moment ago." "Not afraid? Then why do you tremble?" The devourer glanced at his own legs, shaking uncontrollably, and when he looked up to explain, he found Qin Nuo standing before him. The white glove emanated a menacing current. "Brother, shall we engage in a heart-to-heart conversation?" Qin Nuo inquired with a smile. The devourer instinctively recoiled in fear and asked, "What kind of conversation?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Nuo's right hand, like a spear, lunged forward, piercing the devourer's chest and delving deep into his heart. "You!" The devourer was unable to struggle. The white glove that had embedded itself within him unleashed a terrifying surge of electricity, spreading like a torrent through his internal organs. The devourer convulsed violently, and as his layers of fat quivered, they gradually turned charred. In an instant, the acrid scent of burning flesh permeated the air. As Qin Nuo withdrew his hand, the devourer collapsed to the ground, writhing uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back. His mouth opened, releasing a plume of black smoke. "The scent of roasted meat," remarked the blood-eyed ghost. "Teacher Yang's heirloom. the Thunder King, is indeed formidable, adept at disciplining the disobedient. Ascent no spoke. He turned and approached the shelf, retrieving a tube of lipstick, which exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. The lipstick, half consumed and as vivid as blood, epitomized the quintessential boyfriend lipstick crafted by none other than her boyfriend. Let's devastate the shelf, suggested the blood-eyed ghost. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo dismissed the idea. Destroying a glutton's treasure trove would be more terrifying than killing him. More importantly, the nuns would be a nuisance should they file a complaint. Leaving a rim pillow for the devourer, she trusted he would understand the appropriate course of action. Qin Nuo made no further delay and departed from the scene. Soon, she returned to the third floor, making her way directly to room 301. As she pushed the door open, she found the fire-cloud evil god still perusing the newspaper on the balcony, while the child on the bed remained engrossed in his game. The beautiful woman was at the vanity, meticulously enhancing her makeup. Deciding to deliver your own head? She queried, glancing at her stunning reflection in the mirror. Qin Nuo remained silent, placing a piece of lipstick on the table's edge. The beautiful woman shot a glance at it, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. How could you possibly find it? She mused, seeking an excuse to eliminate Qin Nuo, never truly believing he could retrieve it. It took considerable effort, after all. A lipstick made by her boyfriend was far from easily replaceable, and one could not simply substitute it with any ordinary stick of lipstick. I managed to find it. The beautiful woman's expression darkened. That perverse woman told you, didn't she? No, she couldn't possibly know about this. Her pretty face turned icy, as if a girl's little secret had been uncovered, and suddenly, a murderous intent flickered in her enchanting eyes. Yet, Qin Nuo's demeanor remained unchanged. Facing those enchanting eyes, you may wish to take my life. It matters not, for I possess but one worthless existence. I have 2 lives, and should I perish, I can be resurrected. However, should a patient take the life of a caregiver without just cause, they shall pay a significant price. Are you threatening me? The beautiful woman revealed a faint smile, devoid of warmth. I have a peculiar habit. Every man I have slain becomes a cherished cosmetic. Qin Nuo remained silent, his expression impassive as he regarded her. If this woman chooses to embrace ruin, he finds himself powerless. Zhangya, allow him to depart. The elderly man reading the newspaper suddenly interjected. This caught Qin Nuo off guard. Is this old man aiding me for no reason? Old man, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Zhangya shot a frigid glance at him, unperturbed. The last time, due to your obstinacy, I suffered punishment alongside you. This old frame cannot withstand such a trial a second time. The old man lowered his newspaper, his hollow gaze instilling a sense of dread. The child upon the bed, engrossed in a game, chimed in, Sister, I have no third gaming console left. If the nun confiscates it, I shall have nothing to play with. Will you play with me? The boy glanced at Zhangya, his pallid face breaking into a peculiar grin. The beautiful woman's captivating eyes narrowed as she grasped the lipstick, which crumbled to ash with a gentle squeeze. She then opened the drawer and retrieved another lipstick, applying it to her crimson lips. Qin Nuo observed that the drawer contained numerous lipsticks, all adorned with labels of cartoon characters. Presumably, these all belonged to her former lovers. As Qin Nuo observed Zhangya, who was engrossed in her makeup, he grasped her intent and quietly exited the room. Once back in the corridor, he became acutely aware of the cold sweat trickling down his back. The 3 apparitions in room 301 undoubtedly possessed terrifying capabilities, yet they were inexplicably fearful of the nun. The myriad of uncertainties surrounding this situation was overwhelming. What was it that granted the nun dominion over the mental asylum? Why did so many frightful patients regard her presence with trepidation? As a flurry of questions swirled in Qin Nuo's mind, the voice of the game resonated within his consciousness. Congratulations, player, for completing the C-grade instance task. Additional points will be awarded upon conclusion of the instance. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a clue to the main storyline. Every night in the asylum, strange melodies echo through the corridors. Why not trace the source of the sound and discover who is singing? Congratulations, player, for receiving a task reward. the fallen angel's lantern. Upon igniting the lantern, it dispels darkness and grants immunity to all mental disturbances. Chapter 81. Malicious schemes and audacious ideas in this instance. The quest unexpectedly provided both a main storyline task and a gaming reward item. This oil lamp seemed to serve a function akin to that of the white candle, shielding one from mental disturbances. Perhaps after nightfall, the eerie sounds would cease, offering a somewhat enhanced experience. Qin Nuo murmured to himself. Regardless, this oil lamp was of great significance to him, for he could not guarantee that the white candle would not present further issues that very night. Subsequently, Qin Nuo shifted his focus to the main storyline task. This clue required him to venture out after dusk, leaving the room after dark. Such recklessness was not to be entertained. It seemed that this clue was not particularly beneficial to him. Clearing his thoughts, Qin Nuo glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until 6 o'clock. Just as he contemplated heading to the first-floor hall, the door of room 303 suddenly creaked open. A single eye peered through the narrow gap. Then the door promptly shut again. It was Sister Mu. Qin Nuo was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen her take the initiative to open the door, evidently seeking him urgently. Without hesitation, he entered room 303, where Sister Mu was indeed waiting for him. "Sister Mu, did you call for me?" Qin Nuo inquired. "With urgency," Bai Chu said. "It's a matter of great importance. Xiao Yu is missing. She must have gone outside." Only then did Qin Nuo realize that Xiao Yu was not in the room. "When did this happen?" he quickly asked. "Just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, she vanished." Generally speaking, Xiao Ye is reluctant to defy Sister Ye's orders and leave the room without permission, suggesting there must be a compelling reason. The nun had previously stated that one should not venture outside during the day, and only you can search for her. Bikuhumacht. That troublesome girl will only cause more issues. The twins scolded, yet after casting a glance at Sister Ye, they fell silent. "I will search for her. You all remain in the room." Qin Nuo, eager to avoid wasting time, swiftly exited. Before 6 o'clock, if a patient in the managed ward goes missing and is not in their room, it would be deemed a dereliction of duty on the part of the caregiver. Punishment is inevitable. And now, only 3 minutes remained until 6 o'clock. In the corridor, numerous shadows flitted about. They were all caregivers. Over the past 2 days, the number of NPC caregivers had surged, indicating that the situation was more complex than mere player eliminations. Was it due to an increasing number of patients in the hospital? The shadows surged toward the lobby on the first floor as the end of the shift approached. Qin Nuo moved against the tide, and fortunately, he soon found Xiao Ye on the 5th floor. Unfortunately, it was already 6:04, for minutes past the hour. Qin Nuo felt a sense of foreboding, having already anticipated the unfavorable outcome. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, Xiao Ye was thrilled. "Ah, you lost. Give me the rainbow candy." Qin Nuo, perplexed, replied. "Candy? You mentioned that if I found you, you would give me candy," Xiao Ye exclaimed. Qin Nuo paused for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Who took you out of the room?" Xiao Ye tilted her head and remarked, "You said you would take me to an amusing place and advised me not to inform Sister Ye and the others." Qin Nuo rose from his seat, his expression somewhat somber. It was evident that this was a deliberate trap set for him. The target was not Xiao Ye, but rather himself. Someone was impersonating him, intending to lure a patient out of the ward just before 6, thereby placing him squarely in the path of the repercussions of negligence. How many enemies had he made? Merely 2 or 3, with the suspiciously grinning fellow from earlier that day being the prime suspect. Of course, it could be someone else entirely. Xiao Ye tugged at the hem of Qin Nuo as clothing, asking, "Are you contemplating where to hide this time?" "I am pondering the possibility that you might soon find yourself in quite a predicament." "What do you mean?" Xiao Ye inquired. Qin Nuo remained silent as he pulled Xiao Ye back to room 303, leaving her in Sister Ye's care. Sister Ye then handed Qin Nuo a cloth doll. "What is this?" Qin Nuo wondered, knowing Sister Ye's disposition would not lead her to gift him a doll without reason. Bai Chu translated Sister Ye's sign language. "Sister Ye says you might be in danger tonight. This doll may assist you in some way." Sister Ye nodded toward Qin Nuo, clearly aware of the underlying rules of the game. Xiao Ye's unauthorized departure from the ward meant that Qin Nuo would inevitably bear the consequences. He accepted the doll, nodded, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With that, he exited and hurried toward the lobby on the first floor. The lobby had grown desolate, with only a solitary nun remaining. I apologize for my tardiness. Qin Nuo hurried over and gazed at the nun's expressionless face, saying, Your performance today is subpar. The nun replied, Your assessment is lacking. Qin Nuo frowned slightly. A mere little girl's mischief, wandering off for 4 minutes, is deemed subpar? The blonde man also received a poor rating, yet he actually killed a patient. The evaluations may be the same, but the nature of the actions is worlds apart. The nun offered no further explanation, tossing a small pouch into Qin Nuo's hands. Inside, there lay but a single ghost coin. With a somber expression, Qin Nuo pocketed the coin and remarked, The white candle distributed to me yesterday has issues. The white candle cannot have issues, was the nun's only reply before she departed. Oinos from dependent. Was the nun targeting him? Or was this merely a mechanism of the game itself, where the difficulty escalates as players delve into the main storyline and make progress? Just as Lu Ming had once devoted all her efforts to contend with him, Qin Nuo made a trip to the cafeteria, only to find that the multi-faced ghost had vanished without a trace. Did it believe I would not survive the night, and chose to hide early? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo returned to his dormitory. He had no intention of using the white candle again, as he could not guarantee it had not been tampered with. Its efficacy was irrelevant. The oil lamp proved to be far superior, chiefly due to its portability. It seemed that the main storyline clue he had obtained was, after all, not entirely useless. A bold idea began to take shape in Qin Nuo's mind. Perhaps tonight, he could unveil the mysteries that lurked within the darkness. Certainly, before proceeding, one must take certain precautions. Engaging in gameplay requires an element of thrill, especially given that this is a horror game. Nightfall swiftly descends. As darkness permeates every corner of the asylum, the entire establishment succumbs to an eerie silence. Creatures that only emerge under the cover of night quietly make their appearance, beginning their haunting within the asylum. Inside the room, players light white candles, each closing their eyes in anticipation. Qin Nuo, too, ignites an oil lamp, its flame casting a brighter glow than the white candles. He reclines, the doll gifted by Sister Yu resting upon his chest, hands gently cradling it, and then he shuts his eyes. Time trickles by. Strangely, no eerie or unsettling sounds disturb the tranquility of the night. There are no scraping nails against the door, no warm breath at his ear, no fingers grasping at his ankles. It seems this night may allow for a peaceful slumber. Yet, Qin Nuo's thoughts wander elsewhere. After a prolonged wait, the clock on the wall tolls 12 times. It is midnight. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nuo suddenly opens his eyes. Chapter 82. The Woman in the Bathtub. A sinister puzzle. Upon opening his eyes, there was no horror to be found. The surroundings remained eerily silent, and all that met his gaze was the ceiling. There were no terrifying faces as he had imagined. Qin Nuo sat up, quietly releasing a sigh of relief. His earlier conclusion, drawn from the flickering oil lamp, suggested that the sounds he had heard were mere fabrications. The warm breath at his ear and the sensations at his ankles were illusions. Yet, whether something would occur upon opening his eyes remained uncertain. The oil lamp, possessing the ability to ward off all mental disturbances, had emboldened Qin Nuo to take this gamble. To him, the ability to see in the dark was a significant breakthrough in the game. The darkness of this particular scenario was fraught with unknown dangers and an air of mystery, likely concealing a plethora of clues pertinent to the main quest. His eyes scanned the room, landing on the walls, where the terrifying scorch marks had reappeared, reminiscent of the first night's descent into darkness. Were those not mere figments of his imagination? Qin Nuo paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, before descending from the bed and making his way to the door. The oil lamp could disperse the darkness within a certain radius and was shielded by a glass cover. With these advantages, he felt a semblance of confidence to traverse the asylum, even when night had fallen. He placed his hand on the doorknob, gently twisting it open. The blood-eyed ghost, astonished, remarked, "You are so bold?" Qin Nuo smiled faintly, responding, "It is just a game. One must be brave to try and explore." With that, he pulled open the door. As the door swung wide, A chilling gust surged in like a deluge. Outside the corridor, it felt as if he had been transported to the Antarctic. The cold, biting, and relentless. Qin Nuo placed one foot cautiously in the corridor, and after a moment of silence, he stepped forward with the other. The darkness enveloping both sides of the passage was so profound that it seemed to lead into the very abyss of hell. A faint hissing sound emerged from the shadows. Something skittering through the night, drawing closer to Qin Nuo. Yet it halted abruptly, as if the flickering flame of the oil lamp delineated a forbidden boundary that could not be crossed. The light provided Qin Nuo with a semblance of spatial awareness and an immense sense of security. Once assured of safety, he began to traverse the corridor. 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo found himself at the entrance of the fourth-floor hallway, his expression one of perplexity. The primary clue suggested that the night would echo with the melodies of a psychiatric hospital, yet after a thorough exploration, he had heard nothing. Despite this, Qin Nuo made a significant observation. The hospital, under the cloak of night, had fallen into a state of disrepair. The walls, corridor, and doors were all marked by signs of decay, with many areas bearing the scars of fire. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. This hospital had once been consumed by a devastating inferno. Qin Nuo considered the possibility that these sites were mere illusions, but the oil lamp, immune to mental disturbances, assured him that what he perceived was indeed real. As darkness descended, it seemed as though some peculiar supernatural force unveiled the hospital's former visage before his eyes. If his conjecture held true, it was highly likely that all the inhabitants of this psychiatric institution perished in that catastrophic blaze. Could it be that the true instigator behind the scenes is the arsonist responsible for that devastating fire? If this is indeed the case, everything becomes remarkably lucid. As Qin Nuo pondered, he proceeded towards the end of the corridor. Passing by a door, he was abruptly met with the sound of dripping water. Lifting his oil lamp, he discerned the room number 503 displayed on the door. Gently nudging it, the door creaked open, revealing that it was not locked. Holding the oil lamp before him, Qin Nuo stepped inside the room. The flickering light illuminated what appeared to be a caregiver's quarters, a chaotic mess strewn with debris. The sound emanated from the bathroom, prompting Qin Nuo to push open the bathroom door. As he stepped in, his foot landed in a puddle of water. The faucet had not been turned off properly, causing the bathtub to overflow, water cascading across the floor. It seemed that a figure was submerged within the tub, judging by the hair on the water's surface. It appeared to be a woman. A pale hand dangled to one side, the wrist marred by distinct lacerations, the blood long since drained. A suicide by wrist cutting? Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. A player would not descend to such triviality. It must be a hospital staff member. It seemed she was a female caregiver. What could have driven her to such despair? Perhaps a scoundrel of a man. In the realm of horror, encountering the deceased is far from unusual. Qin Nuo felt no shock, shaking his head in resignation. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze suddenly froze. Beneath the bathtub, something appeared to be glowing. Qin Nuo was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to part the hair floating on the water's surface, unable to discern what lay beneath. "My apologies, miss. I mean no offense, nor do I harbor any necrophilic tendencies. I merely wish to ascertain what lies beneath the bathtub." Qin Nuo gazed at the woman's upturned face and spoke. He then reached into the water, inadvertently brushing against something. The delicate sensation sent a shiver down his spine. Soon, he encountered a luminous object and was about to retrieve it when ripples suddenly disturbed the water's surface. In an instant, her dark hair ensnared Qin Nuo's hand. He jerked his head up to scrutinize the woman's pallid face. Beneath the cascade of hair, her eyes had opened at some point, filled with a vengeful glare that fixed intently on him. "I merely brushed against it by accident. I meant no harm," Qin Nuo explained. The woman remained silent, yet her hair tightened its grip. While he felt no pain, his right hand having been parasitized by the blood-eyed ghost, being ensnared by a naked woman in the dead of night was hardly an ideal scenario. He attempted to extricate himself forcefully, but the grip only grew tighter. He could see the skin on his right hand gradually tearing, blood seeping forth. Qin Nuo's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "I've been courteous enough. Don't mistake my politeness for weakness." With that, A blood I tore open on his right hand, revealing corpse-like markings. In the next moment, the ghostly hair recoiled as if electrocuted, allowing him to finally withdraw his hand from the water. Beneath the dark tresses, the woman's gaze remained fixed on him, brimming with resentment. It was evident that her malice was not directed solely at Qin Nuo, but rather, she harbored animosity towards all men. It was unnecessary to inquire. It was highly likely that she had been wounded by a scoundrel. Qin Nuo was impervious to her tactics. With a cold glare, he brandished the grave ghost stone and admonished, "Your demise is of no concern to me. Dare to glare once more, and I shall reduce you to ashes." Strangely enough, perhaps intimidated by Qin Nuo's menacing presence, or sensing the ominous aura of the grave ghost stone, the woman retracted her vengeful gaze and slowly closed her eyes. Qin Nuo then stowed away the grave ghost stone and stepped out of the restroom. He retrieved a luminous object, a fragment of a puzzle. To his astonishment, it sparked with embers, continuously igniting. Yet remarkably, no matter the intensity of the flames, the puzzle piece remained unscathed. Furthermore, when held in his hand, it inflicted no sensation of burning. What could this puzzle piece possibly signify? As Qin Nuo brought the fragment closer to the flickering flame of an oil lamp, he noted that although it was roughly the size of an egg, its image remained indistinct. Just as he pondered the enigma of the puzzle piece, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Chapter 83. Fragments of the Puzzle. Honest collaboration. Congratulations, player, for triggering a main storyline clue fragment. Collect all fragments to obtain a crucial main storyline clue. As night descends, the fragments scatter into every corner. Please piece them together, for unexpected discoveries await. Another clue? Qin Nuo was taken aback. This puzzle piece was, in fact, a clue fragment. How pivotal could this key, main storyline clue be? Would acquiring it lead to the identification of the mastermind behind the massacre of the mentally ill? The question remains, how many puzzle pieces are there? Given the size of this piece and the proportion of the image displayed, there should be more than 10. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo did not linger further. He picked up the oil lamp and exited the room. Since he was to search for fragments, the scope of his search would undoubtedly expand. Scouring the darkness for items brought with it numerous unknown dangers. Thus, acquiring such a significant clue fragment did not bring Qin Nuo much joy. From the woman in the bathtub, Qin Nuo had a rough understanding that the oil lamp could only repel the entities lurking in the shadows. It held no power against the ghosts that already resided within the asylum. As he ascended the staircase, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed the puzzle fragment in his hand. The sparks igniting from it began to drift in a particular direction. Is this guiding me? Qin Nuo was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the puzzle pieces, upon proximity, generate a magnetic-like attraction? This hypothesis seemed plausible, and following the direction of the drifting sparks, Qin Nuo quickened his pace. As Qin Nuo traversed a corridor in the southern district, the fiery essence of Mars appeared to intensify. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pressed onward. Upon reaching a corner, he discerned faint sounds, a subtle rustle of footsteps, hinting that something was drawing near. Pausing momentarily, Qin Nuo swiftly brandished his machete and pivoted to deliver a swift slash behind him. The assailant reacted with remarkable agility, retreating just in time to avoid a fatal blow, though the blade grazed the fabric of his chest. In that instant, Qin Nuo recognized his foe was also wielding a lantern. A player? The dark-haired man seemed taken aback by Qin Nuo's keen awareness, especially after the sudden strike. Observing the cut upon his chest, the man's expression darkened. "You clever brat. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have met my end here." Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow, noting the similar fallen angel lantern in the man's grasp. Indeed, he was not the sole entity capable of navigating the night. Upon reflection, it was evident that this dungeon was populated by numerous high-level players, none of whom could be deemed foolish. "You've been trailing me. Your intentions cannot be pure," Qin Nuo remarked with a sardonic smile. The dark-haired man chuckled lightly. "I was merely curious to discover who the third player capable of moving in the darkness might be." Third? Qin Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a distant glow emerged, revealing the approach of another figure. It was none other than the golden-haired man. Upon spotting Qin Nuo, the golden-haired man appeared surprised. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. "What have you discovered?" the dark-haired man inquired, casting a glance at the golden-haired individual. The golden-haired man remained silent, extracting an object that was, in fact, a puzzle piece identical to the one held by Qin Nuo. After considerable effort, he succeeded in acquiring it. With one hand stained in blood, he produced another piece of the puzzle. In an instant, all three pieces reacted simultaneously. It was then that both men noticed Qin Nuo also possessed a piece. The dark-haired man's eyes gleamed with realization. "Now I understand why the puzzle has been responding. It turns out you have a piece as well," he exclaimed, his tongue flicking out suggestively, his gaze laced with ulterior motives. He and the golden-haired man were allies, both being high-level players acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Their formidable partnership could indeed facilitate the completion of this dungeon's main quest. However, a level 2 novice player was not someone he intended to collaborate with. The opportunities were limited, and no one wished to share a smaller portion of the pie. Sensing the intent behind the man's gaze, Qin Nuo replied coolly, "What? Do you wish to snatch this piece from me? You may find it quite a challenge. Novice, from where do you derive your confidence? Is it merely from that knife?" The man scoffed, as he brandished a double-barreled shotgun that had slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. "Feel free to test your luck." Qin Nuo cast a glance at the shotgun, a smirk playing on his lips. "Lan Yin, you'll be the one to suffer," the golden-haired man interjected suddenly. "Why is that?" Lan Yin furrowed his brow, aware that the golden-haired man, known for his serious demeanor, would not jest. "Because he is called Phantom." Lan Yin murmured the name, initially perplexed, before his expression shifted abruptly. "The one with a rating of 16-0. Phantom?" Blue Smoke's gaze fell upon Qin Nuo once more, a hint of astonishment evident on his countenance. "Indeed, you are merely a level 2 novice. I had assumed those fellows were exaggerating." Qin Nuo regarded the blond man with a measure of surprise. Few players were privy to the identity of the Phantom, most of them hailing from Jinzhou, which led him to deduce that these two were likely locals. No wonder that fellow had been fixated on him earlier. "My friend, I was merely jesting moments ago. Please do not take offense." Blue Smoke's expression shifted rapidly as he silently stowed his hunting rifle and donned a smile. "Since you possess a piece of the puzzle as well, would you be interested in joining us?" "I'm not inclined towards such duplicitous collaborations," Qin Nuo replied, shaking his head. Blue Smoke opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. The blond man interjected, "With your piece of the puzzle in hand, you must surely have an interest in the main storyline of this dungeon. Without the pieces in our possession, none can seize the crucial clues. There are no everlasting friends, only enduring interests, since our goals align. What harm is there in a partnership cloaked in smiles?" The corners of the blond man's mouth curled into a grin, albeit a rather strained one, revealing that he was not accustomed to genuine laughter. Qin Nuo pondered for a moment before responding. "I appreciate your candor. It is refreshing to encounter someone so unpretentious. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Blue Smoke's face betrayed a hint of discomfort, as if he sensed an underlying insinuation. The dynamic among the three seemed to harmonize significantly in that instant, though each was acutely aware of the truth. This alliance would only endure until the puzzle was complete. Once assembled, and the critical clues to the main storyline were obtained, their collaboration would swiftly disintegrate, transforming allies into adversaries. The MVP rating of the dungeon copy is so extraordinarily rewarding that no one would generously wish to share a piece of the pie. Based on our conjectures, the puzzle likely comprises 12 pieces, corresponding to the dimensions of the entire frame. Moreover, these puzzle fragments only manifest at night, which means we must venture out to search during the evenings in the coming days. The blond man remarked, "The oil lamp can sustain itself for approximately 24 hours, equating to 2 nights. If we fail to gather all the pieces within these 2 days, we will have to engage in the dungeon tasks to procure more oil lamps." Blue Smoke added, "Let us search separately. In the darkness, there are many spirits unperturbed by the light of the lamp, so we must exercise caution. After all, we remain oblivious as to whether the puzzle pieces vanish upon a player's demise or continue to scatter elsewhere." Qin Nuo merely nodded, The information shared by the two was not particularly useful. The search must proceed, and with two individuals, efficiency will undoubtedly improve. Thus, let us continue our separate searches. The light of the lamp is precious and not meant for idle chatter. The blond man stood up and stated. Qin Nuo looked at him and suddenly inquired, "How did you manage to last until dawn last night without a white candle or an oil lamp?" He recalled that in the early morning, the blond man bore numerous injuries, which had completely healed by now, evidently due to some healing item. The blond man's expression grew indifferent, clearly unwilling to delve into that topic. "I have my own methods. You saw those things in the darkness, didn't you? What exactly are they?" Qin Nuo, unfazed, continued to press for answers. The blue smoke glanced at the golden-haired man, a question he had long wished to ask lingering on his mind. The golden-haired man, with the composed expression and shadows of the previous night still haunting his eyes, coldly replied, "That is a true nightmare. You would not wish to know." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 84. The solitary elder and the cinema experience. After parting ways with the two individuals, Qin Nuo continued to traverse the halls of the hospital. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly 2:30. An old adage often echoed in the countryside. Staying out past 2:30 without returning home to sleep could invite terrifying occurrences. While Qin Nuo was reluctant to subscribe to such ominous beliefs, perhaps due to his psychological predisposition, he couldn't shake the feeling that the flame of the oil lamp flickered dimmer, and the space around him seemed increasingly constricted. Merely an illusion, he reassured himself. The more one fears certain things, the more likely one is to perceive their shadows. With a determined shake of his head, Qin Nuo cast aside these errant thoughts and focused intently on navigating according to the fragmented pieces of the puzzle in his hand. After a thorough exploration of the floor, the puzzle pieces remained unresponsive. It appeared that these fragments were not easily located, and this hospital was far larger than he had initially presumed. Holding the oil lamp aloft, he murmured to himself, could there be a basement? In horror films, basements often conceal astonishing secrets or dreadful entities. Perhaps a visit to the basement would yield some discoveries. As these thoughts lingered, he arrived at the staircase. Just as he contemplated descending, the puzzle piece in his hand emitted a spark, suddenly reacting and drifting toward a particular direction. Qin Nuo lifted his gaze toward the fire escape door at the end of the corridor. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and made his way in that direction. Upon pushing open the door to the fire escape, he discovered a concealed room on one side. What fortuitous luck! Qin Nuo was taken aback. Having just lamented the difficulty of finding these puzzle pieces, he had stumbled upon one so swiftly. Gently pushing the door ajar, Qin Nuo first lifted the oil lamp into the room before cautiously peering inside. The space within was stifling, cluttered with an array of miscellaneous items, rendering it airless. At the far end, a flickering light emanated, an operating television, though the poor signal caused the images to sporadically distort, seemingly broadcasting an animated feature. Opposite the television, an elderly man reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, leaving one to wonder whether he had succumbed to slumber or something else entirely. In such a confined, eerie environment, the unsettling visuals would overwhelm an individual of weaker constitution, compelling them to flee. Qin Nuo too felt the urge to retreat, yet he found himself anchored by the sight of what he sought. Beside the elderly man lay a remote control, prominently displaying a fragment of a jigsaw puzzle. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nuo treaded lightly towards it, mindful of the old man's movements, and extended his right hand toward the remote. However, just as his fingertips brushed against the puzzle piece, the old man's hand, mottled and lifeless, suddenly clasped Qin Nuo's with an iron grip, ensnaring both the puzzle piece and the remote control. The force was immense, akin to a vice, causing Qin Nuo's entire hand to flush with blood. Frowning, he murmured, "Grandmother, I merely noticed you were asleep and intended to turn off the television. I meant no harm." The elderly man remained unresponsive, his eyes still shut. With no alternative, Qin Nuo was compelled to invoke the power of the blood-eyed specter. As he revealed a blood-red eye upon the back of his hand, the old man showed no sign of relinquishing his hold. The spectral strength of the blood, I seemed to hold no terror for him. Qin Nuo was filled with doubt when a sudden announcement echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player. You have triggered a D-rank side quest, the elderly man's loneliness. He often spends his nights alone, watching television. Accompany him in watching a film, with a task duration of 30 minutes. Upon completion of the viewing time, the quest will be fulfilled. He never anticipated that in the dead of night, he would initiate a side quest involving a stranger, an elderly man. However, the task appeared rather simple, merely keeping the old man company while he watched television. Admittedly, the experience might prove somewhat monotonous. An elderly individual without family, living in solitude, certainly evoked a sense of pity within him. Thus, Qin Nuo accepted the side quest. The frail hands of the elderly man suddenly loosened their grip. The puzzle lay tantalizingly close before Qin Nuo, yet he had no intention of hastily departing. Setting aside the possibility of failing the quest, he pondered the consequences of deceiving an elderly person. Who could say what terrifying events might unfold? The old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of darkness within his eye sockets. Qin Nuo drew a chair beside him and said, "Grandmother, may I join you in watching some television? Though I wonder if the television." Before he could finish his sentence, the malfunctioning television miraculously sprang back to life, the screen restored to normalcy, transitioning from a cartoon to a full-length film. The film unfolded as a documentary, devoid of the tedium he had anticipated and lacking any horror elements. It was a silent film, relying solely on body language to convey the narrative. The story depicted the daily lives of a family of three, with heartwarming scenes that illustrated a harmonious and joyful household. One day, the husband returned home with a furrowed brow, prompting his elderly mother to hastily prepare a plate of dumplings to nourish her son. However, the husband was in a foul mood and lacked the appetite to eat. When his mother inquired about his troubles, he offered no response and retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, the scene shifted to the bedroom, where the husband and wife were embroiled in a heated argument, their infant wailing incessantly nearby. Ultimately, the wife made a firm suggestion, leaving the husband with no choice but to exit to the living room to speak with his mother. The elderly matriarch appeared sorrowful but nodded in acquiescence, only to be subsequently taken to a nursing home by her